Information table of contents URL. https www.fanmtl.com novel trxs 6711.html Lin Mo travels to Pirate World, activates the traveler check-in system, and completes the check-in task at the designated place to get rewards. Sign in at the beginning of the game. Get 3-color domineering, sign in Windmill Village. Get Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art, sign in Frostmoon Village. Get Demon Knife Star Broken sign in Sea Restaurant. Get Shuanpa Yekai sign in Luga Town. Cigarettes Drum Island check-in, Alabasta check-in, Sky Island check-in, Judiciary Island check-in, Chambord Islands check-in, Advanced City check-in. Redhead, I was rejected twice in a row. It really didn't give me any face. Carp, even if you can't be a comrade in arms, you can still be a friend. Linimo, come, let's eat sweets together. Page 101, a tall woman with grass-green wavy hair, golden pupils, and a thick chain wrapped around her body. Even in a hot place like the desert, she wears a thick orange-yellow long coat and has a pirate logo on her teeth. The man walked behind Linimo. I sensed the aura of someone different from this town. Linimo turned his head and glanced. Just looking at the backs of the two men, he recognized their identities. It's Monet the Snow Girl and Buffalo the Turner. Both of them belonged to the Don Quixote family and were subordinates of Doflamingo. Doflamingo, nicknamed Tian Yasha, was born in Tianlong. He is a guy who takes both black and white and does whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Judging from the current point of time, Doflamingo should have just replaced Dressrosa as the king not long ago. But his subordinates appeared in Alabasta. Obviously, they are here for the devil fruit that will be auctioned off tonight. It actually made Doflamingo stare at him. It seems that the devil fruit in this auction has a lot of background. Little devil, you have been staring at this place for so long. Do you want to buy snake wine? At this moment, the owner of the wine cellar suddenly spoke, breaking Linmo's thoughts. Linmo came back to his senses, and his eyes fell on the big wine vat in front of him again. After thinking for a while, he asked, "How much?" "A glass of 2 Baileys, a bottle of 20 Baileys. This snake wine is a good thing. It's a great tonic. Do you want to buy some back for your adults to drink?" The wine cellar owner asked with a smile. Linmo directly took out 2 Baileys. "Have a drink first." The liquor vendor owner thought he was going to buy a bottle, but the smile on his face receded a little, so he took out a small paper cup, scooped half a spoonful of snake wine from the big wine jar, poured it into the paper cup, and handed it to Linmo. Linmo drank it directly in front of the liquor cellar boss. "Huh? This wine is too sweet for a child like you. You can't drink it." Linmo had already finished his drink before the wine cellar could stop him. "This wine is a bit bitter and has a strong fishy smell. It is the worst wine he has ever drank in Pirate World. Look, I told you a long time ago that you can't drink." The wine dealer saw Linmo's expression and knew that this kid must not be used to drinking. When Linmo was about to leave speechlessly, not far away, the red hair came towards him with 2 golden paper tickets, smiling. After being silent for a moment, Linmo turned his head to look at the liquor cellar boss, took out 20 Baileys, and said with a chuckle, "Give me a bottle." Chapter 74. The so-called underground auction in Alabasta. Good things are of course meant to be shared. So, Linmo bought a bottle of snake wine and gave it to the redhead. The red hair accepted it bluntly, and then gave Linmo one of the 2 auction tickets he just got. I also inquired about the location of the auction. It will only start at night. Before it starts, we can walk around this town first, the red-haired said with a smile. But Linmo lost his mind and continued to spin his mind. "Turn it yourself." "Huh? Then where are you going?" "Nap. Red hair." The red-haired laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. I can't imagine that you still have the habit of taking a nap in the afternoon." Linmo said speechlessly, "No? Yes, of course, but you can't take a nap for too long. It's not good for your health." "I know." "Okay, then you go. I will find you later." "Okay." Linmo wished that the red hair would stay away from him. After speaking, he found a direction by himself and withdrew. On the other hand, the redhead curled his mouth, came to a brick house, leaned his back against the wall, took out a phone bug from his pocket, and dialed a number. Soon, the phone bug got through. Beckman's voice came from it. "Is it the boss?" The red-haired man curled his lips slightly and said, "Beckman, I'm in Yuba now. Guess who I saw just now?" Beckman was silent for a moment. and asked, Navy or pirate? Navy. Navy, Beckman asked in surprise. Why did the Navy appear in Yuba? Who knows, maybe it has something to do with the devil fruit. The red hair said while rubbing his chin. Devil fruit? Is someone reselling it in Yuba? Well, there's an auction. Beckman thought for a while, then asked again, who is gone in the Navy? Sakaski. What? Beckman frowned. It's actually Akainu. That guy is difficult to deal with. Is it okay for you to be there alone? It's okay, Lin Mo is here too. Let me tell you, Lin Mo is really interesting. Afterwards, the redhead turned on the chatterbox mode. Beckman listened to the phone bug for a while and wanted to hang up the phone, but he was not sure if the red-haired guy would suddenly think of something serious to say, so he had to listen to the red-haired chatter until he hung up the phone on his own initiative. Inside the cabin of the Red Hair Pirates, Bucky walked in after eating some meat. Seeing Beckman's headache, he asked strangely, Beckman, what's the matter? Was it the boss call just now? Beckman nodded. Bakila laughed and asked, has the boss found Lin Mo kid? Found it. Beckman lit a cigarette, took a puff, and continued, they are now in a place called Yuba, and Akainu is also there. Huh? Red Dog? Navy. Bucky's meat-eating movements froze for a moment. Can the boss handle it? Page 102. It's definitely okay to get out of the body. I'm afraid that guy is free to meddle in his own business. After Lin Mo separated from Hongfa, he found a shaded tree under a big tree, propped up his recliner, lay down comfortably, and took a nap. Before I slept for a long time, not far away, the casual Navy distributed in Yuba suddenly gathered. The leader was a burly man wearing a dark red suit, a rose corsage on his left chest, black leather gloves on his hands, a navy cap on his head, and an admiral's coat behind him. He is as famous as Akiji, one of the 3 Navy generals, Akainu Sakaski, who is capable of magma fruit. Compared with Akiji's laziness, this is a man who pursues complete justice, has an upright personality, uses cruel methods without showing any mercy, and never allows a trace of evil to exist. All pirates are evil in Akainu's eyes, that he is also a ruthless man who can take his colleagues and ordinary people as targets and annihilate them indifferently in order to complete his mission. In short, Akainu is a particularly troublesome person, because once he sets his sights on someone, he will keep chasing and hitting him. When Lin Mo opened his eyes and found that the person who was talking to a group of plainclothes Navy not far away was a red dog, he turned over again and continued to sleep. Although he didn't know whether the purpose of Akainu's coming to Yuba was also for the devil fruit, but whatever, as long as he didn't bother him. Time passed minute by minute. The red hair saw that the time was almost up, and with the help of knowledge, he found Lin Mo, who had woken up early and was drinking in a small wine shop. You kid really drank the wine like water. The red hair unceremoniously picked up a small pot of rice wine piled up on the small wine table where Lin Mo was sitting, finished it in one gulp, and said cheerfully, sure enough, the wine still needs to be sipped to be refreshing, huh? Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly, and saw that the bottle of wine given to him during the day was revealed by the red hair in his pocket, and it was still full. Doesn't this guy drink as much as he can? Why haven't you moved yet? Seeing Lin Mo looking at the wine stuffed into his pocket, the red hair couldn't help laughing. I plan to drink this wine with Beckman and the others when I go back, haha. Lin Mo. If you really want to give them a drink, you should be beaten. The redhead didn't know what was going on in Lin Mo's mind, so he said directly, it's almost time. Let's go. Hurrah. Lin Mo drank the last sip of wine, and after paying the bill, he and Hongfa left the small wine shop and went directly to a seemingly simple small hotel where the auction was held. This is a rather dilapidated 2-story hotel. In the hotel, only a plainly dressed half-century-old man at the front desk was looking at the store. In fact, Lin Mo and Hongfa had already sensed that there were many people behind a small red wooden door with peeling paint behind the front desk. You too, are you staying at the hotel? The half-century-old man asked tremblingly. The redhead curled his mouth slightly and placed the admission tickets that he forcibly bought from those 2 unlucky bastards during the day in front of the dilapidated bar of the hotel. Lin Mo also put the admission ticket given to him by Hongfa on the bar counter. The old man casually glanced at the admission ticket, then turned around and opened the small red door with peeling paint, and continued, You too. Please come in. Oh, it's really mysterious enough. The red-haired man walked ahead with the corners of his mouth curled up. Lin Mo followed behind. Under the leadership of the old man, the two walked into a small room that seemed to be only about 20 square meters. There was a table fixed on the ground in the middle of the room. The old man kicked the mechanism at the corner of the table, and the whole small round table automatically rotated and moved aside, revealing an underground entrance 2 meters long and wide. Lin Mo. It really is an underground auction. It's really underground. Hey, there is actually a mechanism, so powerful. Compared with Lin Mo's speechlessness, the red hair was very excited. 2. The auction will start soon. Please. The old man made a gesture of please go down. Hongfa and Lin Mo went down one after another. After passing through a 500-meter-long passage, what came into view was a wide space of more than square meters, which was manually dug. There are many fire frames with burning flames standing around for lighting. Right in front of the entrance is a display stand that takes up 1/3 of the entire space, and in front of the display stand is a row of 10 single soft sofas, a total of 10 rows of audience seats. At this time, there were already many people sitting in the auditorium. Lin Mo and Hongfa randomly found 2 seats at the back of the row and sat down. Chapter 75. The person targeted by a Kainu in Alabasta. Before waiting for the auction to start, Lin Mo looked around casually, and at a glance, he saw Monet the Snow Maiden and Buffalo, who were sitting in the front row. Sure enough, they came for the devil fruit. Why, who did you see? The red hair followed Lin Mo's line of sight, looked at Monet and Buffalo in the front row, touched his chin and thought, who are those two? Do you know them? Lin Mo shook his head. I don't know. I don't know you, but you still look at her? The red hair couldn't help laughing. Ha! You must have fallen in love with that green-haired woman, right? Although you can't see the front face, it's the back view. She should also be a beautiful little beauty. That's fine. Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be good at such a young age. Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. At this time, several people came in at the entrance of the underground auction. It's a Kainu and some navy in casual clothes. Lin Mo and Hongfa could tell at a glance. The red dog and his party sat down in the row of seats near the entrance behind where Lin Mo and Hongfa were sitting. Not long after sitting down, he noticed Hongfa and Lin Mo. Because of the dim light and the side profile, Akainu couldn't fully see the red-haired face, but the outline looked familiar. Admiral, have you found any suspicious person? The Navy sitting next to Akainu asked in a low voice. Akainu stared at the red hair seriously and said, Does that man in the straw hat look like the red-haired Shanks? Red-haired Shanks. The Navy sitting next to Akainu was stunned and immediately looked in the direction Akainu was looking at. When he saw that the straw hat worn by the red-haired dog was different from the one on the previous arrest warrant, he stopped. Shaking his head, he said, General, that guy should not be Shanks the red hair. The straw hat that the red hair wears is the hat worn by Gordy Roger during his lifetime. It is very important to the red hair and will not be thrown away casually. But the straw hat that man is wearing is a hat made by the natives of Alabasta. We have seen many people wear it on the way here, and it is different from the red-haired straw hat. Really, Akainu didn't pay attention to the hats worn by the people here, and looked away from the red-haired body. Red Dog looked over just now, and of course Red Hair and Lin Mo could feel it. Lin Mo was fine. Anyway, Chiquan didn't know him at all. It was red-haired, and when the Red Dog looked away, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that guy didn't recognize me. Lin Mo, do you know who is that big guy sitting on the side in the row behind us? Lin Mo. I know, the red hair said softly. He is the Admiral of the Navy, Akainu Sakaski, a very strong person. If he is entangled, it will be quite troublesome. Page 103. Lin Mo glanced at the red hair again speechlessly. You are the future 4 emperors. Even if you were fighting against Akainu 10 years ago, would you be afraid? However, it is true that it is troublesome. Anyway, before that guy finds out, let's keep a low profile. The red-haired whispered. Lin Mo said calmly, You just need to shut up. The red hair froze for a moment, couldn't help covering his mouth, and laughed. Lin Mo was quite speechless. This guy with red hair really loves to laugh. Many of Luffy's habits are learned from this guy. Not long after, a tall, thin man with a black tall hat and a goatee came to the display stand of the auction. After a few greetings to everyone, the auction officially started. Two girls in bikinis put the items to be auctioned in this auction on the display stand one by one. The previous auctions were all diamond treasures found in historical sites, and all the people who took pictures were locals from Alabasta. Until an hour later, the main event is coming. The man with the goatee began to introduce the finale treasure excitedly. I think everyone should have heard of a treasure called a secret treasure of the sea, a treasure called a devil fruit, right? Although eating a devil fruit that is the incarnation of a sea devil will kill you. The sea turned into a landlubber in disgust, but each devil fruit can give the eater powerful superpowers. Therefore, the market price of devil fruit can even be sold for more than -million Baileys. Today, what we are going to auction is the natural fruit. One of the devil fruits. Come on, get the goods. As soon as the man with the goatee finished speaking, the two girls in bikinis pushed a trolley with a small square wooden box and came to the man with the goatee. Everyone in the auditorium stared at the wooden box expectantly. The man with the goatee hooked his mouth and lifted up the sliding door of the box facing the auditorium. One had a spiral pattern on the top, a green handle, a swirl at one end, and a flame shape at the other end, and countless small flame-shaped spiral fruits on the skin. The orange-red spherical fruit, formed by the accumulation of patterns, appeared in front of everyone. Lin Mo looked at the devil fruit in the square box speechlessly. He is very sure that this is the devil fruit that Ace will eat, Luffy's righteous brother in the future, the son of Joel D. Roger. He remembered that Ace was supposed to be a burnt fruit that he ate on an unnamed island. Why is it in Alabasta now? Oh, it turned out to be a burnt fruit. The red-haired rubbed his chin, staring thoughtfully at the devil fruit that had been eyed by many people. The man with the goatee saw that everyone in the auditorium was very interested, and continued, I won't talk nonsense. The base price of this devil fruit starts at 1,000 million Baileys, and the price increases by -million every time you raise your hand. The auction has officially started. Everyone can bid. Immediately afterwards, people in the audience kept raising their hands to increase the price. No one raised their hands until Xiao Xiao Guo was called to 1 billion by an old man. The man with the goatee smiled and said, 1 billion. Now it's 1 billion. Is there anyone going to increase the price? If not, this devil fruit will. Before he finished speaking, Buffalo, who was sitting in the front row, raised his hand and said, 15 billion. 15 billion. The man with the goatee was surprised. Should we just add -million? Buffalo said with a smile. Hey. Yes, I will add -million directly. Is there anyone else who has more than me? What's the matter, this man? Have money but no place to spend it? Really, how can there be such a shot? People around complained dissatisfiedly. The old man who raised the price to 1 billion before looked at Buffalo speechlessly, calculated his family fortune in his heart, and silently gave up on continuing to increase the price. Okay, 15 billion a time. Does anyone want to raise the price? The man with the goatee burst into laughter. Those of them who are in the auction business naturally hope that the auction items can be sold at a better price, so that they can earn more. Who are those two people? Akainu asked, staring at Monet and Buffalo. The navy next to him immediately took out a booklet and began to search, but Monet couldn't find it. But he found Buffalo's information. Report, the woman doesn't know, but the fat man is from the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote? Akainu sneered, that pirate family? Report, yes. Akazuki sneered and said, Humph, it's just right. When the Xiao Xiao fruit is in hand, arrest those two people. Huh? But that woman is not sure if she is an accomplice of the Don Quixote family. What's there to be sure about? Those two people are sitting together. They are a group. Just arrest. Afterwards, Akainu raised his hand when the goatee man asked for the last time if anyone wanted to raise the price, and said directly, 20 billion. Chapter 76 Alabasta Yo Akainu long time no see. Akainu's 20 billion made the audience gasp. Is this devil fruit so popular? I thought there was only one who was taken advantage of and would directly increase the price by -million, but I didn't expect there to be another. TSK. I thought I was rich enough, but I didn't expect it. There are people out there who are beyond the sky, and I'm convinced. If I had the funds, I would ask the same price. Unfortunately, I'm not good at it. I really envy these guys who have money and can spend it freely. Buffalo directly ignored these voices and looked back at the guy asking for 20 billion with dissatisfaction. Because of the lighting problem, Buffalo only felt that Akainu's face was familiar, but he didn't immediately recognize who it was. Hey, what are you doing? Do you have to compete with me for burning the fruit? Buffalo asked in an unhappy tone. Akazuki sneered and said, Why? Only you can bid the price, I can't. Buffalo clenched his teeth and almost couldn't resist getting up and punching the guy. Monet quickly grabbed him and said softly, Forget it. The young master said let's buy the xiao fruit in a low-key manner, and don't make too much noise. Buffalo said angrily, Obviously, that guy just wants to fight against us, and actually imitated us to add -million at a time. I want to see who else here is richer than our Don Quixote family. As he spoke, Buffalo immediately raised his hand and said bluntly, 25 billion. Akainu frowned and raised his hand again, 30 billion. Page 104, 30 billion? The goatee man felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest and asked excitedly, Guests sitting in the back row, did you pay 30 billion? Doubt me. Akainu asked funny. No, as long as you pay. The man with the goatee immediately rubbed his hands and laughed. This is too bad. Monet frowned. If we didn't bring back the xiao fruit, we would definitely be scolded. Damn it. Buffalo stood up angrily from his seat, turned to face Akainu, tried his best to restrain his emotions, and gritted his teeth. I advise you, it's best not to fight against me. Otherwise, there will be consequences, I can't guarantee that. Akainu sneered and said, Okay, then let me see what you are capable of. You? Buffalo pointed at Akainu and looked at Monet. Monet, you see, it's not that I don't want to keep a low profile. It's not that someone wants to fight us. If the Devil Fruit auction site was on another small island, Doflamingo's men and Akainu could have snatched it up without a word, but the auction site was in Yuba, the largest trading center in Alabasta. Alabasta is a superpower that is being watched by all parties. Doflamingo has just become the king of Dressrosa, and Akainu is on the Navy's side. If they fight for a devil fruit in Alabasta, it's a bit ugly, although Akainu doesn't care about losing face. But once it becomes news and is reported, it will easily have a bad influence on the Navy. After all, Akainu is still a person who extremely maintains the majesty of the Navy. No matter how brutal his actions are, he will not be ambiguous about certain major matters. The other guests in the auction saw that the two were choking, and they all looked like melon eaters. Some even expected that the two would really fight. Lin Mo and Hongfa also acted like they were watching a play. The red hair hooked the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, It seems that the situation is getting more and more interesting. Lin Mo, should we fight for the xiao fruit as well? Lin Mo said speechlessly, No, you, a guy who doesn't have any abilities on the pirate ship, would be interested in devil fruits? Of course, the previous rubber fruit was an exception. But after the rubber fruit was eaten by Luffy by mistake, it is estimated that the red-haired guy is even less interested in devil fruit. Ha ha ha. The redhead laughed loudly. That's right. Even if we have the heart to compete, it's useless without money. However, it's really surprising that this guy Akainu can sit here calmly. Buffalo, hold your breath first. We can't do anything here. Monet forced Buffalo to sit him back and said softly, The young master just took power in Dressrosa. We can't do anything in Ala if Bustin caused trouble. We will give the xiao fruit to that guy first, and we will find a way to snatch them after they go out. That's the only way to go. Buffalo looked directly at the man with the goatee and said, I abstain from the shoot. His words made the people around him sigh in dissatisfaction. They thought that there would be an earth-shattering quarrel even if there was no fight, but in the end there was nothing. The man with the goatee laughed and said, Since this gentleman doesn't increase the price, do other guests have to increase the price? If not, this devil fruit will be taken away by the gentleman wearing the hat sitting in the last row. Seeing that no one raised the price, the man with the goatee announced, Okay, this auction is officially over. Everyone, you can leave in an orderly manner. Please bid the devil fruit, mister. After paying the auction price, you can leave with the devil fruit gone. Every auction item is the auctioneer, who pays on the spot, and takes away the auction item directly. The previous auction items have already been taken away by their buyers. Akainu glanced at the Navy boy sitting next to him. The Navy boy nodded and immediately got up and trotted towards the display stand. Is it too deliberate for us to go around from the front? The red-haired man glanced at Akainu, who was sitting at the entrance, and asked with some headaches. It is most convenient for him and Lin Mo to walk directly from this road to the entrance, but in this case, they must pass in front of the red dog. At that time, the red hair will definitely be recognized by the red dog. But if you go around from the front, it will appear very deliberate, and it will also arouse the suspicion of Akainu. Just when the redhead was still thinking about how to get out, Lin Mo got up suddenly and walked directly to the door in front of him. The red hair just watched him leave step by step. Lin Mo walked past Chiquan calmly. Akainu looked at him with a sullen face, and for some reason, there was a strange feeling that could not be expressed. As soon as he turned his gaze, he found 2 knives hanging on Lin Mo's waist, one of which was Guache, little devil. Just as Lin Mo was about to walk past him, Chiquan suddenly called out to him, "Where did you get your knife?" Lin Mo ignored him and left the auction directly. "Cut," Akainu said disdainfully. "What arrogance." The red hair looked at Lin Mo going out dumbfounded. This guy really left without me. But this is also good. If it is really discovered by the red dog, it will not hurt the troublesome guy. Thinking of this, the red hair was relieved, and he didn't bother to take a long way around. He got up directly, with a smile on his mouth, and calmly walked towards the door where the red dog was. When he passed in front of Akainu, and the way Akainu looked at him gradually changed, the redhead raised his hand and greeted first. "Hey, Akainu, long time no see." Chapter 77 Alabaster Red Dog versus Red Hair. Akainu sat there, waiting for his subordinates to bring the yashao fruit. Unexpectedly, the red-haired man who he thought was wrong before would walk past him in such a swaggering way, and even greeted him? How arrogant. Akainu stood up immediately, and steam began to rise all over his body. The red hair saw that this guy was obviously going to fight him. Without any fighting intention, he didn't say anything more, and immediately ran away. "Shanks, let me see where you are going." Akainu's face darkened, and he was about to chase. The Navy boys around him quickly stopped him. "General, this is the most prosperous trading center in Alabasta. We can't do anything here, or we will be gossiped about. We are the Navy, and that guy is a pirate. It's only natural for the Navy to catch pirates. Let me see who dares to gossip." Akainu pushed away the Navy boy who blocked him and chased him out elementally. Akainu is a magma fruit-capable person who can elementalize the body and turn it into hot lava. Normal attacks have no effect on it. His high temperature can even easily melt the formation. At this time, most of his body had been turned into lava, and he quickly chased in the direction where the red hair was running. But wherever he touched, it would inevitably be destroyed, and a big hole would be dissolved. Buffalo and Monet originally wanted to wait for the person who snatched the xiao fruit they wanted to shoot to go out, and then find a chance to grab it. But when they saw that the person who snatched the fruit from them was actually a devil fruit-capable user, and also elementalized into magma, the name of the next person appeared in their minds. "Is it Admiral Akainu?" Buffalo said in surprise. Monet's expression was not very good either. Unexpectedly, for a devil fruit, the Admiral was actually dispatched. "Buffalo, we can't get the burnt fruit. The Admiral is not something we can deal with. Let's talk to the young master first. Report the situation here." Buffalo nodded helplessly. "That's the only way." "Hey, Akainu, I didn't come to fight with you." The redhead ran ahead dumbfounded. Page 105. Akainu followed behind with a sullen face. "I am the Navy, and there is no reason to catch pirates. Since you dare to appear in front of my eyes, then be prepared to be caught." Because it was night and it was not a festival, there were very few pedestrians on the streets of Yuba, which made it easier for the two to chase each other. It was rare for Akainu to have a sense of proportion and did not launch a direct attack on the streets of Yuba. The red hair discovered this, so he started running around in the streets and alleys of Juba. Akainu was really tired of chasing him. When Hongfa ran to a slightly larger street, he immediately stretched his lava-formed arms and attacked his body at a speed that Hongfa couldn't dodge. "You're serious?" The redhead stopped immediately, drew out the saber griffin, met Akainu's lava fist head-on, and blocked the blow with the blade. A powerful heat wave spread out from the center where the lava fist collided with the griffin, shattering the empty stands around. If it was an ordinary knife, it would have been melted by the lava of Akainu long ago. But the red-haired griffin is a famous sword, and the red-haired itself is very strong. It is not difficult to resist the blow of the red dog. Akainu, I don't want to fight with you. The red hare frowned slightly and pushed back Akainu's lava fist. It's not up to you whether to fight or not. Akainu immediately lava-formed his arm again, then turned the lava-formed arm into the shape of a dog's head and stretched out the lava-formed limb to attack the red hare again. This trick is the dog biting the red lotus, which is very powerful, and the red dog can control the dog head made of lava to bite the enemy when attacking. You guys are really... The redhead watched with a headache as the dog nibbled red lotus coming towards him menacingly, sighed helplessly, and turned Griffin's blade slightly, and was about to meet it time. A sharp shout distracted the redhead's attention. No! A woman wrapped in a headscarf rushed towards the crying little girl who was about to be hit by a broken limb from a stall. But her speed couldn't keep up with the speed of the wooden thorn flying towards the girl. Seeing that the girl was about to be hit by the wooden thorn, the red hare immediately changed direction without saying a word, and with a dodge, appeared beside the girl, and easily chopped the wooden thorn into the air. At the same time, Akainu's Inuyaguren actually followed the trajectory of the red hare, turned a corner, and still quickly attacked the target red hare. The red hare immediately picked up the little girl and threw it to her mother. Go! The girl's mother hugged the girl and bowed to the red-haired girl, then hurriedly ran away in small steps, as if fleeing for her life. And the red dog's attack has reached the red hare. The red hare was about to fight back. The dog's head biting Honglian had already bit his left shoulder. Seeing that his arm was about to be bitten off, the red hare didn't even frown, picked up the griffin, and chopped off the lava dog's head like cutting tofu. Akainu's hand quickly returned to its original state. Although the elemental hand was cut off by the enemy's attack, his hand was not really broken, and most of the attacks would not cause substantial damage to him. But the red-haired this seemingly simple blow cut his hand. Looking at the bloodstain on the back of his right hand, Akainu couldn't help but frowned. And the lava dog's head biting on the red hare's shoulder gradually dissipated when it was cut off by the red hare. The red hare glanced at his bloody shoulder and couldn't help joking. Oh, it didn't break like this. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Akainu snorted coldly and said, Humph. Shanks, I'll give you another chance, obediently catch you without a fight, and I won't kill you. Shanks scratched his head and grinned. Sorry, I didn't intend to be caught by you so easily. Okay, since you don't cooperate, then die here. Saying that, Akainu turned his arm into lava again. When the red hare was preparing to fight again, not far away, a small figure who was drinking while walking appeared in front of his eyes. Linimo? The red-haired man froze for a moment, then twitched the corner of his mouth, and immediately ran in the direction of Linimo without saying a word. Chiquan also noticed Linimo. Isn't that the arrogant brat at the auction? By the way, this brat seems to have sat with Shanks before. It seems that the two of them are together. Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly, and without hesitation launched the dog-gnawing red lotus again, attacking in the direction where Shanks and Linimo were. Linimo originally planned to find a hotel to stay. Who would have thought that Yuba was so big, and when he walked casually by himself, he could meet red-haired and red-haired dogs who were fighting. When he saw the red hare running towards him excitedly, followed by a lava dog's head, Linmo's mood at the moment was extremely depressed. I knew I wouldn't go this way. Chapter 78. The frustrated red dog in Alabasta. The red hare lifted Griffin's hand and waved at Linmo, completely ignoring the lava dog's head that was already catching up with him. When the red hare got closer and closer to Linmo realized that the red hare's left arm was already covered with blood, and it was seriously injured at first glance. No wonder this guy greets him with a knife hand. In Linmo's impression, the red hare would break an arm in order to save Luffy. But because he, Linmo, first solved the King of the Sea in the sea area around Fengche village, which indirectly changed the fate of the red-haired man who lost his hand. But looking at the current situation, is it possible that the red hare still cannot escape the fate of losing his hand? Linmo didn't think much about it. The bottle of wine that Linmo gave him suddenly slipped out of the red-haired chest pocket. Seeing this, the redhead immediately sheathed Griffin and then reached out to grab the bottle of wine. Originally, he could have run to Lin Mo's side before being overtaken by the lava dog's head. It was because of this action that his speed slowed down, causing the lava dog's head to catch up with him ahead of time. Lin Mo looked at the red hair speechlessly. What is this idiot doing? Putting your own safety on the line for a bottle of wine? Seeing the head of the lava dog almost bite the red hair's neck, Lin Mo pulled out the third-generation ghost without hesitation and slashed out with a single blow. Countless domineering sword chi. At the moment when the red hair caught the bottle of wine and was about to be bitten in the neck by the lava dog's head, they bypassed his body, chopped the lava dog's head behind him, and even the red head, the dog's lava arm connected to the lava dog's head, was chopped into pieces. Page 106. Although the red hair didn't see Lin Mo's attack, he felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity. Is it Shun? The red hair raised his head and stared blankly at Lin Mo, who was pulling the ghost into its sheath. And Akainu took half a step back abruptly. His hand returned to its original shape, but there were countless dense knife marks all over his arm, and some of them were even deep enough to show the bone. In an instant, his entire right arm was covered with blood, just like the red-haired left hand. Me cover. Who the hell is that brat? Chi Quan glared at Lin Mo with an ugly expression. Lin Mo pressed down the hat he was wearing and said indifferently, "Let's go." After finishing speaking, he turned around and walked into the alley next to him. The red hair came back to his senses immediately, stuffed the bottle of wine into his pocket again, and speeded up to chase after him. Akainu was going to chase. At this time, his men rushed over, each with wounds on their bodies. When they saw Akainu's bloody right arm, they were shocked. "General, are you okay? Is the red-haired Shanks injured? Quick, where are the medical soldiers? Come and treat the general." Akainu looked at them and frowned even tighter. "What's the matter with you? Burning fruits. I was robbed." "What?" Akainu's face became even uglier. "You useless things, you can be robbed of everything. Did someone from the Don Quixote family do it?" No, it was robbed by a man wearing a mask. This man's way is very strange. We can't tell who it is." Akainu was so angry. This group of Marines also shut up one by one, not daring to say anything more for fear of saying something wrong and making Akainu even more angry. At this time, Lin Mo and Hongfa had long since disappeared. Akainu took a deep breath and said with an ugly face, "Give me the phone bug." "Ah, yes." A Navy boy quickly took out the phone bug that was in contact with the headquarters, offered it with both hands, and handed it to Akainu respectfully. Akainu took the phone bug directly and dialed the phone. Soon, the phone was connected, and the first call he heard was a crunching sound. Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters is leisurely eating sunbae with Carp and Akiji, who just came back to report to work. The phone bug rang suddenly. Seeing that it was the call from Akainu, Sengoku answered it directly and chewed on the sunbae and asked, "Oh, Sakaski, how are you doing in Alabasta? Have you got the yaki fruit yet?" Akainu. Akainu was immersed in a black shadow that seemed to erupt at any time and said in a cold tone, "It failed." "Huh? Failed?" Zhang Guo was stunned and asked strangely, "You still failed when you went out? Did you not bring enough money to get the photo, or was it robbed?" "It was robbed." Akainu didn't wait for Sengoku to ask any more and said directly, "I saw the red-haired Shanks and the Don Quixote family here." "What?" Redhead and Don Quixote's people are also eyeing the burning fruit. Warring States was surprised. "Don Quixote, I know that they will do whatever they can to get the devil fruit that they are eyeing, but Redhead should be very concerned about the devil fruit. I'm not interested. Why did he appear in Yuba? So, who robbed the burning fruit? Is it someone from Don Quixote?" "No, it was snatched by a masked man." "Huh? With you here, you can still be snatched away. I was chasing redheads at the time, and I didn't care about burning the fruit." Zhang Guo was speechless. "What about the red hair? Did you catch him?" "No." Akainu became angry at the thought of this. Zhang Guo said helplessly, "You also know the strength of the red hair. He is indeed not an easy guy to be caught. Let him run away. Since the mission has failed, he should come back early. There is still a lot of work to be done in the headquarters." Before the Sengoku words were finished, Akainu cut off his words and continued with a sullen face. "I almost killed Redhead, but he was saved by a kid. I need the headquarters to search for the identity of this kid immediately. Little devil. Zhang Guo was stunned. Akakin continued. He has 2 swords, a wooden sword, a ghost, and a wine gourd. He is about 10 years old. Around 10 years old? Zhang Guo was shocked. Sakaski, are you sure that a 10-year-old child can save the red hair under your hands? When Garp and Akiji heard Sengoku talk about 10-year-old children, they suddenly became energetic. Akainu said with an ugly face, "That's right, and the swordsmanship he uses is very similar to Roger's evasion." Warring States was shocked again. God avoidance? Can a 10-year-old child learn how to avoid God? Are you sure you read it right? Sure, Akakin said with certainty. I'm absolutely not mistaken. It's best to find out the identity of this kid quickly, and he must be killed before he fully grows up. Otherwise, he will become a threat to shake the world, just like that. After speaking, Akainu hung up the phone. Sengoku put down the phone bug silently. Noticing Garp and Akiji's gaze, Sengoku said with a slightly heavy face. Akakinu said that there was a child who was about 10 years old who could use divine evasion, and rescued the red hair under his nose. The existence of this child, it is very likely to become a threat to shake the world. What a headache. The world is so big. How could it be possible to find out the identity of this child based on the things that this child is carrying? Is the kid you're talking about wearing a wine gourd and a wooden sword? Garp asked with a smile. Xingji added. When he was in Rog Town, someone saw that he had an extra sword when he went out to sea. Now it should be 2 swords. Oh, so that's the case. Garp nodded. The corner of Zhang Guo's mouth twitched slightly and asked with a half-smile, "Who are you talking about?" Garp scratched his head, with an expression as if you were teasing me, and said strangely, Lin Mo, don't you know about the Warring States period? The corner of Zhang Guo's mouth twitched wildly. No one has told me about this person. How do I know? Huh? What's going on here? Garp looked at Akiji and asked, I thought Akiji told you, so I didn't mention it anymore. Xingji scratched his head and lazily said, Don't look at me. You knew him first, and I thought you had already told the headquarters. Chapter 79 Alabasta Redhead's Unreliable Guess. Page 107 Help the red-haired Shanks out of danger. The sign-in progress is 20, the current total progress is 30, and the reward swordsmanship level is 1, and the current swordsmanship level is LV7. Lin Mo was walking, when suddenly, a reminder from the system sounded in his mind. Immediately afterwards, a more powerful sword force spread out from him as the center, and there was only a crackling sound of stab, and the walls of the surrounding buildings were cracked with countless dense cracks. Lin Mo instantly felt that he had become stronger again. Just now, he could only cut off Qichuan's hand with the divine avoidance. Now, he is completely confident that he can directly chop off Qichuan's arm. The red hair has been following Lin Mo silently. Blood has been oozing from the wound on his left arm. Because of the injury to the muscles and bones, the whole arm cannot move, and the blood flows down his arm, drop by drop, dripping to the ground. When he was about to ask Lin Mo about his sword skills, just now, a powerful sword force suddenly struck him when he was caught off guard. Because there was only less than 3 meters away from Lin Mo, he had no time to dodge. If he hadn't been injured, this little bit of sword power really wouldn't pose any threat to him. But it was different now. He was injured, and he had no defense against Lin Mo at all. Although this powerful sword force only appeared for a moment and then disappeared, it still caused a little bit of secondary damage to him. The redhead coughed uncontrollably. Ahem. Lin Mo paused, looked back at him, and said nothing. A woman suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley, looked around, found Hongfa and Lin Mo, and immediately ran towards them. It was the mother of the little girl rescued by the red hair just now. Finally found your benefactor. Seeing that the red hair was injured, the woman said anxiously, Oh, why is there so much blood? My house is nearby. Why don't you go to my house for treatment first? The red hair looked at Lin Mo and asked with a smile, Little devil, what do you think? Lin Mo said indifferently, Whatever. Okay. The redhead looked at the woman and smiled. Then I will trouble you. The woman waved her hand and said, It should be, you saved my daughter first. Let's go. You have bled so much, doesn't it hurt? Why are you still laughing? Ha ha ha, it's just a little blood, it's nothing. The red hair laughed and followed the woman along with Lin Mo. Soon, they came to the woman's house. The woman immediately took out a medicine kit. The red hair took off his coat, and his entire left arm was already stained red with blood. The little girl who was rescued by Red Hair, although very scared, brought out a basin of water and helped her mother treat Red Hair's wound together. Is the little girl afraid of this kind of scene? The red-haired stared at the little girl with a smile and asked, "No, I'm not afraid." The girl gritted her teeth and shook her head, although her face was already pale. Ha ha ha. The redhead laughed loudly. What a brave kid. The girl's mother looked at the deep bone on the red-haired shoulder, and the surrounding flesh was a bit burnt, and exclaimed, "This injury is too serious. Sure enough, it is better to go to the clinic." "It's okay," the redhead said indifferently. "Just bandage the blood as soon as it stops." "How can this work?" The woman insisted. "I must go to the clinic. If this injury is not treated properly, it will easily cause sequelae." "Huh? It's so troublesome." The red hair pouted. "But the one who called me just now was the Navy, so it might be a little troublesome to go to the clinic." Navy? The woman was stunned for a moment, hesitated, and then continued. "That's all right. I'll go to the clinic and call the doctor." "Oh no. If someone from the Navy goes to the doctor to ask about you, it will still be exposed." "Well, can I ask, why did the Navy fight you?" The redhead laughed and said, "Probably because I'm a pirate." "Ha! Pirate?" The woman was startled and took half a step back with her daughter in her arms. "Sir, are you joking? Are you really a pirate?" The red hair looked at Lin Mo, seemingly helpless, but actually said without any reassurance, "Sure enough, pirates are scary negative images everywhere." "Ha!" Lin Mo took a sip of wine speechlessly, then walked to the side of the red hair, raised his hand, and a bright green light immediately filled the palm of his hand. The redhead looked at him strangely. I saw the light slowly melt into the red-haired wound. He didn't feel anything at first, but slowly, the wound that was only painful at first gave him an itchy feeling that he couldn't help scratching. The woman and her daughter watched in disbelief as Lin Mo healed the red hair. After a few minutes, the redhead's bony scar was gone. It's just that the original wound left 2 black scars similar to tooth marks. "Huh, so cured. The woman was shocked. The red-haired eyes were also full of shock. "Lin Mo, who are you?" Lin Mo withdrew his hand, chuckled, and said, "Ordinary people." "Liar. You are obviously a monster." The red hair moved his left hand, and it was completely fine. After a moment of silence, the redhead asked, "Are you a devil fruit user?" Lin Mo said calmly, "No. If you are not, then how did you manage to heal the deep bone injury in such a short period of time?" Lin Mo. In fact, he treated Hongfa's wounds only because Hongfa triggered him to complete the sign-in-progress task. And before he took action to save Hongfa, it was only because Hongfa was in crisis to pick up the bottle of wine he gave him. He was somewhat responsible, so he took action. Although Lin Mo was annoyed by the red-haired chatter, he didn't dislike the red-haired person. Seeing that Lin Mo started ignoring him again, the red hair scratched his head and laughed loudly. "Ha! At least tell me what method you used to heal my injury just now." Lin Mo said indifferently, "The palm immortal art." "Oh, it sounds very powerful." The red-haired changed the subject and suddenly became serious. "Also, the sword technique you used to attack the red dog is very similar to the sword technique used by a person I know." "Lin Mo, you shouldn't be using divine avoidance, right?" Lin Mo looked at him and said calmly, "What do you think?" The red-haired man froze for a moment. God's refuge is Roger's sword skill, which is not something that ordinary people can learn. When you were in Fengshe village, you probably didn't know how to use sword skills, right? I haven't seen you for half a year. Even if your talent is no longer Gao, it is impossible to learn how to avoid God in half a year. "Lin Mo, how did you do it?" Suddenly thought of a possibility, the red hair asked in surprise. With 3-color arrogance and such a high talent for sword skills, "Lin Mo, you are not Roger's illegitimate son, right?" Page 108. Lin Mo. Lin Mo said speechlessly, "I'm not." "Huh? Isn't it?" The redhead was startled, scratched his head, and then disappointed. "It's not." Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he got up and walked out. The redhead also got up and walked out with him, asking as he walked, "Are you going to Albana, the capital of Alabasta?" Lin Mo hummed casually, Oh, that's right. The redhead suddenly turned his head to look at the mother and daughter, smiled, and waved his hands. Thank you. After finishing speaking, he and Lin Mo left the mother and daughter's home together. The girl snuggled into her mother's arms and asked, Mom, didn't you say that pirates are all bad guys? But that red-haired uncle doesn't look bad at all, and he saved me. The woman hugged her daughter tightly and said with a smile, This red-haired uncle is an exception. Most pirates are still very bad. Lily, remember, if someone asks you if you have seen a red-haired uncle, you just say you haven't seen it. What? Sometimes, deliberately forgetting is also a kind of repayment. You just need to remember him. There is no need to let everyone know. This is to protect yourself and the red-haired uncle. Understand? Yeah, I got it. Chapter 80 Alabasta thanks Lin Mo for his generosity of wine after leaving the mother and daughter's house. The redhead said goodbye not long after they left. I'm going back to find Beckman and the others. Lin Mo looked at him silently. The red-haired grinned and said, Did my sudden parting surprise you? Lin Mo. Not at all. The red hair continued. I still have things to do. Maybe, in the next few years, we may not be able to see each other again. Of course, if you happen to come to the place where I am when you travel, that's a different matter. Yes, Okay, I won't talk too much. There is no need to be so coy about the parting between men. The red hair smiled and picked up the wine Lin Mo sent and shook it. Thank you for this wine. Beckman and the others will be very happy knowing that this is a gift from you. Lin Mo. Well, so you wait to be beaten. Then I'm leaving. The redhead laughed and walked directly outside Yuba without looking back, raising his hand and waving. Lin Mo looked at his back, smiled lightly, then turned around, went against him, and checked into a hotel at random. After the redhead asked passers-by where the nearest coast was, he called Beckman and asked them to bring a boat to pick him up. After a night's journey, at dawn, the red hair rode a giant crab that he had halfway coerced into submission and rushed to the shore. Boss, you are too slow, can you please? We've been waiting for you for several hours. Can you be more reliable? Boss, didn't you say you would stay for 10 days? It seems that you were rejected by Lin Mo again, At the deck railing, the crew members of the Red Hair Pirates stood there smiling and looking at the red hair who was rushing towards them. The red hair smiled and let go of the crab that had driven him half the way, then jumped onto the deck with a leap and took out the wine that Lin Mo sent with a smile. I brought something good for everyone. What's this? It's so yellow. It looks like wine, but it doesn't look like it. The red-haired crew members gathered around and looked at the slightly precipitated wine in the red-haired hand. The red-haired man smiled and said, It's snake wine, given to us by Lin Mo. Snake wine? This is a good thing. Is this just one bottle? How can so many of us drink? It's too picky, that brat. But this is also the intention of others. Let's take one bite at a time. Everyone is very excited. Beckman and Jesus looked at each other, and they entered the cabin together, taking out a bunch of small wine glasses. The red hair opened the wine cork, poured a small glass for everyone equally, then raised his glass and said, Come, let's respect our good friend Lin Mo for his generosity of wine. Then everyone excitedly raised their glasses. Under the cheers, everyone cheered together. After a few seconds, everyone's faces changed. Most of the people spit out the wine they just drank. There were still a small half of them, who looked like they were about to be poisoned, and reluctantly drank it. Immediately, there were complaints. Boss, is this the good thing you said? It's really good. Ugh, I've never had such a bad drink. Boss, you were definitely tricked by that brat Lin Mo. What kind of stuff is this for us to drink? It's so bad, I feel like I'm dying. The red-haired man tried his best to drink this wine. Seeing the exaggerated looks of the crew members, he couldn't help laughing and said, You are so funny, Boss, are you still laughing? It's all a good thing you did. What's so funny? Poof, Let alone. Look at your appearance. It's so funny, Don't talk about us. You are the same, The atmosphere of the red-haired pirates is still extremely cheerful. Page 109 Lin Mo woke up early in the morning. After checking out the room, I asked for the direction of Albana, rode the camel bought in the small town of Roala, and prepared to continue on my way. When he had just left Yuba for a few minutes, Suddenly, there was a series of chaotic footsteps behind him. Immediately afterwards, a group of people in navy uniforms appeared and surrounded Lin Mo and his little camel. The red dog with a stinky face walked towards Lin Mo with a solemn and murderous look all over his body. "Little ghost, where did the red hair go?" Akainu asked with an ugly face. Lin Mo glanced at Qichuan's bandaged right hand and said indifferently, "Let's go." "Leaving?" Akainu said with a smile. "That guy was bitten by my dog gnawing red lotus. In a hot place like the desert. Even if he really wants to go, he can't go far. Say, where is he?" "Lin Mo." Seeing that Lin Mo didn't speak, Chi Quan snorted coldly. "Why? Don't you want to say? Since you are with Hongfa, it is absolutely impossible to leave him alone." "Humph. I really didn't expect that Roger's remnants would be with Hongfa hair together." "Lin Mo. Roger's remnants? Could this guy also think he was Roger's son?" "Obviously aces. Little devil, tell me, where is the red hair?" Akakin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his whole body began to slowly turn into elements. After a while, most of his body turned into lava. He looked like he was going to fight if he didn't agree with each other. Lin Mo said speechlessly, "I'm not a pirate." "Joke, you are not a pirate. Why did you save him? You are not a pirate. Why do you want to hide from Roger? You are too young to lie to me." After finishing speaking, Akainu immediately stretched his lava-formed left arm. He quickly attacked Lin Mo. Lin Mo stared at Akainu impatiently. The camel he was riding had long been frightened, and his legs were trembling. Because the surrounding area was surrounded by the navy, the camel had nowhere to run, so it could only stand deadlocked in place. Lin Mo immediately condensed and compressed the chakra in his body, then gathered it in his throat, and then spewed it out in one gulp, turning into a figurative fire dragon, and under his control directly met the red dog's lava left fist. The fire dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the lava left fist into its body. A trace of surprise flashed across Akainu's expression. Although Lin Mo's powerful dragon fire technique successfully reduced the attack speed of Qichuan's lava fist, it did not completely counteract it. Soon, the fire dragon was pierced and shattered by the lava fist and continued to attack Lin Mo. And Lin Mo, who had already got off the camel at this time, squatted down slightly and touched the yellow sand on the ground with his hands. Akainu was slightly surprised. A gust of wind suddenly swept from all directions. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth hooked slightly. Just as Akainu's lava fist was approaching again, a powerful storm entangled the billowing yellow sand, like countless extremely sharp blades with no attack trajectory, suddenly swept towards Akainu's lava fist from all directions. Akainu's expression changed, and he took it back immediately before the lava fist was hit by the storm. At the same time, because of the storm, a large area of the desert was covered by billowing dust. For a while, everyone was covered in dust, lost sight of the senses. Why is there a sudden storm? My eyes. I can't see anymore. It's so uncomfortable. There's sand in my mouth, ears, and nose. All the navies dare not act rashly, because the wind is like a blade. As long as they move around, they will be cut. It wasn't until 10 minutes later, when the violent wind and sandstorm stopped, that everyone was relieved. Lin Mo had already put on windproof glasses, rode his little camel, and disappeared. Akainu looked at his burnt left hand with an ugly expression and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Obviously his lava temperature is higher than fire. Why is he still burnt? Chapter 81. The helpful Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Lin Mo's wind escape, infinite sand, and dust breakthrough affected Yuba, who was just next to him, to some extent. The battle between Lin Mo and Red Dog happened to be seen by Monet and Buffalo, who were just about to slip away from Yuba. Both of them looked shocked. Buffalo pinched his face and said in disbelief, "I just saw a brat fighting Admiral Akainu, and he still didn't gain the upper hand. Am I wrong?" A little sweat broke out on Monet's forehead. "You read that right. I saw it too." Buffalo turned to look at Monet. "Is that kid a devil fruit-capable user?" Monet shook his head and said, "I don't know, but he can release the fire dragon. Could it be that yesterday's Xiao Xiao fruit was eaten by him?" "That's right." Buffalo suddenly felt that it made sense. That's why the Red Dog chased it out, because that kid took away the burnt fruit. What happened to the sudden big storm just now? Monet thought for a while and speculated. The climate here in the desert is ever-changing, so it's not surprising that the wind suddenly blows up. Well, it should be that kid's luck. He just ran into a storm and escaped. I see. Buffalo suddenly realized. Then let's go back to Dressrosa. Monet nodded, and the two immediately bowed their waists and slipped away from the side path. Lin Mo was riding a camel, and in the short 10 minutes, he had already run out of the Red Dog sight range. After the violent wind and sandstorm ended, a system notification sounded in his mind. Didi, fight against Admiral Akainu. Sign in progress 20. Current total progress is 50. Reward armed color domineering level 1. Current armed color level is LV7. I feel that my body strength has increased a lot. Linimo couldn't help but chuckled. He really didn't expect to increase the progress of signing in by fighting with Akainu. After all, it was considered a fight last night, but it didn't trigger it. However, if you think about it carefully, he did it last night to save the red hair, and it wasn't a face-to-face confrontation with Akainu. It's not a big problem if the progress task was not triggered. Without thinking about it, Linimo continued on his way. The camels carried him leisurely in the desert for more than 20 days before arriving in Albana, the capital of Alabasta. Page 110, this is a sprawling city more prosperous than Juba. There are 5 gates just to enter the city streets. Lin Mo led the camel directly from the gate of the nearest southeast district and walked into the thriving street in Alba. There was a lot of hawking around. When passing a stall selling kebabs, the vendor owner fanned the barbecue grill with a fan in one hand, exuding a strong aroma of barbecue, and sprinkled special seasonings in the other hand, and shouted at Lin Mo with a smile. The kid who is leading the camel wants to try my barbecue. Is it? It's very cheap. It's only 1 Bailey-S skewer, and the baking method and seasoning are all secret recipes handed down from my ancestors. It will definitely make you want to eat a second skewer after eating 1 skewer. How about it? Buy a few, let us have a taste. But let alone, the smell is really good, but it reminds Lin Mo of the barbecue stand downstairs in his house before he traveled to this world. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo took out 5 bellies and gave it to the vendor owner. The vendor owner immediately handed her 5 skewers of barbecue with a smile on his face. Lin Mo held the barbecue in one hand and the jug in the other. After eating 2 mouthfuls of barbecue and drinking a sip of fine wine, he felt very happy. And his little camel, after nearly a month's trip to the desert, has been completely convinced by Lin Mo's strength. So even if Lin Mo doesn't lead it now, he will take the initiative obediently follow behind Lin Mo. When Lin Mo passed a corner of a street, there was a burst of panic and noise in the originally bustling street. A man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, holding a lady's bag, ran towards him quickly on the street in front of Lin Mo. Anyone who blocked the guy's path was pushed away by the guy. Behind that man, another girl with ponytails, blue hair, and an off-white dress was chasing him. "Stop, bastard thief, stop!" The girl ran and shouted. The thief who was being chased by her didn't intend to listen to her, so he ran faster. "Go away." After pushing away several groups of people, the thief quickly ran in front of Lin Mo, just as he was about to push Lin Mo away. Lin Mo took advantage of the situation and turned sideways, perfectly avoiding the thief's touch. The thief didn't expect Lin Mo to be so skilled. Before he could react, he met Lin Mo's camel, which he couldn't dodge. Then, 1 person and 1 camel bumped into each other, and with a scream, the thief fell to the ground. At the same time, the girl had chased after her and immediately snatched the lady's bag from the thief. "You dare to steal things in Alba, how bold you are," the blue-haired girl said angrily. "Today I will give you a chance to reform yourselves. If I find you stealing things again next time, I will not be polite, move." At this time, many people surrounded the street. "This is Princess Weiwei. She's amazing. She actually caught the thief." "Princess Weiwei, you are too kind to this thief. For a person like him, if he steals once, there will be a second and a third time. You can't be too kind." "That's right. You can't let him go lightly. At least let him be locked up for a few days." "That's right, Princess Weiwei. If you let him go, he will definitely make the same mistake again. Don't be fooled by him." There was a lot of discussion around. A lot of cold sweat broke out on the thief's forehead. He clenched his teeth, didn't say anything, got up immediately, pushed away the crowd of onlookers, and ran away. Then, the woman who lost her bag came running anxiously. Vivi returned the bag to her. The woman was grateful. Thank you so much, Princess Weiwei. It's okay. Weiwei smiled sweetly, then looked at the crowd and said, actually, thieves have their own difficulties. After all, no one is born a thief. I think he should be given a chance. After finishing speaking, Weiwei came to the camel that helped her block the thief and said with a smile, thank you just now. Without you, I might not have been able to catch up with the thief, and I would not have been able to snatch the bag back. The little camel looked at Weiwei, suddenly blushed, and shyly hid behind Lin Mo. Weiwei looked at Lin Mo, who was eating meat and drinking, and was stunned for a moment, then came to Lin Mo with a smile, and asked with a smile, is this camel yours? Lin Mo responded lightly, yes. It's really smart, Vivi said with a smile. At this time, a man with blonde curly hair ran over anxiously, saw that Weiwei was fine, and said out of breath, Princess Weiwei, you ran too fast. Huh, it's okay, it's okay. In the future, let me do this kind of catching of thieves. Don't do it yourself, it's too dangerous. Chapter 82 Alabastus Misjudged Hero Saves the Beauty. Weiwei is the only princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. And this man with long golden curly hair is the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard, Ikarem. Protecting the princess is one of Ikarem's main jobs. As long as Weiwei leaves the palace, Ikarem will basically follow. Even if Weiwei doesn't want him to follow, he will use a flawed disguise and try his best to follow. Seeing Ikarem coming, Weiwei curled her lips slightly, pointed at Lin Mo, and said with a smile, thanks to his camel, I caught the thief. Ikarem looked at Lin Mo, sized him up briefly, and asked, looking at your outfit, you shouldn't be from Alba, right? Which town did you come from? Lin Mo continued to eat the meat skewers in his hand, ignored Ikarem, turned around, and continued walking. There were too many people on the street, and when Ikarem questioned him, almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. Lin Mo didn't like the feeling of being stared at by many people. In addition, he was not very talkative, so it was his style to leave directly. Although his check-in progress task is very likely to be related to this Princess Weiwei, but compared to the task, he now wants to find a comfortable hotel, take a good rest for a few days, and then go around all the taverns in Albana. Let's talk after drinking enough. Huh? This kid is too rude. He left without even saying a word. Ikarem was quite dissatisfied with Lin Mo's performance. Weiwei smiled and waved her hands and said, it's okay, he may be more shy. After all, we are strangers to him. Ikarem said angrily, but even if you haven't seen it before, this kid can't be so rude. You are a princess. How can he be so rude to the princess? Ikarem, don't talk about it. Weiwei's face sank a little. Actually, I am the same as everyone else, but I have an extra princess status. I don't want everyone to treat me just because I am a princess. Special discrimination. Weiwei, Ikarem said distressfully. You know, that's not what I meant. Weiwei grinned and said, hey, it's okay. The barbecue that person ate just now is delicious. I want to eat it too. Ikarem was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, Princess Weiwei wants to eat. We will eat as much as we can. Page 111. Lin Mo took the camel and found an upper middle-sized hotel to live in. As for the camels, they were handed over to the hotel owner to take care of them. After sleeping comfortably in the room for an afternoon, Lin Mo left the hotel near the evening. He had a light meal in a restaurant first, and then found a nearby tavern. He ordered a few bottles of wine, drank to his heart's content, filled his wine gourd before leaving the tavern. It was already dark outside. Due to sleeping too much in the afternoon, Lin Mo is very energetic now and doesn't feel sleepy at all. After thinking about it, he decided to go around and find out the terrain of Albana first. After an hour, when Lin Mo came out of a certain alley, not far away, a man in black was carrying a girl whose hands and feet were bound and whose mouth was taped, and ran over at an extremely fast speed. When the man in black passed by Lin Mo's gaze met the tearful eyes of the girl who was struggling on the shoulders of the man in black. It's Vivi. When Weiwei saw Lin Mo, she hesitated immediately. The man in black who was carrying her patted her unceremoniously and said in a low voice, shut up. Weiwei kept staring at Lin Mo with tears in her eyes. She wanted Lin Mo to help her find a rescuer. But when she thought of how Lin Mo ignored her during the day, Wei Wei's eyes full of anticipation gradually became depressed. Lin Mo silently stared at the direction in which the man in black ran away. Without saying a word, he immediately stepped on Xuanpa and chased after him. Although he can completely ignore Wei Wei, but when he thinks that saving Wei Wei may complete the sign-in progress task, even if the success rate of triggering the task is only half, he still has to give it a try. The man in black ran forward with Wei Wei on his shoulders. Wei Wei thought she was hopeless, but when she saw a figure approaching from a distance and appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye, she was startled. Huh. The man in black sensed the movement behind him, turned his head and saw Lin Mo chasing him, and immediately quickened his pace, trying to get rid of Lin Mo. Lin Mo kicked the man in black's left calf, as usual, only to hear a cracking sound, and the man in black's calf bone was broken. Oh! With a scream, the man in black jumped forward, and Wei Wei, who was carrying him, was thrown out. Lin Mo took a stride and easily caught Wei Wei, put her on the ground, and untied the hemp rope that bound Wei Wei's hands. Wei Wei immediately untied the hemp rope tied to her feet, tore off the tape on her mouth, wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, suppressed her emotions, tried to smile, and said, "Thank you so much as you." Lin Mo waved his hand to express his thanks, but the system prompt he was waiting for never sounded. Apparently, it was a misjudgment. At this time, a large falcon-shaped bird spotted Wei Wei and immediately glides down from the night sky, and after landing, it turned into a man in a white robe. It was the adjutant of the Kingdom Guard, Belle, who appeared after Lin Mo and the Redhead dealt with a group of thieves in a tavern. "Princess Wei Wei, are you okay?" Belle asked nervously. She shook her head slightly. "I'm fine." Belle glanced at the man in black who was hugging his left leg and rolling all over the ground in pain, and then glanced at Lin Mo, who was about to leave, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Are you Lin Mo?" Lin Mo didn't want to answer any of his questions, so he turned around and walked directly to the hotel. Then, facing him, Ikarem also ran over anxiously. When he saw that Lin Mo was also here, he stopped him with a look that I knew a long time ago. "I just said, why are you so rude during the day? It turns out that you and that guy have colluded to kidnap Wei. Princess Wei is gone." The guy he was talking about was the man in black who was kicked by Lin Mo and broke his calf, and was still rolling all over the floor. "No, Ikarem, I was saved by that Lin Mo," Wei Wei quickly explained. "Huh? Really?" Ikarem said in shock. "Didn't the man in black be defeated by Belle?" Belle shook his head and said, "It's not me." "Huh?" Ikarem was shocked again. "But this kid looks only a few years older than Princess Vivi. How could he beat an adult?" "He can," Belle said slightly. "Although I haven't witnessed it with my own eyes. Many people have seen him drive away a group of desert thieves who can easily injure even the guards." Chapter 83. Alabasta's cranky Princess Vivi, huh? Just him? A kid with slender arms and legs, who can chase away a group of desert thieves. Ikalum looked suspiciously at Lin Mo, who had already passed by him, and couldn't see this no matter how hard he looked. There's nothing like a master in an impolite, arrogant brat. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, and continued walking towards the hotel without looking back. Ikarem curled his lips and said, "Belle, have you misjudged the person?" "No." Belle looked at Lin Mo's receding back and affirmed he was right. Everyone in the tavern saw it at that time. "I believe that the people of Alabasta will not lie to me." Wei Wei looked at Belle with bright eyes and said excitedly, "Belle, do you know how he drove away those desert thieves?" Belle nodded and continued. "At that time, the people in the tavern said that Lin Mo was able to avoid all the bullets of the desert thieves, was hacked, and the knife was broken, but he was fine at all, and he was still fighting with his bare hands. Smashed the weapons of the leader of the desert thieves." "Wow, really? Lin Mo is so powerful," Wei Wei said excitedly. "Although Lin Mo looks very indifferent to people, he is actually a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Otherwise, he would not rush those desert thieves who are doing all kinds of evil, will not come to rescue me when they see me being kidnapped." "That's right." Belle nodded. "I think so too." Yeah. Wei Wei grinned. "It looks like I'm only a few years older than me, but I didn't expect to be so strong. In short, Lin Mo not only saved me, but also saved Alabasta. People, he is a hero. How can we treat a hero badly? Bell, Ikelam, I want to invite Lin Mo to the palace as a guest and treat him well. What do you think? I think so. Bell smiled. Ikeram didn't agree at first, but seeing Wei Wei's excited and expectant appearance, after thinking about it, he finally compromised. Although I don't like that brat's arrogant character, he saved Princess Wei Wei after all. Okay then. Great, Wei Wei said happily. Then I'll invite him now. After finishing speaking, Wei Wei was about to chase in the direction Lin Mo was walking. Ikerim immediately stopped Wei Wei. Princess Wei Wei, it's so late, and His Majesty the King is still looking for you urgently. I think it's better to go back to the palace first, and let Belle invite you. Belle? Wei Wei pursed her lips and muttered. Belle has no sincerity in going. It's the most appropriate for me to go. If you don't want Belle to accompany me, Ikerim, you go back and report the safety of my father and me. Page 112, huh? Ikerim was greatly shocked. Why didn't Princess Wei Wei go with you? Isn't it the same to let Belle go back to report safety? Because Belle has met Lin Mo once. Wei Wei smiled. And, Ikerim, don't you hate Lin Mo? I don't think Lin Mo likes you very much. Come with me otherwise, it might be counterproductive, so it's best for Belle to accompany me, and I'll leave it to you, Ikerim, on my father's side. After finishing speaking, Wei Wei took Belle and trotted after Lin Mo. Ikerim froze in place, then turned his back and burst into tears. Would it be counterproductive for me to be here? Princess Wei Wei, what you say is too much. Lin Mo walked in silence on the way back to the hotel. Not long after walking, the system's notification sound suddenly sounded in my mind. Didi, to gain the favor of Princess Wei Wei, sign in progress 20. The current total progress is 70. The reward Shuanpa level 1. The current Shuanpa level is LV4. Feel your body become lighter. Lin Mo could not help but pause slightly. I was speechless for a while. Get Wei Wei's favor? What has he done? Wasn't that not a successful hero saving the beauty just now? But why didn't Wei Wei's favorability be directly triggered at that time? Therefore, it must be the guy who ate the animal-type bird fruit and the falcon form ability, the guy known as Falcon Bell, who told Vivi about his previous deeds in that town. In short, the result was not bad, and he didn't save Wei Wei in vain. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo continued to walk forward. Also not long after walking, Wei Wei and Belle chased after her. Lin Mo, wait a moment. Wei Wei trotted directly in front of Lin Mo, blocking Lin Mo's way. Lin Mo stopped speechlessly. Wei Wei smiled and said, Thank you for saving the people of Alabasta, and thank you for saving me. So I want to invite you to the palace and treat you well. No need. Lin Mo directly refused, then bypassed Wei Wei and continued to walk in the direction of the hotel. Dazed, Wei Wei looked at Lin Mo's back with some unhappiness and asked, Belle, does he hate me? I don't think so. Belle replied, That's his personality. I asked him questions in that tavern, but he didn't say a word. It was his companion, a man with red hair, who answered me. The red-haired man? Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, and continued, But during the day, I only saw him with a camel alone, and I didn't see any red-haired man. Suddenly thought of a possibility, Wei Wei hurriedly asked, Belle, how long ago did you meet Lin Mo and his companions? Belle thought for a while and replied, About 20 days ago. Wei Wei continued to ask, Is that small town far from Albana? If you ride a camel, it will take about 10 to 15 days to come directly. Ah, then I should be right. Wei Wei's face froze. If it takes him 20 days to arrive at Albana at the latest, the extra 5 days will happen. What? Belle was surprised and said, Princess Wei Wei, what do you mean? Lin Mo's companion might have been killed in the extra 5 days. Wei Wei nodded earnestly. That's right. We are very clear about the geography of Alabasta. Even locals, walking in the vast desert, cannot guarantee that they can reach the next town in complete safety, let alone outsiders. Well, so, Lin Mo's red-haired friend you mentioned must have been killed, and Lin Mo must be feeling very uncomfortable now. So he just ignores us, wishing that we would all stay away from him. Belle was silent for a moment, although she really wanted to say, Maybe you are thinking too much, Princess Wei Wei, because the possibility of the situation that Wei Wei said is very small. But after thinking about it, I still think it is better not to hit Wei Wei now. So he nodded and replied, Maybe it's true. That's right. I knew that was the case. Wei Wei looked at Lin Mo, who had gone far away, and said with fists, I've decided. I want to influence him. Let him get out of the shadow of his companion's death as soon as possible. Chapter 84. The Bounty Hunter Who Kills Fruit in Alabasta. Lin Mo didn't know that Wei Wei had already decided to help him get out of the shadow of his companion's death. He didn't even know when he had an extra companion. Redhead, and even Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper can only be regarded as ordinary friends he met through those islands, not companions. Meanwhile, on the ship of the Red Hair Pirates, Redhead is happily hosting a banquet on the ship with his crew. Suddenly, he sneezed suddenly. Ha ha, boss, you are so weak, you actually caught a cold. Boss, your health is not good. I think you should drink more snake wine to replenish yourself. That's right, snake wine is a good thing. I'll ask Lin Mo to bring you some more later, ha. The crew made fun of the redhead. The red-haired rubbed his nose disapprovingly and grinned. What cold? Someone must be thinking about me. Maybe that guy Lin Mo is thinking about me. Huh? Come on, little ones, keep drinking. After Lin Mo returned to the hotel, he drank all the wine in the wine gourd. Feeling that it was not enough, he took out 2 bottles of wine bought on other islands from the system space, and fell asleep after drinking them all. The next day, Lin Mo woke up early in the morning. The morning market in Albania is also very lively. Lin Mo randomly found a breakfast restaurant, ordered a bowl of noodles, and was eating. At the next table, a masked man in ordinary clothes turned his back on him and threw a round sack on the table. Sitting across from him was a fat middle-aged man in a fine attire and an orange round hat. Seeing that the masked man threw that thing on the table so rudely, the middle-aged man immediately picked up the sack, opened it, and looked at the goods inside. And after confirming that there was no problem, he said angrily, "This thing, don't you know how precious it is? What if you smash it into pieces? I won't spend a lot of money on a defective product." The masked man chuckled and said, "This thing is not so easy to break. Even if it really rots, you can still get the ability you want if you eat it." The middle-aged man said unconvinced, "Humph. I plan to use this thing as a collection. If it rots, what is the value of collection?" The masked man waved his hand and said, "So, it's time for you to pay my commission. The money that should be given to you is naturally indispensable, but you want 20 billion for this fruit. I'm afraid you are crazy. Don't think I don't know the market price of this thing. 1 billion. I will give you 1 billion at most." The middle-aged man, I plan to bargain with the masked man. The masked man suddenly sneered and slapped the modification gun on his waist on the table, pointing the muzzle at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and a few drops of cold sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. "Hey, you are just a bounty hunter. How many bounty criminals do you have to catch to earn 1 billion? Let's do this. 12 billion, no more." Page 113, the masked man sneered and said, "The Navy paid 30 billion Baileys for this fruit. I'll charge you 20 billion. Isn't that too much? Since you want a bargain, then ask my gunner if he agrees." The middle-aged man didn't believe it. 30 billion? Are you kidding me? How could someone really spend 30 billion to buy a devil fruit? The masked man chuckled and pointed to Lin Mo, who was eating noodles behind him. "That kid was also at the auction. You can ask him, or you can ask your cronies who went to the auction." The middle-aged man looked in the direction of the masked man's finger, and when he saw Lin Mo, he was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. "Ha! Huas, are you kidding me? Is that kid 10 years old? Can he go to the auction? Why not?" The masked man laughed. "You know people, you know their face, but you don't know their heart, so don't judge a person by their appearance. That kid is a very ruthless character, right?" After speaking, the masked man has turned his head to look at Lin Mo and grinned at him. Lin Mo didn't want to hear the conversation between the two, but they were at the next table, so he couldn't hear it. What Haas said, it is not difficult to guess. What he sent to the fat rich man on the opposite side was the burnt fruit that was auctioned in Yuba before. As for how the masked man Haas snatched the burning fruit from under the eyes of the red dog, Lin Mo didn't know, and he was not interested in knowing. Originally planned to eat a bowl of noodles and leave, but unexpectedly, the other party gave out before finishing the noodles. Lin Mo directly chose to ignore Huas. The middle-aged man sneered and said, "I think you are deliberately raising the price and just found a brat to help you. Maybe this brat is with you. It seems that you don't believe me anymore. Haas reached out his hand to the middle-aged man. Then the negotiation failed. Return the Xiao Xiao fruit to me. It's a good idea. The middle-aged man immediately hugged the burning fruit in his hand. Since this good thing has already been in my hands, don't even think about taking it back. I hired you to grab this fruit in the first place. It's not me. You didn't know that Yuba would auction this thing. I've changed my mind now. I'll give you up to $1,000,000. You can take it if you want it. Don't. Hee hee. This is Albana, and it's south the best place for law and order bustling street. Do you dare to kill me here? Was suddenly sneered again, picked up the gun on the table, and pointed it at the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man smiled and stared straight at him. $1,000,000 is still being chased by the guards of the Kingdom of Albana. Don't make a wrong choice. Wrong step, step by step. The middle-aged man hadn't finished speaking, just heard a muffled sound of bang. A special bullet that was 3 times smaller than ordinary bullets, spinning at high speed, hit the middle-aged man's forehead in one go. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and with an expression of disbelief, he suddenly fell down on the table in front of him. A pool of bright red blood gradually spread on the table below his head. Killed. Oh my God, someone dared to kill people in Albana. It's terrible. Where is the guard? Where are the guards? Suddenly, there were screams all around. Haas looked as if everything was under control, stood up calmly, snatched the small sack containing the devil fruit that the middle-aged man was holding, and then looked at Lin Mo, who had finished eating noodles and was wiping his mouth. He smiled and asked, "Little ghost, are you interested in this devil fruit? As long as the price is reasonable, this fruit will belong to you." Lin Mo got up indifferently and put the bowl of noodles on the dining table. He didn't intend to talk to Haas. He just ignored the screams of the people around him, and when he turned around to go to the tavern, he saw Wei Wei in the crowd at a glance. At this moment, Wei Wei's eyes were full of horror. Ikarim chased Wei Wei and squeezed into the crowd of onlookers. When he saw a man lying on a table in the noodle shop with a pool of blood on his head, the first thing he did was to quickly cover Wei Wei's eyes. Just when I was about to ask what was going on, I found that Lin Mo was here. Chapter 85. Alabasta does not know what is the distress of fear. Lin Mo didn't know why Wei Wei appeared here so early in the morning. However, looking at Wei Wei's state just now, she was definitely frightened. This should be the first time she saw someone die in front of her eyes, so Ikalim covered her eyes with his hands. Although Ikalim wondered why Lin Mo was here, but now is not the time to ask Lin Mo. Ikarim asked with a serious face. What happened here? Who killed the person who fell on the table? It was he. He was the one who killed it, Captain Ikarim. Yes, it's him. We saw it with our own eyes. The onlookers immediately pointed to the bounty hunter Hoth. Haas grinned, said nothing, and immediately ran towards the densest crowd. Damn it, stop! Ikarim wanted to chase Haas, but Wei Wei was still here, and she hadn't recovered from the shock, so he couldn't leave Wei Wei here alone. But he is the captain of the Kingdom Guard, and now so many people are staring at him. If he allows the murderer to escape like this, the residents of Albana may become suspicious of the guard. Just when Ikalim was still hesitating, with a pale face, Wei Wei pushed Ikarim's hand covering her eyes away, tried to keep herself calm, and then smiled. I'm fine, Ikarim. Go quickly. Don't let that person run away. But if I go, what will you do, princess? Ikarim, you are the captain of the guards. It is your duty to protect the citizens of Alabasta. If you give up chasing the murderer to protect me, what if he kills again? Since I am a member of the kingdom, princess, you shouldn't ignore the safety of the people for your own sake. Hurry up. I'm fine, really. Princess Wei Wei. Ikarim looked like he was about to cry. How great you really are, princess. You are only 7 years old. Okay, I get it. Ikarim turned his head and looked at Lin Mo, who was about to walk out of the crowd. The guards should come later. Although I hate you, Lin Mo, please, before the guards come, help me take care of the princess. Thank you. Lin Mo. He doesn't want to. Wei Wei immediately pushed Ikarim. What are you still doing in a daze? Go after him. I see. I'm going right away. Ikalim immediately chased in the direction where Haas slipped away, and Lin Mo has already walked out of the crowd of onlookers. He didn't promise Ikarim to take care of Vivi, nor did he intend to stay. Seeing that Lin Mo was gone, Wei Wei took another look at the man who had fallen on the dining table and was out of breath for a long time, clenched her teeth, then faced the worried people around her and said with a smile, "Okay, everyone, let's all disperse and go back, and leave the rest of the matter to the kingdom's guards. Don't worry, everyone. We will never tolerate criminals. Since Princess Weiwei has said so, I believe Lord Ikarim will be able to catch the murderer. Yes, I also believe that our kingdom's guards are quite powerful." "That's right. Then let's listen to Princess Weiwei. Let's go." "It is good." There was a lot of discussion among the surrounding people, and it didn't take long for them to disperse. And Weiwei, resisting the discomfort in her heart, stayed here alone. After waiting for 10 minutes, the guards came. "Your Majesty, we received a report that someone was killed here. Why are you here alone? Where is Captain Ikarim?" Page 114, Princess Weiwei. "It's too dangerous here. Why don't we choose 2 people to escort you back to the palace first?" The guards were all surprised to see Weiwei here. Weiwei shook her head and said, "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Ikarim is going to catch the murderer. I'll leave it to you here. I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first." "Huh? Princess Weiwei, where are you going?" "Princess, don't run around. What if something happens?" Weiwei smiled and said, "I've said it all. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'll go back to the palace by myself in a while. And now I'm going to find someone." After finishing speaking, Weiwei trotted directly in the direction Lin Mo was walking just now. It was too late for the guards to stop each other. Because it was still early, many taverns in Albania hadn't opened yet. Lin Mo searched a few streets before finding a tavern that had just opened and hadn't had customers yet. The tavern keeper is a half-century-old man. The tavern owner, who was wiping the glasses, saw Lin Mo coming in, looked up at him, then lowered his head and continued wiping the glasses, and asked while wiping, "Little brat, have you gone to the wrong place?" Lin Mo came to the bar and sat down directly, grabbed Bailey on the bar. "Have a glass of the best wine here." The tavern owner glanced at Lin Mo's Bailey on the bar, smiled lightly, put down the wine glass he wiped, then put Lin Mo's Bailey on the table away, and immediately took out a large wine glass, poured him a large glass of wine, and brought it to him. Lin Mo picked up his glass and took a sip. The taste was not bad, but compared with the rum he drank in Rog Town, it was a little less hot. "It seems that I underestimated you," the tavern owner said with a smile. Lin Mo looked at him speechlessly. The tavern owner continued, "Usually, children would choke and cry after drinking this wine. But you are fine, and you seem to be enjoying yourself." Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and continued drinking. Although the boss is a bit wordy, but the portion of the wine here is quite sufficient. For the same price, the tavern he went to yesterday could only buy a glass of about -ml of wine. But here, a glass of wine is at least -milliliter. After finishing the whole glass of wine, Lin Mo took out another handful of Baileys and put his hip flask on the bar at the same time. "Fill it up, and then have another glass. It seems that your drinking capacity is very good. It doesn't look like a child should have a drinking capacity at all." As he said that, the tavern owner took the money and went to fill Lin Mo with wine. Lin Mo sat on the high stool in front of the bar and waited. Not long after, there was a sound of footsteps outside the gate of the tavern. "You are indeed here." Weiwei's voice appeared at the door. "Lin Mo, I actually found it." Weiwei trotted into the tavern, sat down on the high stool next to Lin Mo, put her hands on the bar in front of her, stared sideways at Lin Mo, grinned, and said, "I asked a lot before I asked you. After coming here, I didn't expect you to drink alcohol. It's amazing." Lin Mo. "So, what the hell are you here for?" Seeing that Lin Mo ignored her, Weiwei said relentlessly, "Lin Mo, it's the first time I saw someone die in front of me today, and it really scared me to death. But you didn't respond at all, don't you? Are you not afraid at all?" Lin Mo. "Why are you afraid? I want to feel it too, but no one can give him a chance to feel it." Distressed. Chapter 86. Lin Mo, who was splashed with dirty water in Alabasta, the tavern owner finished filling Lin Mo with wine and came out from behind the wine cabinet. When he saw that Princess Weiwei had actually come, he couldn't help being stunned. The tavern owner came to the bar, put Lin Mo's wine gourd and another large glass of wine in front of Lin Mo, then looked at Weiwei and asked, "Princess Weiwei, why are you here? I remember you don't know how to drink alcohol. I don't have any fruit juice or milk here either." "It's okay. I didn't come here to drink." Weiwei smiled and waved her hands. The tavern owner nodded. and couldn't help but look at Lin Mo more. No need to ask, Princess Wei Wei must have entered the tavern because of this kid. Wei Wei continued to stare at Lin Mo, tried her best to smile, and said, Lin Mo, thank you so much last night. If you hadn't come to save me, I wouldn't know what terrible things would happen to me. Lin Mo, what can happen? Even if I really don't save you, you will be saved by Belle or Ikarem. Otherwise, will there be a plot where you meet Luffy and the others in the future? Lin Mo directly picked up the glass and started drinking. A look of loneliness flashed in Wei Wei's eyes, and then she laughed again. Haha, you must think that I talk too much. Although I am a princess, I hope everyone can treat me as an ordinary person. However, no matter how harmonious my relationship with everyone is, everyone still has a sense of estrangement and distance between citizens and princes and nobles. Don't look at me like this. In fact, I have a lot to say, but I don't know what to say. There's no one to talk to. After a moment of silence, Wei Wei continued. Lin Mo, I know that important people have died. Even as an adult, it takes a long time to get out of negative emotions, and you are only 2 or 3 years older than me. It must be difficult to accept, but people cannot be resurrected after death. No matter how sad you are, you still have to live. I don't know what you were like in the past, and I don't know where you are going in the future, but if you can't get out, would be dangerous. Lin Mo, question mark. What is this guy Vivi talking about? When did someone important to him die? The tavern owner suddenly understood. That's it. Although I don't know exactly what happened to this little brother, it is true that people cannot be resurrected after death. No matter how big the twists and turns are, no matter how difficult life is, people, you can't keep being negative. Once your negative emotions are greater than your reason, it's easy to lose control and do things that will make you regret even more. Boy, what Princess Wei Wei said is right. You should regulate your emotions and don't be too impulsive. Yes. Now I understand the reason why you drink so happily. I think you should have heard of the saying that you can use alcohol to relieve your worries and make you worry more. Lin Mo, are these two people singing oboe? Lin Mo asked speechlessly. So, who is my friend who passed away? Don't mention the sad things. Wei Wei smiled. You are still young, and you still have a long way to go. Lin Mo, boss, I bought the wine he drank today. Wei Wei said generously. The owner of the tavern waved his hand and said, this boy has already paid. Although my shop is a little small and broken, I can still afford a few drinks. Boy, from now on, within 3 days, you can come here as many times as you like. I give you all the wine here for free. As long as you can drink it, you can have as much wine as you want. Page 115. Lin Mo silently drank the whole glass of wine in his hand, wiped the corners of his mouth, and jumped off the high stool. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these two people talking to themselves, so he turned and left the tavern. Wei Wei immediately jumped off the high stool and just chased to the door. The tavern owner suddenly stopped her. Princess Wei Wei, come on. Wei Wei paused, turned her head and nodded at the tavern owner, then stepped forward again, chasing Lin Mo with all her strength. Lin Mo, I know it's hard for you to accept, but the facts have already been settled. No matter how sad you are, you can't change your friend's fate. It will be good for you to get out of the shadows earlier. Wei Wei followed Lin Mo beside Mo, he said while running with small steps. Lin Mo ignored her the whole time. The flow of people on the street is increasing. Wherever the two of them passed by, many people would greet Wei Wei politely and respectfully. And so, Wei Wei not only has to work hard to enlighten Lin Mo, but also responds to everyone's greetings. She is very busy. Seeing that she was about to be unable to keep up with Lin Mo, Wei Wei was a little anxious, just as she was about to tell the people around her that she was in a hurry. Ikarem led a team of guards to stand in front of Lin Mo. You are suspected of murder. Come with me. Ikarem stared at Lin Mo seriously. Wei Wei rushed over, protected Lin Mo behind her, frowned slightly, and said, Ikarem, did you make a mistake? Lin Mo has been with me all this time. If he kills me, how can I not know? Seeing Wei Wei coming, Ikarem said helplessly, Princess Wei Wei, this matter is not as simple as you think. I caught the guy who killed the man in the morning, but he said that Lin Mo is his accomplice. Wei Wei doesn't believe that Lin Mo is Huasi's accomplice. He said that Lin Mo is an accomplice, so you believe it? That murderer dares to kill people. So what's the point of lying? Ikarem explained helplessly. I don't believe what that guy said. But there were so many people at the scene. Why did he only say that Lin Mo was his accomplice and not others? What made me doubt the most was that the guy knows Lin Mo's name. Princess Wei Wei. You also know how arrogant Lin Mo is. If Belle hadn't told us in advance, maybe we still don't know Lin Mo's name. What? Wei Wei turned to look at Lin Mo in disbelief. Lin Mo, do you really know that murderer? Lin Mo said speechlessly, I don't know. Look, Lin Mo said he didn't know him. Wei Wei looked at Ikarim again. Ikarim supported his forehead and said, Princess Wei Wei, you are too easy to trust others, right? If he says he doesn't know him, he really doesn't know him? In short, before the truth of this matter comes out, I think we should at least first let Lin Mo go back with us to cooperate with the investigation. Wei Wei originally wanted to say a few more words for Lin Mo. Around, more and more people gathered around. Is Captain Ikarim talking about the murder that happened in that noodle shop on West Street? It should be. I've heard it too. It seems that a man wearing a mask shot a fat man to death. TSK. I didn't expect that the murderer had an accomplice, and he was still a child. No matter how you look at it, this child doesn't look like a murderer. Could it be that the murderer is deliberately pouring dirty water on this child? But why did he have to do this? I don't know. If this child is really an accomplice of the murderer, it would be terrible. If he started to premeditate murder at a young age, then he will be able to do it when he grows up. The surrounding discussions are getting louder and louder. Wei Wei's face also became paler and paler. Clenching her fists tightly, Wei Wei turned her head to look at Lin Mo, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Lin Mo, you just follow Ikarim. After all, a murder really happened. Don't worry, I will definitely try my best to clear you of the suspicion. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckled. Clear the suspicion? He didn't do it at all, and he didn't know that person, so why should he be suspected? Without much thought, Lin Mo ignored Wei Wei and Ikram and walked past Wei Wei directly. Seeing this, Ikarim immediately asked the guards to surround Lin Mo. Hey, don't hurt Lin Mo. Wei Wei said angrily. Lin Mo stared coldly at the guards in front of him and said indifferently, Get out of the way. Chapter 87 Alabasta Ranto Gun Test Result. Lin Mo, you'd better cooperate with us. This is Alabasta. It's not a place where you can mess around. Even if you don't give me face as the captain of the guard, at least give Princess Wei Wei some face who has been speaking for you. If you are innocent, we will investigate this matter thoroughly and clear you up. If Princess Wei Wei was not still here, Ikarim would have taken Lin Mo away by force. If it is an ordinary person, the other party has said this, maybe they will be really touched and cooperate with the investigation. And Lin Mo is an unrestrained person. Unless he wants to go, no one can force him to do anything. I say the last time. Lin Mo said blankly, Get out of the way. Seeing that Lin Mo was not cooperating at all, Ikarim originally wanted to ask Princess Wei Wei's permission to arrest Lin Mo directly. The whispers of doubts from the surrounding crowd made him feel stressed. Ikarim didn't care about other things and directly ordered, Take him back first. Let's do it. Ikarim, no, let me go. Wei Wei wanted to stop, and even wanted to stop the guards herself, but Ikarim caught her. After the guards got the order, they took their guns and approached Lin Mo step by step. Lin Mo moved his feet. When the guards approached, they kicked out suddenly, and a white chopping wave knocked away the people surrounding Lin Mo in milliseconds. In an instant, there were screams and panic. Lin Mo withdrew his foot and looked at the few people who were kicked by him in the air. Their clothes were only torn, no blood was seen, and they were rolling on the ground in pain. It seems that the power of the first-level Lanjiao is still not strong enough. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo took a step forward and continued to walk. Wherever he passed, all the onlookers immediately gave way to him, as if he was afraid that he would take his anger on them. Wei Wei's eyes widened. She covered her surprised mouth with her hands and looked at Lin Mo's back in disbelief. Ikarim's face turned pale, and he clenched his fists tightly. Without saying a word, he immediately chased after Lin Mo. He is the captain of the guard, and his subordinates were injured, and the one who injured them was the murderer's suspected accomplice. No matter what, he couldn't let Lin Mo just go away today. Ikarim chased after Lin Chi, kicked up and kicked Lin Mo quickly. Lin Mo turned sideways. Ikarim passed directly by him, retracted his foot quickly, and then slapped Lin Mo with his palm. Lin Mo smiled lightly, raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, gathered all his strength on the index finger, and tapped Ikarem's palm with his hardened, armed-colored finger, releasing a blow in a burst of lightning and flint. Page 116. Ikarem only felt a pain in his palm and immediately withdrew his hand, only to see a piercing blood hole appeared in the position of Lin Mo's point in the palm of his hand, and the blood dripped down to the ground along his hand. Who the hell are you? Ikarem didn't believe what Bell said before, that this kid could drive away desert thieves by himself. But now he believed it. But he didn't understand. Since this guy can help others drive away the thief who ran around and did all kinds of bad things should be a good person, why is he unwilling to cooperate with his investigation? Is it a guilty conscience? Lin Mo didn't know what Ikarem was thinking, nor was he interested in knowing. I moved my fingers, and it seems that the attack power of the first-level finger gun is higher than that of Lan Jiao. Wei Wei and the surrounding crowd were all shocked from ear to ear. Lin Mo didn't intend to answer any questions from Ikarem when he was about to move on. Regardless of the injury on his hand, Ikarem immediately pulled out the gun on his waist and pointed the muzzle at Lin Mo's head. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to hurt you. After finishing speaking, he directly pressed the trigger. No. Wei Wei trotted towards Lin Mo and Ikarem. Lin Mo turned sideways and easily dodged the bullet. But at this time, Wei Wei had inadvertently run onto the trajectory of the bullet. Princess Wei Wei, get out of the way. Seeing that Wei Wei was coming, Ikarem yelled anxiously. Wei Wei stopped abruptly, staring at the bullets that were getting closer and closer to her in fear. She wanted to run, but her feet seemed to be filled with lead, and she couldn't move a step. If it is not stopped, the bullet will penetrate her forehead. When Lin Mo was dodging the bullet sideways, he caught a glimpse of Wei Wei out of the corner of his eye, and seeing that she actually stood there still, he was speechless. Without further ado, Lin Mo immediately pulled out the third-generation ghost and slashed at the bullet vertically. An invisible and powerful sword energy cut the bullet flying towards Wei Wei in half easily, just like cutting tofu. The bullets that were cut in half deviated from the trajectory and flew out respectively, brushing against Wei Wei's temple hair. Wei Wei was so frightened that her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Seeing that Wei Wei was fine, Ikarem couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The surrounding crowd also broke into a cold sweat secretly. After Lin Mo sheathed the ghost, he turned around and walked past Ikarem calmly. He saved Wei Wei just to keep people from Alabasta from bothering him. After all, Wei Wei is the only princess in Alabasta, and she is loved by people all over the country. If she really dies, then the enemy she will face is not only the armed forces of the kingdom, but also the entire people of Alabasta. Lin Mo didn't care how many enemies he had, but if he was blacklisted by the whole country, would he still go to the tavern to buy wine? Moreover, Alabasta's mission has not been completed, and he is not sure whether the remaining 30.00 progress has anything to do with Wei Wei. In short, Wei Wei can't die now. This time, Ikarem did not stop him, but chased after Wei Wei and helped her up. Princess Wei Wei, are you okay? Ikarem blamed himself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't shot, you wouldn't be in danger. I'm fine. Wei Wei immediately grabbed Ikarem's injured hand. Ikarem, your hand. It's okay. It's just a minor injury. Ikarem said with a dry smile. The surrounding people also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The injured guards endured the pain in their bodies and came to Ikarem and Wei Wei one after another. One of the guards asked, Captain, that guy named Lin Mo, do we still have to go after him? Ikarem clenched his teeth and looked at Wei Wei. Princess Wei Wei, you should go back to the palace first. Ikarem, do you still want to chase Lin Mo? Wei Wei said in surprise. You are not Lin Mo's opponent at all. Don't chase him. Counting this time, he has saved me twice now. If he is really an accomplice to that murderer, then why did he save me? Princess Wei Wei, you are still young, and you don't understand many things. Ikarem sighed softly. Although I am also very grateful that he can save you again and again, but after all, he is suspected of accomplice murder. No matter what, I have to find a way to get him to accept the investigation and leave the next thing to me. You go back first, be obedient. No, I don't want it. Come here, escort the princess back to the palace. Ikarim looked at the guards behind him. Yes, Princess, please follow me back to the palace. The appointed guard immediately made a gesture of invitation to Wei Wei. Wei Wei wanted to refuse at first, but seeing the embarrassed look of the guard, she glanced at the tired Ikarim again, bit her lower lip tightly, and immediately turned around and ran towards the palace without saying anything. After Wei Wei left, Ikarim looked at the other guard and said, I can't handle that guy alone. Go and call Belle over. By the way, bring the murderer along with me. Chapter 88 Alabasta Nonsense is really dead. Ikarim figured it out. Since there is no way to get Lin Mo to cooperate with him to go back to accept the investigation, he can only bring Haas over to confront Lin Mo face to face. Before Belle came, Ikarim followed Lin Mo with his flawed tracking skills. As for the injury on Ikarim's hand, during the follow-up period, he simply bandaged it with his own handkerchief. Lin Mo had discovered Ikarim a long time ago. Regarding this guy's stalking skills that are inferior to Sauron, Lin Mo was speechless and wanted to laugh. Sauron also knew to hide behind rocks or trees, but this guy took a branch to block himself. He really regarded himself as a tree. Without much thought, Lin Mo stepped on Shuanpa and disappeared from Ikarim in an instant. Huh? Where's the person? Ikarim was shocked and immediately put down the branch in his hand to cover himself and looked around in a hurry, but he couldn't even find Lin Mo's shadow. Not long after, Belle found Ikarim with Haas, the masked man who was tied up, and saw the blood-stained handkerchief in Ikarim's hand. He couldn't help but frowned. I've heard it all. Go back and heal your wounds, and leave the rest to me. Ikarim waved his hand and said, It's okay. It's just a minor injury. The most important thing now is to find out the relationship between Lin Mo and this guy. Haas frowned and said, Lin Mo and I are accomplices. No matter how many times you ask, I always answer this. Shut up. Ikarim glared angrily at Haas with a relaxed face. If that kid is really your accomplice and you are arrested, can he come to rescue you? Thank you. I and all my men were injured by that kid. Ha ha ha. Haas laughed loudly. If you are not as good as others, don't blame others here. You bastard. Get a beating. Ikarim said, about to beat Haas. Belle stopped him immediately. Don't be impulsive, Ikarim. We will find Lin Mo first to make sure they have nothing to do with him, and then deal with this person. Haven't you been following Lin Mo? What about others? When it comes to tracking, Ikarim scratched his head involuntarily. That guy runs faster than the duck runners. I didn't keep up. The running ducks are the fastest running ducks in Alabasta and can understand human language. Page 117. Belle looked like I knew it and said speechlessly, Okay, come here. As he said that, Belle used the power of the bird fruit to transform himself into a falcon form. Ikarim grabbed Hoth and climbed up Belle's back. Belle took off immediately, circling over Albana looking for Lin Mo's whereabouts. In just a few minutes, he found Lin Mo, who was already outside the city, fighting some large sand beasts hidden in the sand. Found it, Belle said. Ikarim looked down, and when he saw Lin Mo, he had a very rich expression on his face. That guy's speed is really faster than the running duck? I'm not joking. From the distance we just had to Lin Mo at the current position. Even the fast-running duck has to run for nearly 10 minutes. But this guy Lin Mo arrived in only 10 minutes. What you said is true, Belle asked in surprise. Just now he really thought that Ikarim was just lying because he lost Lin Mo. Ikarim said seriously. Really? This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. In my opinion, he might be an adult wearing a child's coat. In fact, Lin Mo was only 17 years old before time traveling, and he was indeed not yet an adult. Forget about that. Let's go find him. Belle immediately flew in the direction where Lin Mo was. At the same time, Lin Mo stepped on the moon steps and came to the top of the giant scorpion he had drawn out. He applied the iron block and the armed color to his left hand at the same time, and suddenly punched the top of the scorpion's head. The whole body of the giant scorpion was immediately covered with countless spider web cracks, and there was only a bang sound, and the scorpion shattered into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground in front of Belle and his party, who were getting closer and closer to Lin Mo. Huh. Ikarim and Haas' eyes bulged out of shock. Belle was also surprised, but compared to Ikarim, he was still calm. Landing on the ground with Ikarim and Hoth, Belle immediately turned into a human form. This guy's strength is really amazing, Bell said solemnly. If Lin Mo had hit you seriously before, you would have died a long time ago. Ikarim swallowed involuntarily. After Haas regained his composure, he laughed and said, "Ha ha, I've actually known this guy's strength for a long time." Liar. Ikarim knocked Haas on the head directly. You were as shocked as I was just now. I'm just pretending. Haas looked at Lin Mo and shouted, "Hey, Lin Mo, save me. I've already hidden the treasure I got from Yuba, and when I'm free, why don't you share half of that thing with you?" Sample, Lin Mo. This guy is talking about burnt fruit. Lin Mo is not interested in Xiao Xiao at all, but it was this guy who dared to frame him. Lin Mo turned around to face the three of Ikarim, and his gaze fell on Haas with a relaxed expression. Huasi saw Lin Mo's eyes showing a murderous look and quickly said, "That's good. That thing belongs to you. How about I share half of the property I have saved over the years with you?" Lin Mo said indifferently, "It's not very good." "Hey, what are you talking about?" Ikarim frowned. Lin Mo ignored him. Stepping on Shuanpa, he appeared in front of Haas in the blink of an eye. Bell and Ikarim hadn't had time to be surprised. Lin Mo had already punched Huasi. Huas immediately broke free from Ikarim's shackles, broke free from the iron chains that bound him, and lowered his head to avoid Lin Mo's blow. What? Ikarim didn't expect Haas to break free so easily. Haas took a few steps back and said with a hooked smile, "Ikarim, do you really think you can catch me? I was just bored and you caught me on purpose. I originally wanted to rely on this opportunity to get me. This kid Lin Mo is trying to get close. It seems that I have played too much. Ha ha ha, Lin Mo, you are strong, but I am not weak. Even if I can't beat you, at least I want to run, but you still can't stop me of." After finishing speaking, Haas immediately turned into an element, and his lower body turned into a raging fire, suspended in midair. "You are actually a devil fruit-capable user," Ikarim said in shock. Lin Mo withdrew his empty hand, slightly raised his head to look at Huasi, who was suspended in midair. "It seems that this guy has already eaten the burning fruit." "Ha ha, I didn't expect that." Huas laughed loudly. "I have already eaten that devil fruit. Although I just got the ability, now you, even if you want to kill me, you can't do it. Your attack will only come from me. It's not that easy to kill me if you pass through the elementalized body." This is terrible. Ikarim sweated profusely on his forehead. Bell's face is also not good. It happens to be a devil fruit with natural fire ability. It is really not easy to deal with him. Maybe Lin Mo and I can work together to subdue him. Lin Mo, do you want to cooperate? Lin Mo ignored Bell at all, stepping on the moon steps directly to Huas. Haas didn't run away directly, but laughed proudly. "Boy, your potential is very good. How about it? Do you want to consider joining forces with me to conquer the world?" "That's a lot of nonsense," Lin Mo said bluntly. "Since you framed me, you are already dead." After finishing speaking, Lin Mo combined Yuabu and Shuanpa and flashed in front of Haas. When he couldn't dodge, he wrapped the 6th-level armed color around his hands and grabbed Haas' neck. Chapter 89, The Ignorant Fruit Merchant in Alabasta. There are 3 types of devil fruits: nature, Superman, and animal. Among them, the natural fruit is recognized as the strongest of the 3 devil fruits. The biggest feature of the natural fruit is that it can make one's body elemental and make physical attacks invalid. Burnt fruit is one of the natural fruits. Although the natural fruit ability user has no entity after elementalizing the body, it seems difficult to deal with. However, there are many ways to restrain it. Using armed colors is one of the methods that can touch the fruit of nature and entities. Hoth's upper body is not elemental, and he is too blindly confident in his own strength. It was convenient for Lin Mo to grasp the throat of his fate more easily. Moreover, looking at the state of Haas, it seems that he doesn't know that the armed color can catch the elemental entity, or this guy may not even know what the armed color is. How is this possible? Huasi widened his eyes, wanting to turn himself into an element and escape, but found that all parts of his body could be turned into fire, except for the part where Lin Mo was pinching his neck. Method: elementalization. Haas stared at Lin Mo's unwavering eyes and immediately attacked Lin Mo with his cremated hands and feet, trying to force Lin Mo back with fire. As long as Lin Mo let go, because he just ate the burning fruit, he is not proficient in mastering the fruit ability, and he has seen Lin Mo's strength just now, and he is a little self-aware, and he doesn't think that he can kill Lin Mo now. The moment Haas launched a self-defense attack, Lin Mo slammed the hand that was holding Haas' throat under the blessing of armed color. Page 118, just listen to the sound of bone breaking with a snap. Haas didn't even have time to scream. He rolled his eyes, went into shock for an instant, and the flames burning all over his body gradually went out. In order to prevent Haas's neck from being twisted instantly and blood on his hands, Lin Mo deliberately controlled his strength and just crushed his throat bone. A loose hand. Haas, who was limp all over, fell from midair. Bell and Ikarim both had incredible shock on their faces. It wasn't until Haas fell to the ground that Bell reacted first. He felt embarrassed when he thought that he wanted to join hands with Lin Mo to deal with this guy just now. Ikarim came back to his senses belatedly and immediately ran in the direction of Haas, felt for his pulse, which was weak 1 second before, and disappeared in the next second. Huh? Dead. Lin Mo jumped down from midair and landed safely on the sand. Next, he plans to go to a farther place to continue hunting and exercise, and then bring some edible sand beasts back to Albana to exchange for some money. There is not much money left from the money earned from Rog Town. Seeing that Lin Mo was leaving for the desert away from Albana, Ikarim asked quickly, Lin Mo, where are you going? Are you going back to Albana? Lin Mo ignored him and continued walking. Hey, this kid, Ikarim said with a headache. He still looks like he doesn't want to talk to anyone. Bell came to Ikarim's side and patted him on the shoulder. Let him go. At least now we can be sure that Lin Mo has nothing to do with the murderer. Let's take the murderer's body back first. Ikarim nodded. It was near noon when Lin Mo dragged half the corpse of a giant lizard back to Albana. It was the same kind of paired lizards that Lin Mo encountered when he first entered Alabasta. Because of its huge size, fangs and claws, and its ferocious temperament, this lizard occupies a place at the top of the Alabasta desert food chain, and is a creature that Alabasta people are more afraid of. Therefore, when Lin Mo came back dragging half a giant lizard's corpse, it naturally attracted the attention of many people in Alba. Is that the Santa Dora lizard? Oh my god. Even though it's only half a lizard, it's still so big. Who is that kid? He can actually drag such a big lizard. Look, the incision of this lizard is so smooth. How big a knife would it take to cut it like this? Could it be this child who cut it? Don't make trouble. Can he beat the Santora lizard as a child? Someone must have killed it, and then the child picked up half of it. Oh, it makes sense. Ah, that's great. This kid is really lucky. Just this half of a big lizard. If you sell it, you can sell it for a good price. Lin Mo ignored the surrounding voices indifferently, dragged the half lizard to a large meat trading center in Albana, and sold the half lizard for Baileys. Leaving the trading center, Lin Mo was going to find a place to have lunch. When he passed a fruit shop, the owner of the fruit shop suddenly exclaimed, Huh, what is this? I don't remember buying such a strange fruit. What? Lin Mo glanced into the fruit shop inadvertently and saw that the owner of the fruit shop was holding a big orange fruit with a spiral upward pattern in his hand. Burning fruit? Lin Mo is absolutely sure that what the fruit boss is holding now is the burning fruit. The ability of devil fruit will not be repeated. When the original fruit owner dies, most of the fruits will be reborn and transferred to nearby fruits. It seems that Hoth is really dead. Oops, this thing looks so strange. Could it be poisonous? The owner of the fruit shop had never seen a devil fruit, so he didn't know the value of this fruit. Suddenly noticed the sight of the door. The owner of the fruit shop looked back, and his eyes met Lin Mo's. At noon, there are usually few people who come to buy fruit, so there is only the boss in the store. Seeing that Lin Mo was staring at the fruit in his hand, the owner of the fruit shop immediately put the fruit aside and asked with a smile, Little friend, are you here to buy fruit? I just bought some fresh apples here. Jean, it's very cheap. Do you want to buy some to try? Lin Mo. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't speak, the owner of the fruit shop's eyes fell on the burning fruit again, and he couldn't help scratching his head and said, It's really strange. I checked this box of apples in the morning and it was fine, but when I opened it again just now, there were so many I bought a strange-shaped fruit, and I don't know if it's poisonous. Kid, you're not interested in this strange fruit, are you? If you want it, 10 Bailey will sell it to you. but I don't guarantee whether it's poisonous or not. It's best not to eat indiscriminately. Lin Mo. 10 Baileys. After being photographed by a Kainu for 30 billion burning fruits, 10 Baileys sold it? If the owner of the fruit shop knew that it was a devil fruit worth over -million, he would probably faint in the toilet. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo took out 10 bellies and threw it to the fruit shop owner. Since people said that it would be sold at 10 pelle, there was no need for him to spend more money. He might as well save the money and buy more wine. Although Lin Mo didn't plan to eat any devil fruit, at least the value of the devil fruit is very high, so you can keep it as a reserve fund. Chapter 90. Thanks to Alabasta Cobra, the owner of the fruit shop naturally took the money and handed over the Xiao fruit to Lin Mo. Just as the burning fruit was in hand, a system notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Didi, obtain the natural devil fruit burning fruit. Sign in progress 20. The current total progress is 90. Reward new skills. Entry-level fire extinction. Immediately afterwards, information about the disappearance of the fire appeared in Lin Mo's mind. Great fire extinction is a kind of fire escape technique in Naruto that gathers chakra in the throat and spits out a huge fireball towards the ground. After landing, the flame will spread to form a sea of fire. Compared with Halong Huazajutsu, Heilong Watsu is a ninjutsu with a huge attack range, while Heilong Watajutsu pays more attention to power and accuracy, and both have their own advantages. I bought a devil fruit at the price of cabbage, and also completed a wave of sign-in progress. This deal is quite a bargain. After thinking about it, Lin Mo still brought out some more Baileys, and bought a bunch of fruits from the fruit shop owner before leaving. After lunch, Lin Mo found the nearest tavern to drink as usual. He had just had 2 drinks when a crisp sound came from outside the tavern. I found it, Lin Mo is here. Wei Wei ran into the tavern bouncing around. Ikarim and Vivi's father, Nafarutali Cobra, who had long black hair in the middle, followed her into the tavern together. Page 119. The drinkers in the tavern were shocked when they saw that the king and princess had come. Without saying a word, everyone immediately stood up and saluted Cobra and Wei Wei. Before they said anything, Cobra waved his hands and smiled at them. It's okay, don't worry about us, just pretend I don't exist while you're drinking. As a king, Cobra believes that the country is the people, knows how to be considerate of others, and always considers the interests of the people in advance when he is in power, and he never puts on airs when he is outside, so he is very popular. Loved by the people. The drinkers looked at each other, then sat back and started whispering. My God, why did the king and princess appear in this tavern together? What happened? I don't know, but seeing Princess Wei Wei seems very happy. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Hey, look, Princess Wei Wei is looking for the kid at the bar. Could it be that they are looking for that kid? Wei Wei sat in the empty seat next to Lin Mo just like before and stared at him with a smile. Lin Mo, Belle and Ikarim have told me about you, so I knew that you must be innocent. Yes, great. There is no misunderstanding now. Yeah, I was reckless before. Lin Mo, I'm here to apologize to you. As he spoke, Ikarim bowed slightly to Lin Mo. Cobra sat down on the other side of Lin Mo and said with a smile, Boy, I heard that Wei Wei invited you to the palace as a guest. Are you willing to go? Lin Mo continued to drink and ignored them. Ha ha ha. Cobra said with a smile. Sure enough, just like what Vivi said, you really don't like to deal with people. In short, you saved Vivi twice. This father has to thank you very much. I know everything about you. Since the death of your companion has become a fact, don't think about it anymore. People always have to look forward. How about it? You today, just follow me back to the palace. How about I entertain you with a banquet for a few days? It's not that good, Lin Mo said speechlessly. Also, I'm a solo traveler without any companions. What? Cobra was stunned, then looked at Vivi. Vivi, didn't you say his companion died? Wei Wei said strangely. Yes, Lin Mo, don't you have a red-haired companion? Lin Mo didn't want to say it at first, but after thinking about it, he still said, that guy is not dead, he has gone to sea. Lin Mo just finished speaking. Huh. Vivi, Cobra, and Ikarim were shocked, their eyes widened, and their mouths were long. Lin Mo. The corner of Wei Wei's mouth twitched slightly. So I made a mistake. Ha ha ha, it's okay, Vivi. Cobra smiled awkwardly. You're still young. It's normal to be wrong. Lin Mo won't mind, right? Lin-Mo remained silent and continued drinking. He didn't mind. It had nothing to do with him anyway. If the Redhead knew that he had been killed for a while, that guy would probably have to laugh. Ha ha ha. If you don't say anything, it's a default. Cobra laughed loudly. Since you don't want to go to the palace to accept entertainment, then I won't force you. So, as long as it is within my ability, how about I promise to do something for you? Why does this sound so familiar? Lin-Mo quickly remembered that Lei Li also said it when he was in Rog Town. In fact, he doesn't need favors from others at all. But if he refused directly, I'm afraid Cobra would think of other ways to repay his kindness. Without thinking too much, Lin-Mo said, "Okay, it's enough to treat me to a drink." Huh? Cobra exclaimed, "That's it." Lin-Mo gave a calm. Cobra originally wanted to say something more, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. "Okay, since you have said so, you can drink this wine as you like, as much as you can. Ha ha ha. Just right. It's been a long time since I've had a good drink. Let us go together." Then, Cobra greeted the tavern owner. "Boss, bring all the best wine here." The tavern owner responded respectfully. Ikarim came to Cobra and whispered, "Your Majesty, you still have a meeting this afternoon." "What meeting is more important than drinking with the benefactor who saved my daughter twice?" Cobra said dissatisfiedly. "The meeting is postponed until tomorrow. Today I want to have a good drink." "Hey, that's fine," Ikarim said helplessly. Soon, the tavern owner came over with a case of good wine. Lin-Mo and Cobra started to drink loudly. This tavern has drinks, so the tavern owner also prepared a glass of milk for Wei Wei. Lin-Mo drank 3 bottles in a row, still blushing and out of breath. As for Cobra, his face turned red after drinking 2 bottles, and he became dizzy after drinking the 3rd bottle. "Lin-Mo, let me tell you, you are the most special child I have ever seen," Cobra said drunkenly. "Not only are you very strong, but you have also saved my daughter Wei Wei many times for free, and you can drink a lot. It's so good. I'm a bit ashamed as an adult, haha." Lin-Mo ignored Cobra's words and continued drinking. At this time, in my mind, the system prompt sounded suddenly. "Didi, gain the appreciation of Nafarutali Cobra, sign in progress 10. Didi, the Alabasta check-in task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Master-level Wind Escape Unlimited Sand and Dust Breakthrough." Hearing this, Lin-Mo couldn't help tightening his hand holding the wine bottle. Without hesitation, he opened the attribute panel and looked at it, and Lin-Mo's eyes couldn't help falling on the sign-in location. The next stop is Sky Island. Chapter 91 Vivi, Alabasta wants to see her off Sky Island, as the name suggests, is an island suspended above a height of -meters. In Lin-Mo's memory, to go to the empty island, you have to catch up with the rising current. Upwelling currents are ocean currents that keep rising into the air due to high pressure. This is a kind of natural disaster caused by the flow of low-temperature seawater into a large cave on the sea floor, which is caused by the explosion of huge steam pressure due to geothermal heat. The eruption time of the rising current can last for 1 minute, and the frequency is 5 times a month. Killed. In short, it was not easy to go to the empty island. The one-person boat he was riding on alone could not resist the pressure of the rising current. Moreover, to move forward on the current column, it is not enough to have a good quality ship, but also a navigator with rich sailing experience. Page 120. Even if the way of sailing is contrary to common sense, it is still sailing. If there is no navigator to control the ship, no matter how good the ship is, it is still easy to capsize and fall into the sea. Although Lin-Mo has been sailing on the sea alone for several months, all he takes is a small single-person wooden boat, and there is a system navigation to guide him to the location of the sign-in location, so it doesn't need to use too much navigation at all. Skill. But for Lin-Mo, who doesn't know much about sailing skills, if he wants to go to the Sky Island, he must at least find a navigator who knows how to sail to accompany him, or take a boat with the wind that happens to go to the Sky Island. Think of this. Lin-Mo picked up the wine bottle in his hand and took a sip. Forget it. The boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge, so let's take a step to see. Cobra, who was sitting on Lin-Mo's left, had already opened the 4th bottle of wine and started drinking. Seeing that Cobra was a little drunk, Ikarim wanted to stop Cobra from continuing to drink. This is a tavern, and there are many citizens there. Cobra is the king after all. It is really inappropriate to get drunk in front of so many citizens. Your Majesty, don't drink anymore. You'll get drunk. Ikarem said anxiously. Cobra waved his hand and said, Linimo is not drunk. How could I be drunk? After all, I am an adult. Can I drink less than a child? Leave me alone. Before Linimo is not drunk, I will not be drunk. Drunk? Ha ha ha. Ikarem, just leave my father alone. Weiwei said with a smile. Father is rarely so happy. Let him drink. However, Your Majesty is the king of Alabasta after all. Ikarem said worriedly. If Your Majesty gets drunk in the street, wouldn't it be too unseemly? Ikarem, it's true that my father is the king. Weiwei continued. But before the king, he was still a father. My father said it just now, so everyone in the tavern should pretend that he didn't see him. If my father I came to this tavern as a king, so I don't think it's a problem for you to worry. But now, my father is just playing the role of an ordinary father to repay a person who has been kind to him. It doesn't matter. That's right. Vivi still understands me. Cobra said with a smile. Ikarem was stunned for a moment, and then smiled helplessly. Hey, that's right. You really deserve to be Princess Weiwei. Weiwei stared at Lin Mo with a smile and asked excitedly. Lin Mo, you said you are a traveler, so you must have been to many places? Lin Mo. Weiwei, you shouldn't be from Alabasta. So did you sail here from another island by yourself? It's amazing. If I were to sail alone, I would definitely not be able to. Lin Mo. Weiwei. I really envy you. You are free and you can go wherever you want. If there is a chance, I also want to travel to many, many places. Princess Weiwei, you mustn't do it. Ikarem said anxiously. You are only 7 years old. Even if you want to travel, you have to wait until you grow up. Ikarem, if Weiwei wants to travel, let her go. At worst, it will be the same as before. Why don't we follow along secretly? Your Majesty, this time is different. Ikarem said dumbfounded. What's different? Cobra asked with a flushed face, obviously drunk. Ikarem raised his hand to cover his forehead and said helplessly, Princess Vivi just walked around Albana before, but now, Princess Vivi is talking about leaving Albana and Alabasta. Cobra sobered up a little. No, Weiwei is still young, so she can't leave Alabasta. Weiwei couldn't help sighing softly. I didn't say I was going out now. Lin Mo drank the last sip of the bottle of wine in his hand and got up. I'm leaving. Weiwei was stunned. Are you leaving? Where are you going? Are you leaving Alabasta? Lin Mo responded lightly. Yes. But you've only been in Alba for a few days. Can't you stay here for a few more days before leaving? Weiwei asked sadly. Lin Mo shook his head and said, Since I have chosen to be a traveler, I won't stay in the same place for too long. In fact, just because the task is completed, I want to leave. Weiwei said aggrievedly, but I haven't thanked you enough for saving my life. Lin Mo directly took an unopened bottle of wine from the wine box next to him and shook it. It has already been reported. After finishing speaking, he took the bottle of wine and left the tavern. Weiwei wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Ikarem. Princess Weiwei, you can't go. Why? I know I can't keep him. Why can't I send him off? Weiwei asked angrily. At this time, only hearing a bang, Cobra fell headlong on the bar and fell asleep. Your Majesty. Ikarem panicked, and Weiwei immediately ran out. Ikarem wanted to chase after him, but seeing Cobra, who was drunk on the bar, hesitated for a while, then immediately picked up Cobra and chased him out again. But when he chased out of the tavern, there was no one there. The figures of Weiwei and Lin Mo appeared. Lin Mo, let me send you off. By the way, do you need to prepare anything before you leave? I can accompany you to buy it. I know you are not very talkative, but I really appreciate your previous trip. Very curious. Weiwei followed Lin Mo all the time. Lin Mo continued to walk forward without a word. In fact, he didn't think it was necessary to see him off. Although Weiwei was really cute when she was a child. But he really didn't like this way of saying goodbye. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo immediately stepped on Xuanbu and disappeared from Weiwei's eyes in an instant. Weiwei was shocked and hurriedly looked for Lin Mo. Weiwei searched almost all the streets, but still couldn't find Lin Mo. After Ikarem sent Cobra back to the palace, he immediately called Belle to find the missing Vivi, and finally found Vivi crying in a ruin outside Alabasta. Princess Weiwei, are you okay? Ikarem asked anxiously. Weiwei cried and hugged Ikarem's leg. Lin Mo, he left and disappeared in front of my face. I just wanted to send him off. Does he really hate me so much? Your Majesty, I think you must have misunderstood. Belle said, Lin Mo's character is like this. It can be seen from the fact that he can cross the desert and come to Alba by himself. He doesn't hate you. He just get used to being alone. But why didn't you let me send him off? Weiwei asked, sobbing. Ikarem thought for a while and continued. Parting is always sad. I think that kid Lin Mo doesn't want to make you too sad. Princess Weiwei, it's better to let you watch him leave by boat. Just leave by yourself. Of course, this is just a reason Ikarem made up. Really, although the reason Ikarem gave was absurd, Vivi subconsciously believed it. Then will he come to Alabaster again in the future? Belle said with certainty. It will definitely. Weiwei asked puzzledly. Why is Belle so sure? Belle smiled and said, because I still owe him a drink, and he will definitely come back. Page 121, Chapter 92, The Strange Phenomenon of Gaia Island Turning Day into Night. After Lin Mo shook off Weiwei with Shuanpa, he went back to the hotel first and brought out the little camel that had been his mount a few days ago. After asking several local residents where the coast is closest to here, Lin Mo left Albana with the little camel and headed directly to the coast. The little camel carried Lin Mo in the desert for nearly 2 days before arriving at a small town near the sea. He casually bought a small boat first, and before sailing, Lin Mo left the camel on the shore. You are free. However, the camel didn't intend to leave Lin Mo at all. It kept humming and humming, as if it wanted to go with Lin Mo. I can't take you with me. The desert is your destination. After finishing his sentence, Lin Mo jumped into the boat he just bought and ignored the humming camel. Navigate to the direction where the next check-in location is located. Although Sky Island is an island suspended at an altitude of -meters, the route given by the system navigation is still in this sea area, and it is estimated that it will reach the end point of the system navigation guidance. So the island he signed on should be directly above the place at an altitude of -miles. Superior. After that, when Lin Mo sailed on the sea for nearly half a month, he arrived at a sea area where he couldn't even see a small island. The end position of the system navigation is here. Looking up at the sky, there is really a large white cloud above his head. At this time, not far away, a pirate ship with an unknown pirate flag was sailing towards his direction. Hey, there's a kid over there. Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Just in front of our ship, there is only one person. Could it be that he was the only one left in the shipwreck? Whether he is alone or not, if he dares to block us from going to Gaia Island, we will kill him. Ho ho. Okay, hit him. Hit him. Let that kid know what will happen if he dares to block the pirate's way. Everyone on the pirate ship was very excited and actually accelerated. Lin Mo withdrew his eyes from the sky and looked at the pirate ship that was getting closer and closer without a word. Without hesitation, he gathered the chakra in his body to his throat and then spewed it out, turning into 2 concrete ones at a time. The fire dragon roared and rushed towards the pirate ship from both sides. Lin Mo, on the other hand, turned around and sailed in the direction of Gaia Island where the pirate ship was going. A violent explosion sounded suddenly, and a strong heat wave swept away from the center of the explosion. Lin Mo ignored the explosion behind him and the wailing of his father and mother, and continued sailing in silence. After sailing for half an hour, he arrived at an island that looked like a resort island. This is Gaia Island, and this seemingly bustling town is Magic Valley Town, a small town gathered by pirates who spend money like water. At this moment, several pirate ships had already parked by the pier. Lin Mo took a special look at the flags of these pirate ships, none of which he knew. Lin Mo did not dock the small wooden boat on the shore of Mogu Town, but bypassed Mogu Town and came to the back peninsula of Gaia Island. Compared with the bustling Magic Valley Town located in the front half of the island, the back peninsula is much more depressed. On the coast, there is only one building facing the sea with a large board painted like a castle. In fact, only half of it is left. Half the house. This is the place where a man with a chestnut head, Vimbran Kulik, lived, and Lin Mo drove the boat here just to find him. Because this person is one of the few who knows how to get to Sky Island. In the future, Kulik also helped Luffy and the others land on the empty island smoothly. Parking the boat on the coast, Lin Mo just jumped onto the shore. A shirtless man just came out from that half of the room. The iconic chestnut head, orange-yellow chestnut head, made Lin Mo recognize at a glance that this was the person he was looking for. Brat, what are you doing here? Kulik was obviously taken aback when he saw Lin Mo. Lin Mo came directly in front of him and said expressionlessly, I want to go to Sky Island. Empty Island? A trace of surprise flashed in Kulik's eyes, and then he laughed loudly. Ha! Do you really believe in the existence of Empty Island? Lin Mo said calmly, I believe. Kulik stopped laughing, stared at Lin Mo, couldn't help but took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. I don't know if the Sky Island exists, but there is a person who always believes in the existence of the Sky Island. It's just that person he has become a legendary liar, and future generations will never be able to lift their heads. As he said that, Kulik suddenly noticed a small boat parked on the shore. Little devil, is that boat yours? Lin Mo nodded lightly. Kulik continued, It seems that your home should be nearby. This sea is full of dangers. It's not like you, a kid, can go wherever you want. I don't know how you know the existence of Sky Island. If you don't want to die, go home early. In the final analysis, wanting to go to Sky Island is just a whim in your head. Lin Mo. This guy is talking too much nonsense. Lin Mo said speechlessly. You just need to tell me the azimuth and location of the next upwelling current. Although he has already determined the location of the empty island he is going to, it is impossible that there will be an upwelling current just under that empty island. Now, he only needs to determine the azimuth and location of the next upwelling current, and the remaining problem of the ship is easy to say. Kulik stared blankly at Lin Mo, never expecting that this kid even knew about the rising current. However, after thinking about it, I still couldn't help laughing. Ha! Are you serious? Even if you know where the next upwelling current will appear, so what? You don't plan to use this let the small wooden boat ride the upwelling current? It's not that I look down on your boat. As long as your boat is lifted up by the upwelling current, it will fall apart immediately, and you will fall into the sea. If you are lucky, the height of the fall into the sea if it's not too high, maybe you can save a life. I have my own solution to the problem of the boat. Lin Mo said calmly, Whether it is life or death is my own business. You just need to tell me what you know. Kulik originally wanted to taunt Lin Mo, but when he saw the calm eyes of the other party, he was silent for a moment, and he was relieved. It's the first time I've seen a kid like you, so listen up. Well, sometimes very strange natural phenomena will occur in some sea areas in this area. It is obviously daytime, but in the blink of an eye, it is shrouded in night. As for the phenomenon of suddenly turning into night, it is simply because of the thick cloud sombra, that is the so-called cumulus cloud. It is formed in the sky. No matter how thick it is, it will not generate airflow, nor will it become rain. Therefore, once there is a cumulus cloud over the sky, the clouds are so thick that even sunlight cannot penetrate. No matter how bright the day is, it also turns into night. So, I guess, if the Sky Island really exists, the only possibility is there. In short, you'd better find out where this strange phenomenon of turning day into night has occurred. And then I can judge the location and eruption time of the next upwelling current based on the location of the area where this strange phenomenon occurs. Chapter 93: The Secret of the So-Called Golden Town of Gaia Island. In short, if you want to guess the time and location of the next rising current, you must first know where cumulus clouds have appeared in the waters near Gaia Island. And the best place to inquire about the news is the tavern. Thinking of this, Lin Mo turned and returned to his boat. Kulik saw that he seemed to be leaving, so he couldn't help asking, Little devil, are you leaving? Go home or ask for news. Lin Mo said lightly, The latter. Kulik was stunned for a moment. That's all I said. Do you really believe me without even a doubt? Page 122. Lin Mo didn't say anything more and sailed directly around Gaia Island. He was going to Magic Valley Town. Kulik watched Lin Mo leave with mixed feelings in his heart. It can be said that from the beginning of memory, no one except his own family believed him, because he was a descendant of the great liar Rolando. He told Lin Mo before that there is a person who has always believed in the existence of Sky Island, and that is his ancestor when Brando Rolando. Rolando was the admiral and botanist of the expedition team of the Kingdom of Lubnar in the North Sea 400 years ago. Because of an accidental experience, Rolando rescued the Sandia people who were attacked by tree fever on Gaia Island, and ended in the traditional ceremony of human sacrifice. He also became a good friend at first sight with Calgula, the big warrior at that time. Although Rolando saved Sandia, he was misunderstood by the tribe as a sinner who violated traditions and beliefs because he cut down all the sacred trees of Sandia in the process. That it was only after Calgula issued an order to drive them away that they learned why they cut down the tree, and they failed to see Rolando off in time. Later, in the year 1127 of the Hyuan calendar, Rolando was ordered by the king to return to Gaia Island to search for gold. However, at this time, Gaia Island has been washed up into the sky by the rising sea current. Rolando committed the crime of deceiving the king and was sentenced to death because he could not find the Golden Land. Before his death, Rolando speculated that the Golden Town sank to the bottom of the sea due to plate movement, and said the last words that posterity have never understood. I saw gold in the right eye of the skeleton, but no one wants to listen to him anymore. The skeleton here refers to the shape of the original Gaia Island. Since then, Rolando the Great Liar has become a well-known fairy tale in Beihai. The protagonist Rolando is a fool and a liar who often tells lies. Anyone be honest. It was because of Rolando's story that Kulik had a very miserable childhood. Anyone who knew that he was a descendant of Rolando, especially those in Beihai, would laugh at and look down on him, even if he was still a child. Although Kulik also formed a pirate group when he grew up, his crew left him in the end. So, for so many years, he stayed here alone, diving constantly, in order to find the golden village that Rolando said was sunken under the sea. Even he himself didn't fully believe it, but in order to prove the existence of the Golden Land and break the curse of the One Brand family, Kulik was willing to bet his life to fight against fate. He was even prepared not to be favored and trusted by anyone, and prepared to fight alone for the rest of his life. But now, that kid who was going to the empty island didn't even say a word of nonsense, so he just believed him? Although Kulik also thought about it, maybe Lin Mo was still young, too innocent, and too easy to trust others. But when he looked at Lin Mo just now, he dismissed his previous thoughts. He knew that Lin Mo was serious and didn't mean any jokes. Moreover, although he didn't know much about swords, among the two swords Lin Mo was carrying, the real sword gave him an inexplicable sense of gloom. It is definitely not easy for a child to control such a sword. Lin Mo sailed around Gaia Island in a small wooden boat for another half an hour, and returned to the large area in front of Mogu Town on the sea, connecting to the edge of the wooden shore of Gaia Island. Magic Valley Town was built on this large board. After parking the boat, Lin Mo jumped onto the plank and walked indifferently towards the town of Magic Valley. People who come to Magic Valley Town are basically pirates. Therefore, there are no rules at all here. Even fighting in the street, even killing people, is considered normal here. Walking all the way forward, the appearance of Lin Mo attracted the attention of many pirates wandering around Magic Valley Town. Look, who did I see? A brat dares to come to a town full of pirates. He is really brave, huh? Hey, kid, which pirate group are you from? I don't believe you. A kid dare to come here alone. Maybe he drifted over in a shipwreck. Haha. Look, he still has two swords. Maybe he is a very powerful swordsman. Swordsman? Just rely on him. I can rub him on the ground with one finger. Yo, yo, yo. You are so terrible. Then you should do it. Let the big guy see how you rub that kid on the ground with one finger. Oomph. It's just a brat. Do you really think I dare not? Watch it. The man who spoke took a sip from the wine bottle in his hand, then smashed the half-filled wine bottle on the ground with a bang. With a smirk on the corner of his mouth, he walked towards Lin Mo. Go. Little ghost, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe I can spare your life. The man said with a smirk. The pirates watching the play all suppressed their laughter, waiting for the good show. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, and continued walking forward. Hey kid, are you deaf? Or are you pretending you can't hear me? The man who said he was going to beat Lin Mo quickened his pace, and slapped Lin Mo on the head with his hands. The moment his hand slapped, Lin Mo's figure flashed and easily avoided his attack. Huh. The man was taken aback. The surrounding pirates laughed. Is that okay? You can't even deal with a brat. Ha ha ha. I think what you said just now is a lie, huh? Look, people ignore you. Obviously they look down on you, ha. Jerry, if you can't do it, back down and let me teach you how to kill people, haha. Shut up, all of you, the man named Jerry said angrily. It's just a brat. You really think I can't kill him? Let me watch. As he said that, Jerry immediately drew out the machete hanging from his waist and slashed at Lin Mo without hesitation. And no matter how he slashed, he couldn't hit Lin Mo, just like the other party had eyes on his back. Asshole, I don't believe it anymore. Go to hell. Jerry took out a grenade from his pocket in a fit of rage, pulled the ring, and was about to throw it at Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced back at him, and a strong sense of oppression surged towards Jerry instantly. Jerry couldn't help but froze in place, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, unable to move. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. Before I took a few steps, I only heard a loud bang. Jerry exploded on the spot holding the grenade. Chapter 94 Gaia Island comes from the wrath of the red-nosed clown, huh? What's going on? Why didn't Jerry throw the grenade? Crazy. If you want to commit suicide, can't you go to a farther place to commit suicide? You have to stay here, and it will hurt us, cough, cough. No, obviously he was going to throw it out just now, but after the kid looked back at him, this guy's expression was like seeing a ghost. How is this possible? How old is that kid? Can Jerry be so frightened with just one look? The people affected by the explosion were discussing in disgrace. Page 123 Lin Mo didn't pay any attention to the voice behind him. When he was about to reach the tavern, a long-haired man riding a tall horse, wearing a brown-black fur coat and a black hat, suddenly fell off the horse in front of his eyes and down. Seeing this person's attire, Lin Mo recognized the other person's identity. It's Poison Q, the future ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates, who has the nickname Reaper and is quite a vicious person. As for why this guy came to this place now, Lin Mo didn't know and didn't want to know the reason. Poison Q looked haggard and said weakly, "Excuse me, can you help me up?" Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly and walked around directly. Poison Q took out a basket of red apples from nowhere, and when Lin Mo was about to bypass him, he continued, "These apples are just a thank you gift. I am born weak and sick. Please help me. Thank you." Lin Mo still had the same attitude as before. He ignored the poser and went straight into the nearby tavern. What an unreasonable brat, Poison Q said sullenly. As soon as he finished speaking, wherever he looked, he found a few people not far away, who had obviously just come from other places, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. The tavern Lin Mo entered was a 2-in-1 bar and restaurant. Come to the bar and sit down. He hasn't said anything yet, although the tavern owner was surprised. Seeing that Lin Mo was still a child, he poured a glass of orange juice with ice in front of him very casually. Lin Mo, little friend, you came here with the boat. This town is very messy. It's better not to run around alone. The tavern owner said with a smile, "Take this glass of orange juice as a gift from me, and leave as soon as you finish drinking it." Lin Mo stared at the glass of orange juice speechlessly, picked it up and drank it in one gulp, then took out a handful of Baileys, and said, "Have a glass of wine." Huh? The tavern owner was surprised. "Do you know how to drink?" Lin Mo responded indifferently with a hum. The tavern owner accepted the money in embarrassment and immediately brought a glass of wine to Lin Mo. After seeing Lin Mo drinking all the wine, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As expected, there are no people here. So simple, obviously at the age when you should be carefree and playful, but so calm, drinking the wine that adults drink. It seems that, child, you have experienced many things. Lin Mo said speechlessly, "Have another drink." The tavern owner smiled and nodded. "Okay, wait a moment." When the tavern owner brought Lin Mo a second glass of wine, two big explosions suddenly sounded outside the door. I don't know who is fighting again. The tavern owner picked up a cup and wiped it. The guests who were dining and drinking in the tavern also continued to eat and drink happily, as if they didn't hear the explosion. Lin Mo continued to drink indifferently. Suddenly, an angry voice came in from outside the door. "Bastard! How dare you kill my subordinates, little ones? Chase me and catch that bastard on horseback. I'm going to kill him." Heard. Lin Mo put down the wine glass. The voice sounded familiar. It must be the guy who delivered the apples again. The tavern owner smiled and shook his head. A few days ago, a man who looked very weak and seemed to be dying of illness came to Magic Valley Town on horseback. He also brought a lot of apples are given to anyone who sees them, and those who don't know if they accept them will be blown to death after eating them. So, kid, if you meet someone on the road offering you an apple, don't take it. Lin Mo. Silent without speaking, Lin Mo picked up the half glass of wine left in his hand and continued to drink. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't respond to him, the tavern owner shrugged helplessly and continued to work on him. Later, Lin Mo ordered 2 more bottles of wine and some side dishes. While eating and drinking, he paid attention to the high-spirited discussions of the pirates in the tavern. No one mentioned the sudden darkening of the sky. Just as he finished drinking 1 bottle of wine and just opened the second bottle, the familiar voice sounded again. Damn it, he ran away. You guys, deal with the corpses of these 2 guys first. Machi and Kabaji stay with you too, and everyone else goes to the boat and waits for me. After explaining, the speaker pushed open the door of Lin Mo's tavern and walked in with a gloomy face. Lin Mo didn't look back, just hearing the names of the 2 subordinates. He confirmed the identity of the person who came. It's Bucky. He used to be an intern of the Roger Pirates, and he and the red-haired Shanks were good friends who grew up together during the Roger Pirates period. But later, because of Shanks' relationship, Bucky accidentally took what he planned to sell privately. The lost Superman was eaten by mistake, and since then he has established a personal enmity with Shanks. After the Roger Pirates were disbanded, he established the Bucky Pirates on his own. Hey, bring me the best food and drink here. Wearing an orange pirate hat with a red ball on his nose, Bucky, who looks very similar to a clown, took 2 of his men and sat in the tavern to eat together. In front of a square dining table in the hall, he said with a gloomy face, "Okay, here we come." The tavern owner responded immediately. At this time, the 2 men sitting at the table next to Bucky couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, look at that guy's nose, it's so funny. Is it a clown? Ha ha ha, it's really funny. Hey, buddies over there, give us a show. Bucky immediately looked at the 2 of them, with shadows on his face. Do you think my nose is ridiculous, like a fool? Do you think my nose is red and big? Ha ha, that's right, it's big and red. Unexpectedly, you are very self-aware, huh? The 2 of them laughed loudly, and the other diners in the tavern couldn't help laughing too. He, this group of people is finished. A man named Machi, one of Bucky's men, who was wearing plush clothes, animal claw shoes, and a plush head, covered his mouth and said with a sneer. Another of Bucky's subordinates, with hair covering his left eye, wearing a plaid scarf, and a man named Kabaji in a cloak, responded with the corners of his mouth curled up. That's right. These guys have committed a big taboo and still laugh. After a while, some of them cried. Hearing the waves of ridicule in the tavern, Bucky's gloomy face gradually revealed a terrifying smile. It seems that you have already made up your mind. Then go to hell. Chapter 95. Lin Mo, who was offered a reward on Gaia Island. There was laughter in the tavern, especially those 2 who laughed at Bucky just now. Their laughs were especially presumptuous. Bucky grinned sneerily, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He shook his hands without hesitation, separated the hands holding the throwing knife from his body, and quickly moved towards the 2 people who were still laughing with their heads up. Fly away. Hearing only 2 sounds of "quit," Bucky mercilessly slashed one by one and wiped the necks of the 2 guys who laughed at him. The people who were still giggling at the beginning saw the 2 people who were leading the laughing Bucky fell on the table in pain, clutching their necks, and soon lost their breath. Each of them changed their expressions. That red? No, that guy's hand can be separated from his body. Could it be that guy is a reformed person? No, even if it's a modified person, it's impossible to separate the hand from the body without any connection. If my guess is correct, that person is definitely a devil fruit-capable user. Page 124. A devil fruit-capable user. Let's keep our voices down. If we are targeted by him, we will be in trouble. If someone had been killed in an ordinary town, it would have caused turmoil long ago. But Devil Valley Town is different. The people who come here are all pirates. It is quite normal to fight and kill people here if they disagree. So those 2 people were killed by Bucky. Although everyone in the tavern was surprised that Bucky was none of the devil fruit users left the tavern because of this. and even a few brave ones directly threw an olive branch to Bucky. Hey, buddies over there, which pirate group are you from? Do you want to consider merging with our pirate group? Ha ha ha, your ability looks so strange. What kind of fruit do you eat? Ah, good luck, buddy. I don't even have a chance to eat a devil fruit. The corner of Bucky's mouth twitched slightly. He slammed the table and said angrily, Bastards, you ignorant guys can't understand my pain at all. Go to hell. Bucky eats the Superman's split fruit, which can split any part of his body into several small pieces. The body can be separated into pieces at will, float in the air, or pop out to attack the enemy. During the split, the feet must be on the ground unless external forces intervene. The effective range of this ability is within a radius of 200 meters from the feet. If the split body exceeds this range, the main body will be unable to control, and the split body will be forced to be pulled back within 2 meters. Once the attack splits the body, its pain is also shared. Since the body can be split freely, sword attacks such as slashing or stabbing are ineffective against it. Because it is not a natural fruit, the blocks that Bucky splits are all solid, and the weakness is blunt attack. Since it hits the body directly, even splitting is useless. That if one or several pieces of the body are taken away after splitting, errors will occur when reassembling, and disassembly will occur. In short, the ability to split fruit is not particularly strong, but for many people, it is quite a troublesome ability, especially for swordsmen. Bucky can even be regarded as the swordsman nemesis. Bucky is a person who attaches great importance to treasures. At the beginning, he thought carefully to get the devil fruit because the value of the devil fruit was worth at least -million berries. He never thought about eating the devil fruit, and even once thought that he would become a landlubber after eating the devil fruit. Everyone is an idiot, until Shanks made him eat a devil fruit by mistake. Eating that devil fruit not only meant the loss of -million Bailey's money to Bucky, but also made him never be able to use his best swimming to find the hidden treasures in the sea. This is why he has such hatred for Shanks, and he even unilaterally declared that he would never forgive Shanks. Therefore, those who said they envied him and said he was lucky, in Bucky's view, were laughing at him. Seeing that Bucky seemed to be attacking the entire tavern, the owner of the tavern shouted, It's okay for you to fight, but can you not tear down my shop? I'm a small business, and it will cost a lot of money to repair it. Huh? Bucky glared at the tavern owner viciously. Who do you say has a round nose? The tavern owner was stunned. I didn't say that. Bucky didn't listen to the tavern owner's explanation at all, and slammed the right hand holding the throwing knife at the tavern owner. The tavern owner was shocked and unconsciously took half a step back. Lin Mo was eating with a fork when Bucky's hand flew past him. He raised the fork and stabbed the back of Bucky's hand hard, forcing Bucky's hand to use the fork, pressing it on the table of the bar counter. Then with the other hand, he casually picked up the wine bottle and drank it. Hey! Bucky was startled, and then Hua Zibiao burst into tears of pain. The tavern owner looked at Lin Mo, who was drinking in front of him. His eyes were full of shock. Why? Why did you save me? The tavern owner couldn't help asking. Lin Mo put down the wine bottle and wrote lightly, A tip for the juice. Captain Bucky, are you okay? Machi and Kabaji asked anxiously. Go and kill that brat, Bucky said angrily. Kabaji immediately drew out his saber. Okay, leave that kid to me. Then he walked quickly towards Lin Mo, who had his back to them, holding a wine bottle in one hand and a fork in the other, pressing Bucky's hand. When he approached Lin Mo and saw Lin Mo's 2 knives, he couldn't help but stop. Wooden sword and gueche? Kabaji's face changed suddenly. Your name is Lin Mo, right? Lin Mo looked back at Kabaji. Question mark. How did this guy know him? When Kabaji saw Lin Mo's face, without saying a word, he immediately retreated to Bucky's side. Bucky said speechlessly, What the hell are you doing back here? Captain Bucky, do you still remember the new reward order issued yesterday? There is a kid named Lin Mo, who was given a reward of -million at the age of 10. Kabaji whispered in Bucky's ear. Bucky. The corner of Bucky's mouth twitched slightly. Huh? What are you talking about? That brat, he is Lin Mo. Kabaji pointed at Lin Mo and whispered. So what? Bucky said angrily. It's just a brat. How could it be worth -million? The Navy must have made a mistake. I asked you to kill him. Don't you understand? I knew this guy couldn't do it. Machi grinned. Sure enough, I still have to watch Machi at the critical moment. Kabaji, you useless thing, you can step back. Kabaji. Machi rubbed his fists and walked towards Lin Mo. With a smirk on the corner of his mouth, he suddenly shouted, Liji, come in. Then there was a loud bang, and a huge lion roared and broke into the door. Chapter 96. The arrogant Captain Bucky of Gaia Island. Lin Mo heard what Kabaji said to Bucky. He is now speechless and even wants to laugh. Obviously, he is not a pirate, but he was actually put on a bounty by the Navy. In the Navy, not many people seem to know him. Garp and Akiji will definitely not do this, and Smoker will most likely not cheat him because of Akiji's relationship. Then there's only one person left. Red Dog, this dog thing. Lin Mo didn't think much about it yet. Emochi pointed at Lin Mo and gave Li Kei an order. Li Kei, crush that kid's head for me. Machi is a beast trainer and a cadre of the Bucky Pirates. He has the same status as Kabaji in the Bucky Pirates, and he is Bucky's confidant. Li Kei got the order and immediately roared and rushed towards Lin Mo. The other guests in the tavern were very excited. They liked watching this bloody fighting scene the most. Lin Mo silently glanced at Li Chi, who was rushing towards him. Silently, he pulled out the fork holding Bucky's hand, ignoring the hand that flew back quickly after being free. When Li Kei rushed in front of Lin Mo took the fork and tapped it on Li Kei's nose. A powerful force condensed on this small fork, causing Li Kei, who was originally fierce, to stop immediately. He fell down and began to sweat profusely on his forehead. Page 125. Seeing that Li Kei stopped still, Emochi said anxiously, Li Kei, what's wrong with you? Why are you disobedient? Hurry up, let me bite that brat's head to pieces. Lin Mo stared at Li Ji's eyes and suddenly sneered. Li Chi trembled in fright and hurriedly hid behind Emochi as if running for his life. Its move immediately caused a burst of laughter around it. Hurrah! I thought this lion was so powerful, but it turned out to be a paper tiger. It's really useless. Cut, it's really boring. I thought I could see some exciting scenes. In my opinion, this lion should be renamed Coward. I've never seen such a cowardly lion who was actually scared by a fork. Machi, Bucky, Kabaji. Machi clenched his fists tightly, and the way he looked at Lin Mo changed. Animals are often more sensitive than humans. Moreover, Li Chi has followed me since I was a child. No one knows it better than me. How could it will be afraid of the fork? It is afraid of the person holding the fork. Hurrah! What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just a child. That's right. It's an excuse, as if it really happened. Haha. At first I thought the red-nosed pirate group was so powerful, but it turned out to be a juggling group, really useless. There was another burst of laughter in the tavern. How dare you laugh at me? I've had enough. Bucky immediately divided his body into several sections and suspended in midair. I'm going to blow up all of you in this town. Machi, go and blow me up. Bucky bombs at the ready. Yes. Captain Bucky. Machi immediately sat on Li Chi's back and ran out of the tavern. The tavern owner asked with an ugly face, Bucky bomb? What is that? A bomb. Bucky looked at the tavern owner and said with a smirk, Bucky's bullets are my special kind. One cannonballs are powerful enough to destroy half a town. What? The tavern owner was shocked. Do you know where this is? This is Magic Valley Town, and the people who come here are all pirates. If you really launch Bucky bombs to attack this town, it will cause public outrage. So what? Bucky said arrogantly. It's just right that it's all pirates. There must be a lot of treasures, and when I get rid of you all your treasures will be mine. This tavern, none of the people in this town can escape. I want you to sink into the bottom of the sea with this town. Hey, who do you think you are? You are too arrogant. Damn it. I really think of us as soft persimmons that can be squeezed casually. Brothers, bright guy, kill this red nose. Red nose. Bucky staggered, and then said furiously, You bastards who are overconfident. Kabaji, come to me and kill all these guys. Kabaji curled his mouth and held the saber in his hand again. Understood, Captain Bucky. The other pirates in the tavern also lit up their weapons, ready to go shopping with Bucky and the others. The tavern owner was worried and wanted to stop it, but he didn't dare. Lin Mo finished the last sip of food on the plate in front of him. drank the last sip of wine in the wine bottle, put the money for the meal on the bar, and jumped off the stool in front of the bar. Looking calmly from here among the group of pirates who were about to start a battle, they walked towards the completely destroyed gate. "Smelly brat, get the hell out of here." One of the bearded, sturdy men holding a machete slashed at Lin Mo without hesitation. Lin Mo quickened his pace a little and easily dodged his attack. Eh. The bearded man was stunned for a moment, suddenly feeling humiliated. Without saying a word, he picked up the guy again and chased after Lin Mo. At the same time, the chaos in the tavern also started. Bucky and Kabaji wrestled with the group of pirates, while the tavern owner hid under the bar, not daring to participate in the battle. The man with the beard slashed at Lin Mo several times in a row but failed to hit anyone. Just when Lin Mo stepped out of the tavern, not far away, a man was drinking by the bucket, with a gloomy expression on his face, and said drunkenly, "I'm a giant." Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but look at that person more. At this time, the bearded man had already chased after him, and when he saw a chance, he immediately smirked and chopped off at the top of Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo didn't even look at it. He raised his hand and struck, directly smashing the bearded man's machete to pieces with his bare hands. "Huh? My knife." The bearded man's eyes widened. Lin Mo walked towards the drunk man, stood in front of him, and asked indifferently, "When did you see the giant?" The drunk man raised his head to look at Lin Mo, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, "Why? Are you also here to laugh at me? Hee, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there would be a giant as tall as the sky in this world." Hiccup, Lin Mo. The giant the drunk man mentioned should be the shadow cast from the clouds by the person standing on the empty island. The most important thing is that the shadows of the Sky Islanders are not projected all the time, but when there is a cumulus cloud, the probability of being projected is very high. That's why Lin Mo came to ask the drunk when he saw the giant. The drunk man suddenly laughed again and continued, "Forget it. I've said it many times anyway, and it's okay to say it again. In fact, when I went out to sea to fish this morning, it suddenly got dark, and then there was two super giant shadows appeared. Although I like to drink, but I guarantee that I definitely did not see it because I was drunk. I really saw super giants, but no one believed me." "I believe it," Lin Mo said lightly. The drunk man looked at him in surprise, then smiled and waved his hands. "Little ghost, you don't have to comfort me. Who would believe such absurd things, haha." As he spoke, the drunk man took another sip from the bottle. Lin Mo said speechlessly, "So, where did you see the giant?" Seeing that Lin Mo seemed really interested, the drunk man thought for a while and said, "Get out of the pier and head southward, about half an hour away." Chapter 97. Lin Mo, who has no choice in Gaia Island. Lin Mo was 100% sure that the phenomenon that the drunk man encountered in the morning was the cumulus cloud he had been waiting for. In his impression, the day after the cumulus cloud appeared, there should be an upwelling current. The next thing he has to do is to prepare the boat, and then ask Kulik to help him according to the location and time of the cumulus cloud. He calculated where and when the rising current would appear tomorrow. So, before going to Kulik, he had to get the boat done. Just as Lin Mo was thinking, suddenly, a loud explosion shattered a row of houses not far away. One can tell at a glance that it is Bucky's subordinate, Machi, who really fired the Bucky cannon on this town. Although Bucky and Redhead were both crew members on Roger's ship when they were young, Bucky's structure is obviously much smaller than Redhead's, and his strength is simply not comparable to Redhead's. In short, apart from Bucky's own special strength and good luck, his subordinates are more scumbags than others. It can be said that the Bucky pirates are actually quite rubbish. Page 126. If he really offends all the pirates in Magic Valley Town all at once, it may not be easy for Bucky to leave here safely, unless the pirates staying in Magic Valley Town are really more rubbish than them. Soon, the sound of chaotic fighting came from the direction of the pier. It seems that the crew on Bucky's ship have also started fighting with the pirates in this town. Lin Mo walked towards the pier indifferently. Anyway, it doesn't matter to him how they make trouble, as long as it doesn't affect his buying a boat. When he came to the large board in front of the pier, Machi commanded his subordinates to aim the Bucky cannon at the direction of the town again. When it was ignited, a townsman rushed over aggressively, shifted direction. Then, with a bang, This Bucky cannon punched a row of pirate ships docked beside it, including local ships, in front of everyone. Now, except for the big ship of the Bucky pirates and some other small boats that can only accommodate 1 or 2 people on the shore, all the boats have been destroyed by Bucky's bullets. Huh. All the pirates on the shore widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide open. Machi was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Ha! You deserve it. Let's see how you go to sea without a boat. Ha! All the pirates on the shore came back to their senses immediately. Their faces were full of anger. The two sides fought violently again. Linimo looked at them speechlessly and looked around. There was no big boat available in all the places he could see, except Bucky's. Is this implying something? Linimo was extremely speechless and couldn't understand why the people who came here had to park all the boats in a row. OCD? It seems that he has no choice. At this time, an unknown person shouted, "Let's destroy their boat together." All the pirates on the shore immediately united together, shifted the direction of attack together, and attacked the pirate ship of the Bucky pirates. Machi yelled in his heart that something was wrong, and immediately called the crew on the ship to start defending. A man on the shore with a bazooka fired several shots at Bucky's pirate ship. Seeing that the cannonball was about to hit the hull, Lin Mo immediately stepped on Shuanpa, teleported to the front of the cannonball, and pulled out the 3 generations of ghosts. In a flash of swords and swords, all the cannonballs were cut into several sections. Losing the motivation to move forward, fell to the ground. In an instant, everyone fell silent, looking at Lin Mo eagerly. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Lin Mo calmly put the 3 generations of Gueche into the scabbard. "Liar, you liar." The man holding the bazooka didn't believe this evil and pointed the muzzle of the gun directly at Lin Mo's head and pressed the trigger without hesitation. Lin Mo stared at him speechlessly until when the cannonball got close to him, he raised his foot and kicked the cannonball back. Seeing the shells flying back, the people standing on the board immediately ran away in panic. Only the shooter stared blankly at the shell that was getting closer and closer to him. Just as he thought of running, it was too late. The shell hit the wooden board in front of him, and a big hole was blown on the ground. He then flew out following the aftermath of the explosion. Lin Mo jumped onto the deck of Bucky's pirate ship. Machi opened his mouth wide and stared at Lin Mo in panic, while Li Kei also hid behind him in fear. The other crew members of the Bucky pirates, who had never seen Lin Mo, were very happy. Who is this kid? He's so powerful, he can smash the rocket launcher shells with a single sword, and he can also kick the flying shells back. He must be Captain Bucky's friend, otherwise why would he help us? Master Machi, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so ugly? He. Machi took half a step back subconsciously. Gwa, the reward order is indeed true. You. Who are you? What do you want to come to our ship? Reward order? What reward order? Is this kid also a pirate? No way. He looks only a few years old. Wait, I remember. It seems that the newspaper delivery bird sent several new reward orders yesterday, and one of them was a child who was offered a reward of -1,000,000 Baileys. At that time, Captain Bucky said that the Navy must have made a mistake or something. A child with a reward of -1,000,000? Yes, I remembered. Looking at it now, this kid seems to be very similar to the person on the reward order. Bucky's crew immediately found out the reward order, compared it, and it was indeed the right number. Immediately, everyone on the boat was speechless. Just like Li Kei, they hid behind Machi together. Lin Mo walked towards them speechlessly. Machi and the others backed away nervously. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, Captain Bucky will be back soon. You'd better not mess around. If anything happens to us, Captain Bucky won't let you go. Machi swallowed and said. When Lin Mo walked past him, he immediately put his head in his hands and begged for mercy. Yeah, don't come over. I apologize. I sincerely apologize to you. Don't hit me. Lin Mo ignored him directly, came to the person holding the reward order, and stretched out his hand to him. The man didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly offered Lin Mo's reward order with both hands. Lin Mo picked it up and took a look. The portrait printed on the reward order was the one he took when he was surrounded by red dogs when he left Juba in Alabasta. At this time, Bucky came back with Kabaji. Seeing that only his own ship was intact on the coast of Magic Valley Town, and the other pirates saw him not only did not take the initiative to attack, but also looked a little jealous of him. Bucky was still a little angry before, but suddenly healed quite a lot. Hey ha 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 ha, Machi did a good job. Bucky laughed and went to the deck. But when he saw that Lin Mo was also on his boat, and his crew members seemed to be afraid of Lin Mo, he became angry again. Bastard, brat, what have you done to my people? As he said that, the bayonet suddenly popped out from Bucky's toes, and then he split the lower half of his body, spinning and flying out at high speed like a pancake, attacking Lin Mo. Chapter 98 Gaia Island Tactical Retreat. Huh? Captain Bucky, wait a minute. This brat didn't do anything to us. He even helped us just now. Yeah, if it wasn't for him, we would still be fighting the pirates in this town. Captain Bucky, calm down. Although I don't want to admit it, and I don't know what the purpose of this kid is, he did help us solve the trouble. Bucky's crew began to speak for Lin Mo. What? Bucky immediately spun quickly, and the lower half of Lin Mo's body that was about to attack Lin Mo stopped forcibly, and his upper body also flew over at the same time, joining together with the lower half of his body. Huh. Bucky looked ferociously at Lin Mo, who was close at hand. Little devil, I don't believe that you helped me on a whim, and said, what is your purpose? Kabaji came to Machi's side and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Page 127. Machi shook his head with an ugly face. I don't know, but that kid is too suspicious. Lin Mo stared indifferently at Bucky, who looked vicious but was actually very funny, and wrote lightly, I will lend you a boat. Bucky was stunned. Borrow a boat? Lin Mo nodded lightly. Uff. Bucky couldn't help laughing while clutching his belly. Huh? Borrow a boat? Brat, do you know who you're talking to? How dare you ask me to borrow a boat? Ha ha ha, that's so funny. But after laughing, Bucky immediately became serious again and asked, there are so many boats available nearby, but you just stared at my boat. Kid, what the hell are you trying to do? Lin Mo pointed to the sky. Go to Sky Island. Huh? Bucky staggered. The other crew members on his ship couldn't help laughing. Hurrah! Empty Island? That seems to be a place that only appears in fairy tales, right? Sure enough, a kid is a kid. No matter how powerful it is, it's still a kid. That kind of place can only deceive children. There are actually people who really believe in the existence of Sky Island. Ha! I'm really laughing to death. Hey, don't be like this. Maybe you can put wings on the boat, and you can really fly to the empty island. Ha! Everyone on board was laughing. Only Bucky was alone, and his face had changed. Sky Island is real. No one knows better than Bucky, because he went with Roger once when he was still a trainee on Roger's ship. He still remembered that when they were in Sky Island, they also discovered a golden city made entirely of gold, and a super huge golden clock. In short, that place is simply a dreamland for Bucky, who is very obsessed with gold and silver treasures. At that time, he also asked Roger how to take the gold away, but Roger was running out of time at that time, so he asked Bucky to take the gold after he became the captain himself. Although Bucky has now become the captain of the Bucky Pirates, he didn't go to Sky Island immediately, because the process of going to the empty island at that time could be said to have narrowly escaped death. It made his back feel numb when he thought about it now. Isn't that a joke? If one accidentally falls from the rising current, it will really kill someone. His plan to snatch all the gold and silver treasures in the world has just started. Even if he really wants to go to Sky Island in the future, it will not be this time. At least he will have to wait until his pirate group grows up and has enough strength to think about it. Bucky stared at Lin Mo with a serious face and asked in an unhappy tone, Little devil, are you sure you want to go to Sky Island? Lin Mo stared back at him speechlessly, without any wavering in his eyes. The corners of Bucky's mouth twitched slightly, and then he covered his stomach and laughed loudly. Hey ha! Only a child like you who has never seen the world will believe this kind of unrealistic fantasy. What empty island? That kind of place doesn't exist. Lin Mo, I don't know how much you weigh. Pretend. You continue to pretend. At this time, the restless sound on the shore sounded again. Almost all the pirates in Magic Valley Town ran out, and when they saw that their ship was destroyed, they were all very angry. Bastard, what the hell is going on? Who blew up my boat? Do you need to ask? It must have been done by the people on the undamaged ship, Come on, little ones, and kill everyone on that ship. Kill. Let those who don't know what to do See how powerful we are. Seeing not far away, a group of people approached menacingly and rushed to the deck railing to see the situation. Machi asked nervously, Captain Bucky, all the pirates in the town have escaped. What should we do next? Get Bucky ready and blow those guys up for me. Bucky didn't panic at all. Emochi said embarrassedly, the 2 Bucky shells that were taken out just now have been fired, and now we have to fire the Bucky shells, and we have to go to the cabin to get the shells. I'm afraid it's too late. Bucky said speechlessly, it's really useless. Since you can't use Bucky's bombs, you can go directly to them. How many people have they come? Big. There are about 300 to 500 people. Machi roughly estimated. Then how many people do we have? Machi replied, less than 30. Bucky. Without saying anything more, Bucky turned around indifferently, clenched his fists and raised his hands, and said loudly, little ones, lift the anchor and sail, and set sail immediately. Huh. Machi was stunned for a moment. Captain Bucky, don't we fight them? That's right. Did you just evacuate like this? Although we are few in number, you are here with Captain Bucky. You are super powerful, Captain. That's right. We can't just withdraw like this, Captain Bucky. Let's fight them. Bucky's crew became more and more excited. Idiot. Bucky yelled angrily. What do you know? I call it a tactical retreat. Huh? Tactical retreat? It sounds like a very powerful one. As expected of Captain Bucky, he always says things that we don't understand. In short, you can't go wrong listening to the captain. Hurry up, everyone. Hurry up and weigh the anchor, and get ready to go to sea. Bucky's crew immediately dispersed to do their own business. When the group of pirates chased to the shore, Bucky's boat had already started to leave. Even if they smashed the weapons in their hands hard at Bucky's boat, at most they would leave some scratches on the boat. No real harm at all. Damn it. Let them run away. Bastard, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I want you to look good. Everyone on the shore was furious. Bucky turned his back on the deck and couldn't help but sighed softly. Fortunately, I ran in time, otherwise the loss will be great. He is not afraid of those pirates in Demon Valley Town. After all, he is a capable person, but there are too many opponents. He is much stronger than the average person, and besides Kabaji and Machi, his crew members can do a little bit of fighting. The rest of the crew members have just been recruited, and their combat effectiveness is actually the same. If the Bucky bomb is ready, he can just blow up this town and that group of people. The most important thing is that there are still some treasures he found during this period of time in the boat, and his crew members don't care what happens. But if the treasures accidentally fall into the hands of others, then he will be very distressed. In summary, Bucky then decided to ignore him and go first. Page 128. As for the tactical retreat, he was talking nonsense, but he didn't expect that his crew would believe it. Chapter 99. Gaia Island comes from the attention of Captain Bucky. Bucky was smiling happily there, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lin Mo, who was walking towards the cab. Dazed, Bucky immediately chased after him. Hey, fake bounty brat, where are you going? This is my boat, get out of here. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, and walked into the wheelhouse of the ship and said directly to the person at the helm, go to the back of Gaia Island. Huh. The man at the helm looked at Lin Mo in puzzlement. At this time, Bucky chased into the cab and shouted, I am the captain, listen to me. Leave this broken island immediately. Lin Mo turned his head and glanced at Bucky, and went over with a domineering look. Bucky's heart trembled suddenly. He couldn't stop taking 2 steps back, and leaned against the wall of the cockpit. A lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. You, don't you? Captain Bucky, asked the man at the helm, are we going straight away? Nonsense. Bucky just said 2 words. Seeing Lin Mo looking over again, he immediately changed his words. Of course I went to the back of Gaia Island. Huh? Are you really going? The man at the helm asked suspiciously. Bucky went straight over and punched him on the head. Huh? You dare to question me? I'm the captain, and I can go wherever I say. Ah, yes, I see. The man at the helm had tears in his eyes. Lin Mo left the cab in silence. Bucky followed out with a sullen face, sizing up Lin Mo from less than 5 meters behind him. Who the hell is this kid? He can be overbearing. Is the reward order issued by the Navy true? Is that kid really a reward worth $1 million? While he was still thinking and speculating about Lin Mo's details, his crew saw that the ship had turned in a different direction and was sailing towards Gaia Island again, and it was still sailing towards the back of the island opposite Magic Valley Town. His face was full of question marks. Captain Bucky, aren't we going to retreat? Why are we going back again? Is Captain Bucky planning to fight back when those guys let down their vigilance? But why not go directly to the direction where the town is, but go to the back of the island? Before Bucky could answer, his crew made up the answers themselves. Ah, I see. This is Captain Bucky's tactical retreat. Those guys must have thought we were gone long ago, but didn't expect us to give them a carbine back. And we are going to the back of the island now is only temporary. Bucky Captain G must wait for those guys to completely let go of their vigilance before going back. It turned out to be like this. As expected of Captain Bucky, I did not follow the wrong person. This trick is too powerful. Captain Bucky, I will follow you forever. And me, I want to follow Captain Bucky for the rest of my life. Huh. Bucky didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then he straightened up and said proudly, "That's right. That's what I thought. Ha ha." Amidst all the compliments, Lin Mo calmly walked to the guardrail of the bow, leaned on the guardrail with one hand, and picked up his own wine gourd with the other hand, opened it, and took a sip. The sea breeze blows the rippling sea. The feeling of taking a big boat is indeed much more comfortable than a small wooden boat. It's a pity that he can't steer such a big ship by himself. After Bucky laughed, his eyes shifted to Lin Mo, who was looking at the sea with his back turned to him at the moment. He couldn't help squinting his eyes and called Kabaji and Machi over. "Machi, how did that kid help you deal with the pirates in that town?" Bucky asked directly. Emochi replied, "There was a man who wanted to attack the ship with a bazooka. Lin Mo cut the shells of the bazooka into several pieces with his sword. Oh, by the way, he suddenly appeared in front of the ship. He was fast, even leaky, and I can't see clearly. His sword is not ordinary." Kabaji pointed to the 3 generations of Guache hanging on Lin Mo's waist and said, "That is a ghost sword. Not everyone can control the demon sword. Although I think it's a bit exaggerated. But the Navy isn't so good as to mistake the reward order, right? Captain Bucky, that kid named Lin Mo might really be worth $million. However, his reward order didn't say which pirate group he belonged to." Machi puzzled. "Aren't all the reward orders issued by the Navy all pirates? Since Lin Mo is rewarded, he is basically the pirate is right. But why didn't his reward order indicate which pirate group he belongs to?" Bucky squinted his eyes and said, "Maybe this Brad is a group of one person. Anyway, before you fully understand the details of this Brad, don't act rashly." Kabaji and Machi said in unison, "Yes." Captain Bucky, the speed of the big boat was obviously faster than that of the small boat, and within 10 minutes, Bucky's boat stopped on the shore where half of Kulik's house was located. "Huh? There's a castle here. I didn't expect such a place to have such a building. Ha ha ha. It must be a house built by a rich man. It's really unlucky. This guy actually met us today, ha." Bucky's crew eyes light up when they see Kulik's house. When they got off the boat and came to the side of the house, they found that there was only a large board with a castle pattern on the outside, and there was only half of a super simple house inside. All of them looked very shocked. "Huh? What? It's actually fake. Ah, whose house is this? You're insane. You put such a big board on the outside, and you even drew a picture of a castle. This is simply a fraud." Kulik heard the movement outside the house and came out of the house. When he saw a pirate ship parked on the shore, and many pirates had already got off the ship, he immediately picked up his gun and said vigilantly, "Bastard, you are also here for gold." Gold? Bucky, who had just got off the boat, suddenly became interested. Could it be that there is gold in this kind of broken place? Ha ha ha. Good luck. Hey, guy over there, hand over all the gold, and I will consider letting you go. Life. Kulik was stunned for a moment. Didn't these guys come here for gold? When he saw Lin Mo also jumped off the pirate ship, his expression immediately became serious again. "Is that true, kid? So you are a pirate?" "I'm not." Lin Mo walked past Bucky and his group, came to Kulik, and said blankly, "I'm just a traveler." "Traveler?" Kulik laughed. "You think I'll believe it?" "Believe it or not," Lin Mo continued, "this morning, a cumulus cloud appeared. It was half an hour's journey southwards from Mogu town. Where will the next upwelling current be?" Kulik stared at Lin Mo silently, and suddenly laughed loudly. I was just talking nonsense before. Is the upwelling current something that can be guessed at the exact place and time it will appear? Brat, don't be naive. Kong the island doesn't exist at all. Don't think about it. If you still want to die, take these guys and get out of here now. Chapter 100 Gaia Island. Baki's small trick. Obviously, Kulik has become wary of Lin Mo. Even Bucky booed from behind. That's right, there is no such thing as an empty island. It doesn't exist at all, bastard kid. If you have to take the risk to prove the existence of an empty island, go by yourself. Don't drag us to die. Also, my boat will not be lent to a guy of unknown origin like you. Guy of unknown origin. Kulik was taken aback. Don't you guys really belong together? Huh. Bucky looked like you were teasing me. Are you kidding? Who would be with this kind of kid who wants to die? Lin Mo. Kulik looked at Lin Mo and seemed to understand something. After a moment of silence, his tone became slightly better. Boy, are you sure you really want to go to Sky Island? Even if you lose your life on the way, you still want to ride the upwelling current. Take a gamble. Page 129. Lin Mo nodded calmly. I can indeed calculate the time and place where the next wave of rising currents will appear based on the time when the cumulus clouds appear, but I don't guarantee that each rising current will really rush to where you want to go, and I'm not sure about Sky Island. Does it really exist? Since you know the existence of rising sea currents, you must know how dangerous it is to go to the sky through this method. If the calculation is wrong, or the strength of the rising sea currents you catch is not strong enough, it will be a disaster for you. Kulik stared at Lin Mo and asked again, Are you really sure that you must take the risk to go to the empty island where no one knows whether it exists or not? Lin Mo nodded again in silence. Kulik sighed helplessly. What a weirdo. I have never met a child like you. Well, since you trust me so much, then I will tell you where the rising current will appear next time. Kulik looked at the endless sea and continued. If the direction and time of the cumulus cloud you just mentioned are correct, it is estimated that there will be an upwelling around 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. A piece of upwelling will basically appearing in the southern waters. If you have already decided to go, it is best to go to the woods in the south to catch a sea southbird first, because once you go to sea on the Great Route, there is no way to distinguish east, west, north, south. Sea southbird is a no matter where you are. The body will point out the most accurate direction of the bird, which will be of great help to you when you sail tomorrow. Although Lin Mo has system navigation, the system navigation will only guide him to the check-in location and will not give him the directions of east, west, north, and south. Judging from the direction Kulik pointed out to him, it is true that the upwelling current he will take tomorrow is quite far from the direction of the check-in place he is going to. So seeing the southbird is a must. Even if he wants to catch it, he is not the one to catch it. Lin Mo knows Bucky well. If he really goes to the forest alone to catch birds, Bucky will 100 lead his men to drive the boat away. Without a boat, he couldn't go to Sky Island. If you can't go to Sky Island, you can't complete the sign-in task. All in all, when it comes to catching birds, he must either force Bucky to catch them together or let Bucky send his men to catch them. After thinking about it, Lin Mo decisively chose the latter. Go and catch it. Lin Mo looked at Bucky and said lightly, Huh. Bucky tilted his head and almost fell. Smelly brat. Who do you think you're ordering? I'm Captain Bucky. How can a brat like you be able to call around? Bucky's crew members looked at each other and whispered, That kid named Lin Mo, is it possible that he really wants to go to that empty island that exists in the fairy tale world? What kind of rising current did you say to ride? I think he is crazy. I have never seen a rising current, but it sounds very dangerous. If you accidentally fall from midair, you will be smashed to pieces. But they seem to be talking very seriously. Could it be that Sky Island really exists? I don't know, but listening to what they're talking about, it seems like something really happened. Whether the Sky Island exists or not, I don't know. Kulik looked at the group of pirates who were whispering and chuckled. But I'm sure of one thing. Once you catch the upwelling current, or all of you will be safe and sound. Arriving at the empty island, or all of them will fall into the sea and die. This is a bet with a success rate of less than dash. Bucky's crew was shocked. Less than dash? My God, the probability is too small. Bet on your own life to find that empty island that you don't even know if it exists. Go crazy. No, I don't want to bet. Captain Bucky, let's go quickly. That's right. Captain Bucky, don't follow Lin Mo's advice. We can't bet our lives on such absurd things. Bucky was also very annoyed. Of course, he didn't want to gamble, although he had already been there once when he was a child. But with the feeling of narrow escape, he never wants to try it a second time in his life. Ha ha ha. Of course. Only an idiot would want to go to Sky Island. Bucky laughed and turned around, walking towards his boat. What Sky Island? Brat, you have to go by yourself. Bucky just finished speaking. Lin Mo put his hand on the Sandai Guiche, thought for a while, and pulled out Lake Toya, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand, and touched the wood grain on the sword of Lake Toya with the other hand. Suddenly, a powerful sword energy spread out around him. Everyone present, including Kulik, was immediately out of breath from the pressure of the sword. There were even some people with poor physical and psychological endurance, who fell to the ground directly and rolled their eyes. Although Bucky didn't fall down, the strong sense of oppression made his forehead sweat. This feeling was inexplicably familiar, and it reminded him of Roger and Rayleigh. Who is this kid? Bucky turned his head to look at Lin Mo, who seemed to be fine. When he saw the sword in Lin Mo's hand, he was stunned. Wooden sword? Did this kid use the sword energy released by this wooden sword just now? Lin Mo withdrew his sword energy, raised his head, and looked back at Bucky coldly. Bucky couldn't help swallowing secretly, and immediately ordered his subordinates who were still standing, shouting, "What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and catch that Nanio." Huh? Bah. Captain Bucky, are you really going to catch him? Ah, that kid is too powerful. What happened just now? It's terrible. Don't talk about it. Go catch it. If you don't follow that kid, I'm afraid we will all die. Even Captain Bucky is afraid of that kid. It seems that kid is really a monster. Bucky's men didn't say anything more and immediately ran towards the forest in the south of Gaia Island. Kabaji and Machi came to Bucky's side with ugly faces. Captain Bucky, do we really want to gamble with Lin Mo to go to Sky Island? Machi asked in a low voice. Bucky's face was full of black lines. Humph. Only an idiot would bet his life with him. In short, let's follow this kid now. When this kid falls asleep at night, we will use the boat on the boat to sneak away. Huh? Is this okay? Machi asked in surprise. Don't you care about other people? Bucky said sinisterly. Life and death are life and death. If the younger brother is gone, we can recruit again. If our life is gone, we will really lose everything. Listen to me, you two. After dark, put all the people on the boat. All the treasures are transferred to the spare boat, and after everyone falls asleep, we will run away together. Machi and Kabaji looked at each other, and then said with a smirk, Yes, Captain. Chapter 101 Gaia Island is ready to set off to the sky. Lin Mo actually heard what Bucky said to Kabaji and Machi. He doesn't care about Bucky's tricks. Anyway, he doesn't think Bucky can really escape. All he had to do next was wait. Kulik looked at Lin Mo, who walked to the shore with a heavy expression and was drinking at the beach. Originally, he felt that this kid was not simple, especially the powerful force released by Lin Mo just now made him sure of this. In fact, Kulik didn't want to tell Lin Mo everything he knew at the beginning. He didn't want to speak until he was sure that Lin Mo was not with the group of pirates, and it was obvious that he used his strength to forcibly conquer the group of pirates. Page 130. If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't suggest letting the other party take the risk of dying. But for some reason, he had a feeling that perhaps this kid named Lin Mo could really create miracles. Therefore, he also took a gamble. Little devil. Kulik came to Lin Mo's side, looked at the endless sea with him, and asked, What is your dream? Lin Mo took a sip of wine. His expression remained the same. Be a free traveler. Traveler? Kulik smiled. It's indeed a good dream. Although your strength may make you encounter many obstacles on the road to your dream, it would be so boring if you really have a smooth journey. In short, everything is the best arrangement. Your future is still very long. You have to work hard. Tomorrow, no matter what, don't fall from the sky. Lin Mo continued to drink and responded with an hum lightly. That night, Bucky's little brothers really caught a nanio. Wait until everyone is almost asleep. Bucky sneaked along with Kabaji and Machi to the boat that had been prepared long ago. Hey, do you want to take Li Chi with you too? Kabaji looked dissatisfiedly at the big lion Li Chi, who was following behind Machi. And Mo Chi said angrily, Li Ku has been with me since I was a child. We two have a good relationship. Since we are going to run away, of course we have to take Li Ji with us. Baki punched Machi and Kabaji on the head without hesitation, one hand at the same time. You two. Keep your voice down. Lin Mo stood on the deck of the boat, staring at the three of Bucky and a lion who were about to run under the boat. The moonlight elongated his shadow and covered Bucky's boat. Seeing the figure, Bucky looked up strangely and was startled when he saw Lin Mo looking at them expressionlessly on the deck. Huh? Why are you here? Bucky took half a step back abruptly, accidentally stepping on Li Kei's foot. Ricky groaned in pain. Then, Bucky's crew all woke up. Huh? Captain Bucky? And Master Kabaji and Machi, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Wait, there seems to be something on that boat, eh? Isn't that the treasure on board? Captain Bucky, you, don't you want to leave us and run away? Captain Bucky, how could you treat us like this? Even if you wanted to run, why didn't you take us with you? We're so disappointed. While speaking, Bucky's crew all disembarked and surrounded the three of Bucky and Li Chi angrily. Bucky's mouth twitched wildly. Now that he was discovered, he had nothing to hide. It's just that these miscellaneous soldiers are easy to deal with, but it's difficult to deal with Lin Mo. Damn it. It was actually discovered by Lin Mo. It might not be easy to run away now. Bucky was going crazy thinking what to do with the scenery. Lin Mo suddenly said coldly, Bucky, you want to go? Bucky looked up at Lin Mo, completely confused about what the kid wanted to do with this question. Smelly brat, what exactly do you want? Lin Mo pointed to the sky. Go to Sky Island. Bucky tilted his body and almost fell down again. Smelly brat, you don't even know how dangerous it is to go to Sky Island. I don't want to feel that kind of fear again. I have to go by yourself. Lin Mo stared at him with a half smile. Obviously he didn't say anything, but it made Bucky feel pressured. Kabaji whispered, Captain Bucky, what should we do? These guys are very angry now. If there is a fight, we are so close to the ship and damage the ship. If Lin Mo gets angry, we will be miserable. I know. Bucky clenched his fists, facing the crew members who were getting closer and closer to them. He suddenly said loudly, Bastards, don't you really think that I want to abandon you and run away? Bucky's crew said in unison, Isn't it? I'm your captain. Would I do such a nasty thing? Bucky said angrily with a serious look, You've been with me for so long. Don't you understand me? Is it true that we misunderstood Captain Bucky? Then why did he transfer all the treasures to the boat in the middle of the night? Oh, I see. In fact, Captain Bucky didn't want to run away by himself. He was actually preparing for us. Prepare for us? Could it be that this boat is actually a surprise prepared by Captain Bucky for us? Does the captain want to stay by himself and let us run away? My God, I actually misunderstood such a good captain. Woo woo woo. Captain Bucky, you are so great. It is really an honor for us to follow you. Huh? Bucky was shocked. Wait, I didn't mean that. Before Bucky finished speaking, his crew members wiped away their tears. Captain Bucky is really the best person I have ever met in my life. If I have a chance to meet again in the future, I will definitely continue to follow you, and I will do whatever I can to death. Me too. Captain Bucky, I believe you must be a lucky person, and you will survive. Captain Bucky, I will remember you forever, woo woo woo. When I go home, I will set up your statue at home and worship you every day. Hey, idiot. Captain Bucky is a man who will live a long life. Don't curse him. I don't have it. I just worship Captain Bucky. Huh? Wait, I'm really not this. Before Bucky finished speaking, his crew members wiped away their tears, bypassed him, and boarded the boat in front of him. However, due to the large number of people and the limited space on the ship, there were really not many places to put those treasures, so his crew moved all the treasures down. Captain Bucky, I'd better leave these treasures to you. We don't care. Yes, Captain Bucky was really kind to us. He not only secretly gave us the ship we were about to leave, but also left us travel expenses. Unfortunately, we can't use it. Captain Bucky, you must survive. Captain Bucky, we will definitely meet again. In short, thank you for your care along the way. Being able to follow you is the most correct decision we have ever made in our lives. Bucky wanted to cry, but had no tears. Kabaji and Machi also looked loveless. Then, Bucky's crew squeezed into a small boat and reluctantly left. Chapter 102 Gaia Island sets sail to the sky. Page 131. Machi asked with an ugly face. Captain Bucky, what shall we do? Bucky glared at Lin Mo angrily. Without saying a word, split his upper body, suspended in front of Lin Mo, and said angrily, Lin Mo, you guy, you definitely did it on purpose. Lin Mo asked amusedly, what did I do? You? Bucky was furious. Asshole, aren't you going to Sky Island? Let those bastards take you there. Why do you have to stare at me? Do you know how dangerous it is to go to Sky Island? No. You know. Then you still realize something, Bucky said in surprise. Wait, you haven't been to Sky Island, have you? Lin Mo said calmly. No. Hey. Bucky tilted his body and almost hit the railing of the boat. You bastard. Feeling that he seemed to be being tricked, Bucky immediately reached out to grab Lin Mo's clothes. But before his hands touched him, Lin Mo took 2 steps back to avoid Bucky's touch. Bucky was stunned for a moment, and immediately held 4 throwing knives in each hand, and quickly attacked Lin Mo. Stinky boy, you really think that Bucky is easy to bully, don't you? Lin Mo quickly dodged a few times following Bucky's attack. He was really annoyed, so at the same time as Bucky's nth attack, he squeezed his fist and covered his hand with an iron fist of love, quickly hit Bucky hard on the head. Just heard a loud bang. Bucky rolled his eyes and was sunk into the deck. Hearing the movement on the ship, Kabaji and Machi looked at each other. Without saying a word, quickly took Bucky's lower body and chased them to the deck of the ship. Seeing that most of Bucky's upper body sank into the deck, both of their faces changed. Lin Mo, on the other hand, leaned against the deck railing, facing the moonlight, picked up the wine gourd, and continued to drink contentedly. Silent all night. Until the next morning. Kulik came to see Lin Mo on a trip. Seeing that there were a lot of people missing on the boat, Kulik asked strangely, Is it an illusion? It feels like there are a lot of people missing. Machi wanted to cry but said without tears, It's not an illusion. There are only a few of us left now. Kulik was stunned for a moment. Just a few of you sailing. Are you sure there is no problem? Lin Mo said calmly, No problem. Kulik smiled and shook his head. It's nice to be young. In fact, he is less than 30 years old now. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Mo asked Machi and Kabaji to set sail. Even though Machi and Kabaji had thousands of reluctances in their hearts, due to the deterrence of Lin Mo's strength, they were obedient. According to Lin Mo's request, they followed the direction of Jananio's head and sailed towards the southern area of the sea and go. Kulik stood on the shore and watched Lin Mo go away, somewhat worried. I hope you can catch the upwelling current smoothly, but don't fall off. Kabaji, do you think we should jump into the sea and slip away later? Machi cautiously asked Kabaji again in the cab. Kabaji looked around and also said in a low voice, That kid named Lin Mo has very sharp ears. You'd better stop talking. If he knows that we want to run away, we will be finished. Hey, Captain Bucky hasn't woken up yet. Machi looked at Bucky on the outer deck, who was still rolling his eyes and fainting, and couldn't help but sighed softly. Tell me, will Captain Bucky just die like this? Already. Crow's mouth. Kabaji punched Machi. Captain Bucky is not a man who will die so easily. You bastard, how dare you hit me? Machi was about to punch back, but his fist stopped suddenly when he was less than 5 centimeters away from Kabaji's face, and the expression on his face became unbelievable. What's the matter? Kabaji saw that Machi's state was not right, so he followed Machi's line of sight and looked out. When he saw a wide range of black clouds appearing in the sky not far away, he was stunned. Well, then what is it? Lin Mo stood on the deck, looking expressionlessly at the extremely scary-looking cumulus cloud not far away. Machi handed over the helm position to Kabaji, immediately ran to the deck, and asked nervously, Well, shall we continue to drive forward? That cloud looks too dangerous. If we pass, will it be too dangerous? Will something happen? Lin Mo said lightly. Go on. Machi was shocked. Huh? Continue, move on. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at him indifferently. Machi was taken aback and quickly responded. Yes, I know. Continue, move on. After speaking, he ran back to the cab with a face full of despair. Soon, the ship entered the area covered by cumulus clouds. Lin Mo immediately closed his eyes and began to feel the situation in the sea with a 5th-level knowledge color. Although he can't clearly feel the condition of the bottom of the sea, The only thing he can do now is to deduce the position of the rising current through the movement of the current. It didn't take long for Lin Mo to feel several vortex-shaped currents in the sea. Among them, the largest vortex-shaped current was in the center of the area covered by the cumulus cloud. Open your eyes. Lin Mo looked at the direction they were sailing, and after a while, a huge underwater vortex appeared in front of him. Kabaji and Machi in the cab immediately ran to the deck. Seeing the huge vortex that could not be seen to the bottom, their faces showed despair. Machi covered his face. 2 lines of tears flowed out. Ah, it's over. It's too late to return now. Ricky cried out in despair. Kabaji's face turned pale. At this time, Bucky woke up in a daze, and the first thing he saw was the large black cloud in the sky. Huh, is it still dark? Bucky touched his head, which was still aching. At this time, his body had been assembled and restored to its original appearance. When he got up from the deck, he saw Kabaji and Mo-chi is a desperate expression, strangely walked towards them. Then, when Bucky saw a huge underwater vortex directly in front of the ship, his eyeballs protruded in shock, his mouth opened wide, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. Huh? What's going on here? Captain Bucky, you're finally awake. Machi wailed with tears. But it's too late. We're all going to die here today. Wait. Bucky looked up at the dark clouds in the sky that couldn't even let a ray of light in. His face was extremely ugly. This can't be. Cumulus, right? Lin Mo responded lightly. That's right. Bucky burst into tears instantly. You bastard. You actually came to ride the upwelling current. Don't drag me if you want to die. Captain Bucky, the ship is about to enter the vortex. Machi hugged one of the ship's masts and shouted, It's over, it's going to die. There were screams on the boat, seeing that the boat was about to be swallowed by the large vortex. Page 132. The vortex is gone. The sea seemed to have returned to calm. Machi and Kabaji looked at each other in surprise. Only Bucky and Lin Mo knew that the main event was coming. In an instant, a powerful sea current erupted from the bottom of the sea, forming a column of sea current that soared into the sky and suddenly shot towards the sky. Bucky's boat followed the sky-high current, and actually followed the current all the way to the sky and sailed quickly. Huh? Ship? Is the ship really sailing towards the sky? Machi's expression changed drastically. No, the bow of the ship is slowly getting out of this current. If the ship falls, we will all die, Kabaji said with an ugly face. It's too late for Bucky to jump off the boat and run away now. Damn it, there was no other way. Bucky ordered immediately. Machi, you go to the cockpit to take the helm. Kabaji, go and set sail. Chapter 103. Surveillance Officer of Sky Island Heaven Gate. Bucky's order stunned Machi and Kabaji. Seeing that he hadn't moved yet, Bucky said, If you don't want to die, hurry up and do as I say. Ah yes. Machi and Kabaji hurriedly followed what Bucky said, operating as if they were sailing in normal seas. Miraculously, the ship actually gradually stabilized, following the current from bottom to top, as if it had grown wings and flied towards the sky. Really? The ship is actually sailing into the sky. Kabaji was shocked. Machi's face was also full of shock. It really didn't fall. Bucky looked like he had just been rescued from a myocardial infarction, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and wanted to cry without tears. Fortunately, I went there once. Otherwise, it's really over. Lin Mo stood on the vertically upward cabin door, looked up at the cumulus cloud that was getting closer, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. It seems that it is a very correct decision to take Bucky's tailwind. Upwelling currents last only about 1 minute. Soon, the boat broke through the cumulus cloud with a pop and landed on a white cloud layer. This is the empty sea above the cumulus cloud. To be precise, it is called the White Sea. And above this, there is a place called Bye-Bye High. Oh my God, Jew, it actually floated on the cloud, and it didn't fall down. Does Sky Island really exist? Machi and Kabaji looked at each other. When Bucky went up, he beat his head one by one. Of course Sky Island exists. If it wasn't for me this time, you would all die. Wait, Captain Bucky, have you ever been to Sky Island before? Thinking of the way Bucky commanded the boat just now, Machi thought of a possibility that he couldn't even believe. Bucky grinned and proudly said, Of course, I have been here more than 10 years ago. Machi said suspiciously. You're lying. You said before that Sky Island doesn't exist. Bucky tilted his body and said dissatisfiedly. What do you know? Sky Island is not a place where anyone can come if they want, and there are very few people who can come up alive. If you are not careful, you will fall into the sea and be smashed to pieces. You two idiots just be lucky, fortunately. I am here, otherwise all of you will die. As soon as the subject changed, Bucky suddenly laughed strangely. It's fine if you don't come up, since you're here again. The gold in the golden city of Shandora is mine. The island where the golden city of Shandora is located is the original Blue Sea, which is the sea area before Lin Mo and the others came up, another peninsula of Gaia Island that was washed up on the empty island. Shandora is the ancestor of Kulik, the land of gold that Rolando, who is known as the king of big talkers, said. Bucky looked at Lin Mo at the bow of the boat and asked eccentrically, Smelly brat, if you want to come to Sky Island, you must also be eyeing Shandora's gold, right? No, Lin Mo said lightly. Bucky rubbed his chin and asked with deep doubt, Are you sure? Just after finishing speaking, a huge octopus suddenly appeared in the sea of clouds beside the boat. Big octopus. Why is there such a thing in the sky? Machi quickly hid behind Li Chi in fright. Baki and Kabaji put their hands up in sync, screaming in horror. Lin Mo watched indifferently as the tentacles of the big octopus slammed towards the boat. Without saying a word, he immediately gathered the chakras in his throat, spewed out a fire dragon, and aggressively pierced the body of the big octopus through a charred hole. Immediately afterwards, the big octopus deflated quickly as if it had leaked air and sank into the empty sea. Air leak? What kind of octopus is this? Machi shouted. Captain Bucky, this empty island is too dangerous. Let's find a way to go back. I don't want to die here. Idiot. Bucky punched Machi on the head. It's hard to come to Sky Island. How can I go for nothing? Besides, this is the sky. If you want to go down, you have to go back with the help of the people here. Going down by yourself is courting death. Machi had tears in his eyes. Then what should we do? Should we go find someone here? But there are clouds everywhere, and there is no island in sight. In short, let's continue to drive forward. I remember that there should be a cloud like a waterfall here, and I recalled it a little bit on that cloud. Machi's eyes changed when he saw him. Sure enough, Captain Bucky, you have really been here. Okay, I know. After finishing speaking, Machi excitedly returned to the cab and continued to steer. Kabaji jumped onto the watchtower of the ship and began to watch the wind. Bucky came to Lin Mo's side and stared at him suspiciously. Smelly brat, are you a devil fruit capable user? Lin Mo drank his wine and shook his head. Still trying to lie to me. Bucky didn't believe it. If you are not a devil fruit capable person, why did you come out with a fire-breathing dragon? If it was just juggling, it would be impossible to have such great power. You really think I am 3 years old? Children are so easy to deceive. Lin Mo didn't care whether he believed it or not, and he didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with Bucky. His eyes fell in the distance, a vertical cloud that looked like a waterfall. Hey, talk, brat. Bucky was furious when he saw that Lin Mo ignored him. Lin Mo calmly raised his finger and pointed to the waterfall cloud in the distance. Bucky followed his fingers to look, and the expression on his face immediately changed 360 degrees. He couldn't help laughing and said, Sure enough, the gate of heaven is still there. Ha 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 ha, Shandora's gold is all mine. Ha 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 ha. Following the current of the White Sea, the boat slowly approached an arched gate. When the boat entered the arched gate, a short figure with a pair of small white wings on the back came out of the building on one side of the gate. He was wearing a light pink dress, with 2 ball heads tied up, and his face was full of wrinkles. The old lady took a camera and took a few photos of everyone on Bucky's boat. Captain Bucky, could this be the legendary Angel? Machi came out of the cab, saw the old lady, and rubbed his eyes with a strange expression, for fear that he might be mistaken. Bucky punched Machi unceremoniously again. How could an angel look like this? This is the gatekeeper. To go to the upper Bye-Bye Sea, you must pass this level. Page 133. The old lady angel put down the camera, stared blankly at the people on Bucky's boat, and said, I'm the surveillance officer of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or for war? Chapter 10 for the empty island is here by Baihai Apiato, the so-called surveillance officer. To put it bluntly, is the same as what Bucky said just now, the gatekeeper. Although Amazon asked them whether they came for sightseeing or war. In fact, there is not much difference between asking and not asking. This bad old woman is very bad, probably because she is too boring to stay here all year round to guard the gate. Therefore, when any blue ocean people who don't know come here, she will first ask this question first, and then the blue ocean people look dumbfounded. If you are forced to do something bad. Lin Mo and Bucky hadn't said anything yet, but Machi said with a speechless face, "There are only a few of us here. What kind of battle are we fighting?" Amazon said blankly, "Oh, if you want to go to the upper level, please pay the fee to enter the kingdom of heaven first, 1 billion per person. This is stipulated by law." 1 billion? Machi's eyes widened. "You are crazy about money. Do you know who we are? We are pirates, pirates. If you dare to ask a pirate for money, you don't want to die, come on." Amazon remained expressionless and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter whether you pay the entry fee or not. Anyway, I'm not a gatekeeper or a guard. I'm just asking what you mean." "Huh?" Machi was taken aback. Kabaji said speechlessly, "So, the old woman told us so much just now. Is she actually here to make a joke? I always feel that it's not that simple. Although I don't know how much this Ike is converted into Bailey, it's not a loss to save 40 billion. Machi looked at Bucky and asked, "Captain, let's go in like this." Bucky stepped forward and beat Machi hard on the head again. "Idiot. This entry fee must be paid." "Ah." Machi cried in 2 lines, covered his head that was beaten by Bucky, and said aggrievedly, "Captain Bucky, aren't you the most greedy for money? How can you be so obedient and ask for money? 40 billion. Where do we get so much money? Greedy?" Bucky punched Machi again. "Humph. If you don't pay the entry fee, you will have to pay double the entry fee when you get to the top, or you will be an invader. At that time, the guards of the entire Bye-Bye High, they will all come to arrest us. Converting Ike to Baileys, 40 billion is 40 Baileys. Anyway, Shandora has countless golds, and its value is far higher than this 40 Baileys. Now it is the most sensible choice to take out 40 Baileys. Go and get the money." "Hey, okay, I see." Machi went to get the money with an aggrieved expression. Amazon looked at Bucky with a strange look. "It seems that you have been here before, but what you have to pay is not 40 berry, but 50, and it counts." With that said, Amazon raised his finger at Nitch. Kabaji was dissatisfied. "Li Chi is just a lion. Does that count?" "Of course." Amazon continued, "as long as it is a creature from the blue ocean." Originally, she wanted Bucky and his party to enter the country as invaders, but now this idea can only fail. Bucky stared at Amazon with displeasure, gritted his teeth, and said, "Machi, take out 50. Machi swallowed and nodded quickly. After paying the entry fee, 2 huge pincers suddenly appeared on both sides of the boat in the empty sea below the boat, grabbed the outer edges of both sides of the boat, and a huge shrimp suddenly lifted the boat up. "Huh, what is this?" Machi asked in shock. Amazon said blankly, "This is Baihai's famous specialty, express shrimp." As soon as Amazon finished speaking, the express shrimp took Bucky's boat and rowed away along a winding cloud road. "Oh!" Machi and the others shouted in panic. Lin Mo leaned against the door panel of the cabin, staring indifferently at Bai Mong, who was getting closer and closer to them. Soon, the express shrimp sent Bucky's boat into the topmost Bye-Bye Sea. "Ah, I feel like I'm going to die." Machi suppressed the nausea in his stomach and hugged Li Chi without tears. Kabaji's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. Bucky looked at an island made of special clouds not far away, and his face was full of excitement. "Hey ha 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 ha! Angel Island. It's Angel Island. Hey ha 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 ha! Bucky, are back. There really are islands." Machi was so moved that he almost cried. Lin Mo turned on the system navigation in silence, and the sign-in location guided by the navigation was not the Angel Island they saw now. "Turn the rudder." Lin Mo pointed to the direction guided by the navigation and said indifferently, "Go there." Machi hurriedly moved close to Bucky's ear and whispered, "Captain Bucky, we finally saw an empty island, so why don't we go up and have a look?" Bucky squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Mo. Although he came to the empty island when he was a child more than 10 years ago, in his impression, the direction of the island where the golden city of Shandora is located is similar to the direction this kid pointed. Sure enough, this kid is also going for Shandora. Captain Bucky? Hi, can you hear me? Moshi Moshi. Seeing that Bucky ignored him, Machi immediately waved his hand in front of his eyes. Bucky came back to his senses and thumped his head again. Stop talking nonsense, and do what this kid says first. Got it. Machi returned to the cab with tears in his eyes. Kabaji came to Bucky's side, stared vigilantly at Lin Mo, who was facing away from them, and whispered, Captain Bucky, this kid named Lin Mo, like you, has been to the sky before. Island. I don't think he seems to be familiar with this place. I also suspect that he has been here. Bucky squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, Anyway, don't act rashly, and see what this kid wants to do. No matter how quiet Bucky and Kabaji's voices were, Lin Mo could still hear them clearly. Lin Mo looked back at him twice. The two of them changed the subject immediately, just like a cat with fried fur. Kabaji said with a dry smile, Captain Bucky, the weather is good today. Ah ha ha ha. That's right, that's right. Bucky laughed in unison. Ha 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 ha. Lin Mo. Turning his head, Lin Mo continued to look forward, and soon, an island full of towering giant trees appeared in front of him. It's Appiato, Bucky exclaimed excitedly. This is the only island in Sky all that has soil. It is also another peninsula of Gaia Island that was washed up on Sky Island. Shandora, the golden city that Bucky longs for, is located on this island. And Lin Mo's sign-in location is also here. I remember that there should be a river of clouds entering the interior around here. Bucky touched his chin and looked at the island, then split his upper body, suspended in midair to observe the surrounding terrain, and soon he found a path to Cloud River that leads to Appiato. Ah, I found it, Machi, drive to the left. Machi replied, Yes, Captain Bucky. And Lin Mo, when the boat approached the shore of Appiato, immediately turned over to the guardrail, and under the surprised eyes of Bucky and others, he jumped towards the shore. Page 134 Chapter 105 Sky Island Godgonfer, and the sandiest Lin Mo's feet just landed on the shore of Appiato. In my mind, the long-lost system notification sounded. Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the check-in location, Sky Island, Appiato. The check-in progress is 10, and the current total progress is 10. He has obtained an insulated physique and will be rewarded with a new skill entry-level Rachel. Lin Mo! Exclamation point. Needless to say, the insulating physique is a physique that does not conduct electricity. It can be said to be the nemesis of the lightning attribute. And this new skill, Raikiri, is an S-level thunder escape ninjutsu in Hokage, which is so powerful that it can even cut through lightning. Anyway, it's a great ability. Based on Lin Mo's understanding of the system, the initial sign-in rewards given every time he logs in are not random. The three-color arrogance initially rewarded in Windmill Village is related to red hair, because red hair has three-color arrogance. The Toya Lake and swordsmanship rewarded by Shuangyue Village are related to Isin Dojo. The Shuanpa and Hiekai rewarded by the restaurant on the sea are because Zapu and Sanji use kicking skills. The swordsmanship and avoidance rewarded by Luaga Town is because of Gol D. Roger. The palm fairy technique rewarded by Magnetic Drum Island is because Magnetic Drum Island is a place famous for its medical skills. The infinite dust breakthrough rewarded by Alabasta is due to Alabasta's geographical environment. Therefore, the insulating physique and Rachel rewarded here by Appiato are no accident. In Lin Mo's impression, there is only one person related to thunder and lightning on Sky Island, and he is called Enelo, the god of thunder. In other words, his next check-in progress task may have something to do with Enelo. However, judging from the current point of time, Enelo has not come to Appiar to defeat the so-called gods who were originally stationed here and then rule the Sky Island. Lin Mo was thinking. Bucky's voice came over suddenly. Hey, Brad, what are you doing here? Lin Mo looked back at Bucky's half-body suspended in midair and said calmly, Let's separate here. Huh? Bucky was stunned. Separate here? Don't you also come for Shandora? Do you know how Shandora got away? With the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the dense forest in Appiato, saying as he walked, "I'm not interested in gold." Bucky looked at Lin Mo's fading figure and immediately returned to the boat and laughed loudly. "Hey ha ha ha. It's best if you're not interested. The gold is all mine. Ha 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 ha." After that, Bucky followed the cloud path that Roger walked through in his memory and soon met the old man named Gonfor, a god who lives in Appiato and is loved by the people of Sky Island. Since they entered the kingdom of heaven legally, Gonfort took the lead to welcome them, especially when Gamfer knew that Bucky had also been to Sky Island more than 10 years ago. His hospitality towards them was even more enthusiastic. After Lin, Mo, and Bucky separated, they walked forward alone in the jungle full of towering giant trees, relying on their feelings. The animals that live in this forest, like these plants, grow huge. Moreover, both in terms of ferocity and combat effectiveness, they were several times stronger than the prey Lin Mo hunted in the valleys around Fengche village and Shuangyue village. These animals are good for exercise. After walking in the jungle for more than 5 hours, Lin Mo came to an ancient relic. In the depths of this relic, there was a huge vine towering into the clouds. Just as Lin Mo stepped into the ruins, there was a sound like heavy objects being dragged across the ground from the nearby jungle. A huge blue python suddenly appeared and bit him. This is the Lord of the Sky who grew up in Appiato. It should be more than 400 years old. Whether it is the external skin or the flesh inside the body, the strength has reached a rather exaggerated level, and ordinary attacks cannot affect it at all. Any effect, Lin Mo suddenly jumped up from the ground and jumped onto the head of the Lord of the Sky. Without saying a word, he covered his right hand with the armed color and directly punched the Lord of the Sky's snakehead hard. Then there was a loud bang. The Lord of the Sky was hit to the ground, and the snake's head sank into the ground tens of meters deep. Ordinary animals were hit by Lin Mo with all his strength. Even if they didn't get headshot, they would still be seriously injured. But the Lord of the Sky, except for a big bump on his head, was fine. Pulling his head out of the ground, the Lord of the Sky had tears in his eyes, seeing Lin Mo landing from midair and walking towards him. The Lord of the Sky immediately wagged his tail and slipped away. Lin Mo stared at the Lord of the Sky, who was running faster than the rabbit. He turned around and walked towards the huge vines towering into the clouds, as he didn't bother to chase it. In his impression, there should be a huge golden clock on the vine, and Shandora, the golden city that Bucky covets, should be nearby. Coming under the vine, when Lin Mo was about to go up, a slightly majestic voice suddenly came. "You are the child who came from the blue sea with Bucky and the others." Lin Mo turned his head to look. The one who was speaking was a long-haired old man with gray hair, wearing white clothes and a light golden cloak. Beside him stood a big flesh-pink bird covered with purple dots all over its body. Behind him stood a row of pure white gowns. "Attendant, this is the god who currently governs Appiato, Gonfer." Lin Mo nodded his head indifferently in response. Indeed, he came up with Bucky. Gamfer's expression softened, and he said in a brisk tone, "I really didn't expect that after more than 10 years, the red-nosed kid on Roger's boat had grown so big. Since you came with Bucky, naturally it was me, Appiato's most important guests. Bucky and the others are going to the Golden City. Won't you go?" Lin Mo shook his head. A look of surprise flashed in Gamfer's eyes. "This gold is of no use to us, but it seems to be of great value to you." Bucky and his two partners saw the gold, and their eyes gleamed. "But you seem to have no interest at all." Before Gonfer finished speaking, not far away, one of his subordinates rushed over and said anxiously, "It's not good, my lord. The Shandya are coming to attack us again." The Sandia people are the aborigines of Appiato who were washed up on the empty island 400 years ago. Because the people of the empty island took a fancy to the land of Appiato, they moved the mountain where they originally lived 400 years ago. All the Jia people were expelled. In order to regain their homeland, the Sandias fought a 400-year war with the Sky Islanders who occupied Appiato. Although the god of this session, Gonfer, tried to reconcile with the Sandia, but the Sandia only wanted to regain their homeland, and they did not want to co-own Appiato with the Sky Islanders in peace. They didn't want to be ruled by some so-called god, so they refused to reconcile. Land, for the people of Sky Island, is a God-given treasure. In any case, they will not let Appiato go. Therefore, since the reconciliation cannot be made, the only thing left to do is continue to fight. Ganfer's face was heavy, and after saying, "Take this child to the shrine first," he followed his subordinates and walked quickly towards the direction where the Sandians were attacking. Page 135, Chapter 106. Lin Mo, who refuses to return to the Blue Sea on the empty island. Lin Mo knew the cause of the dispute between the Sky Islanders and the Sandiars. Even so, the battle between them has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't intend to help anyone. As long as they don't hinder him, he can do anything. Most of Ganfer's attendants followed Ganfer, leaving only 2 men in white clothes with a small knot on their head to guide Lin Mo. Lin Mo followed them up the huge vine indifferently. From the bottom up, the top of the vine could not be seen at all, because every certain distance, there would be a large island cloud covering it, and where there was an island cloud, there would be buildings. Most of the buildings on the island clouds at the bottom of the vines are for Ganfer's attendants and guards to live in, and the shrine that Ganfer mentioned is on a small island cloud beyond the top of the vines. Soon, Ganfer's attendants brought Lin Mo to a large courtyard with red tiles and white walls. Ganfer's entourage left the shrine after explaining a few words to the maid in the shrine. The maids immediately brought Lin Mo to the reception hall where the guests were entertained and prepared a lot of fruit drinks and wine for him. The wine in Sky Island is not the same as the one he drank in Blue Ocean. It is similar to fruit wine, but much clearer than fruit wine. In short, the taste is not bad. If there is wine, he can stay here for a while. It was getting dark outside. Lin Mo drank several jugs of wine by himself. When he finished the last sip of the jug in his hand, there was a sound of footsteps outside the living room. Ganfer brought the excited Bucky and his party to the living room a little tiredly. When Bucky saw that Lin Mo was here, he was stunned. "Huh? Why are you here?" Bucky's mouth twitched wildly. Lin Mo glanced at him indifferently, without saying a word, picked up another jug of wine, and continued to drink. "Bucky, this stinky brat, probably knows that I have filled the boat with gold, and wants to come over to share a piece of the pie. No, how can this stinky brat be able to reap the benefits of a fisherman? All the gold is mine. This stinky brat can't get any of it." Bucky narrowed his eyes. Ganfer regained his composure a little bit, and said strangely, "Didn't you come to heaven together? In the photo sent by Amazon, you are on the same boat." "Bucky, from your tone, it seems that you are not very familiar with this child look like." "I'm not familiar with him at all," Bucky said excitedly. "It's all this stinky brat. I have to." "What do you want?" Ganfer asked strangely. Bucky froze for a moment, waved his hands, and said, "It's nothing. It doesn't matter, anyway. This brat has nothing to do with me now." "It doesn't matter?" Ganfer asked with a heavy face. "So, are you going to leave this child alone?" Bucky waved his hand and said, "I can't control him either. He wasn't on my boat." "Bucky, it's too irresponsible for you to say that," Ganfer said in an unhappy tone. "How old is this kid? If you leave him alone, are you going to leave him alone on Sky Island? I have been here before, and I know how dangerous the forest in Apiato is. It would be too dangerous to let this child here alone." "Bucky, danger? Hee. The most dangerous guy here is not the beast in the jungle, but the person you are most worried about." Speechlessly wiping off his cold sweat, Bucky saw that Ganfer seemed a little angry and asked Lin Mo in a gesture, "Hey, brat, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Do you want to come with me?" "No." Lin Mo continued to drink indifferently. Bucky immediately pointed at Lin Mo, fixed his eyes on Ganfer, and said excitedly, Look, it's not that I won't take that stinky brat away, but he wants to keep it." Ganfer was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Mo. "Son, really don't want to go back to Blue Ocean with Bucky?" Lin Mo nodded lightly. "This?" Ganfer was speechless. Bucky patted Ganfer on the shoulder and laughed loudly. "Hey ha ha, I said it a long time ago. No one can control Lin Mo, a brat. He said he wanted to stay here. You can't wait here until he wants to leave, can you?" "I think it's okay," Ganfer said seriously. "Maybe it's because he came to Sky Island for the first time and was curious about everything in Sky Island, so he didn't want to leave so soon. It's not a big problem to stay for a while and wait for him, right?" "Hey." Like a thunderbolt from the blue, Bucky was completely petrified in place. Kabaji and Machi's expressions were also extremely ugly. Machi whispered in Bucky's ear, Captain Bucky, do we really have to wait here until Lin Mo wants to leave? Bucky immediately returned to his original state, stared at Lin Mo with a strange expression, and said, "Smelly brat, let's talk about it first. The gold on the boat was all worked hard by me and Kabaji. You didn't do anything. You won T, get a single point." Lin Mo said indifferently, "As you wish." Seeing that Lin Mo seemed really not interested in gold, Bucky breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, as long as you don't want to play gold, I can consider taking you back to the Blue Sea together. Hey, you still want how long will you stay in Sky Island?" Lin Mo thought for a while, and replied casually, 3 or 4 years. "Okay, in 3 or 4 years." Suddenly realizing something, Bucky said in shock, "What? Tell me, how long are you going to stay here?" 3 or 4 years. Are you kidding me? I won't be here waiting for you so long." Gonfer was also surprised. "Son, are you sure you want to stay on Sky Island for such a long time?" Lin Mo said calmly, "Sure, Bucky doesn't have to wait for me." "Huh? You heard it. He himself said that I don't need to wait for him." Bucky was waiting for Lin Mo's words, hoping that Lin Mo would get rid of him as soon as possible. Gonfer hesitated for a moment, and then said helplessly, "Since the child has said so, then you should stay in the shrine first, and I will arrange a room for you." Lin Mo nodded lightly. It has been more than 8 months since he came to Pirate World. Based on his knowledge of Sky Island, Inalo will come to Appiato in less than 4 years. All he had to do was wait for the guy who called himself Thor to come to his door. Bucky couldn't be happier because Lin Mo didn't go back to Blue Ocean with him, but he was too happy that night and lost sleep. Until the next morning, staring at the dark circles under his eyes and being sent off by Gonfer, Bucky, Kabaji, and the others took a boat full of gold and prepared to go back to the Blue Sea. Because once he hugged the ship's mast before the ship made a vertical downward cloud path, and the whole ship began to fall rapidly. Kabaji and Machi didn't know that going back to the Blue Sea would be so exciting. It was like jumping from a high-altitude building, and they were so scared that they hugged Lion Liji and screamed loudly, "I'm going to die! I'm going to die!" Machi burst into tears. Gonfort took out a special whistle and blew it. A huge octopus emerged from the nearby cloud channel and wrapped its tentacles around the hull. The entire inflated body was located directly above the boat, like a hot air balloon generally. Page 136, Chapter 107. The wonderful sound resounding from the Sky Island. Machi held his beating heart and breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, I'm saved," Bucky said proudly. "Look at you who have never seen the world. This is a famous product of Sky Island, a hot air balloon octopus, which is specially used to help people who go from Blue Sea to Sky Island and return to Blue Sea." Machi was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were full of light. "You really deserve to be Captain Bucky. You're really well informed." Bucky laughed triumphantly. "Hey ha 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 ha. Learn more from me in the future." Kabaji was at the railing of the deck, looking at the Blue Sea that was getting closer and closer, looked up at the hot air balloon octopus, and asked, "Don't you think this hot air balloon octopus is getting smaller and smaller?" "Hey." Bucky suddenly thought of something and said in shock, "By the way, this hot air balloon octopus will slowly leak air when it descends. But if it falls into the sea at this height, the boat should be fine." As soon as Bucky finished speaking, the hot air balloon octopus leaked faster, and within a few seconds, it shrank into a small octopus that was only the size of its face. And Bucky's boat finally landed on the sea floor less than 30 meters away from the sea. The distance fell directly. Generally speaking, a ship at this distance will not suffer much damage if it falls into the sea. But for Bucky's ship, which is full of gold and has been seriously overloaded, it is very unfriendly. When the boat smashed into the sea, there was only a loud pop, and the bottom of the boat cracked. Before Bucky had time to be surprised, the whole ship began to sink towards the bottom of the sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. My gold. Bucky ran to the cabin desperately, trying to save some gold. Result: the sea water soon covered the deck, and Bucky, who touched the sea water, suddenly withered and fell on the deck weakly, chanting, "Gold, gold, my gold." Sea water is the nemesis of devil fruit users. Kabaji immediately cut a large board on the deck with a knife to separate from the sinking hull, and then dragged Bucky, who had fainted, to the board floating on the sea. Machi and Leaky climbed up the planks too. The board took Bucky and the others to a small island of only 100 square meters. When Bucky woke up and found that his boat was gone, he almost cried. My gold! Gold, my gold! Seeing Bucky beating the ground and stomping his feet, he looked like a child whose beloved was taken away. Kabaji and Machi looked at each other. Machi immediately passed a piece of crumpled yellow paper to Bucky. Captain Bucky, the fact that the gold is gone has become an irreversible fact, but Kabaji and I found a treasure map on this small broken island. Treasure map. Bucky was stunned and immediately jumped up from the ground, snatched the yellow paper handed over by Machi, looked at the pattern drawn on it. Bucky's expression was extremely rich at the moment, and then he slammed holding this piece of yellow paper tightly in his hands. Humph. Sure enough, the heavens have not failed me. Bucky, for closing a door and opening a window for me. Machi, what is this place? Machi scratched his head and said a little uncertainly, this seems to be the East China Sea. Coming down from the empty island at a height of -meters, the boat will randomly land in different places according to the wind direction. Sky Island, Appiato. Lin Mo didn't go to see Bucky off, and there was no need to. Early in the morning, he left the shrine, looked for prey in the giant tree jungle in Appiato, and began to exercise his skills. After that, Lin Mo spent 2 o'clock in one line every day, either competing with wild beasts in the giant forest or drinking in the shrine. Although Gonfer was surprised that Lin Mo, a child, was so powerful that he could beat the wild beasts in the jungle, it was a tie. Mainly Lin Mo didn't kill him, but it never restricted Lin Mo's actions. Therefore, Lin Mo's small life is quite comfortable. It only took a month, and all the beasts in Appiato, including the giant python, the Lord of the Sky, once they sensed Lin Mo's approaching breath, they immediately ran away, for fear of being targeted by Lin Mo and then being caught by others. Mandatory unilateral hanging. As for the golden city of Shangra, although Bucky took away a whole boatload of gold, but Bucky's boat was only that big, at most it took away less than 1/10 of the gold from the golden city and the huge gold dome. Even if hundreds of people come, they may not be able to drag it. If it is really moved to Bucky's boat, it is estimated that his boat will be crushed long ago. Come to a small island cloud at the top of a giant vine. Lin Mo silently looked at the huge golden bell surrounded by small vines. Because it was pushed to the very top by this huge vine and above a small piece of island cloud, no one would have thought that golden bell would be here. So at present, only Lin Mo knows. The existence of the golden bell is very important to Kulik, who is still struggling to find the golden land on Gaia Island, the Great Route. Not only that, but also to the Shandya and Sky Islanders who have been fighting for Appiato all year round, is also important. In the future, Luffy will lead his little friends to Sky Island, join forces with Sky Islanders and Sandias to finally defeat Enelo, who has ruled Sky Island for 6 years, and then ring the golden bell to send a message to Kulik, sending out the signal that the golden country is in the sky. At the same time, the bell also serves as a bridge, completely calming down the disputes between the Sky Islanders and the Sandias. Lin Mo rubbed his fists and took a few steps back. He doesn't care what the future holds, but he's a guy who doesn't like to owe people things. Kulik had helped him, so the bell was his gift to Kulik. As for whether Kulik could hear it now, and whether he could think that the golden country was in the sky, it could only depend on that guy's own understanding. As for the war between the Sky Islanders and the Sandiars, Lin Mo didn't think they would stop the war just because they heard the bell, provided that there was no Enelo incident. In short, knock first and then talk. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo wrapped his arms around his hands. A look of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Without saying a word, he ran towards the golden clock quickly and then slammed on the clock with both hands. In an instant, a jingle sound resounded through the sky, centered on the golden bell, and spread out. The entire Appiato, even the nearby Angel Island, and the Sandia people who were forced to live in Yunin village were shocked when they heard the bell. This, the legendary bell? Gonfer clasped his fists and said excitedly, "How beautiful it is." All Sky Islanders who heard the bell had happy expressions on their faces. In their view, this wonderful bell was a gift from God. The Sandians were also excited. "Chief, is this the sound of the golden bell? The golden bell really exists." Yeah, that's great. This must be our ancestor, the great warrior Calgera, guiding us. The old man, known as the chief, also had a yearning look on his face. There was only one young man named Weber with a tattoo around his left eye and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Although there was surprise in his eyes, it was quickly replaced by a look of killing. This is a battle song. Weibo got up and carried his weapon, a cannon barrel as high as a person, on his shoulders, and said with a heavy face, Apiato is our hometown, and the bell is the war song played by the great warrior Calgula. Let's go, drive those Sky Islanders out of Apiato, and take back our hometown. Qinghai, Gaia Island. Kulik is on the shore preparing to dive. The moment he was about to jump into the sea, a dreamy voice from far and near suddenly came from the sky. Trembling suddenly, Kulik looked up at the sky with a face full of astonishment. Page 137, but the voice just now disappeared. Is it an illusion? Kulik shook his head and patted his face to make himself more awake, and then stood on the shore with such a disappointed expression for a long, long time. Chapter 108 Sky Island Enthusiastic Angel Island people. After Lin Mo rang the golden bell, he jumped back from the island cloud where the golden bell was located to the huge vine. Just entered the jungle of Apiato. A loud explosion came from the south of the jungle. No need to ask, Lin Mo knows that it is the Sandia people who are trying to regain the territory again. During the month in Apiato, the Sandias came to attack almost every 7 or 8 days, and the last attack was 2 days ago. Today is actually early. The high probability is that the bell of the golden bell gave them encouragement, making them more eager to take back Apiato. Anyway, the war between the Sandia people and the Sky Islanders lasted for more than 400 years, and I don't care about this one more time. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo took a leap into the surrounding jungle of towering giant trees to start a new day of hunting. 3 years later, Lin Mo is 13 years old. After playing with the beasts in Apiato for a while, Lin Mo put on a pair of skates powered by small wind shells, similar to roller skates, galloped on the sea of clouds, and quickly went to the side. Angel Island glides away. A wind shell, as the name suggests, is a shell that can store wind and then release it. In addition to wind shells, Sky Island also has a variety of shells with different functions. For example, video shells that can record and play images, water shells that can store water, lamp shells that can emit light, sound shells that can record and play sounds as a tool for conveying information or entertainment, flame shells that can store flames, and so on. It can be said that these functional shells are indispensable for the daily needs of Sky Islanders. The skates of Kongdao are similar to skates, except that when skating on the sea surface, you need to follow the current, otherwise it is easy to overturn. It took Lin Mo several days to master the skills of using the skates. Of course, this kind of skates can also be used for walking on land. Soon, Lin Mo came to Angel Island. A piece of beautiful scenery. There are 2 huge vines that are also towering into the clouds on one side, and a large cloud island where several buildings are surrounded by green plants bred by the island cloud. Stop off the coast of Angel Island. Lin Mo put on his own slippers and walked to the soft cloud beach of Angel Island. Above Angel Island, there are several island clouds connected by ladders. The most prosperous street in Angel Island, called Lovely Avenue, that Lin Mo is going to is on the island cloud above the cloud beach. People in Sky Island have 2 tentacles with the same color as their hair on their heads, and they all have a pair of small pure white wings on their backs. But these wings cannot fly, and they are equivalent to decorative things. Hey, Lin Mo is here. Do you want to buy some fruit? I just picked it this morning. It's very fresh. Lin Mo was passing by a fruit shop on the Lovely Avenue. Call. After all, he has been on Sky Island for almost 3 years, and Lin Mo spends a day or 2 every month to come to Angel Island to buy food and drinks, so almost everyone in Angel Island knows him. But what puzzled him was why they were still so enthusiastic about him, even though he didn't pay much attention to these people. No, thank you. After Lin Mo responded, he continued to walk forward. Boy, I just bought a batch of rare empty fish. Do you want to? Lin Mo, do you want to eat? I'll give you 2. My shell shop has also recently bought a new batch of new models of household shells. Do you want to take a look? The stall owners on Lovely Avenue were very enthusiastic when they saw Lin Mo. After Lin Mo refused one by one, he went directly to a small shop specializing in liquor. There is no tavern in Sky Island, which is a point that he is extremely dissatisfied with. Moreover, almost all the drinks in Sky Island are mainly fruit and vegetable wines, and the taste is relatively fragrant and sweet, not strong at all. Although Lin Mo personally prefers spirits, he has no choice but to drink up the alcohol stored in the system space as early as 2 years ago. Now, he can only wait for the mission of the empty island to end, go back to the blue sea as soon as possible, and then drink well a meal. It's time to buy wine again. The proprietress who sells wine asked with a smile. Lin Mo nodded and took out a large bag of Ike coins exchanged for Pele and handed it to the proprietress. According to Lin Mo's preferences over the past few years, the proprietress brought him a few bottles of wine. How long do you plan to stay in Angel Island this time? Leave tomorrow. Lin Mo took the wine. The proprietress said with some regret, I only come once a month. Why don't you stay longer? Lin Mo shook his head. The proprietress continued, Is that still the same? Lin Mo nodded. Okay. The proprietress smiled. I'll ask someone to deliver the wine to you that night. Usually, when Lin Mo came to Angel Island, he would first buy some wine and drink it by himself, and then ask the lady who sold the wine to send him hundreds of bottles of wine to the hotel where he was staying. After leaving the small shop, Lin Mo went to the hotel he frequented to book a room, and then took the wine he just bought back to the edge of the cloud beach at the lowest level of Angel Island. In the small pavilion made of processed clouds, I lie on a soft cloud chair similar to a deck chair and prepare to take a nap. Lin Mo had just fallen asleep not long ago. One looked only 2 or 3 years older than him, with light yellow double braids at the ends of the ball, wearing a short pink dress, with a harp on his back, holding a little white fox. A girl named Conies ran towards him excitedly. Lin Mo. Conies yelled happily. I learned a new piece of music, and I'll play it for you. Lin Mo ignored her and kept his eyes closed. Conies was not sad because of Lin Mo's ignorance. Instead, she sat down on the cloud chair next to Lin Mo, put the little fox beside her, hugged the harp behind her in her arms, and began to play a soothing and soft song. Music. When Lin Mo came to Angel Island for the first time, Conies noticed him, because Lin Mo was the first person she saw from Blue Sea, so she was curious about everything about Lin Mo. At first, Conies didn't dare to get close to Lin Mo, but because she was heard by the other party playing the harp on the cloud beach, she was affirmed by the other party. Since then, Conies mustered up her courage and began to take the initiative talk to Lin Mo. Although the other party rarely responds to her, even if she only responds with one word, she will be very happy. In fact, when Lin Mo heard Conies playing the harp, he just casually said, not bad, and didn't mean to praise her too much. But it was because of his inadvertent not bad that every time he came to Angel Island and took a nap in Yuntan, Conies would always appear in time and play soothing music beside him. As long as Lin Mo sleeps, Conies will play as long as she can. However, I have to say that the sound of Conies' piano does help people fall asleep. It can be said that since he came to Sky Island, he can only take a comfortable afternoon nap on Angel Island. Page 138, Chapter 109. Sky Island. Fear and longing. Difficult choice. Cornice played the harp obediently. It wasn't until Lin Mo woke up after taking a nap that he had enough sleep. Then he stopped. You're awake, Cornice said with a smile. Lin Mo responded with a faint hum and got up from the cloud chair. Just as he was about to leave, Conies called him back. Lin Mo, wait. Conies immediately took out a bottle of light blue drink that she had prepared a long time ago. This is the fruit wine I made myself, and the taste may not be as good as the fruit wine sold in the store. But anyway, I still want you to try it. Lin Mo glanced at her silently, just about to refuse. Conies continued, I don't mean anything else, I just want to thank you for taking care of me during this time. Lin Mo, what did I take care of you? Conies hurriedly forced the bottle of wine to Lin Mo. Anyway, you take it first. I have something else to do, so I'll go first. After she finished speaking, she ran away in a panic. Lin Mo looked at her running away speechlessly, then glanced at the wine in his hand, and put the bottle of wine into the system space without thinking too much. Then, Lin Mo walked around the cute avenue and bought some daily necessities. That night, at the hotel, he received hundreds of bottles of wine from the lady who sells wine. After putting them all into the system space, he rested for a night and prepared to leave the next day when As usual, Conies came to Yuntan, hugged her little pet Yunhu Cece, and saw Lin Mo off. Although Appiato is just off Angel Island. Is it next month next time? Conies asked with some reluctance. Lin Mo put on his skates and responded lightly. When he was about to leave, Conies couldn't help asking, "Well, Lin Mo, my father said that Appiato is a dangerous place where many ferocious beasts live, and only one as powerful as the god Gonfor only people can live there safe and sound. Actually, I really want to visit Apaya and experience Bath for myself. Base is what Sky Islanders call soil, and it is something that all Sky Islanders yearn for. Although Gonfor is very kind to the people of Sky Island, but because the beasts living in Appiato are too ferocious, and the Sandia people often go to Appiato to attack them, for the sake of everyone's safety, he decided to an order was issued to prohibit people from Angel Island from setting foot in Appiato. Everyone knew this, so there was not much complaint about this order from Gonfort. Lin Mo stared at Conies silently. Seeing Lin Mo looking at her, Conies blushed and hurriedly said, I didn't mean to ask you to take me to Appiato. It's I was just talking casually. You just pretend you didn't hear that. Well, have a good trip, and wait for you to come back next month." After finishing speaking, Conies immediately turned around and ran away. "Haven't run a few steps yet." Lin Mo's voice suddenly sounded. "Yes." Conies stopped abruptly and turned to look at Lin Mo in surprise. "You? What are you talking about?" Lin Mo said indifferently. "For half a day. I will take you around for half a day at most." "Really?" Cornus asked happily. Lin Mo nodded lightly, and then continued, "I don't have a boat." "I have," Conies said excitedly. Then you wait here for my meeting. I'll be right back." After speaking, Conies took Cece and excitedly trot to the place where her boat was parked. Lin Mo took off the skates he had just put on. The reason why he agreed to take Conies to Appiato was just as a reward for Conies playing lullabies and the bottle of wine just now for free in the past few years. In the past 3 years of walking in the world of pirates, Lin Moke has never owed anyone anything, but anyone who has helped him, no matter good or bad, he will repay in other ways, except for one person. He still owes Rayleigh a meal liquor. Soon, Conies drove a boat in the shape of a black crow to Lin Mo. "This is my raven. Although it's a bit crude, don't dislike it." Conies smiled awkwardly. Lin Mo jumped onto the boat indifferently. "Do you know the way?" Conies nodded and said, "Yeah, I know, so, are we going?" Lin Mo nodded. Conies drove the crow, took Lin Mo, and started sailing towards Appiato. "Great. I've been on Angel Island since I was a child. It's my first time to go to Appiato, and I'm a little nervous." Conies' hand holding the rudder was trembling slightly. Lin Mo didn't speak, leaned against the side of the boat, with the wind blowing in the sea of clouds, picked up the wine gourd, and started drinking. I've seen a lot of Apaya." Conies excitedly pointed to an island not far away, surrounded by a towering giant tree. Just as Conies finished speaking, a group of wildly dressed people appeared suddenly on skate shoes and a skateboard with wind shells, and quickly chased after the raven. "It's from Sky Island." "Huh? There's also a blue ocean man. Weibo, do you want to kill them?" It was the Sandians who came. Weibo, the man with the tattoo around his left eye, looked indifferently at Lin Mo and Conies who were looking at them at the moment. When Coney saw the Sandia, she was already startled, especially when she saw Weber's fierce face that day. Her face turned pale with fright, and a lot of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Compared with Coney's nervousness and fear, Lin Mo was very calm, and continued to drink with the wine gourd calmly, as if he didn't see Weber and his group. Weibo's eyes fell on Lin Mo, and seeing that the other party was not afraid of them at all, he couldn't help but frown. Without saying a word, he picked up his cannon barrel, aimed at Lin Mo and Coney's, and shot without hesitation. Hit the past. Coney's eyes were full of fear, and she was too scared to say a word. Lin Mo stared silently at the artillery that was getting closer and closer to him, stood up from the boat indifferently, kicked the artillery back to Weber. A look of surprise flashed in Weibo's eyes, and he dodged immediately, and the artillery fell directly into the sea of clouds behind him and exploded. "Boy, who are you?" Weber asked with a heavy face. Lin Mo said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with you." "Humph." Weibo snorted coldly. If you don't want to die, stay as far away from Apaya. Page 139. After finishing speaking, he took a group of Sandia people and accelerated the speed to Appiato. After they left, Conies was relieved, and the way she looked at Lin Mo changed. Lin Mo, you are so amazing. Lin Mo continued to drink in silence. Conies hesitated for a moment, but she still asked, those people just now were from Sandia, right? Did they go to Appiato to fight the god Gonfer? Then we still go to Apaya. Is there a lot? Go, Lin Mo said while drinking. Conies tightened her grip on the helm. Lin Mo took a look at her, and then said calmly, if you are afraid, you can go back to Angel Island. Dazed for a moment, Conies swallowed uneasily. She was really afraid, but her longing for Apaya was also true. She finally saw Apaya. If she went back now, she would with the knowledge and understanding of Lin Mo in the past 3 years. I am afraid that there will be no chance for him to agree to bring her here. Chapter 110 Empty Island comes from Lin Mo's sense of security. Weibo, who the hell was that kid just now? Who actually kicked your cannon back? Is it really okay not to kill them here? That kid might help the people of Sky Island to deal with us. I think it's better to kill him. Weber's partners all started discussing as they hurried along the road with solemn expressions. Weibo said solemnly, leave him alone. We can't waste too much physical strength and combat power here. If he really helps the people of Sky Island against us, then I will definitely solve him by myself. Aboard the Raven, Conies was still hesitating. Lin Mo looked at her indifferently and almost guessed what the girl was thinking. If you go, go. If you don't go, don't go. It is necessary to hesitate for so long about a word? He didn't understand. With him here, what else would this girl have to worry about? I can guarantee your safety. Lin Mo really didn't want to wait any longer and said directly, trust me, just go. Conies looked up at Lin Mo. Although the other person's expression didn't seem to change at all, she could feel that Lin Mo seemed a little impatient. If Lin Mo hadn't seen Lin Mo kicking the cannonballs away with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a person who was 2 years younger than her could be so powerful. If there is Lin Mo's protection, maybe it will be fine. Taking a deep breath, the fear in Conies' eyes receded slightly. Sure enough, I still want to go to Appiato. Lin Mo, can I trust you? Conies asked nervously. Lin Mo said speechlessly, yes. Okay. Conies grinned. Sit tight. The boat is about to sail. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at Appiato, but it was the first time for Conies to come, and she didn't know that there was another cloud path that could directly enter the interior of Appiato. Therefore, the crow stopped at a random place around Appiato, where it was more convenient to go ashore. Lin Mo jumped onto the shore first. Conies followed closely behind, but she didn't step on it, and her body weight fell backwards. Seeing that she was about to fall into the sea of clouds, Conies yelled in horror. Ah, this plot. Is he asking him to be a hero to save the beauty? Lin Mo silently grabbed Conies' wrist and pulled her ashore. After standing firmly on the shore, Conies gasped for breath, her heart still beating wildly. Thank you, Lin Mo. Conies raised her head and thanked her. But what she saw was the back of Lin Mo, who had walked into the giant forest. Cornus, Lin Mo said as he walked, follow me. Conies didn't hesitate any longer and immediately trotted to follow. It's great. There are baths everywhere here. Conies walked in the woods filled with the fragrance of soil. She couldn't be happier. Sure enough, the plants bred by Bath are different from the plants bred by Daoyun. The plants here seem to breathe. Conies ran in front of Lin Mo with her hands open, looking here for a while, touching the tree over there for a while, and holding up a handful of dirt without feeling dirty, smiling like a child. Although she was originally a minor, Lin Mo followed Conies with the same expression as before, and the huge and ferocious beasts hidden around. When they felt Lin Mo's breath, they all hid away, just like hiding from the plague god. Huh? Strange. Why haven't we seen a single animal so far? Conies looked around strangely. My father said that there are many tall and ferocious beasts living in Appiato, and they accidentally stepped here. It's easy to be targeted. Why hasn't a single beast appeared yet? It turns out that Appiato is not as scary as what my father said, Cornus said with a smile. Lin Mo smiled without saying a word. Just when they walked in the jungle for nearly an hour, not far away, there was a sudden loud fighting sound. Several giant trees fell, and thick smoke from the flames of war rose. The Weber and his party that Lin Mo and Conies saw before were jumping flexibly on the trunks of giant trees, engaging in a battle with the Sky Island guards chasing them. Conies was taken aback. She didn't expect Appiato to be so big, and the two of them were so unlucky to break into the area where the Sandias and the Sky Island guards were fighting. However, just when she stamped her feet, a few stray bullets flew towards her. Conies covered her mouth in fright and instinctively took a few steps back, trying to run, but she didn't have the strength in her feet. Lin Mo pulled it behind him, and the 3 generations of ghosts came out of their sheaths. With one blow, they cut all the stray bullets flying in two. Weibo, it's those 2 people who were in the sea of clouds just now. I don't know who did it. Weibo, who was confronting Gonfer, glanced at Lin Mo out of the corner of his eye, and then said coldly, "Kill them." Yes. Weber's companions spoke in unison, and 2 of them immediately shifted their attack targets and quickly chased after Lin Mo and Conies. Gonfer also found Lin Mo and the others. Page 140. What surprised him was that Lin Mo would bring a girl from Angel Island to Appiato. "Lin Mo, take that girl away." Gonfer shouted directly at Lin Mo. The contact in the past 3 years has made him quite recognize Lin Mo's strength. Lin Mo didn't want to participate in the battle between the Sandia people and the Sky Islanders, so he immediately said to Conies, "Let's go." Conies woke up suddenly. Without saying a word, she quickly turned around and ran towards the direction they came from. "None can escape. Damn Sky Islanders, die for me." The 2 Shandians who were chasing after them immediately took their own weapons, flame guns that could breathe fire, and attacked Lin Mo and Conies. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckled. Playing with fire with him? Lin Mo directly used the fire escape dragonfire technique, spewing out 2 raging fire dragons at a time, rushing towards the 2 Sandian people. "Fire, fire dragon. Who the hell is this guy? Run." Seeing this, Weber's face changed suddenly, and he immediately shouted at his partner. But it was still too late. His 2 friends were just about to run, but before they ran far, they were swallowed by Lin Mo's 2 fire dragons. Ah! 2 miserable screams sounded. After the fire dragon dissipated, 2 almost charred people fell from the air. It was also because of Weber's distraction that Gonfort chased him and stabbed Weber in the chest with his weapon, a sharp spear. Damn it! Weber endured the severe pain in his chest and directly pressed his bandaged right hand against Gamfer's head, without saying a word, immediately launched a hidden volley. Sky Island has a shell called Shock Shell, which can be released freely after absorbing the shock. It is almost a must-have for all Sky Island fighters to travel at home and go out to fight. The platoon clam is a kind of shellfish from the ancient empty island, which can release 10 times the power of the shock shell, but at the same time, the recoil is also fatal. Just using it once may cause the arm to break, and repeated use can even be fatal. Therefore, most people would not choose platoon shells to fight, but those who use platoon shells are already prepared to die at any time. Chapter 111. Sky Island is forced to truce. Thunder God is coming. Weber's greatest wish is to snatch back Appiato, which originally belonged to the Sandians, from the Sky Islanders. Although it was at the price of his own injury in exchange, now that he was so close to Gonfer, Weber would naturally not let go of any chance to kill Gonfer. "Stop it! Why can't you coexist peacefully with the Sky Islanders and jointly own Appiato?" In fact, Gonfort had a chance to kill Weber just now, but he gave up. Killing Weber's opportunity is to have a good talk with Weber. Gonfort desperately wanted to stop the fighting between the Sandians and the Skylanders. Dreaming, Weber gritted his teeth. "Ever since you Sky Islanders drove us Sandians out of Apia, we have no possibility of peaceful coexistence. Go to hell, you bastard Sky Islanders." Weibo directly launched the platoon shell hidden in his arm. A powerful impact quickly gushed out from his palm and sprayed towards Gonfer's head. "Hey!" Gonfer sighed helplessly. "The ancestors did stupid things, and they, the younger generations, have to bear the consequences. There is nothing he can do to achieve such a result. To be the god with the highest status in Sky Island, Gonfer's skill is not comparable to that of ordinary people." When Weber launched the platoon shell, he reacted quickly, brushing the side, and dodged the platoon shell attack. "Shipping shells are too harmful to the body. You should use them less in the future," Gonfer said with a slight frown. Weber backhanded the hand in which Pai Bei was hidden and turned to Gonfort again. It's not your turn to take care of my affairs. Weibo, they are still alive, but they are about to die. If they don't receive treatment immediately, they may die. At this time, the voice of Weibo's companion came. Gamfer's guards and reinforcements also rushed over. Weber looked at his companion. Almost everyone was injured, especially the two who were hit by Lin Mo's dragonfire technique. The one who spoke just now was the companion who had already rushed to the side of the burnt two. Jaw clenched. Weibo looked at the reinforcements who had come behind Gonfort again. Without any further hesitation, he said, "Withdraw," unwillingly, and immediately rushed to the direction of Yunin village with his injured companions. Gonfort did not go after Weber and the others. His eyes fell on Lin Mo, who had already taken conies away, and he couldn't help but sigh. The Blue Sea people seemed to be stronger than I imagined. Lin Mo sent conies to the shore where the crow was parked. Can you go back by yourself? Lin Mo asked lightly. Conies nodded. Angel Island is nearby, so it should be fine. After boarding the boat, before leaving, Conies hesitated, and then said to Lin Mo, "Although I have encountered many things today, I am really happy to be able to come to Appiato." Lin Mo, thank you. Lin Mo responded indifferently. It's okay. Conies smiled and said, Then, I'll go back. Lin Mo nodded. Then, Conies drove her crow and sailed in the direction of Angel Island. Lin Mo watched Conies' ship sail away from the shore, and after confirming that there was nothing around that could threaten Conies' life safety, he turned around and went back to the giant forest. A hunting trip that he actually enjoyed himself. Time flies and time flies. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Lin Mo's physical strength, mastery of domineering, and his own skills have all been greatly improved in the past 4 years of training in Appiato. Today, Lin Mo was chasing the fleeing jungle beasts as usual. Suddenly, a large thundercloud with frightening lightning flashed appeared from the sky just north of Appiato. Page 141 stop. Lin Mo looked at the thundercloud, and there was a turmoil in his calm heart. This vision made him very sure. He had waited for nearly 4 years, and the thunder god Enelo, who caused him to drink fruit wine for 4 years, is here. Without hesitation, Lin Mo immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the direction covered by the thundercloud. This was the most emotional ups and downs since he came to Pirate World. The appearance of AI Nilu not only represented the progress of the task, but also gave him the hope of returning to the Blue Sea as soon as possible. Although the fruit wine here tastes good, he misses the spirits of the Blue Sea even more. At the same time, in the area covered by thunderclouds, the Sky Island guards led by Gonfort are fighting the nth battle with the Sandia led by Weber. What is this? Thundercloud? Is it going to rain? But I've never seen such a large thundercloud. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. The Sky Islanders and the Sandiars couldn't help but stop fighting and looked up at the sky. Neither Gonfort nor Weber looked very well. Although I don't know what is going on with the appearance of this thundercloud. While everyone was astonished, suddenly, a terrifying thunderbolt suddenly descended from the thundercloud, directly hitting a Sandia who couldn't dodge. With a scream, the Sandia who was hit fell to the ground, blackened, and rolled his eyes. Weibo frowned and looked at Gonfort angrily. It's your reinforcements. Gonfort was about to say no, but before he could say anything, another terrifying thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit a guard behind him. There was another scream, and the guard who was hit also fell to the ground and began to foam at the mouth. What's going on? What the hell is this lightning? God, run away, or you will be hit in a while, and you will be miserable. There was panic all around. Among Weber's subordinates, a boy named Braham, whose upper half of his face was covered by a hat, immediately went to check on his companion who had been struck by lightning, and then shouted to Weber, "He's still alive." Just as he finished speaking, another thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit him directly. Braham. Weibo was shocked and immediately ran towards the fallen Braham. Gonfort realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly said, "The battle between us is suspended first, everyone retreats first, and the injured people are brought back first." However, the guy who created the thundercloud didn't seem to want to give Gonfort any chance to retreat. When everyone fled in panic, countless thunderbolts descended from the sky one after another, knocking down those who tried to escape to the ground. Even Gamfer and Weber were struck several times by the rain of lightning. But the two of them are relatively strong, and they both avoided the fatal blow, so they were not knocked down. When the thunder and lightning stopped falling, Webb and Gamfort stopped. Both of them are very embarrassed at the moment. Looking at the dying companions around him, Weber shouted angrily, "Damn it! Who did it? Who did it? Hey ha 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 ha!" At this time, a laughter that resounded through the sky came down from above the thunder clouds. Chapter 112 Sky Island 2000 million volts. Please accept it. Thunder God Enelo is a person with the ability of the thunder fruit of the natural system. He is a man who usually looks lazy, but actually has a cruel personality. Even if his opponent is a woman, he doesn't pay attention to him. In addition to the thunder fruit ability, Enelo also has a powerful mind network ability. HeartNet is a kind of power that can strongly sense the breath around you. It can sense enemies beyond your sight or further predict the opponent's actions. Moreover, Enelo can also combine the special ability of the thunder fruit to receive radio waves, which greatly enhances the ability and scope of the heart network, and can even hear the voices of people in the entire Sky Island. To put it bluntly, Xinhuang is equivalent to the domineering color of knowledge, and it is also a very high level of color of knowledge. When Weibo and Gonfort heard Enelu's arrogant laughter, their faces became extremely ugly. Soon, one was wearing a white turban on his head, long earlobes and earrings, naked upper body, for thunder drums engraved with 3 hooked jade on his back, a gold ring on his hand, and a gold stick in his hand, wearing knickerbockers on the lower body, bare feet, rings on the toes, skin whiter than women, and a handsome man. He appeared in the thunder cloud with 5 subordinates with their own characteristics. Just like the gods descending to earth, the 6 of Enelo flashed in front of Weber and Gonfort in the blink of an eye. "Bastard, who the hell are you guys?" Even though his body was covered with wounds, Gonfort still picked up his weapon and pointed the tip of the spear at Enel. Enel looked lazy, grinning, and said, "I am Thor Enel. From now on, this island will be my territory." "You're dreaming." Weber immediately activated the skates under his feet, rushed to Enelu in an instant, and aimed his bandaged hand directly at Enelu's chest, trying to solve him with a volley. However, at the same time as he stretched out his hand, Enelu also stretched out his right hand towards him and pointed his index finger 5 centimeters in front of Weber's forehead. "Weibo, run." Gonfer felt bad and immediately shouted. Weber's eyes widened. They are even ready to die with Enelo. A terrifying smile formed on the corner of Enel's mouth. The subordinates behind him were also laughing more and more arrogantly. Before Weber launched the volley, a seemingly weak electric current gushed out from Enelo's finger pointing at Weber and hit Weber directly. Weber didn't even have time to resist and was instantly knocked down by the seemingly weak current of 200 million volts. If ordinary people were hit by a 200 million volt electric shock, they would faint even if they were not electrocuted, but Weber's physical strength and vitality are very strong, so he didn't faint. Page 142. This is the price you have to pay for disobeying God. Enelu withdrew his hand, looked at Weber who was lying on the ground, supporting his body with his hands, and was still holding on, and laughed. "Ah, it seems that you are stronger than I thought. If you want to be more tenacious, in this way, I will give you a chance to serve the gods. As long as you are willing, I can take you into my command and become a priest of my god team." Damn it! Weibo endured the severe pain all over his body and forced himself to stand up with the cannon barrel. Even though he was weak now, he still stared at Enel with a fierce expression. "I will never be able to serve a hypocritical god like you." "Oh, what a stupid guy." Enelu lazily picked his ears. At this time, a bald man named Ohm behind him was wearing a dark green vest, carrying a long knife on his shoulder, and wearing sunglasses. "We'll take care of it. You don't need to do it yourself." "This is impossible." Enel Rode waved his hand and said, "I am a god. I have to be merciful. How can I kill people at will? Wouldn't it be good to let them live under the fear of being dominated by my powerful strength?" Ohm and the others nodded knowingly. Hearing what Enelu said, Gonfort couldn't help but tightened his grip on the spear and said angrily, "Using everyone's inner fear to dominate everyone for your own use is not something a god would do at all. You are not worthy of being a god at all. Even if it is death, I will not let your trick succeed. Oh, Enelo sized up Gonfer, then smiled lightly. Why? You also want to try the punishment of disobeying God. As the god of Appiato and Angel Island, I will never allow people like you to do evil here. Gonfer took a stride and nimbly attacked Ainulu. Weibo also wanted to fight, but the injuries on his body were not enough for him to continue fighting. A flash of light flashed in Enel's eyes, and he waved his hand and said, "So you are the god of this area. Ha ha ha. As the new god of this area, it means that you have helped me manage it for so long before I came here. In return, how about giving you 2 minutes? I will stand here and not move, kill, or cut as you like. Hee hee, but after 2 minutes, you will feel the existence of me as a god from the bottom of your heart. Bastard, I will let you know the fate of underestimating the enemy." Gonfort suddenly appeared in front of Anal and stabbed the tip of the spear into Anal's body fiercely. However, although the tip of the spear pierced Anal's body, it did not cause any substantial damage to the opponent. The current of Enel himself passed through the spear and led to Gonfor's body. Feeling that his body had been gradually paralyzed by the electric current, Gonfort immediately pulled the weapon out of Analu's body, and then, the gap pierced by the spear on Analu's body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, within a flash of lightning down, restored to its original state. AI Nilu yawned a little bored. Is this the strength of the former god? It seems that it is nothing more than that. Gonfer was so angry that he pointed the tip of the spear at Enel again, and a powerful stream of fire erupted in an instant, attacking Enel suddenly. Analu still didn't make any movements, and soon, he was wrapped in the flow of fire. Gonfer didn't dare to be careless at all, especially when he saw Enel's men laughing there. He continued to attack Enel before the fire flow was exhausted, until after 2 minutes. No matter how Gonfer attacked Enelo, he still didn't suffer any actual damage. It's 2 minutes, ex-god Gonfer. Enel grinned, raised his right hand, and slowly stretched out his hand to Gonfer. A small gift of 2,000 million volts. Please accept it, ha. With 200 million volts, even Weber needs to be supported by the artillery barrel while standing, let alone 2,000 million volts. Weber looked at Enel and Gonfort with an ugly face. Gonfer immediately backed away quickly. At the same time, Anelo appeared in front of him at a faster speed, with a horrifying smile on his lips. Just when Enelu's hand full of terrifying electric current was about to hit Gonfer, a figure suddenly appeared, punching Enelu flying. Chapter 113 Empty Island Front God Sanction Lord Enel. Seeing that Ainulu was sent flying, all of Ainelu's subordinates widened their eyes, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Weibo's eyes were also full of shock, and he was speechless in surprise. Linimoyu. Gonfer had a lot of cold sweat on his forehead, looked at the young man in front of him, and said in astonishment, "I can't hit Enelo. Why can you hit it with one blow?" Lin Mo restored the hands wrapped around armed color, and said calmly, "Armed color. Armed color." Gonfer was taken aback. What is that? The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly, and he turned his back to look at Enelo, who had been hit by him and was embedded in a giant tree. He had already walked out of it. His face was full of anger, and he wrote lightly, "Things that can hit him. Gonfort. What is the difference between saying it and not saying it? Damn it. You dare to hurt Lord Enel. Go to hell." Enel's men, a man named Shura, wearing a flying cap and goggles and holding a pointed spear, sat on a large purple 3-footed bird and flew towards Lin Mo and Gonfer quickly. Go. Gonfer was even ready for battle, but Shura didn't attack them immediately, but circled around them several times. What the hell is this guy doing? Gonfer stared at Shura warily. Seemingly enough, Shura stopped, and in front of Lin Mo and Gonfer, he hooked his lips and said with a smile, "Ha! What a pity. It's very courageous to dare to attack Lord Enel, but it's a pity that today they are all going to die here." My body. Gonfer suddenly realized that his body couldn't move. Thinking of Shura's strange behavior just now, Gonfer couldn't help squinting his eyes. If he looked carefully, he and Lin Mo's bodies actually had a lot of thin threads entangled and bound them. This is... Gonfer was shocked. Shura laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. As expected of the former god, you really discovered it. This is so thin that it is difficult for the naked eye to see clearly. No matter how strong a person is, he will be entangled and unable to move. The strong rope cloud. Damn it. Gonfer tried to break free from the shackles of the rope cloud with brute force, but as Shura said, the strength of the rope cloud was beyond his imagination. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't struggle open. Compared with Gonfer's anger, Lin Mo is much calmer, although he can't move at the same time. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't seem to be worried about his own safety at all, Shura snorted coldly. The kid is very kind, so let's start with you first. After finishing speaking, Shura rode the Sanjong bird, pointed the tip of the pointed spear in his hand at Lin Mo. A powerful flame gushed out from the tip of the pointed spear and swallowed Lin Mo menacingly. Overestimate one's abilities. Lin Mo didn't panic at all. Suddenly, two light balls exuding silver-white light and lightning flashed between his hands, easily cutting off the cloud of ropes that wrapped around him. With a blow, the flame was cut apart. Under everyone's amazed eyes, Lin Mo quickly ran 2 steps forward, and a thunder cut pierced Shura's body. Hearing a scream, Shura fell face down on the ground directly in front of everyone. His mount Sensangmyo turned pale with fright, immediately flapped its wings, and ran for his life. Sura quickly came to Shura's side, checked his pulse. Dead. What? Enel's other subordinates once again showed disbelief. Looked angrily at Lin Mo, who was just beside him, who looked like he had nothing to do. Without saying a word, he drew his long knife out of its sheath and slashed at Lin Mo directly. The moment the long knife was about to hit Lin Mo, the blade twisted and lengthened immediately, and it was drawn towards Lin Mo like a whip. Lin Mo jumped easily and dodged the attack. The whip-like blade of the sword hit the ground, cutting a very deep and long crack in the ground. Lin Mo pulled out Lake Toya indifferently, and when attacked him again, his sword landed on Om's seemingly soft long knife, which was actually harder than iron. Page 143. A powerful sword energy spread around the moment the two knives collided. Om's face was heavy, and he couldn't believe it. The opponent actually blocked his attack with a wooden knife. Lin Mo chuckled suddenly and increased his power output, only to hear a cracking sound, and Om's knife, which was harder than steel, broke in front of everyone. This is impossible. Om was shocked. How could my iron cloud be cut off by a wooden knife? Impossible. This is impossible. This guy, who the hell is he? Weibo couldn't help swallowing. Originally, he was still worried about the fact that Lin Mo hurt his companion a year ago, and he thought that he would avenge his companion if he had the chance to meet him again. Yes, although it was his people who made the first move. But now, Weber has to admit that if this kid had used all his strength to deal with his partner at that time, those two guys would have died long ago. Lin Mo is not a very murderous person, as long as the opponent is self-aware and does not do things that challenge his bottom line. He can still bypass the opponent's life. Damn it, Om said with an ugly face. Holy, kill this kid with me. Under Om's call, a big white dog rushed over and rushed towards Lin Mo fiercely. Lin Mo kicked Yi Kai with his foot and kicked away the big dog named Sheng Jie, who was rushing towards him. I gave you a chance, Lin Mo said indifferently, and then made a move to dodge, and countless domineering sword energy rushed towards like a storm. Immediately retreated while dodging. The other 3 surviving subordinates of Anilu originally wanted to support Before the 3 of them could make a move, a flash of lightning struck the ground 3 meters in front of Lin Mo. At the moment when the gravel on the ground exploded, Anilu suddenly appeared with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and a strong flash appeared in his right hand. Lei Guang. Boy, as a reward for making me feel pain for the first time, I will give you a copy of God's punishment. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Enel's face. The thunder and lightning in the palm of his right hand became more and more dazzling. And at the same time he finished saying this, a huge column of thunder and lightning suddenly shot towards Lin Mo. Run. Gonfer immediately yelled at Lin Mo, who was still standing there. He could feel the power of the sanction of God. If he was hit, it was no joke. Go to hell. Enel smiled cruelly. Lin Mo still stood there without moving at all. When God's sanction hit Lin Mo, his divine avoidance also hit who hadn't escaped smoothly behind Anilu. A scream sounded. Was bloody from countless domineering sword slashes, and fell to the ground face down, with a large pool of blood spreading beneath him. You have the courage to face the sanction of God who resisted me. Enelu looked indifferently at Lin Mo, who was hit by the electric column in front of him, and did not feel any grief or sadness because of the death of his two subordinates. In his opinion, the death of Shura and Om was just because they were too weak to be blessed by God. Chapter 114 Sky Island Rachel vs. Million-volt Thunder God AI Nilu originally thought that even if Lin Mo survived the sanction of God, he would lose his skin. Even the rest of his subordinates, and Gonfer Weber, felt that Lin Mo was in danger. Unexpectedly, when the dazzling light of God's sanction dissipated, Lin Mo stood there unscathed. AI Nilu couldn't help but frowned. Have you escaped? Humph. Then give me another blow, Thunder Dragon. As he said that, Enelu turned the golden stick in his hand and knocked on the two thunder drums behind him. In an instant, a thunder dragon with flashing thunder came out of the thunder drum, roaring and flying towards Lin Mo. When everyone thought that Lin Mo was going to die, after Thunder Dragon passed through Lin Mo's body and dissipated, Lin Mo still stood there like a normal person and even yawned. Enel. What's going on here? Master Enelo's Thunder Dragon has 6,000 million volts. It penetrated his body with the Thunder Dragon. Is this kid fine? Impossible. There must be something wrong. No one can withstand Lord Enel's lightning. This kid must have done something bad. Anil's subordinates are very convinced of the strength of Anil. Lin Mo looked at AI Nilu indifferently, but he was thinking about how to trigger the system progress task. Enelu instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, flashed in front of Lin Mo, put his palm close to Lin Mo's head, and said solemnly, "Million volts." A powerful current flowed through his hand and instantly poured into Lin Mo's body. The more powerful and dazzling thunder flashed. The people around couldn't open their eyes. When the thunder light dissipated, Lin Mo still stood there unscathed. Everyone was stunned for 3 seconds, and when they realized it, they all looked like they had seen a ghost, like a bolt from the blue. Even Enelu, who has always been handsome, widened his eyes and opened his mouth in astonishment. This is the benefit of insulation. Immune to lightning. Therefore, Enelu's lightning attack is ineffective for Lin Mo. While everyone was astonished, in Lin Mo's mind, the system notification sound that hadn't sounded for nearly 4 years finally sounded. Didi, shocked by God Gonfer, War Ghost Weber and Thunder God Enel, sign in progress 30. Current total progress is 40. Reward Shuanpa level 1. Knowledge Color Domineering level 1. Current Shuanpa level is LV5. The domineering level of knowledge color is LV5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new skill Kamihi, Qigong, LV1. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that his strength had become stronger at this moment. LV6 knowledgeable color made him immediately feel the heartbeat and breathing of everyone in the entire Appiato, and even on the nearby Angel Island. Because there were too many chaotic and noisy voices, Lin Mo couldn't get used to it all at once, and his head was a little headache from being bombarded by the sounds. Fortunately, the sound only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Immediately afterwards, an introduction to Kamapai Qigong flooded into his mind. This is a move in Dragon Ball that gathers all the energy in the body and condenses it to form a ball of light, and then releases it. There is no fixed limit to the power, and it all depends on the user's own ability. It can be said that the stronger the user's own strength, the stronger the power of Kamihi Qigong. As for Lin Mo, this move depends not only on the user's own strength, but also on the skill level. There is no doubt that the higher the level, the greater the power. All in all, this skill is pretty good. Impossible. Enel shook his head, trying to calm himself down. This must be a coincidence. No one can withstand my lightning attack. Bastard Lanhai people. I don't believe my million volts are real. It's useless to you. As he said that, AI Nilu stretched out his palm towards Lin Mo again, and a terrifying electric current of million volts once again rushed towards Lin Mo's head and face. Page 144. Lin Mo watched Enelu's performance quietly like this, until the dazzling light of thunder and lightning dissipated again. He still stood unscathed in front of everyone. Now, AI Nilu has to admit that his lightning is indeed ineffective against Lin Mo. Damn it. Enel was so frustrated for the first time in his life. What method did you use to immunize me from mine? Lin Mo curled his mouth slightly, stepped on the 5th level Shuanpa, and appeared in front of AI Nilu with a speed no less than that of a thunderbolt. He once again spread his armed color on his right hand and punched AI Nilu. Call over. It's useless, Enelu said with a hooked smile. I was careless before, but I'm lay. There's no way you can hit it. Oh. Before Enelu finished speaking, Lin Mo punched him hard in the chest, and Enelu was beaten upside down again in disbelief. With a bang, Enelu directly hit a giant tree not far behind him and fell into the tree again. At the same time, in Lin Mo's mind, the system's notification sounded again. Duty, fight against Thor Enel, sign in progress 20, and the current total progress is 60. Although there was no reward this time, Lin Mo's mood improved when he heard that the progress had increased again. 40 to go, keep up the good work. Ah, Lord Enel. 3 of Enelo's subordinates immediately ran towards him. Go away. Enelo's face was gloomy, and dense and terrifying electric currents flashed all over his body. His subordinates had never seen him so angry before, and they quickly stepped back a few steps in fright, for fear of being hurt. Huh. Enelu snorted coldly. Boy, don't get carried away. This is the sky, the realm of God, and God is omnipotent. I, who has the strongest ability of the natural system, cannot be defeated. After finishing his speech, Enelo transformed himself, and among countless larger thunderbolts, he turned into a thunderbolt wrapped around his body, presenting the appearance of a huge and bloated Thor. 200 million volts Thor. Enel's strongest move. Originally, he didn't intend to use this trick, but the current situation simply can't help him. A lightning strike with terrifying power attacked Lin Mo again. Lin Mo said speechlessly, Lay, it's useless to me. Just as Lin Mo finished speaking, a stream of heated gold spurted towards him at the same time amidst the lightning strike. Sensing Ainelu's intentions, Lin Mo's mouth curled slightly, and driven by the 6th level knowledge and physical instinct, he immediately dodged the golden streamer's entanglement attack. However, no matter where he flashes, this golden pillar can accurately follow his steps as if it is equipped with a tracker and will never let go. Heartnet. Enelu narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately, he stepped forward and laid a golden net in advance at the position where Lin Mo would arrive next, forcing Lin Mo to stop. Facing the lightning strike and the golden stream attacking towards him, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckled, and 2 balls of light with lightning flashed again between his hands. The column severed and then collided head-on with a million-volt lightning strike. With a bang sound, a wave of air carrying terrifying power suddenly spewed towards the surroundings. But wherever the wave of air swept, no matter if it was a giant tree or a hard rock, it was all shaken into powder. Enel's 3 subordinates, Gamfer and Weber, immediately made defensive preparations, but they still couldn't resist the powerful aftermath, and they all fell to the ground at once and fainted from serious injuries. In an instant, with Lin Mo and AI Nilu as the center, there were only tree stumps and dying people lying on the ground for several miles around. As for the people who were stunned by Enelo's lightning before, because they were lying on the ground, they were lucky enough to escape the fate of a fatal secondary injury. Chapter 115. The empty island and the blue sea are full of people like me. The thunder of million volts is really extraordinary. Lin Mo's Lei Chia and AI Nilu's strongest lightning strike resisted each other for tens of seconds. In the end, the battle of resistance ended after Lei Chia and the million-volt lightning strike dissipated at the same time. You can withstand my million-volt lightning strike. Enel was shocked. Lin Mo looked at his hands and said indifferently, It seems that the entry-level Lei Chia is not enough to completely defeat Enelo. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? Enelu was furious, and once again released a lightning strike of million volts to attack Lin Mo. This time, Lin Mo did not use Lei Chia to resist, but faced the lightning strike, walked towards AI and I Road, and said as he walked, The ability of the Thunderbolt fruit is really good, but you are not qualified enough to say that it is the strongest. What? Enel frowned. Lin Mo walked out unharmed from his lightning strike, smiled lightly, then pointed to his feet, and said, In Lawn High, There are many people who can defeat you. What a joke. Do you think God is such an existence that can be deceived by your clumsy lies so easily? Since I can't kill you, and if I can't get it, you don't even want to get it. Ha 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 ha. Destroy it, destroy them all. Enelu suddenly laughed loudly, and a large thundercloud spread infinitely above his head and dispersed in all directions. Lin Emo silently glanced at the increasingly widening thunderclouds in the sky, and roughly guessed what this guy wanted to do. At this time, Angel Island. On Lovely Avenue, the residents of Angel Island looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky with puzzled expressions. What is that? Thundercloud. How come there are thunderclouds here? It's so strange. This thundercloud is so big. It seems to have floated over from Appiato. Did something happen to Appiato? Lin Emo, Conies hugged the harp and looked in the direction of Appiato with some worry. Ahahaha. Enelo's eyes were full of murder. He wanted to destroy everything. Let Appiato and the surrounding islands be destroyed. He wanted to kill everything. Looking at the crazy-looking guy in front of him, Lin Emo couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. In an instant, a terrifying and powerful sense of oppression rushed towards Enelo. Just when Enelo's tens of thousands of thunderbolts were about to explode and fall from the thundercloud, Enelo's body and mind suddenly trembled, and the huge Thor form was forced to retract to its original shape in an instant. What is this? Enelu's pupils shrank slightly, feeling fear for the first time. Even so, although he was not overwhelmed by Lin Mo's domineering look and fell to his knees, his body was still crumbling. Lin Mo was a little disappointed. It seems that the fourth-level Overlord color is still not strong enough. At the same time, the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated without the support of Enelo. Then, the system beep sounded again. Didi, save Appiato and Angel Island from destruction. Sign in progress 20. Current total progress is 80. Reward Kamihi Qigong level 1. Current Kamihi Qigong level is LV2. Page 145. Hearing this, Lin Emo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The reason why he did it was because in the past 4 years, the people of Angel Island and the people of Apaya Temple had treated him well. It seems that it's not bad to do good things once in a while. Who are you? Enelu stared at Lin Emo tremblingly. Not only can I be immune to my lightning and disperse my lightning strikes, but it can also hit me, who is transformed into lightning. Now what is it? You didn't do anything, but you can release such a powerful, mysterious force. Your strength must be the strongest existence in the blue ocean. No. Lin Emo pulled out Lake Toya and walked slowly towards Enel Road. There are people like me everywhere in the blue ocean. Enel. Huh. Enelu snorted coldly. If the blue sea is really full of masters like you, why are there so few people who come to Sky Island every year? Boy, just because you are immune to my lightning doesn't mean that your weapons can also immunity. Do you think you can kill me with a small wooden sword? Dreaming. Do you want to try? Lin Emo asked with a sneer. Enelu frowned. Maybe I can't kill you, but in terms of speed, I will never lose to you. After finishing speaking, Enelu immediately turned into a flash of lightning, left his 3 subordinates, and ran away by himself. Lin Emo chuckled, and immediately released his 6th-level knowledge and knowledge, then stepped on Shuanbu, dodged, and really caught up with Ainulu. Impossible. No one can be faster than thunder. Enel clenched his teeth and was about to continue running. Lin Emo once again put all the output of Overlord color on Enelo. Enel felt the pressure, and his speed was a little slower by half a beat. Lin Emo seized the opportunity and slashed Lake Toya on Ainulu's neck with a single sword. The domineering color and the terrifying sword energy of the 7th-level swordsmanship made Enelo startled. But Enelo reacted immediately with the help of Xin Wang, that is, the color of knowledge, and quickly backed away, avoiding the fatal blow. Originally, Lin Mo's blow was able to chop off Enelo's head, but now it also left a not deep wound on the opponent's neck. Enelo's face was ugly. He clutched his neck and began to flee here and there, although he would use lightning strikes to attack Lin Mo from time to time. However, Lin Mo is immune to lightning, and his lightning strikes have no effect at all. Lin Mo followed closely and even used divine avoidance, but Enelo's knowledgeable color was really outrageous, and he even avoided the fatal blow. I surrender. I won't fight anymore. Don't chase me. Enelu was covered in sword wounds, and he couldn't escape Lin Mo's pursuit, which made him extremely desperate. Lin Mo doesn't care. This guy Enelu is very arrogant, but it's not so easy for him to really be convinced. Just as Lin Mo's slashing strike left a bloody knife mark on Ainelu's body again, the two of them collided by mistake and came to Ainelu's ship, a small metal boat with propellers on both sides and stern, where the ship is located. If the original plot is followed, Enelu will use the gold of the golden city of Shandora to build a super-large golden ship during the 6 years of ruling Appiato and Angel Island. But before that, Enelu didn't have so much gold to make gold boats, so he and his men came here from other empty islands, and the metal boats they sat on didn't have much gold content. Lin Mo doesn't care if it's gold or not, but he cares about one thing. The internal structure of Enelu's ship is different from ordinary ships. His ship can fly, but only if it has enough electric kinetic energy. However, Enelu itself is electricity, and his existence is equivalent to a human-shaped mobile power supply. Lin Mo felt a headache when he thought that in order to return to the blue sea from the empty island, he would have to go through the experience of jumping off a building at a height of -meters with a normal boat. But now he thought of a good way to avoid the jumping machine. Lin Mo walked towards Enel Road, holding Lake Toya. AI Nilu lost his footing and fell. Seeing Lin Mo getting closer and closer, he panicked and said, "You, don't come here." A terrifying smile appeared on the corner of Lin Mo's mouth, and he asked, "Death and go to Blue Ocean. Choose one." Chapter 116 Sky Island Thunder God Ani Roadboat AI Nilu looked at Lin Mo in horror. A few drops of cold sweat could not help but slide down his forehead. Go to the Blue Ocean? Is this guy serious? What do you want to do? Enelu said with an ugly expression. I am the god of thunder. How can I become someone else's subordinate casually? Oh, Lin Mo wrote lightly. It seems that you have already made your choice. As he spoke, Lin Mo held up Lake Toya. Enel's eyes were full of horror, and he said quickly, I promise to go to the blue sea with you. Didi, subdue Thor Enelo, sign in progress 20. Didi, the Sky Island sign-in task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mastery level Thunder Cut, and the system space has been expanded tenfold. The current system space capacity is 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000 square meters. Lin Mo's eyes moved. That's it. Ended? He himself was a little unbelievable. He thought that the final mission would solve the 400-year-old battle between the Sandia people and the Sky Islanders. But that's fine too. The troublesome matter of resolving disputes between the two races should be resolved when Luffy comes here 6 years later. Now that the mission of Sky Island is completed, it's time to return to Blue Sea. Lin Mo was in a good mood. The reward I just got, the mastery level Rachel's power, is much higher than the entry-level one. The entry level alone can match Enel's ultimate move, Thor, let alone the proficiency level, and the system space of 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 square meters. If it is filled with wine, it will be enough for him to drink for 10 years. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo jumped directly onto Enelo's modified boat. Let's go, Lin Mo said calmly. Enelu was stunned for a moment and asked with an ugly face, Now, are you going to Blue Ocean? Go to Angel Island first. AI Nilu still wanted to say something more. After thinking about it, he swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. Now he doesn't have the strength to resist Lin Mo. If that's the case, let's follow this kid first and wait until he reaches Lon High. Then think about escaping. Thinking of this, Enelo got up from the ground, and his expression improved a little. Angel Island is the cloud island next to Appiato, right? Page 146. Lin Mo nodded lightly. Enelo turned into a flash of lightning in an instant and appeared beside Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. Turning the golden stick in his hand, a strong current immediately poured into the hull. The propellers on the sides and stern of the ship began to rotate, and the entire hull began to fly in the air with the rotation of the propellers. When the spaceship passed the area where the Sky Islanders and Sandias lay densely packed, Enelo asked with a half-smile, Aren't you going to take care of them? Lin Mo said calmly, Just live. Enel. Oh, I thought you were with them. Enelu sneered. Saving them, but not being able to do it to the end, is really a strange person. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him. When the spaceship passed by Enilo's 3 subordinates, who also fainted. Enilu asked again, "Will my subordinates be taken away together?" "Need not." Lin Mo directly refused. He was able to bring in Enel because he took a fancy to the ability of Enel, the human body generator. In this case, he would not have to change the ship frequently in the future and let Enel be in charge of the kinetic energy of the ship, even on land. It can still work as usual. Go ahead and save a lot of time and money. AI Nilu didn't know Lin Mo's plan, but now on this boat, Lin Mo is the boss, so he can only follow what Lin Mo said. He had no choice but to continue to control the ship and fly in the direction of Angel Island. Conies was on the edge of the cloud beach. Her eyes were always looking in the direction of Appiato. Seeing a strange ship flying over, Conies' eyes flashed with astonishment. When she saw that strange ship with a familiar figure standing on the deck, Conies immediately waved. "Lin Mo, this way." "Oh, so it's for women," Enilu said with a half-smile. Lin Mo ignored him. And when the spaceship stopped by the cloud beach, Conies trotted to the front of the spaceship and said excitedly, "Lin Mo, you came to Angel Island many days earlier this time. This ship is so handsome. That tall, is this guy your friend?" The tall one refers to Enelo. Lin Mo didn't get off the boat, nor did he respond to Conies' question, and said directly, "I'm leaving." "Ah." The smile on Conies' face gradually froze. Are you leaving? Where are you going?" "Back to Blue Ocean." Lin Mo nodded lightly. After all, in the past 4 years, he has received a lot of care from Conies, so it is only right for him to say something before leaving. "Is it so sudden?" Conies suddenly felt very uncomfortable. "I wasn't even mentally prepared. I'm not from Sky Island." Lin Mo said, "I'm a traveler, and it's impossible for me to stay in the same place forever. It's a matter of time before I leave." Conies lowered her eyelids, her voice choked with sobs. "But I still have a lot of songs that I haven't played for you." "Kennies." This is the first time Lin Mo has called her name since he came to Sky Island. "Say to the residents of Lovely Avenue for me, and thank them for taking care of them during this time." Conies looked up at Lin Mo with tears in her eyes. "Lin Mo, if you insist on leaving, then, can you take me with you?" Lin Mo. Lin Mo had no idea about Conies' request. He didn't come to Pirate World to pick up girls. Besides, Cornice is not his type. "No." Lin Mo directly rejected Conies. Conies clenched her teeth, forced a smile, and asked, "Then will you come to Angel Island again in the future?" "Not necessarily." Lin Mo turned to look at Enelo. Enelu smiled, turned the propeller knowingly, and the spaceship set sail again. Lin Mo stood at the bow of the boat, looked at Conies, who was trying to restrain his emotions by the edge of the cloud beach, thought for a while, and waved to her, "Goodbye." Conies clenched her fists tightly, and finally raised her hands and waved them together, saying loudly, "Lin Mo, goodbye. We will definitely meet again." It wasn't until she couldn't see the spaceship carrying Lin Mo that Conies fell to the ground and couldn't help covering her face with her hands and crying. When the spaceship sailed out of the vertically downward sea of clouds and slowly descended towards the blue sea, Enelo said, "If you have a woman in your arms, you don't want it. Even if you don't like her, you can keep her on board as a maid to serve you." "Okay." Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. Enelu immediately shut up knowingly, until the boat landed on a piece of blue sea. Enelu stood at the railing of the deck, looking at the undulating sea around him, and said in amazement, "Is this the blue ocean? How magnificent it is." He has never been to the blue sea, and it is the first time he sees a sea different from the sea of clouds. He will inevitably have the feeling that Grandma Lu has entered the Grandview Garden. Lin Mo ignored Enelo and opened the attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 14 years old. Check-in location, Ghost Island, 0. Physique, all attribute chakra, insulator. Domineering, armed color LV6, overlord color LV4, knowledge color LV6, Zhengjiangji. Jansu LV7 to LV5 of LV2 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 special skills, swordsmanship and divine avoidance, proficient. Fire escape dragon and fire art, proficient. Palm immortal art, proficient. Healing wounds and extinction, proficient. Wind escape unlimited sand and dust breakthrough, proficient. Fire escape great fire extinguishment, beginner, Laitia, proficient. Liu Sir, Druchang LV1 LV, 3-teed LV1 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 weapon. Demon Blade Star Breaker, Lake Toya. System space, 1000 by 1000 by 1000 cubic meters. Chapter 117 Nameless Island. I'm just a Vice Admiral. Next stop is Ghost Island. It is said to be an island, but it is actually the world's largest pirate ship called the Terrible Tri-Rail. Page 147. Lin Mo turned on the system navigation and was quite speechless when he saw the route on the navigation. His current location is not so far away from Ghost Island. It seems that after coming down from the Sky Island, they did not land on the Great Route, but went to another sea area. Forget it. First find an island along the way and have a good drink before talking. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo pointed to the southwest direction and said, "Go in that direction." Enelu retracted his gaze, immediately controlled the boat, and flew away in the direction Lin Mo pointed. The spaceship flew close to the sea for nearly half an hour. A small island with a size of only more than 100 square meters and a rock tens of meters high in the center, with a wisp of cooking smoke rising from the other side of the rock, appeared in Linma and Amy Road. In front of the eyes. This is the island in the blue sea. It's really not on the stage. Enelo was extremely disgusted. When the spaceship flew past this unnamed island, Lin Mo saw the appearance of the person who was grilling fish alone on the island, and he could only use speechless to describe his mood at the moment. The world is really small enough. Huh? Flying boat. It's amazing. The person who was grilling fish also noticed Lin Mo's side, especially when he saw Enelu's boat. His eyes lit up. The corners of Enelu's mouth curled up slightly. It's really a face that has never seen the world. Ah ha 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 ha. Lin Mo, didn't you say that the Blue Ocean people are very strong? That's right. Let me see the average strength of your Blue Ocean people. How strong? After finishing speaking, Enelu immediately turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the person who was watching the spaceship on the unnamed island. Huh? Lin Mo? Did I hear you right? Is this Lin Mo's boat? The fish griller immediately got up when he heard Enelu's words and walked towards the shore a little excitedly. Go to hell, stupid blue sea people. Ah ha ha ha. Enelu smirked and directly used his body that turned into lightning to launch rain-like attacks on the target at an extremely fast speed. However, no matter how fast or intensive Enelu's attack was, his targets actually avoided it. This is impossible. Enelu couldn't believe it and continued to attack. The man who grilled the fish was annoyed, and after saying it's too noisy, he wrapped his armed collar around his right hand, and when Enelu attacked for the nth time, he punched Enelu on the head quickly and ruthlessly, from top to bottom. With a bang sound, it smashed through the hard rocky surface of the nameless island. Seeing that Enelu was about to fall into the sea with the broken rocky surface, the person who beat him grabbed his foot at random and threw it backwards. Poor Enelu hit the center of the island, rolled up and down the boulder, fell to the ground on his back, and passed out in embarrassment. Lin Mo had already expected that Enelu would end up like this, so why did he pick a hard bone to start with? That's right, the person grilling fish on this unnamed island is Garp in normal clothes. It's just that what Lin Mo didn't expect was that Garp's iron fist could knock Enelu unconscious. Moreover, Lin Mo was not sure how much force Garp had used just now. It can be seen that in terms of armed color, he is not Garp's opponent. Huh? It's really Lin Mo. He disappeared for nearly 4 years. I thought you died somewhere. Ah ha ha ha. Garp laughed after carefully confirming Lin Mo's appearance, and Saber, get up. Come. I just grilled 2 fish. I'll share one with you. Lin Mo just wanted to refuse. Garp suddenly took out 2 bottles of wine and said with a smile, although the boat capsized due to strong winds and waves, I rescued 2 bottles of wine. Do you want some? Lin Mo's eyes moved, and he jumped directly from the deck of the spaceship to the unnamed island. The spaceship lost Enelu's lightning supply, and the propellers stopped because the bottom of the ship was made of wood, so it could float on the sea even without power. Ha ha, that's all your hobbies, kid. Garp chuckled and threw one of the bottles of wine to Lin Mo. After Lin Mo took it, he opened the stopper and took a sip. The strong and familiar smell made him feel refreshed. Drinking, how can there be no appetizers? Garp handed Lin Mo a grilled fish. Lin Mo was not polite to him, took it, and started eating and drinking. Carp looked at Lin Mo with a smile and continued. You? You have grown up so much, you almost didn't recognize it. Ha ha ha. It seems that the past few years have been good, and you are almost taller than Ace. Lin Mo. Oh, that's right, that guy. Garp glanced at Enelu, picked his nose and said, Is that the little brother you took in? That's right. Lin Mo said casually. I thought you were going to be a lone ranger all the time. Huh. Carp took a bite of the fish with a big smile, swallowed it, and continued. Oh, by the way, your reward order came after Akiji, and I promise again and again, it has already been withdrawn. Don't you really become a pirate in the end? Let me and Akiji slap me in the face. After a pause, Lin Mo couldn't help but look at Carp more. When he thought of the reward order, Garp became angry. Really? I told Akinu at the beginning that you are not a pirate, and he didn't believe it. I met a redhead a while ago, and the redhead said he had nothing to do with you or him. Relationship, he just let go, reluctantly put down your reward order, and asked Akiji and I to write a letter of guarantee. Humph, I have met countless people in my life, and this is the first time I have met a super stubborn person like Akainu. Is the trust between you so fragile? Is Carp so untrustworthy and unreliable? Lin Mo continued to eat Garp's grilled fish in silence. However, having said that, although Garp usually seems to be very unreliable, he is indeed a trustworthy person. There is one more thing. Suddenly thought of something, Garp continued. Boy Lin Mo, is there any connection with the red hair during your disappearance? Lin Mo replied indifferently. No. Then you must not know that that guy became the Four Emperors? Carp said dissatisfied. I never thought that the kid would be strong enough to be the Four Emperors on an equal footing with Whitebeard. Lin Mo continued to drink. He was not surprised at all that the red hair became the Four Emperors, and it was around this time. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't respond at all, Carp couldn't help laughing again. Your reaction is as if you knew it a long time ago. Lin Mo. Indeed, I already knew that. At this time, Enelu's whole body was sore, and he woke up in a daze. Seeing Lin Mo and Garp sitting and chatting facing each other, Enelu's face was as ugly as it could be. Boy Thunder is awake. Garp looked back at Enelu, grinning. I was embarrassed just now. You woke up so soon. It seems that your kid's strength is not bad. You deserve to be those who can board the Lin Mo boat. Enelu asked with an ugly face. Who are you? Me. Garp laughed. I'm just a little vice admiral. Chapter 118 The Nameless Island Blue Sea is too scary. I want to go back to the empty island. Well, one is just a little vice admiral. If all the vice admirals have your ability to push the former pirate King Roger into desperation many times, will the pirates still have a way out? Lin Mo continued to drink without saying anything. Page 148. Enelu had a masked expression on his face. What is the Navy? Sky Island has no Navy or pirates, and he has lived on Sky Island since he was a child, and has never been to the Blue Sea. It is normal not to know about Navy pirates. Garp looked surprised. You don't know the Navy? What about the pirates? Enel said awkwardly. What are pirates? Garp was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered the name Enelu called him before, and suddenly realized. So that's the case. I understand. No wonder Lin Mo boy disappeared for so long. So he went to the sky. Blue Sea People is the name of the Sky Islanders for the people living under the Sky Island. When Garp was young, he went to Sky Island by chance, so he knew this. But after coming down from Sky Island, in order to protect the people of Sky Island, he didn't tell anyone about the existence of Sky Island. So, Enel said speechlessly, what exactly is the Navy? Navy, it is to maintain law and order in the world's oceans with absolute justice. It is the largest military organization in the world. Carp rubbed his chin and said with a smile, Boy Thunder, I think your bones are amazing. It is a good material. How about, do you want to consider joining the Navy? Enel. Lin Mo. I'm just joking. Garp laughed loudly. Even if I am eager for talent, I still won't be able to poach someone from Lin Mo. You said you were a vice admiral. Enel continued. Is the position of a lieutenant admiral high? Well, how should I put it? Carp thought for a while, and replied. There are 3 generals above the lieutenant general, and above the general is the marshal, and there are 5 old stars. Enel was shocked. Above this powerful guy, there are so many more powerful people. In Ainullo's view, the higher the position, the stronger the strength. Then how many lieutenant generals are there in this world? Ainullo asked anxiously. Garp laughed and said, "Ah ha ha ha, not too many, just a few hundred." A few drops of cold sweat could not help but slip down on Ainullo's forehead. Just a few hundred? The blue ocean is really scary. It is full of monsters. Seeing that Ainullo's face changed, Lin Mo made up his sword while drinking. In addition to the Navy, there are also pirates and the Revolutionary Army. That's right, Karp said cooperatively. Although the pirates and the Revolutionary Army are enemies with the Navy, I have to admit that there are indeed many powerful elites in the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. For the 4 emperors and 7 marshalsees, well, I reckon any 4 emperors will be able to kill this Thunder Boy in seconds, and Chi Wuhai may have to fight hard. Enel, then who is stronger between you and the 4 emperors? Ainullo stared at Karp and asked directly. Karp wondered. It's hard to say, you have to fight to know. Enel, you have to fight to know, it's dash open. Thinking that there were still hundreds of lieutenant generals, Ainullo felt a little desperate. The Blue Sea is too scary, he wants to go back to Sky Island. Lin Mo stopped participating in the nonsense conversation between Garp and Ainullo, drank the last sip of the wine in the bottle, ate all the grilled fish Garp gave him, wiped his mouth, and got up. When Garp saw this, he immediately speeded up his eating, and before Lin Mo was ready to board the ship to continue sailing, he dried up all his food, and then said with a smile, I am a refugee who has suffered a shipwreck now. You should not will you die, or die? Lin Mo. Ainullo asked with a surprised look. Are you also a devil fruit-capable user? Garp, no. Lin Mo chuckled and said, You are so strong. You should have no problem swimming to the nearby island by yourself. Huh? Swimming? Garp muttered. I'm an old bone. Aren't you afraid that I'll be eaten by sea kings in the sea? Lin Mo. Install. You continue to install. A guy whose strength is not inferior to that of Layli. Layli can swim all the way from the Chambord Islands, cross the windless belt, and go directly to the daughter country. But you just need to go to a nearby small island? Lin Mo ignored Garp and said to Ainullo, Let's go. Ainullo immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared on the deck of the spaceship in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo stepped directly on the moon's steps and boarded the boat. Garp couldn't help squinting his eyes. This kid can even walk on the moon. It seems that the past few years have not been wasted, and his strength may have improved a lot compared to 4 years ago. When Ainullo used electricity to start the mechanical structure inside the ship and let the propeller rotate, Karp then boarded the boat excitedly. This boat is so handsome. It can fly, huh? Lin Mo was about to drive him down, but he hadn't spoken yet. Garp took out his undrinked bottle of wine. This is the boat fare. Just send me to an island with people. How about it? Deal. Lin Mo accepted it bluntly. Enel was speechless. Karp laughed loudly. Ha! Sure enough, your kid is still easy to talk to. By the way, Lin Mo said, which sea area is this? Garp said lightly, Beihai. Lin Mo. It actually fell into the North Sea. However, why did Garp come to Beihai? It doesn't look like he came to Beihai to work. Even if he is on vacation, he should go to Donghai Windmill Village to find Luffy. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't speak, Karp seemed to guess what Lin Mo was thinking, scratched the back of his head, and laughed loudly. Aha! I was going to the East China Sea, but I accidentally fell asleep on the way back. Woke up, then we arrived at Beihai. Lin Mo. The East China Sea, the South China Sea, and the Great Route are separated from the North Sea by a red earth continent. It is not so easy to get from the Great Route to the North Sea. You have to go through the turbulent waterway of the Reverse Mountain. However, you only need to cross a windless belt from the New World to the North Sea. Page 149. Lin Mo didn't believe that Garp could fall asleep while crossing Upside Down Mountain. Therefore, there is a high probability that Garp started from the New World. Is the blue ocean so peaceful? Ainullo said speechlessly. How dare you fall asleep while sailing alone? Ahaha. Garp laughed a little embarrassedly. At the same time, right in front of the spaceship, a large wave suddenly rolled up on the sea surface, and then a huge leech emerged from the sea. Using its huge sucker mouth that occupied the entire head, it rushed towards the spaceship viciously. Come over. What is this? Is it a fish? The empty island where Enelo is located does not have such strange-looking sea kings, so I was a little curious when I saw it for the first time. Oh, it's really bad luck to meet Neptunes just after setting out to sea. Carp picked his nose and took 2 steps back. Let's leave this opportunity to increase actual combat experience to you young people. The bones will not be snatched from you. Enel. Lin Mo. Chapter 119. The 3 people who were ridiculed in the kingdom of Lubner. Carp's words made both Lin Mo and Anilu quite speechless. Obviously, the old fox just didn't want to do anything. What about age? In the world of pirates, what does age represent? Is this guy called Sea King strong? Anilu stared at the huge leech that was getting closer, and suddenly turned the golden stick in his hand. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Then let me meet everyone, partner. Oh, Thunder Boy looks very powerful. Garp looked like a crowd. AI Nilu said speechlessly. My name is AI Nilu, not Thunder Boy. After finishing speaking, he tapped the thunder drum behind him twice. In a flash of light and flint, a thunder dragon flashing with frightening lightning roared and surged out of the thunder drum, rushing towards the huge leech. Brontosaurus, Enilu said with a grin. The thunder dragon passed through the body of the huge leech, and the leech was electrocuted in an instant. Hearing a bang, the leech lost consciousness and hit the sea surface, causing a huge wave. As expected of the Neptune of the blue ocean, it's really rough and thick. Enilu picked out his ears. The Brontosaurus that hit me with 6,000 million volts didn't die. Huh? It's all burnt by you. How do you know it's still alive? Garp found a pack of sunbae from somewhere, grabbed a handful, threw it into his mouth, and said while eating, Enel. Because his voice is still there. Enel said speechlessly. Sound. Garp thought for a while, and suddenly realized, oh, it seems that Thunder Boy is very knowledgeable. My name is Anilu. The corners of Anilu's mouth twitched slightly. Also, I use Xinhuang, not a knowledgeable person. Heartnet. Garp thought for a while, but couldn't figure out what it was. What is that? Ignorant blue sea people. Anilu snorted coldly. Heartnet is a kind of power that can sense the surrounding breath, and I can also use the Heartnet to predict the opponent's next move in advance. Garp looked surprised and quickly recovered, continuing to eat the sunbae, lazily said, Isn't that the color of knowledge? Enel. Lin Mo was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, so he said speechlessly, Let's go. Enelo stopped talking nonsense with Carp and immediately used lightning to continue to control the spaceship to move forward. Carp came to Lin Mo's side with the sunbae in his arms and asked with a smile, Do you want to eat sunbae? No. Lin Mo took the wine Garp gave him, opened it, and drank against the sea breeze. The spaceship flew on the sea for nearly an hour, and the area was full of buildings, and an island similar to Rog Town appeared within the sight of the 3 of Lin Mo. This island seems to be quite interesting. Enilu said with a chuckle. Garp raised his hand and made a lookout. Huh? We have actually arrived in the Kingdom of Lubner. Kingdom of Lubner? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. He knew this place was the hometown of Kulik's ancestor, the big talker Rolando, who was looking for the Golden Land. Although this kingdom is not as prosperous as before, it's still not bad. Garp laughed loudly. Haha, let's have a good drink now, Lin Mo. Aren't you very happy? Lin Mo. Yes, very happy, quite happy. However, Lin Mo's money was almost spent on Sky Island. Anilu is from Sky Island, and he is penniless except for the gold stick that is worth a little money. So, now it's just Carp. Lin Mo looked at Garp. Sensing Lin Mo's gaze, Garp glanced back at him, then scratched his head and laughed suddenly. Ah, don't look at me. All the money I brought sank to the bottom of the sea along with the overturned boat. Good guy, 3 paupers. It seems that the only way to exchange money is by hunting in the sea. Anilu, Lin Mo said calmly, shoot a few big fish. Anilu was stunned. Electric fish? Haha, I understand. Exchange big fish for money, right? Garp guessed Lin Mo's thoughts at once. It's a good idea. Boy Thunder, your ability is really convenient, huh? The corners of Anilu's mouth twitched slightly, and he was extremely resistant in his heart. Who is he? He is Thor. Now he is so downcast that he has to rely on electric fish for his livelihood. Too shameful. But now on this boat, he has the lowest status, and he can't afford to mess with either of these 2 uncles. Taking a deep breath, Enelu discharged into the sea with an ugly face. Soon, countless stunned fish floated up. Lin Mo and Carp chose the biggest ones and landed on the shore as if nothing had happened. AI Nilu was in charge of parking the boat. He parked the boat at the pier. Seeing Lin Mo and Carp walking away, AI Nilu squinted his eyes, thinking of running away now. Page 150 at the same time, Lin Mo suddenly looked back at him. Enelo! Exclamation point. No, can this guy read minds? Enelu was taken aback, swallowed uneasily, and estimated in his heart the probability of a smooth escape. Almost infinitely close to zero. Forget it. Enelu sighed lightly, but still followed. In fact, Lin Mo just glanced back casually, without thinking much. It seems that the little brother you accepted is not bad. Garp grinned. I thought he would take the opportunity to escape. Lin Mo smiled lightly and didn't say anything more. The three of them quickly entered the largest town in the kingdom of Lubner. After selling all the fish they brought to the fishmonger, they came to the largest restaurant in the area under the guidance of the locals. Lin Mo and Carp are fine. However, Enelo caused laughter among the drinkers in the restaurant. That tall, white guy, what's that sticking out of his back? It seems to be a drum. What a weird person. Wouldn't it hurt to have this stuff stuck in your back? Uft. I laughed so hard. There are really all kinds of people in this world. Enel. Seeing that there was lightning flashing on Enelo's body, he was going to shock those people immediately. Garp suddenly grabbed Enelo's arm, forced him to be unable to elementalize, and grinned. Boy Thunder, what do you like to drink? Enel. What did this guy do? How could he stop him from turning into lightning with his bare hands? The corner of Enelu's mouth twitched slightly, and before he could answer, Garp dragged him to the bar on the first floor of the restaurant. Lin Mo sat on the high stool in front of the bar first. He had known for a long time that Garp would definitely stop Enelo, so he didn't do anything more, and he didn't want to do anything more. Garp and the reluctant Enelo sat down next to Lin Mo. The bartender in the restaurant greeted him with a smile and asked with a smile, "What do you three want to drink?" Lin Mo said calmly, "The best wine." Garp grinned and said, "The most fragrant tea." Enel said with a sullen face, "The freshest apple juice." As soon as the three of them finished speaking, there was another burst of laughter in the restaurant. Chapter 120 Lubner Kingdom Divination Master Hawkins. Haha. I laughed so hard. Come to the restaurant to drink tea and juice? Those two guys have grown so big for nothing. And that kid, he looks like he's only 13 or 14 years old. Can he drink? It's so funny. These three people, two big guys, are not as good as a kid, huh? Facing the ridicule of the drinkers in the restaurant, Carp and Lin Mo didn't care at all. Analuk has never suffered such humiliation. When he was in Sky Island, anyone who dared to disobey him would die. If Garp and Lin Mo weren't here, those people would have been dead long ago. Hee hee. Enelu sneered. They are really stupid blue sea people who don't know what to do. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed and patted Enelo on the back. I want to open some thunderbolts, but the future is still long. If you care about everything, then how tired you are, aren't you? Enel. Lin Mo didn't say a word, and had nothing to say, and put the newly replaced Bailey on the bar. The bartender took the money, said with a smile, "Please wait a moment," and immediately went to prepare the drinks ordered by Lin Mo and the others. Anyway, this restaurant is open to make money. As long as there is money, as long as it is something that can be produced in this restaurant, they will sell it. At this time, the door of the restaurant was suddenly opened. A group of young people came in from outside. The leader is a man with flowing blonde hair, a slender figure, 6 vertical lines on his forehead instead of eyebrows, an armored shoulder pad on his left shoulder, and a black cross tattooed on his Adam's apple. A young man with a very melancholy look on his face. "Boss, bring us 2 cases of wine, a few more plates of pastries, and 2 more plates of biscuits." One of the young man's subordinates shouted at the bar. After the bartender put Lin Mo's drinks, tea and apple juice in front of them, he said, "Yes," to the new guests who came in at the door. Then, this group of people randomly found 2 empty wine tables in the lobby of the restaurant and sat down. Who are they? They look fierce. It doesn't look like a group of people to mess with. Keep your voice down. It will be miserable if you are heard. The drinkers around were muttering in low voices. completely losing the momentum of mocking Lin Mo and the others just now. Captain, look at the person at the bar, the one wearing the white turban. The young man's subordinate pointed at Lin Mo and the other three and said with a snicker, there are a few drums sticking out of his back. Isn't he uncomfortable? Huh. Enel. The young man didn't pay attention to what his younger brother said, and his eyes fell on Carp, who was sitting in the middle. Without thinking too much, he took out a deck of cards from his pocket, shuffled them skillfully, then drew out a few cards and placed them in the air, expressionlessly said, the battle success rate is 0%, the escape success rate is 0%, and the defense evasion rate is 0%. 0% success rate in battle? Captain Hawkins, who are you divination for? Is it the man wearing the white turban? The younger brother of the young man named Hawkins asked in astonishment. Hawkins looked up at Garp and said with a blank expression, as expected of the Iron Fist Garp who is called a naval hero. Huh. Garp looked back at Hawkins, seeing an unfamiliar face, and asked strangely, you know me? Hawkins. Page 151. When Lin Mo heard the name, he immediately thought of who it was. This guy is one of the dozen or so supernovas who, together with Luffy Zoro and others, have a bounty of more than -million Baileys at the same time. In terms of strength, this guy is a straw fruit-capable person. He can curse the straw man to divert the damage, and he can also transform himself into a scarecrow. Moreover, he is also a master of divination. Almost no matter what he does, he will do a divination before deciding his own actions. In short, he is a person who avoids risks and seeks stability in doing things. Because of his style of acting, he has the nickname of a magician, and some people even call him Huabancian. At the current point of time, Hawkins should have just formed the pirate group, and the bounty hasn't even been paid, so it's normal that Garp doesn't know him. A naval hero? Is that old man a naval hero? Oh my god, why is Tekken Garp here? He's wearing normal clothes. Could it be that he came here for vacation? But I remember that Tekken Garp's hometown seems to be in the East China Sea. Why did he come to Beihai? Hawkins' men talked a lot. The faces of the drinkers around changed. Although they haven't seen the naval hero Tekken Garp, they have heard of his reputation. Thinking that they had laughed at Garp just now, the drinkers all lowered their heads in embarrassment, not daring to speak. Ha, don't be so nervous. I'm just here for vacation. Garp laughed. Hawkins' younger brother whispered in his ear, Captain, why don't we withdraw? Anyway, Garp is a navy, and it would be terrible if he knew that we were pirates. Pirates? Garp's ears were sharp. No. The younger brother who spoke had cold sweat on his forehead. Hawkins took the cards and reshuffled them, then drew out a few more cards, placed them in the air, and said in a calm tone, the arrest rate is 0%. He has no intention of arresting us. Don't be nervous. What an interesting kid. Garp laughed and said, what is that thing? 0% divination? That's right. Hawkins took back the dangling card. Garp looked extremely interested, pointed to Lin Mo and AI Nilu next to him, and said with a smile, then you can give them a divination. Hawkins, hurry up, or I'll catch you. Garp said lightly. Hawkins drew 2 cards from his deck again, looked at the cards, and was speechless. The arrest rate is 50.00. This is the first time he has divined the cards where the situation changes so quickly. Although there is only a 50.00 arrest rate, the opponent is the naval hero Garp. As long as the opponent wants to, it is not too easy to catch him. Taking a deep breath, Hawkins said, what do you want me to divination? Garp stroked his chin and thought for a while, then grinned and said, then you can predict the probability that he and the other will become Navy in the future. Hawkins paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Lin Mo and AI Nilu. It's not easy for Garp to fall in love with someone. Without thinking too much, he shuffled the cards again, and then took out a few more cards and placed them in the air to float. Cap looked expectantly. Lin Mo and AI Nilu were speechless. Hawkins looked at the card and said, the probability that he will become a Navy in the future is 0%. Is there really no possibility at all? Garp's face was full of disappointment. Enola drank the apple juice and said boringly, it's really boring. Lin Mo continued to drink. Suddenly thought of something, Enola glanced at Hawkins and said indifferently, hey, Tell me the probability that I can defeat Lin Mo in the future. Hawkins. This group of people really regarded him as a fortune teller who set up a street stall? Can he refuse? Chapter 121 The Wayward Lieutenant General Carp of the Lubner Kingdom. Hawkins regrets it now, quite a bit. I knew that when I entered this restaurant, I would divination my fortune before entering. Really careless. Silently, he drew out a few cards and placed them in the air. When he saw the cards, a look of surprise flashed across his face. 0% success rate in combat. That's right. He didn't immediately divination for Anilu the answer to the question that Anilu wanted to know, but first divination the result of his battle with Anilu. This hooded man is actually so strong. Hawkins took a deep breath, took back the cards he took out, reshuffled them, and drew them again. When he saw the face of the cards, he couldn't help but frown. His eyes were unconsciously facing him, and he was still drinking. Lin Mo looked over. The probability that you can defeat this man named Lin Mo in the future is 0%. Hawkins himself found it unbelievable when he said it. Obviously, that kid looked like a teenager. Cut. Anilu turned his head unhappily, picked up his glass of apple juice, and continued to drink it with a displeased expression. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly. Lin Mo's learning ability is quite astonishing. Boy Thunder, you can't beat him now, let alone the future? Stop dreaming, Shut up. Enel clenched his teeth. Also, my name is Enel, not Thunder Boy. Garp smiled and patted Enilu on the back again. You are really interesting. At this time, the bartender in the tavern took a few people and delivered the drinks and snacks ordered by Hawkins and the others. But none of Hawkins' group moved, and they all stared nervously at Carp's situation. Don't be so nervous. I'm on vacation. I won't catch pirates today. Besides, the North Sea is not under my control. You are still little pirates with no reputation and no bounty. As long as you don't do bad things, I won't catch you. Pooh casually said. Ha ha ha. You should eat and drink. Don't be so cautious. Then let's take our leave first. Hawkins was so polite and immediately winked at his subordinates. Page 152 His subordinates quickly put the money for the meal and snacks on the wine table, and then ran out of the restaurant as if fleeing for their lives. Of course, the things I bought were moved out together. Huh? You ran away so soon. Garp muttered. Look, you scared everyone away, Lin Mo. Lin Mo was speechless. What's none of my business? Obviously you scared me away, okay? As for the other drinkers in the restaurant, they no longer dared to gossip about Lin Mo and the others. Afterwards, the three of Lin Mo ordered some more drinks and food. After eating and drinking, Lin Mo filled his wine gourd, and then spent all the remaining Baileys on food, and the three left the restaurant. I don't know when the next island will arrive. Don't you two plan to rest here for a while before leaving? Carp sent Lin Mo and AI Nilu to the pier. No. Lin Mo jumped onto the spaceship directly. Enilu turned into lightning and appeared on the deck of the spaceship in the blink of an eye. He couldn't wait to leave as soon as possible. It was enough for Lin Mo to hold him down. Carp grinned and waved to Lin Mo. There will be a period of time later. Lin Mo kid, Thunder Boy, go to Marlin Fando when you have time, and then I will ask Jean Gua to treat you well. After Lin Mo waved at him casually to say goodbye, he glanced at Enilu and pointed in the direction. Enilu immediately started the spaceship and began to fly in the direction pointed by Lin Mo. Carp watched Lin Mo go away until he could hardly see the shadow of the boat, then turned around and prepared to get a boat. Two people walked up to me. Hey, have you heard? There is a man in the next town who actually believes the story of the big talker. Ha! What a fool. What kind of golden land? What kind of empty island? Only a fool would believe something that even children don't believe. Ha ha, that's it. Garp watched the two people walk past him. With a slight hook on the corner of his mouth, he said, the Golden Town and Sky Island are real. The two men stopped in their tracks and looked back at Garp suspiciously. Who is that old man? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know. He must be from an outer island. I think he is also a fool to believe in the existence of the Golden Town and the Sky Island. Ha ha ha. Garp didn't care about the ridicule of the two and continued to walk forward. Not long after walking, the voice of the phone bug in his pocket suddenly rang. Garp took out the phone bug and answered it. A growl broke out from the phone bug. Carp, you bastard. Where are you going? What? It turned out to be Warring States. Garp said with a smile. I'm on vacation. Vacation? Where did you get your vacation? Your vacation was over early. Okay. The Warring States' spirit was not light. Garp looked shocked. Huh? Have I finished my vacation yet? On the other end of the phone, Zhangguo put his hand on his forehead with a headache. You bastard. Stop pretending to be stupid. Ha. Garp picked his nose and laughed. I thought something serious happened. If there is nothing else, I will hang up the phone first. Hey, wait. Warring States said angrily. Come back to Marin Fando immediately. Otherwise, your salary will be deducted. Garp. Sengoku, you are too stingy. It's not a matter of being stingy or not. You are a lieutenant general in the headquarters, and many people are watching. Don't be self-willed. Okay, I understand. Garp said helplessly. Then you send someone to the Kingdom of Lubner to pick me up. There seems to be no naval station here. Warring States was stunned. Lubner Kingdom? Beihai? Why didn't you go to Donghai? Garp scratched his head and said with a smile. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't have any money with me now. So hurry up and send the nearest person to pick me up. You guys are really worrying. Zhangguo said speechlessly. It happens that Huang Yuan is in Beihai, so I will contact him to pick you up. Huh? Is the yellow ape here? Garp rubbed his chin and whispered. They probably didn't meet by such a coincidence. Zhangguo raised his eyebrows and asked, What are you talking about? Ha. It's nothing. That's it. You can contact Huang Yuan. After finishing speaking, Garp hung up the phone directly. Warring States. This old bastard. Zhangguo couldn't help cursing, then picked up the phone bug that contacted Huang Yuan and dialed a number. Beihai, on a certain warship. Billy, beep. A sailor ran to the deck with a phone bug. General Huang Yuan. The phone number from the headquarters. Huh. Huang Yuan glanced at the sea soldier and picked up the phone bug in his hand. The voice of the Warring States period came from it. Kizaru, how far are you from the Kingdom of Lubner? Huang Yuan scratched his head and lazily said, It's not very far. That's right. You go and pick up Carp. That guy is now in the Kingdom of Lubner. Carp? It's really strange. Why did he come to the North Sea instead of going to the East China Sea? Huang Yuan asked strangely. Zhangguo said helplessly. Who knows what that old guy wants to do? Anyway, you go pick him up first. Okay, I got it. Huang Yuan turned his gaze and suddenly found a ship floating in the sea not far away, flying towards him. It can fly. Chapter 122 The Exploration of the North Sea. General Yellow Ape Kizu, Polysolino's nickname, is the number 3 general of the Navy headquarters besides Akainu and Akiji. He is a natural type, shining fruit, capable person, with an unpredictable personality, adhering to the concept of ambiguous justice. During the battle, this guy also likes to tease his opponents. He often pretends to be weak, saying, That's terrible, but in the end he kicks a supernova. The supernova here refers to the pirates who gathered on Chambord Island 6 years later, each with a bounty of more than million Baileys. Lin Mo saw Huang Yuan's warship from a long distance away. Because of Huang Yuan's conspicuous appearance, he recognized the other party's identity at a glance. When the spaceship and the warship were about to pass each other, Inelo and Kizaru looked at each other. Page 153. AI Nilu couldn't help complaining. This guy really has a face that needs to be beaten. He's an admiral, Lin Mo said lightly. Enelu was stunned. What? Admiral? Huang Yuan rubbed his chin and looked at Lin Mo and AI Nilu, and hung up on the phone of Zhangguo long ago. Looking at the faint lightning flashing on Enelo's body, and then at the propellers on the sides and stern of the spaceship, the yellow monkey suddenly realized. Well, so it turns out that the ship is flying by electricity. It seems to be the fruit of the natural lightning type. Those who can. Huang Yuan's eyes turned to Lin Mo. Although it was the first time he saw Lin Mo, judging from the other party's equipment, he thought of a person who could match his number. Huh? This is not to make Garp and Chikin quarrel. Have you fought Lin Mo several times? Lin Mo. A few drops of cold sweat broke out on Enel's forehead, because Garp's scaring before made him naturally think that the strength of the yellow ape was higher than that of Garp, so he felt somewhat apprehensive. Lin Mo didn't pay attention to Huang Yuan's words. Huang Yuan continued to ask, Oh, by the way, I want to ask you something. Have you seen Carp? Carp. Enelo looked at Lin Mo, saw that Lin Mo didn't respond to Huang Yuan. So he asked, "Is that the Vice Admiral?" "That's right, that's the Vice Admiral," Huang Yuan said strangely. Analu pointed to the location of Lubnar Kingdom and continued, "He is on a big island over there. AI Nilu wants to get rid of this troublesome guy quickly. A lieutenant general can beat him violently, let alone a general." He didn't want to fight the general. "Oh, thank you so much." Huang Yuan watched Lin Mo's spaceship slowly go away, suddenly raised his hand, and a cluster of glowing yellow lights lit up on his fingertips. "Then let me see. What kind of ability does Garp and Akainu have on the arrogant boy who is so fancy?" After finishing speaking, a laser shot quickly from Huang Yuan's fingertips towards Lin Mo's spaceship. Because Lin Mo is not a pirate, Huang Yuan didn't intend to kill Lin Mo, so he just wanted to sink Lin Mo's spaceship. I noticed the movement of the yellow monkey. Lin Mo was speechless for a while. The corners of Enel's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with displeasure, "What does this bastard want to do?" Although Enelo didn't want to fight against the yellow ape, if the laser is not stopped now, the spaceship will be destroyed. He is a devil fruit-capable person, and he will be finished if he falls into the sea. Without thinking about it, Enelu immediately hit the thunder drum behind him with a golden stick, and the 6,000 million-volt thunder dragon roared and flew out of it, directly meeting the laser of the yellow monkey. Unexpectedly, the laser of the yellow ape passed directly through the thunder dragon and continued to shoot towards the spaceship. It didn't work. Enelu was shocked and immediately looked at Lin Mo, however, acted as if nothing had happened, as if he wasn't worried about the ship being sunk at all, and even gave him a wink at you. Enelu now has the heart to cry, and without any more time to think, Enelu immediately elementalizes, instantly turning into a huge image of Thor, and crushes it the moment the laser flies. Then what is that? It's so big. Is it a capable person? It's too scary. General Huang Yuan, is it an enemy? Are we going to attack? On the warship, seeing the apotheosis of Enelu, the sailors all stared wide-eyed, their faces full of shock and fear. Huang Yuan gestured for his subordinates to come over individually, then looked at Enelu and said in a frivolous tone, "Oh, it's scary like a monster. Do you want to fight?" Enelu's mood is very complicated at the moment. Lin Mo said calmly, "No, come back." Enelu was silent for a moment, then immediately returned to his original state, staring at the yellow ape with a serious expression. Huang Yuan curled his lips and said with a smile, "Well, although I really want to test you again, but I still have to pick up Carp, there is really no way, so let's just say goodbye." "Let it go?" Lin Mo sneered in his heart. Although he didn't want to waste too much time here, Huang Yuan almost destroyed his ship just now. Out of emotion and reason, it would be unreasonable for him not to give Huang Yuan something in return. Then, Lin Mo's right hand slowly condensed a ball of light flashing with lightning, and a thunder cut was thrown towards Huang Yuan's feet without hesitation. Huang Yuan originally wanted to block it, but when Lei Chia approached, he suddenly sensed something was wrong, and he immediately turned into light and dodged in midair. Then, there was a loud bang. Lei Chia hit the warship, and in an instant, the warship was shattered, and all the sailors on the warship were sent flying out with screams and fell into the sea. Lin Mo's purpose is to use his own way to treat his own body. Suspended in midair, Huang Yuan watched Lin Mo's spaceship gradually go away and couldn't help scratching his head. Well, this kid's thunder seems to be different from that big guy's thunder. The young people of this generation are really scary. On the ship, Enelu looked at Lin Mo in surprise. He knew the blow just now. It was the move that tied with his ultimate move of -million volts Thor when he was on Sky Island. But the feeling of that blow just now was several times more terrifying than the feeling of Lin Mo confronting him in Sky Island. So, when Lin Mo fought him before, he was merciful. Enelu swallowed anxiously. Lin Mo is such a terrifying person. AI Nilu was once again overwhelmed by Lin Mo's strength. Lin Mo didn't know what Enelu was thinking, so he yawned and felt a little sleepy. "Go straight in this direction," Lin Mo ordered casually. Enelu responded immediately, "Ah, good." Then, Lin Mo set up a recliner on the deck and lay down, covered his face with the hat he was wearing, and began to take a nap. AI Nilu looked at Lin Mo and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Page 154, and made the most correct decision in my life. It seems that I can't run away. In this case, the blue sea is so dangerous, it's safer to follow this little monster. Chapter 123, The Singing Skeleton in the Devil's Triangle. The spaceship carrying Lin Mo and AI Nilu flew on the sea for nearly half a month and arrived at the foot of a tall red ring-shaped continent. Looking at a waterway that goes up vertically and with fast currents in front of him, Anilu couldn't help but wondered, really, is this an upward current? How can it keep flowing up to the sky? Here is the Red Earth continent, the ghost island that Lin Mo is going to next stop, that is, the Horror Dao, is on the Great Route. To go to the Great Route from the North Sea, you must pass through the Red Earth continent. If you use an ordinary boat, you can only go through the risky, turbulent waterway. However, the boat of Enelo can fly, which completely avoids the risk of the boat being washed away by the waterway. Lin Mo said calmly, "Past the mountain." Enelo glanced at him, didn't say anything more, immediately controlled the spaceship and started to fly into the sky. After the spaceship flew over the mountain, saw the waterway connected to the top of the mountain, turned back to the other three sea areas and the Great Route, and the extremely sharp angled waterway, Anel's forehead could not help but a few drops of cold sweat. Really, someone will come from here. The waterway passes through and go to other sea areas? Lin Mo smiled lightly and replied, "Yes. That's really not afraid of death." Enel Road spread his hands. The spaceship flew directly into the Great Route. Because the magnetic field and climate of the Great Route are extremely unstable, even if you have been sailing in one direction, without the guidance of the recording pointer, it is easy to yaw and get lost. Therefore, from now on, Lin Mo has to stare at it and cannot sleep anymore. Nap. The record pointer is a kind of magnetism between islands that can record the Great Route, and it is something that guides people to the next island correctly. Lin Mo has system navigation, so there is no need to record pointers at all. After that, after going through a month-long voyage that refreshed Enelo's common sense, the spaceship carrying two people entered a sea full of mist one evening. The Devil's Triangle area where the ghost island is located has arrived. Why does this place look so weird? Entering the dark fog, Enelu frowned slightly and looked around. The ship hadn't been sailing for a long time in the dense fog, when several dilapidated ships floated in front of it. On one of the largest ships, a gloomy singing voice suddenly came. "Yo." Enelu looked at the big ship that was about to pass by the spaceship with an ugly expression. No sound. On that ship, he couldn't feel the voice of a living person. But what's the matter with this song? Lin Mo also looked at the ship that was singing, and a person's name came to mind. Brooke, the crew on the future spaceship, who has the ability of the fruit of the underworld, met the enemy in the Devil's Triangle area 50 years ago and was murdered. Because of the ability of the fruit of the underworld, when the soul came out of the underworld and was about to return to the body, he lost his way in the Devil's Triangle area for a year. The found body has been turned into a skeleton, but the afro still exists, and since then he can only survive in a skeleton state. The magnetic field in the Devil's Triangle area is very chaotic, but most of the ships that enter it by mistake will lose their way inside. So Brooke has been here alone for more than 50 years. It's just that because Brooke entered the Ghost Island by mistake, his shadow was taken away by the owner of the Ghost Island, Moonlight Moria, who has the ability of shadow fruit. Stay in the sun. Those who have their shadows taken away will be burned to ashes as soon as they are exposed to the sun. Putting the shadow taken by Moonlight Moria in the corpse can turn it into a zombie. The zombie itself has the same combat power and personality as the original shadow owner. Therefore, Lin Mo's next check-in progress task at Ghost Island will definitely have something to do with Moonlight Moria, who is playing shadows. As for the Brooke they met now, whether the shadow is still on him or not, Lin Mo is still not completely sure. Is that a skeleton? Enelo found a slender skeleton with a black exploding head holding a broken teacup at the railing of the broken ship's deck at the moment. Ghost ship. Enelo shook his head to make himself more sober. No, someone must be playing tricks. Damn it. How dare you tease me? It's unforgivable. After finishing speaking, he turned into a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the big ship where the afro-headed skeleton was Brooke. Lin Mo. Brooke hadn't seen any living people. When he saw Lin Mo and Analu, he was a little nervous. When he was still thinking about how to greet them, Analu had already appeared before him. Then, Enel and Brooke stared at each other in silence. A few seconds later, Brooke was startled belatedly. Ah, so suddenly, it really scared me to death. Although I have died a long time ago, oh. Enel, what the hell is this? Enel raised his hand and threw a 100 million volt lightning strike towards Brooke. Brooke didn't have time to react, so he was hit by a lightning strike, and he was knocked to the ground instantly with a miserable sound. Oh, it's so brutal. It really hurts to the bone. Even though I'm just a skeleton, yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke lay on the ground. His whole body was smoking, but he still teased himself with a smile. Guy who pretends to be a ghost. Let me see what you are capable of. Enelu raised his hand again, and the fingertips flickered with lightning. Hello, Enelu. At this moment, Lin Mo came to the ship on Moon steps, stood on the guardrail, and stopped Enelu. Lin Mo looked indifferently at AI Nilu and Brooke, who had been knocked down on the deck by lightning, and continued. Let's go. The thunder light on Enel's fingertips slowly dissipated, and he glanced at Brooke with disdain. Humph, it's your fate. After finishing speaking, Enelo turned into a bolt of lightning again and returned to the spaceship. Lin Mo didn't say anything more and walked back to the spaceship on Moon steps. Brooke jumped up from the ground and ran to the guardrail where Lin Mo was standing just now, looked at Lin Mo, and AI Nilu, who had returned to the spaceship, raised his hands high and said loudly, Huh? Are you leaving now? Why don't you sit down and talk? Although it's the first time we met, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Although Analu attacked him with a lightning strike just now. For Brooke, who has been wandering alone in this magical sea for decades, being able to see a living person can bring him joy. Even if the other party wants to beat him to kill him, it's better than wandering alone in this endless darkness and loneliness with no direction and no goal. However, Brooke's words did not receive any response. Watching the spaceship gradually disappear in the thick fog, Brooke slowly lowered his raised hand, feeling a little disappointed. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, shouldn't you be used to it? Brooke turned his back and picked up the broken teacup that fell on the ground. After a moment of silence, Brooke wanted to continue singing to entertain himself, but stopped after singing a sentence and turned his gaze to the direction of the spaceship carrying Lin Mo and AI Nilu. Chapter 124, Strange Creatures with Bandages on Ghost Island on the ship. Page 155. AI Nilu couldn't help complaining. Yulan Hai really has all kinds of messy creatures. Lin Mo smiled lightly, but did not respond to Enelu's words. Brooke's fate was relatively miserable in the early stage, but when he met Luffy and the others 6 years later, it was time for Brooke to change his luck. Anyway, Lin Mo's goal is to complete the check-in task on Ghost Island, and other matters have nothing to do with him. The spaceship continued to fly forward, and soon, a super-large ship was surrounded by a huge and tall wall, and there were several giant iron chains on the side of the wall connected to a huge mast on the top of a castle in the center of a large island in the middle. The thief ship appeared in front of Lin Mo and AI Nilu. Arrived, the scary 3-track sailing ship, also known as Ghost Island, where Moonlight Moria lives. Is this an island or a ship? Enelo looked in shock at the looming super-large sail in the thick fog. It was as if he knew that a guest was coming. Right in front of the spaceship, a huge front door shaped like a mouth suddenly opened. Lin Mo looked indifferently at the gloomy land inside the door. Enelu frowned. It seems that the owner here is inviting us in. Do you want to come in? Lin Mo nodded calmly. Enelu took control of the ship and flew into the waters surrounding the middle island inside the walls of the terrifying 3-track sailboat. When the spaceship was fully entered, the giant mouth-shaped front door was closed, and the inner circular water area became choppy due to the closing of the door. Fortunately, Lin Mo and AI Nilu were in a spaceship suspended on the sea, and they were not affected by the waves. Just when the spaceship was about to fly to the inner island of the terrifying 3-rail sailing ship, that is, the Ghost Island, an invisible guest came on the spaceship. Both Lin Mo and AI Nilu noticed the presence of this guest immediately. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Cats, mice, and mice dared aboard the ship. They are not small. Lin Mo, Captain, can you do it? Enelo thought for a while and asked. Yes. Lin Mo smiled lightly. The corners of Analu's mouth curled up slightly, and just as this invisible guest was rushing towards him, ready to make him embarrass him, Analu raised his hand at a faster speed and grabbed it quickly. He grabbed the neck of this tricky guy? How is this possible? The guy who was strangled glared at Enel in disbelief, but he didn't show his appearance. Enelo suddenly sneered. 2,000 million volts. Please use it slowly. What? Oh. Amidst the terrifying thunder and lightning, a tragic roar spread around. Then, a man who rolled his eyes, was burned by electric shock, had a lion nose, mouth and jaw, wore a round top hat, and a man with long blonde hair appeared in front of Enelo. This is Absalom, a subordinate of Moonlight Mariah, a transparent fruit-capable user. Although this guy can make himself invisible, he can't eliminate his own voice and smell. In front of Lin Mo and AI Nilu, who have a high level of knowledge, this guy can't hide no matter how superb his concealment skills are. Cut, is he dead? It's really useless. Enelu threw Abu Salam out with extreme disgust. Lin Mo. It is really useless to be electrocuted at only 2,000 million volts. Lin Mo made a gesture to move on. The spaceship quickly flew to the ghost island. But the system beep never sounded. Suddenly thought of something, Lin Mo immediately jumped off the spaceship without saying a word. When his feet touched the land of Ghost Island, the long-lost system notification sounded in his mind. Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location, Ghost Island. The sign-in progress is 10, and the current total progress is 10. The entry-level shadow imitation technique will be rewarded. In an instant, information about shadow imitation appeared in Lin Mo's mind. This is a unique ninjutsu in Hokage that can extend one's own shadow to connect with the enemy, making the other party perform the same actions as oneself. Although the lethality of the shadow imitation technique is not very powerful, it can easily restrain the enemy's movements. You must know that in an evenly matched battle, even a pause of only 1 second is fatal, so this skill is still useful. It's okay. Knew it. It is still necessary to set foot on the sign-in location in person to trigger the sign-in progress. Seeing that Lin Mo had disembarked, AI Nilu parked the spaceship on the shore of the ghost island without thinking much, followed him off the boat, and walked to the interior of the ghost island with Lin Mo. The two walked together on a two-sided high wall, only one way forward, and a path full of skeleton remains on the ground. This place is really gloomy, Annie said as he walked along the road. Lin Mo continued to walk forward in silence. Before he had walked for a long time, the sound of a beast roaring suddenly came. Then, a creature with 3 heads that was obviously stitched together, resembling a 3-headed hellhound, appeared behind the two menacingly. Lin Mo didn't react much and continued walking forward. Enelu looked back, and when he saw the creature that had chased after them, he couldn't help but contemptuously said, "What is this? The blue sea is really interesting. There are all kinds of messy creatures. 3 heads, is it a dog? Huh, there seems to be a fox in it." Hearing Anelu's words, the 3-headed strange creature, which was originally fierce, suddenly became gloomy, looking extremely shocked. But soon, the 3-headed creatures returned to their original form and rushed towards Enelu angrily. Enelu raised his hand boredly. A little thunder light condensed on his fingertips, and only heard 3 sounds, and the 3 creatures rolled their eyes and fell on the skeleton wreckage all over the ground. This aisle full of skeletons was not long, and soon Lin Mo reached the end, a place with stairs going up vertically. Passing the stairs, what appeared in front of me was a dry forest filled with thick fog. Lin Mo continued to walk forward. Not long after, not far away, an afterimage similar to a horse appeared in the thick fog, and then a horse was walking, with stitches all over its body, and a lot of bandages. The unicorn came out of the thick fog, staring at Lin Mo with big eyes. Lin Mo. Unicorn. A few seconds later, the unicorn was startled. As if it had seen a ghost, it immediately spread its legs and ran away. Lin Mo continued to walk forward without a word, and soon came to a messy graveyard full of tombstones. At this time, Ai Nilu, who was a little behind, followed, and said speechlessly while walking, "What ghost island is full of strange creatures whose strength does not match their appearance? Are there really ghosts in this place? Just as Anilu finished saying this, countless ugly zombies with bandages all over their bodies broke out from the ground of the chaotic graveyard, screaming, "Yah!" towards Lin Mo and Ainalu, walked over like a walking dead. Page 156, Chapter 125. The man without shadow in Ghost Island facing this dense crowd of corpses trying to intimidate them. Both Lin Mo and AI Nilu were speechless. These zombies, and even the three-headed dogs they met just now, and the strange-looking creatures in the jungle that were stitched and patched, are actually from a man named Moria, who lives in the central castle of Ghost Island with Moonlight Hogback's Hand of Man. Hobaku is a genius surgeon who will be admired by Chopper in the future. He has saved many people with miraculous and superb operations, and thus gained the reputation and status that a doctor should have. But in fact, Hoback is an out-and-out bad doctor who thinks that money is better than saving lives. Because he created a large number of zombies to insult the dead, Chopper, who came here 6 years later, was completely disappointed in him. Of course, Hobaku is just an ordinary person who has not eaten the devil fruit. No matter how superb his medical skills are, he cannot bring the dead back to life. Leah's ability gave these dead creatures the ability to move. That is, use the ability of shadow fruit to cut shadows from living people and stuff them into the bodies of these dead zombies. Although based on Lin Mo's understanding of Moria, that guy's strength is just that, but the fruit ability is indeed a bit troublesome. Once Moria finds an opportunity to cut off the shadow, the person who lost the shadow will pass out for a while. Moria usually throws the person who lost his shadow out of the Ghost Island during the time when he fainted and will not kill the other person, because if the other person dies, the shadow he cut will also disappear. What are these? Enilu said speechlessly. It looks like a human, but it's not human. I can't feel their heartbeat. There are no zombies in the Sky Island. In Enilo's original concept, a guy without a voice should be completely dead, but today's experience has once again refreshed his understanding of the blue ocean. Seeing those zombies coming, Enilu directly attacked with a large-scale lightning attack, making the group of zombies scream, obviously watching them all fall to the ground. But soon, the group of zombies got up again. Huh? Can you still get up? Enilu's whole body flashed with terrifying lightning, which was extra bright in this gloomy and dark cemetery. And the group of zombies who were knocked down by him just now did not continue to attack Ainalu and Lin Mo, but went back to the graveyard where they were originally hidden one by one faster. Enel Road was speechless. What the hell are these guys? Zombie. Lin Mo replied lightly, and continued to walk in the direction of the castle. Enilu was stunned. Zombie. He immediately followed and asked curiously, "What is a zombie? It doesn't sound like a good thing." Lin Mo doesn't want to answer any more questions. Now he feels tired even talking. It's so cold. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't answer him, AI Nilu didn't bother to continue asking. Just when the two were about to arrive at Moria's castle, an old man holding a chandelier and looking similar to the group of zombies in the cemetery ran out of the nearby woods in a hurry. "You two, please stay." The old man choked up and wanted to stop Lin Mo and AI Nilu. Lin Mo ignored him, but Anilu looked back and said in a frivolous tone, "Oh, there is a voice. It seems to be a living person." Seeing that they had no intention of stopping at all, the old man immediately sped up his pace to catch up with Lin Mo and AI Nilu, and knelt down to them with a bang. Lin Mo. "Enel. Two, please listen to me," the old man said sadly. Please go and defeat a person. If it is you, it will definitely be possible. As long as you defeat him, everyone will be saved. As long as the shadow can be found, everyone can be saved." Shadow. Enela looked strangely at the old man's kneeling feet. The chandelier was right next to him, and he really couldn't see any shadow at all. "Huh? You don't have a shadow?" Speaking of shadows, the old man wanted to cry angrily. "That's right, on this island. Besides me, the shadows of many people have been taken away by Moria. Without shadows, all of us can only live in darkness. In the midst of it, I can no longer stand upright in the sun." "Molia," Enelo plucked his ears bored. "Who is it? I saw your strength just now, and I believe that only you have the chance to defeat him. Please help us, please." The old man cried as he spoke. "Molia is the king of Shichibukai. Very strong. I know it is difficult to be strong, but now only you can save us, please. Your Majesty Kabukai? Enelo suddenly remembered that Karp seemed to have told him before that if he fights Kabukai, it will be a hard fight. Seeing that Anilu was hesitating, the old man immediately kowtowed to him. Please, only you can save us, please save us. It's really ugly. Anilu returned to his original state and said disdainfully, if you want to get back the shadow, you can do it yourself. We have no obligation to help you. Get out, or don't blame me for being rude. Huh. A look of despair flashed across the old man's face, and his whole body trembled slightly. Really? Can it really work? Humph. Enel snorted coldly. Lin Mo ignored the old man and walked around him. Enelu followed him and sneered. I thought you would be merciful to save them. Lin Mo smiled lightly and didn't say anything more. There are so many poor people in this world. If everyone comes to beg him, ask him for help, and if he agrees to everything, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? Again, he doesn't think he is a bad person, and likewise, he doesn't think he is an absolute good person. Whether he is good or bad depends on his mood. Those so-called moral kidnappings are of no use to him. Although Lin Mo didn't speak, AI Nilu admired him more and more. Ah, it seems that traveling with you is not too bad a thing. Watching Lin Mo and AI Nilu walk away, the old man tremblingly got up from the ground, picked up the chandelier, turned around dejectedly, and walked towards the jungle filled with boundless darkness. Soon, Lin Mo and AI Nilu came to Moriana's ancient castle full of gothic eerie atmosphere. Enelu felt it for a while, and found 3 people living in it. Enelu smiled and said, Lin Mo, is that Chi Wuhai named Moria very strong? If I fight against him, will the winning rate be high? Lin Mo turned his head and glanced at him, then smiled lightly and said, if you don't underestimate the enemy, you can win. Chapter 126 Ghost Island. Dr. Hobuck and Zindali. If it is purely based on strength, Lin Mo absolutely believes that Enelo is better than Mariah. But Enelo has a shortcoming, that is, blind self-confidence and underestimation of the enemy. You have no problem fighting Mariah. Lin Mo thought for a while, but still felt that he should be reminded. That guy is a shadow fruit-capable person. He can control the shadow. You should pay attention. AI Nilu glanced at Lin Mo, hooked his lips, and said with a smile, understood. Aha, there will be a day when you will be sure. It seems that the guy is not very strong. I hope I won't let me down too much. Lin Mo. This guy Enel is really narcissistic. I'm not sure how are you. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with AI Nilu, so he pushed open the big iron gate surrounding the castle and walked in. Page 157. Anelo followed closely behind. The moment the castle gate was opened, a woman with short yellow hair, a frighteningly white face, 2 repair marks on her face, and a stack of plates in her hand said with a blank expression, welcome. Before Lin Mo and AI Nilu said anything, the woman flew towards Lin Mo and AI Nilu with the plates in her hand one by one. This woman has no voice either. She is a zombie. Humph, is this plate a hidden weapon? Enelo raised his hand, and several lightning bolts shot out from his fingertips, smashing all the plates that the woman flew over. It wasn't until all the plates in the woman's hand flew out and shattered that she said in a cold tone, you are not welcome in this mansion. Go to hell. Huh? What did you say? Enelu narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, in the castle, a slightly hoarse male voice suddenly came. Enough. Wait. Then, a man wearing a fishnet jacket, a fur cloak behind his back, a fat man with repair marks on his forehead, a pair of small round glasses, and a mask hanging from his chin came out. It's okay to be a special case. Exine Duoli. I'm sorry, but you are shocked. This woman is Exine Duoli. In order to test the love of the rich fiancé for her, she smashed all the fiancé's precious dishes and was kicked out in the end. In the past, a maid who hated dishes. After a short pause, the man continued. Yes, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the world-renowned Dr. Hoback, known as a genius. Genius. Enelu frowned, feeling a little upset for some reason. Hoback, who is it? Huh? Don't you know me? Hoback asked in shock. At this time, the woman named Exine Duoli suddenly said with a gloomy face, the plates and everything should disappear from this world. Hoback, who immediately faced her, with a cowardly look, submissively said, "Understood. I understand very well. Didn't I tell them just now?" Enel. Lin Mo. If he hadn't known the details of these two people, Lin Mo would have believed their realistic acting skills. Hogabak has nothing to say. He is Mariah's right-hand man, and it can be said that the strangely assembled corpses on Ghost Island are all made by Hogabak. As for Xian Duoli, her original identity was not a maid at all, but a famous stage actress. When Hobak was a doctor, Xian Duoli went to receive treatment for her foot injury and sewed buttons for Hobak. Because of this, Hwabak fell in love with him, and Xian Duoli gave Hwabak a symbolic smile when she left the clinic. Hobak was going to send her roses after her performance and wanted to express his love to her, but seeing that she already had a fiancé, he gave up. After she unfortunately fell from the stage and died, Moria invited him to form an alliance with him on the condition that Sindeli be resurrected. So Hobak stole her body, and after it was transformed for combat strengthening, Moria Leah resurrected her. It is said to be resurrection, but in fact, it is to cut out the shadow of others and forcefully fuse it into Xian Duoli's corpse, so that it can be resurrected as a zombie. Lin Mo knew about Hwabaku and Xian Duoli, but Anila didn't. AI Nilu was speechless and said indifferently, "This stupid guy is worthy of the word genius?" Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. Is this guy on the same line as a genius? Xian Duoli ignored Hobak's words, turned around, and walked into the castle. Today, you two are granted a special license. Come in. Welcome. After speaking, she continued to walk in. Hobak immediately said enthusiastically, "That's right, everyone, go inside." Humph. Enilu snorted coldly and glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo walked forward without hesitation. After both of them went in, Hobak followed. Through a stone corridor, Lin Mo and AI Nilu came to a hall surrounded by various abstract paintings on the walls, an extended dining table in the middle, and illuminated by an oversized and luxurious chandelier. On one side of the dining table there was a large fireplace, and on either side of the fireplace there was a staircase going up. Hobak invited Lin Mo and AI Nilu to sit down at one side of the long dining table. "Ho ho ho ho, welcome to my mansion. What are you doing here?" Hobak asked with a smile. "Your mansion?" Enelo couldn't help but chuckled. "Oh, I thought it was Moria's house in Shichibukai. Could it be that your strength is stronger than Moria's?" Huh. Hobak didn't expect Enelu to say this, and he was a little confused. "What are you talking about? Why didn't I understand? Who is Moria? Did you make a mistake? Huh? How dare you pretend to be stupid with me?" Enelu snorted softly and directly struck Hobak with a lightning strike. Before he could run away, Hobak was struck by lightning and fell down on the dining table, fainting. "Cut, it's really weak," Enelu said with disdain. At this time, Exindoli came over with a wooden tray containing pudding, ignored the stunned Hobak, and grabbed the pudding without any cup holders and plates with her hands, and put it on the in front of Lin Mo and AI Nilu. Lin Mo never thought of eating this. The expression on Anilu's face has changed. "Woman, dare to insult me? That's fine." Then, without any warning, Anilu mercilessly electrocuted Xian Duoli as well. Xian Duoli fell to the ground covered in charred black, but she was still chanting, "The plate should disappear from this world." Humph. Overthinking one's abilities. Anilu was a little impatient. "Lin Mo, Moria is a man." Lin Mo responded lightly, "Yes." "Okay, then I'll go to him first, and I'll come back to you after I finish him off." "It is good." As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Enelo immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly flashed towards Moria's location. As for Lin Mo, he calmly got up from the long dining table and was going to walk around the castle first. Just walk to the fireplace. On the wall of the stairs on the right, a three-dimensional pig head statue in the middle of a shield-like wall decoration suddenly came to life. Hey, that troublesome guy has finally left," the pig head said with a smirk on his face. "You guys have the courage to barge in even if you know the master's name. Hey. You were scared. Know the protection of the big guy. I see what you do. Come on, let's treat this stinky brat together." Chapter 127 Ghost Island overwhelmed zombies in the abstract paintings hanging on the surrounding walls. Those ferocious-faced people rushed out of the frame with roars as the pig yelled and grabbed Lin Mo with claws and teeth. Even the large white bear blanket on the ground stood up fiercely. Soon, Lin Mo was surrounded by these abstract zombie monsters. Lin Mo glanced at them speechlessly, feeling nothing in his heart, and even felt a little ridiculous. Hey haha, boy, you should pee out of fear. Page 158, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We are very gentle, and we will definitely send you alive to Lord Moria. This kid is mine, don't snatch it from me. All the zombie monsters were clamoring and rushing towards Lin Mo almost at the same time. Lin Mo was too lazy to waste too much time here. With a move of fire escape, he directly gathered chakra in his throat, and then spit out a big fireball towards the ground. After the fireball landed, the flame immediately spread to form a sea of flames, burning the whole living room. These zombie monsters are afraid of fire. Therefore, this large-scale fire escape ninjutsu is the most suitable move to deal with them. Fire. It's over. I'm caught. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. All the zombie monsters screamed and fled everywhere. Lin Mo calmly walked up the stairs to the left of the fireplace, completely ignoring the noise behind him, and walked into a dimly lit, old-looking, but clean stone corridor. There are also some abstract paintings hanging on the walls on both sides of the corridor, but the portraits here are very honest, and nothing strange has emerged. Just a few steps away, Lin Mo noticed a faint sight that was almost negligible. Lin Mo directly pointed the gun backhanded. Without even looking at it, he killed a little spider hanging from the ceiling watching him. Before arriving at the end of the corridor, before a wide hall similar to an arena, Lin Mo took care of no less than 7 small spiders for surveillance along the way. These small spiders are controlled by a giant spider to monitor those who enter the castle. The giant spiders, just like the zombie monsters on this island, were transformed by Dr. Hogaback and then resurrected by Moria, cutting out other people's shadows and stuffing them into them. There are 5 colored tent-like things directly in front of this arena-like hall. The red tent in the middle is open, and it is pitch black when you look out. Lin Mo was planning to go out from the tent. Suddenly, a fully armored zombie with a sword and shield jumped down from directly above and landed in front of Lin Mo. Without hesitation at all, the armored zombie swiftly rushed towards Lin Mo, slashing towards Lin Mo with one sword at a time. Lin Mo easily dodged a few times, then kicked the armored zombie in the stomach, kicked it flying, and hit the stone wall behind it hard. After falling from the stone wall, the armored zombie didn't stop at all and attacked Lin Mo again, cutting the sword in his hand into a cross out of thin air and flying towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo dodged immediately, and the cross hit the wall behind him with a bang, leaving a huge and deep cross crack on the stone wall. Oh, it's interesting. Lin Mo pulled out the 3 generations of ghosts. The zombie in front of him was different from those zombies in the jungle and in the dining hall in front of the castle that could only show their fists and legs. Moria should have stolen this armored zombie from where he was alive. He was one of the famous warriors. Even if he is dead, as long as he is injected with shadow, once he is resurrected, even if he has no memory of his life, he still has body memory. The moves used can almost be completely preserved. From Lin Mo's point of view, although Moria is very weak, he does have some skills. He can get the corpses of powerful people from many places, and there are quite a few of them. This kind of zombie can't be defeated simply. They don't feel pain and don't have the problem of physical exertion. It can be said that it is a very powerful puppet soldier. It must be completely crushed, or it must be defeated by Moria to release the trap the shadows inside these zombies will do. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo held the 3rd generation ghost, and at the moment when the armored zombie attacked him again, he evaded God, and countless domineering swords instantly chopped the armored zombie into pieces. Because it is a corpse, even if the body is chopped up, there will be no bloody scenes. Lin Mo was about to move on, when dozens of fully armed zombies of different shapes walked out from the front tent. Lin Mo. These guys are really annoying. Lin Mo didn't want to waste too much time here, holding Guiche in his hand, stepping on Xuanbu, and directly killing a path through it. Wherever he passed, all the zombies were cut into several sections. Outside the red tent is a wide bridge, which is connected to another castle behind the old castle. As soon as Lin Mo walked to the overpass, a giant spider with a monkey's head fell from the sky and blocked him. "Damn it, you dare to wipe out my eyeliner." The monkey-headed spider said angrily. "Boy, you are dead. Do you know who I am?" "I am." Before the monkey-headed spider finished speaking, Lin Mo stepped forward and jumped into the air. From top to bottom, Ye Kai hit the monkey-headed spider hard on the head. There was a cracking sound of click, and the flyover under the monkey-headed spider suddenly cracked, and soon, it fell down together with the broken flyover. Lin Mo, on the other hand, came to the other side of the overpass, and some armored soldiers chased after him. But the overpass was broken, so they couldn't come over. Lin Mo didn't turn his head and continued walking forward. After entering the castle, I walked all the way forward based on my feeling. As I walked, I came to a small yard piled up with many waste entertainment facilities. Here is, before Lin Mo had time to think about it, many animals with stitching marks on their bodies and various animal doll zombies surrounded him. "Welcome to Lord Perona's incredible garden." The animal zombies spoke in unison. One of the doll zombies, which looked like a penguin, said loudly, "Go ahead, beat this kid." All the animal zombies rushed towards Lin Mo immediately, babbling and yelling. "Lin Mo, there are so many zombies here." Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he pulled out Goha, swept it horizontally, and instantly cut all the animal zombies surrounding him into two sections. Suddenly, there was screaming. But they are zombies, and they are not so easy to die, but being cut into two sections seriously affects their combat effectiveness. At the same time, in the forest outside the castle, a skeleton man with an exploding head, holding a sword similar to a crutch, hugged himself and walked forward tremblingly. "Ah, this island is scary, even though I'm already dead. Oh, 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 oh." Chapter 128 Perona's thoughts on Ghost Island Brook, that is, the afro-headed skeleton who has been sailing alone in the Devil's Triangle for decades, still couldn't help but secretly followed Lin Mo and Annie to Ghost Island. It's just that compared to Lin Mo and AI Nilu, Brook is obviously much less courageous. He is very afraid of the scary zombies on the island, although he is also a scary skeleton himself. So, after entering the forest on the island, he started his great escape. Page 159 almost ran all over the forest on the island and came to the back door of the old castle by mistake. "Ah, I'm exhausted. This island is too scary. I'm so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Although I don't have a heart. Yo ho 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 ho." After calming down, Brooke looked up at the gloomy castle, a little worried. Those two people, nothing will happen to them. Lin Mo entered the castle again from the courtyard, and after a short walk, he came to a brightly lit, childishly decorated big room with a lawn on the floor. There is a couch in the middle of the room. At the moment, sitting on the sofa is a person with pink hair, twin ponytails, a crown, and a wine-red umbrella in his hand. He is very kawaii and looks like Lin, a cute girl who looks like 3 or 4 years old in Mo University. "Hola hola hola." The girl laughed loudly. "I thought the zombies on the other side of the bridge could kill you, but it seems that you are a little stronger than I expected. Humph, since you came to my side on your own initiative." The girl jumped up from the sofa and said with a sneer, "Hola, hola, don't be complacent. I'll let you know how powerful ghosts are. Master Perona, it was he who burned the courtyard. Get rid of him, Master Perona, come on. Hey, no one can escape Lord Perona's negative ghost. That kid is finished." The girl named Perona, a group of doll zombies behind her shouted. Perona turned back and scolded angrily. "Who told you to talk? It's not cute at all, shut up." Then, the doll zombies immediately covered their mouths, not daring to say anything more. Lin Mo knew about Perona. He is the subordinate of Shichibukai Moonlight Mariah and the owner of the ghost fruit. She can use the fruit ability to separate her soul from her body, so that she can fly freely in the air, penetrate walls, and change the size of her body. Any physical attack is ineffective against her in the soul body. The weakness is that the main body, which is unable to move because the soul is out of the body, is easily attacked. Therefore, every time the soul is separated, she will hide her body in a very hidden place. Soul separation is only one of Perona's abilities. She can also release multiple spirit body clones called negative ghosts from herself. If the body is penetrated by the spirit body, it can make people's hearts extremely depressed, but it doesn't work for people who are already negative. It can be said that most people will become negative and lose their will to fight when they are hit by negative ghosts. In addition to negative ghosts, Perona can also miniaturize countless spirit bodies, turn them into ghost bombs, attach to the opponent, and then detonate. These ghosts seem to be very difficult to deal with. But in Linmo's view, the problem is not big. Humph. Kid, have you ever seen a real ghost? Hoola hoola hoola. Perona curled her lips and raised her arm to Linmo. Then, several translucent balls came out of her arm. It popped up, suspended in the air, turned into a little ghost, and flew towards Linmo quickly. Linmo stepped on Shuanbu and avoided the attacks of these little ghosts one by one. Then, under Perona's surprised expression, she suddenly appeared in front of her, startling her. You scared me, Perona said angrily. Linmo tried to reach out and turned to Perona's shoulder. Perona dodged immediately, but Linmo was faster than her and quickly chased after her. Just as he thought, his hand passed directly through Perona's body. This is Perona in the soul body. No matter what attack he launches next, it will not be able to cause substantial damage to Perona. If you want to deal with this girl, just find the place where she hides her body. Without thinking anymore, Linmo let go of his knowledge. He quickly locked on a position, without saying a word, stepped on Shuanpa, and disappeared from Perona's eyes in an instant. Humph, retreated after facing difficulties? What a coward. Lord Moria will not spare you. Perona pouted and said unhappy. Damn it, but this kid is really good. It's my first time to meet someone that even my ghost can't catch up to. Hey, Master Perona. Among the doll zombies behind Perona, a one-eyed panda-head doll in a yellow suit said cautiously, That person just now seems to be. Shut up. Perona glared at the talking doll zombie. It's not cute to talk. Don't talk. Zombie bear in a suit was sweating profusely on his forehead, but he couldn't help but say nothing. That person seems to be heading towards your bedroom. I've said it all, shut up. Perona paused as soon as she finished speaking. Why didn't you say it earlier, bastard? What's the use of you bastards? After finishing speaking, Perona immediately flew into the air and chased after the room where her body was hidden. However, even if she went straight through the wall and rushed to the room as quickly as possible, Linmo had already put the 3 generations of ghosts on her neck. Perona was shocked. Don't, bastard. You are too despicable. Stop it. Linmo turned his head and looked at Perona indifferently, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Is this your attitude of begging for help? What do you want to do? I promise I won't hurt your head office anymore. Please don't touch my body. Perona was about to cry. It never occurred to her that even though it was the first time they met, the person in front of her knew her weaknesses so well, and it can find the location of her body in the first time. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. He looks younger than her. Linmo is not AI Nilu, and he doesn't have much obsession with killing. Besides, Perona didn't do anything to challenge his bottom line, so he didn't intend to really kill this girl. However, this girl has a deceitful mouth, so she can't just let her go so easily. After thinking about it, Linmo put away the 3 generations of ghosts. Seeing that Linmo had withdrawn his knife, Perona couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, thinking, this guy is really a fool. He can just be used. Thinking of this, Perona forced a smile and said, As a thank you for your kindness, I am willing to give you all my hidden treasures. If you trust me, I'll take you to the treasure room. She said that she wanted to take Linmo to the treasure room, but in fact Perona wanted to lure Linmo to Moria. Linmo probably guessed what she was thinking, and couldn't help but chuckled and said yes, and then picked up the body. Under Perona's astonished gaze, her body disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 129 The Unreliable Enelo of Ghost Island. Seeing my own body disappear, Perona froze for a few seconds before reacting. Perona covered her face, her eyes protruding, as if struck by 5 thunders. She exclaimed, my body? Where did my body go? Bastard, what the hell did you do? I feel my body is still there. Where did you hide my body? The corner of Linmo's mouth curled slightly. If you want to get your body back, it depends on your sincerity. In fact, he put Perona's body into the system space. Generally speaking, the system space cannot store living things. Page 160. During those 4 years in the empty island, when he had nothing to do, Linimo tried but failed. But the body of Perona's soul is no longer a living person theoretically, so Linimo tried it, but it was really successful. Controlling Perona's body is the most effective way to subdue Perona. Ah, bastard, you are so despicable. Perona pouted her cheeks angrily. Linimo doesn't care. As long as Perona's body is in his hands, Perona can't do anything to him. Really? Ah, I'm so mad. Okay, let me take you to the head office where the treasure is kept, As she spoke, Perona floated in the air, leading the way. If the body is gone, she will be finished. Although she is very reluctant, she can't help it now. Linimo didn't say anything more and followed Perona. Soon, Perona took him to a very secluded small darkroom. There are several chests full of treasure piled up inside. Linimo didn't even think about it, and with a wave of his hand, all the treasures in the room disappeared. Perona's face was full of shock. No, no, no. All gone. Just like my body. Ah, I see. Perona stared at Linimo and shouted, "You must be able to deceive people's eyes and ears, such as making the original things invisible. Although they can't be seen, those things are still in place, right?" Perona immediately reached out to touch the location where the treasure was originally placed, only to realize that she was in the state of a ghost now, and she couldn't touch the real thing. This is awkward. Hey! With a shiver, Perona flew in front of Linimo, put her hands on her hips, stared at him, and said, "I've already given you all my treasures. You should fulfill your promise and return my body to me." Linimo laughed and said, "When did I say that I would return my body to you after taking the treasure?" After a daze, the corners of Perona's mouth twitched slightly, and she clenched her fist with both hands, wanting to use the mini-ghost to blow up Linimo. But she was afraid that the other party would tear up the ticket. "Then what will it take before you are willing to return my body to me?" Linimo said lightly. "When I leave Ghost Island, I will pay you back." Perona was speechless. Return it to her when he leaves? What a joke. This brat is very strong. Lord Moria will never let go of the opportunity to cut this kid's shadow. Once this kid's shadow is cut, he might become angry and destroy her body all of a sudden. Oh, what should I do? Perona's mind has become a mess of twine. If you want to get your body back, you must ensure that this kid leaves Ghost Island safely. Linimo talked nonsense with Peronadu lazily, turned around, and walked out. Just a few steps away, the system's notification sounded in my mind. Didi, let Mononoke Princess Perona become an ally. Sign in progress 20. The current total progress is 30, and reward the new skill Shadow Clone LV1. In an instant, information about the technique of Shadow Clone was integrated into Linmo's mind. Linimo couldn't help but pause. Shadow Clone is a B-level ninjutsu in Naruto. It is a clone that needs to use a large amount of chakra to create a physical clone. The clone has a consciousness independent of the caster's body and a certain ability to resist blows. Although the level of this ninjutsu is a bit low, it is quite a remarkable ability to be able to create a clone with independent thinking ability, and it is also a physical clone. Unexpectedly, after completing the first progress task in Ghost Island, I got such a good skill, not bad. Linimo expressed his satisfaction. Hey, where are you going? Seeing Linimo leaving, Perona immediately flew over and stood in front of him. Linimo took a step forward and passed directly through Perona's phantom body. The corners of Perona's mouth twitched slightly, and she chased after him, flying around and staring at him. Hey, when do you plan to leave Ghost Island? Perona went all out. For her own body, she decided that if she met Moria, she would ask Moria to let the nasty boy go. Linimo said as he walked, "My name is Linimo." Perona chuckled and said, "Hola, hola, hola, hola. I just like to call you hello, can I?" "No. It's not cute." Linimo. "So, where are you going?" Perona asked speechlessly. Linimo said indifferently, "Turn around casually." Just as he was passing through this large corridor with large pillars standing everywhere. Facing him, a bloated pink hippopotamus suddenly appeared in a wedding dress and rushed towards where Linimo and Perona were. "Perona, have you seen Master Abu?" Pink Hippo directly ignored Lin Mo, staring at Perona and asked anxiously. The Abu Sama she was talking about was the Abu Salam who had eaten the transparent fruit killed by Anilo. And the pink hippopotamus in a wedding dress in front of her is also an animal zombie. But what lives in her body is the shadow of a woman named Lola. The reason Laura was so eager to find Absalom was because she wanted to marry him. I didn't see it, Perona said speechlessly. He may have gone to the cemetery. You can look there. Okay. Laura responded loudly, and immediately let go of her legs and withdrew. Perona said boringly, Really, chasing a man around is really not cute at all, isn't it, Lin Mo? Lin Mo smiled lightly and continued walking forward without answering Perona. Although the ancient castle on Ghost Island occupies a large area, since he started wandering around to now, he didn't hear any big movement. It stands to reason that, with Enilu's temperament, he went to fight with Moria, and there should be some earth-shattering noises. How could it be so quiet? Lin Mo has thought of a possibility. That guy Enilu was overwhelmed by Moria before he even made a move. Page 161. Sure enough, that guy is unreliable, although his strength is indeed not bad. Thinking of this, Lin Mo let go of his knowledge, and as expected, Enilu had returned to their spaceship at this moment, lying dead. Chapter 130. Perona in the dilemma of Ghost Island. People whose shadows were cut by Moria will lie in a corpse state for a period of time, and it is difficult to wake up. A person without a shadow is no longer useful to Moria, but he will not let the person without a shadow die, but will let people throw the person without a shadow out, and there is a high probability that he will throw it back. Ghost Island is on a boat. It's not that Mariah is kind, but that the shadow he cut is only useful if the original owner is alive. It seems that we are going to meet this shadow-playing guy for a while. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo found out where Moria was at the moment with his knowledge. Without saying a word, he immediately turned around and walked forward quickly. Seeing this, Perona hurriedly followed. Hey, Lin Mo, where do you want to go again? Do you know who you will meet when you walk in this direction? Perona also took great pains to get her body back. If you continue to walk in this direction, there is a high probability I will meet Master Moria. At that time, even if I want to save you, I can't help it. Well, don't go on. There are many interesting places on Ghost Island. I can take you around. When you have had enough fun, leave here and give me back my body, okay? Lin Mo replied with a half-smile. Not good. Perona swayed and almost fell. She couldn't help but clenched her fists and said angrily, You are really not cute at all, huh? Lin Mo didn't say anything more, ignoring Perona, who was already jumping angrily, and soon came to a large cylindrical building with a hollow in the middle where Moria was located. At this moment, Moria was on a high-rise, admiring the big guy standing in the center of the building, who was several times larger than normal, had a strange appearance, had 2 horns on the top of his head, was obese, and had dark red skin all over his body. This super-large giant zombie, named Oz, was a giant demon who was famous in the world 500 years ago, and he is a guy with amazing fighting power. Lin Mo was not interested in where and how Moria got Oz's body, but judging from the stitching marks on Ozzy's body, compared with the Ozzy that Luffy and his party met 6 years later, the current Ozzy is only a semi-finished product, and there are still many places on his body that have not been repaired. Oz, its combat power will also be greatly reduced. Moria found Lin Mo, and the expression on his face could not help but froze slightly, especially when he saw Perona, who was following Lin Mo. His expression was even richer. Perona, what are you doing? This kid, what's going on? This. Perona sweated profusely on her forehead. Lin Mo stepped directly on the moon steps, and under the surprised eyes of Moria and Perona, he quickly came to the place where Moria was, and asked directly, Where is the shadow of Enilu? Enilu. Moria was stunned. Thinking of the guy who played Thunder and Lightning just now, he couldn't help laughing. Yo hee hee hee, it's that arrogant guy? Why? You are his companion. A companion is not enough. Lin Mo said directly. I need him to drive the boat. At present, to Lin Mo, AI Nilu is just a tool for driving a boat. If something happens to AI Nilu, he will have to float on the sea alone in a small wooden boat. To tell you the truth, once you get used to a bigger boat, and then take a long-term ride on a small wooden boat that can't even sleep when lying down, there is indeed a feeling that there is no harm without comparison. Hee hee. Moria laughed disdainfully. No matter what your relationship is, since you have come to your door, I think your strength is not weak. It seems that you are still a swordsman. Just right, your shadow was stuffed into the body of the swordsman I got from Wano country. Swordsman of Wano country? It's Ryoma. In Lin Mo's impression, Moria really has a great swordsman from the Wano country, who is said to have used the famous sword Xioshui to slay the dragon in the sky, and is also known as the dragon-slaying warrior, Ryoma. In Lin Mo's memory, the shadow that was stuffed into Ryoma's body by Moria belonged to Brook. If there is no shadow in Ryoma's body now, that is to say, Brook's shadow has not been cut by Moria. Wait a minute, Master Moria. Seeing that Moria was going to attack Lin Mo, Perona quickly flew over. Master Moria, can you let this kid go? Actually, my body controlled by this guy. If his shadow is cut, I will never find my body again. What? Moria was shocked, and the way she looked at Lin Mo changed. You brat, return Perona's body to me. Lin Mo chuckled and said, give back Inilo's shadow to him first. I can promise not to cut your shadow and let you leave here safely, but don't try to bargain with me. Moria is not stupid. Lin Mo shrugged. The negotiation failed. Perona said speechlessly. Didn't you say that who is not your companion? Lord Moria is very strong. Since Lord Moria said to let you go, don't shut up that guy's shadow. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and suddenly appeared in front of Moria with a shuanpa. Moria reacted extremely quickly and immediately turned himself into a shadow. Lin Mo kicked out and kicked Moria's shadow away with Yikai. But Moria's shadow was kicked away, but it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into countless small shadow bats and began to attack Lin Mo actively. You asked for this. I've already given you a chance. Moria said angrily when his real body appeared more than 20 meters away from Lin Mo. Perona was almost dying of anxiety. Lord Moria, my body is still on Lin Mo's side, Lin Mo, I have said it all. Lord Moria is very strong. Call you don't fight with him. Why don't you listen? What does someone else's shadow have to do with you? You just leave. Why meddle in your own business? Lin Mo. If AI Nilu is really useless at all, Lin Mo really won't bother with him. But now, AI Nilu is the humanoid mobile power supply on his boat, which is his thing, and the shadow was taken away. Then AI Nilu can only live in darkness all the time. How can he sail for him? So, no matter what, Inilo's shadow must be brought back. Since Moria is unwilling to take the initiative to hand it over, there is no other way. He can only kill this guy. Stinky boy, it seems that you still don't know the horror of me. Mariah frowned and said arrogantly, since you are so incomprehensible, don't blame me for being rude. Your shadow. I want a deal. What about my body? Perona covered her face with her hands, in a dilemma. Chapter 131 The Fate of Underestimating the Enemy on Ghost Island. Shichibukai Moonlight Moria is a huge person with a height of more than 6 meters. Lin Mo is 14 years old and currently only 1.5 meters tall. He looks like a dwarf in front of Moria, but this doesn't mean anything. Facing Moria with such arrogance, Lin Mo fell into deep thought, wondering which skill to use to kill this guy. Rachel should be able to kill Mariah in one move. It is not a big problem to avoid the full output of the gods. Direct, domineering crushing, and then a random beating with various small skills can also make Moria die. In short, it is not difficult to kill Moria, as long as Moria doesn't catch his shadow. Thinking of this, Lin Mo returned what Moria said just now. It seems that you don't know my horror. Moria, Perona's eyes turned into a mess. What should I do? Will my body come back? Don't panic. Watch me beat this guy until he surrenders your body. Moria grinned loudly. Brat, I'll let you see how powerful Shichibukai is. After finishing speaking, Moria immediately took control of a shadow not far behind Lin Mo, and a shadow exactly like him approached Lin Mo silently. Page 162, just when his shadow was about to catch Lin Mo's shadow, Lin Mo made a backhand sword, and Guache immediately turned into a black sword covered in armed colors, cutting Moria's shadow from head to toe in one go. 2 halves. Although he didn't hit Mariah's real body, the shadow was controlled by his ability. When he was hit by the sword covered with armed colors, his shadow could no longer be snapped together as quickly as before. Armed color. Moria was surprised. And the level is not low. Boy, you impress me. It seems that if you are not serious, you may not be able to beat you. No. Lin Imo looked at Moria and said indifferently, "You have no chance of winning against me." Hee. Your tone is not small. Moria arrogantly hooked his finger at Lin Imo. Boy, come here if you have the ability. Lin Imo sneered, holding Guiche, and with the help of Shuanpa, he appeared in front of Moria in an instant and slashed across with his sword. Moria didn't panic at all. The moment Lin Mo's sword fell, he took back his split shadow, and a shadow that was exactly like him stood in front of him, helping him to block Lin Mo's blow. This time, Lin Imo did not successfully cut off Moria's shadow. It can be seen that the strength of this shadow this time is much stronger than the shadow just now. This is my shadow mage. It's much better than the shadow without any bonus just now. Moria laughed. Boy, if you want to fight with me, go past my shadow mage first. This level? Oh, it's a small skill. Lin Imo sneered and immediately mobilized the chakra in his body, and with a shadow clone, a person exactly like Lin Imo appeared beside him. Moria. Perona. Huh? This guy also knows how to do avatars. Perona's eyes widened, completely forgetting that her body was still with Lin Imo. Moria frowned slightly. Is it a puppet? No. I actually felt the breath of two people. Is this kid also a devil fruit ability user? On the battlefield, a moment's carelessness is often fatal. Lin Imo smiled, and threw the 3 generations of ghosts to his clone. I will leave this shadow to you. The other Lin Imo took it, and looked at Moria's shadow mage with disdain. No problem. Does your avatar still have self-awareness? Before Moria had time to be surprised, Lin Imo had already stepped on Shuanpa, bypassing the shadow mage, and a ball of light with lightning appeared in the palm of his right hand. Mariah immediately recalled his shadow mage. However, the other Lin Imo stood in front of the shadow mage with Guiche and sneered. Dude, where are you going? The shadow mage directly turned into a stream of shadows and flew over the head of Lin Mo's avatar. Lin Mo's avatar immediately took a leap forward and slashed down. Although it didn't cut off Moria's avatar, the shadow mage who turned it into a shadow stream was forced to slash it to the ground, and then he blackened his feet. Put your feet on it. Ordinary feet can't step on the shadow, but those covered by the armed color can. Damn it. Seeing Lin Imo approaching, Moria raised his hand to grab Lin Mo's shadow without saying a word. Lin Imo would not give him this chance, and wasted too much time here lazily, stepping on Shuanpa to avoid Moria's attack range in an instant, and then smashing Lei Chia directly to Moria's head. DD, fight against Shichibukai Moonlight Moria, sign in progress 20, current total progress is 50, and reward mastery level shadow imitation. Hearing this, Lin Mo's speed was slightly slower for a second. It was this second that made Moria run away. Rachel directly hit the floor where Moria was standing just now, and the entire iron floor was smashed through a huge gap in an instant. Moria immediately felt the threat, but his reaction was really good. He happened to find the flaw of Lin Mo's avatar and directly grabbed the shadow of Lin Mo's avatar. Seeing that Mariah was about to cut off the shadow of Lin Mo's clone, Lin Imo immediately lifted the shadow clone technique without saying a word. Then Mariah cut a lonely. Moria got angry, took back his shadow mage, and was about to hold back his big move. You bastard, you forced me to do this. After speaking, his shadow began to spread around. Looking at his posture, Lin Imo knew that this guy was going to use his strongest move, the gathering place of shadows, to gather all the shadows he controlled on Ghost Island and integrate them into his own body. He would have as many shadows as he absorbed. At that time, it can even easily split an island with one palm. However, the summoning of shadows also takes some time. Lin Imo is not stupid, and he doesn't want to waste any more time. Immediately, a domineering look first restrained Mariah's actions, and then under his horrified sight, he hit the gods with all his strength, cutting Mariah through who had nowhere to hide. Master Moria. Perona anxiously flew to Moria who had fallen in a pool of blood, wanting to check Moria's injuries, but she was a ghost body and could not touch Moria at all. Lin Mo took the 3 generations of ghosts into their sheaths. I thought that Mariah could be killed with a single trick of avoidance, but he could still feel Mariah's faint heartbeat. It seems that my swordsmanship is not strong enough. If the level is raised by 1 level, I should be able to kill him. Asshole. I want to avenge Lord Mariah. Perona flew towards Lin Mo angrily. He's still alive. Lin Mo turned around indifferently, took Perona's body out of the system space, placed it on the ground, and stepped on the moon steps to the bottom of the building. Perona originally wanted to use a ghost bomb to blow up Lin Mo, but because of Lin Mo's words, she stopped her hands, immediately got back into her body, and then trotted to Moria to check, and sure enough, she still had breath. Since Moria had no sense of fighting anymore, Lin Mo didn't need to do anything to an incapacitated person. In his view, if one move did not kill the opponent, it meant that the fate of the opponent was not here. Chapter 132 Ghost Island will be misunderstood. Brook sneaked into Moria's castle secretly and found where Lin Mo was without a hitch. And it just happened to be such a coincidence that he saw the battle between Lin Mo and Moria. It's so powerful. My eyeballs almost fell out of fear, even though I'm a skeleton without eyeballs. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Brooke said with emotion. After Lin Mo fell from the upper floor to the first floor, he also saw Brooke when he went out from the gate of this building. Brooke was already considered a dead man, without breathing or heartbeat, and he walked almost without making any sound. Lin Mo really didn't realize that this guy was following up with Ghost Island. In this case, even if this guy discovers the existence of Ghost Island in advance, there is a high probability that Brooke's shadow will not be cut by Moria. Therefore, Lin Mo indirectly changed Brooke's fate. Without the shadow as a fetter, Lin Mo doesn't know whether Brooke will meet Luffy again in the future. Anyway, whatever happens, no matter what happens to this guy in the future, as long as it doesn't affect his signing in. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Page 163 DD. Defeat Shichibukai Moonlight Moria. Sign in progress 20, and the current total progress is 70. DD. Change Brooke's fate. Sign in progress 10. Current total progress is 80. Reward sword skill level 1. Current sword skill level is LV8. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword force spread out centered on Lin Mo, instantly splitting the wall on the ground floor of the tall building behind him. If it weren't for the reinforcement of the stairs mixed with something similar to steel bars, this floor would have collapsed. Oh, what a powerful sword. Brooke was taken aback. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or he really sensed the danger. At the right time, he took out his weapon, the crutch sword, and let Lin Mo unintentionally spread out. The sword's momentum was resisted. But even if Brooke took precautions in advance, he still couldn't withstand the powerful sword force and was forced to take half a step back. Before Lin Mo could react, the system's notification sounded again in his mind. DD, liberate all shadows controlled by Moria, sign in progress 20. DD, the task of signing into Ghost Island is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level of Shadow Clone 1. The current level of Shadow Clone is LV2, Lin Mo. The sign-in task this time was completed a little quickly. Suddenly thought of something, Lin Mo asked in his heart. System, is the level increase of the Shadow Clone technique related to the number of clones that can be released? When he was in the PK with Moria just now, Lin Mo thought he could summon many clones at once by using the Shadow Clone, but in the end he only summoned one. DD, yes, the number of Shadow Clones is related to the level, and every time a Shadow Clone is summoned, the host clone has the same physical strength and reaction ability as the host, and each Shadow Clone can randomly reproduce a skill of the host as a clone to summon multiple Shadow Clones at the same time. The ability of each clone will not be duplicated. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Mo wanted to shout, "Good guy." Sure enough, the strength of the avatar is still limited. Without thinking anymore, Lin Mo opened the personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 14 years old. Check-in location, capital of 7 waters, 0. Physique, all attribute chakra, insulator. Domineering. Armed color LV6, Overlord color LV4, Knowledge color LV6, Zhengjiangjit. Jansu LV A2 LV5 LV2 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 Isu LV 2 special skills, swordsmanship and divine avoidance, proficient. Fire escape dragon and fire art, proficient. Palm immortal art, proficient. Healing wounds and extinction, proficient. Wind escape unlimited sand and dust breakthrough, proficient. Fire escape great fire extinguishment, beginner. Rachel, proficient. Shadow mimicry, proficient. Liu Sir, Druchang LV1 LV, 3-teat LV1 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 weapon. Demon Blade Starbreaker, Lake Toya. System space, 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 cubic meters. The next stop is the capital of Seven Waters, the world of shipbuilders. It's time to change a boat. Although Enilo's ship is not damaged in any way, and almost all the functional gears inside the ship are still new, the appearance of the ship is really hard to describe. For Enilo's aesthetics, Lin Mo is quite disgusted. Putting away the personal attribute panel, Lin Mo was ready to go back to the spaceship. Seeing that Lin Mo was about to leave, Brooke hurriedly chased after him. Please wait a moment. Powerful boy, your strength really convinces me. Even though I'm a skeleton without a heart. Yo-ho-ho, although I'm a bit reckless. But my ship is seriously damaged, and I can't sail out of this area. If possible, can you let me take your ship and leave here? Brooke walked expectantly while looking at Lin Mo, who didn't stop. No. Lin Mo simply rejected him. Huh? Brooke said in surprise. Is it okay to just give me a ride? I promise I won't cause trouble for you. Lin Mo still had the same attitude. No. He doesn't have the leisure to help anyone. And he has a feeling that if he really helps Brooke, more troubles will come to him in the future. Killed him early. Why? Brooke asked reluctantly. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and immediately stepped on Shuanpa and disappeared in an instant. Huh? Where's the person? Brooke rubbed his eyes. Although he was a skeleton without eyeballs, this kid's speed is so fast, but I'm not slow either. As he said that, Brooke immediately spread his legs and chased in the direction where Lin Mo was running. However, after chasing for a long time, he failed to catch up with him. Instead, he found a disused dock with many large and small ships. If you look carefully, there are actually a few small damaged ships that are almost intact. This. Brooke scratched his afro, suddenly thought of something, and moved. It seems that I misunderstood that kid. The reason why he refused to give me a ride was actually to lure me to come here, give me a boat for free. After all, I am like this. Even if he really sends me to some island, there may not be someone willing to sell me a boat, even though I have no money. What a kind-hearted person. I was so moved that I was about to cry. Even though I am a skeleton without tears. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Brooke immediately picked out a small boat, and when he pushed the boat out of the wreck, he suddenly realized a serious problem. Oops. I forgot to ask the name of that kind boy. Chapter 133 Lieutenant General Garp of Ghost Island is very reliable. When Lin Mo returned to the spaceship, Anilu was sitting on a small wooden chair in the cabin, with many ghostly symbols painted on his face, and 2 chopsticks were inserted into his nose and mouth, which looked funny very. However, Anilo's shadow has returned. Ordinary methods cannot wake up the person whose shadow has been cut off. Even if the shadow comes back, he will still faint for a few days. Therefore, Lin Mo came to Ainalu's side, silently covered his right hand with armed color, and hit the iron fist of love with dash force on Ainalu's head without hesitation. With a bang sound, Ainalu's head shattered, and a hole was smashed through the wooden floor of the cabin. Ainalu's head just drooped in the hole in the floor. His body was still on the floor, and his head immediately popped up. A big bag. A few seconds later, Enelo woke up slowly. Feeling the pain in his head, he immediately jumped up from the floor and found that he was on the boat, and Lin Mo was also here. He couldn't help but ask, what happened? Lin Mo was too lazy to explain to him, and said, let's go to the next stop. Enelu was stunned for a while, and suddenly it sounded that he went to fight with Moria before, and he couldn't help saying angrily, bastard, I was actually fucked by that guy, I'm Thor, how can I be so easy? Defeated. I'm going to kill that guy. Lin Mo said speechlessly. He no longer has the ability to fight. What? Enel Road was surprised. Could it be that guy was killed by you? Lin Mo had an expression of otherwise. The corners of Enelo's mouth twitched slightly, and then he noticed the ground pierced by his head. I I don't know how to repair ships. Under the cabin is the gear mechanism that activates the propeller, which does not affect the bottom of the ship. So this hole has no effect on the sailing and flight of the ship. It just looks ugly. Page 164, it's okay. Lin Mo said indifferently. There are many ship repairers on the next island. Then, Lin Mo turned on the system navigation, pointed to the location of the capital of Seven Waters, and said, go in that direction. Enelo dared not have any objections, so he had to use his own ability to let the ship fly in the direction Lin Mo pointed. After leaving the Devil's Triangle area filled with dense fog, Enelo asked, should we hire a ship repairer to board the ship, so that the ship can be repaired directly if it is damaged in the future? That being said, Enelo actually has selfish intentions. He just doesn't want to have the lowest status on the ship. Lin Mo lazily tried to guess what Enelu was thinking. Although he didn't think that with him on board, someone could destroy his ship. Moreover, one more person on board means one more nuisance. Originally, I was able to break the rules and let any go to the boat, because I took a fancy to the ability of that guy's human body generator, and it would be annoying if one more person came up. We'll talk about it later. After saying something casually, Lin Mo walked out of the cabin, set up his own special recliner on the deck, and lay down to sleep. Although Lin Mo did not expressly express that he wanted to accept people on board, he did not directly refuse. Analu was full of hope and suddenly became energetic. 2 days after Lin Mo and AI Nilu left, Moria woke up under Hobak's emergency treatment. Bastard. Mariah was covered in bandages and was very angry. Perona was also very angry. Damn it, if Lin Mo didn't threaten me with my body, with my help, Lord Moria wouldn't necessarily lose. It's so embarrassing. Who is that kid? Hobak asked with an ugly face. Who knows? Moria became more and more angry and immediately asked Perona to help him get the phone bug and made a call without hesitation. Marin Vondo. Karp was eating senbei and drinking tea alone in Sengoku's office, waiting for Sengoku to come back, when suddenly, the phone bug on Sengoku's desk rang. Karp ignored it at first, but the phone kept ringing and ringing, which annoyed him so much that he finally couldn't help but walked over to answer it. Seeing that the phone was connected, Moria immediately said, I have important information to inform the Navy headquarters. Garp grabbed a handful of senbei and threw them into his mouth. The ones he ate were crunchy, and he said lazily, Who are you? Moria was stunned. This is not the voice of the Warring States period. Who are you? I'm Garp. Garp wiped the hand that had just caught the senbei on his clothes, then picked his nose and asked, What's the important information you're talking about? It turned out to be Lieutenant General Garp. Moria still knew Garp's reputation, so he said with confidence, Then please help me to inform the Warring States that there is a person who may disturb the order of the entire sea. His name is Lin Mo, and he is a teenager. Garp's originally lazy attitude suddenly became agitated. Who are you talking about? Lin Mo. Moria was stunned and asked a little helplessly, Yes, do you know him? Suddenly realizing something, Garp immediately said with righteous indignation, I don't know. But what did he do that will make you think that he will disrupt the order of the entire sea? Speaking of this, Moria became even angrier. I am Shichibukai who is cooperating with your navy. That kid actually dared to fight with me. And he beat me seriously, almost to death. Huh? That kid is not someone who hits people casually for no reason. You must have done something to him that made him look down. Garp muttered. Moria frowned slightly. Which side are you from? I am Shichibukai, who cooperates with your navy. If he dares to hit me, he is against your navy. Ha ha ha, why are you so angry? Of course I'm on your side. Garp laughed loudly. Okay, I know what happened. When Warring States comes back, I'll tell him about you. For some reason, Mariah inexplicably felt that Garp was a bit unreliable. Will you really tell the Warring States? Of course, I'm a vice admiral, so I want to say something to save my navy's face. Okay, then I believe you. As soon as Mariah finished speaking, Garp hung up the phone. Not long after, the Warring States came back. Seeing Garp sitting in his place, he wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he made a joke and asked, Why? Do you want to grab the marshal position from me? Ha ha ha. If I really want to grab it, do you think I can grab it? Garp laughed and asked back. Okay. Zhang Gui didn't bother to chat with him. What do you want me for? It's nothing. Garp got up from his seat in the Warring States period and handed over half a bag of senbei. Would you like some senbei? Warring States was not polite, just grabbed it and ate all the senbei in one bite. Ah, Garp said angrily. I only let you eat one bite. Who told you to eat it all? Ha ha ha. Zhang Guo laughed loudly. You handed it over by yourself, blame me? If you have something to do, just say it. If you have nothing to do, get out and do your job. Cut. Kapunu said, I'm going to ask for a few days off. Zhang Guo was stunned for a moment. Ask for leave? What are you going to do? Garp scratched his head and laughed loudly. My grandson misses me, so I want to go back to Windmill Village. Luffy OS. No, I don't miss you, don't come back. Zhang Guo said speechlessly. You bastard, you have only been back to the headquarters for a few days, and you want to go back again. By the way, I can also catch the pirates in the East China Sea, can I? Garp laughed loudly. Take it as a business trip. Warring States glanced at him and couldn't help but sighed softly. You've almost caught all the pirates in the East China Sea. However, it seems that there are a few new pirate groups in the East China Sea that are making a lot of noise recently. So you go out, it's a bad day, and it's okay to go home and see your grandson. Okay, then I'm leaving. Wait. Zhang was suddenly stopped him. Did someone call when I was away? Cap grinned. No. As long as Lin Mo doesn't act as a pirate against the Navy, it doesn't matter what kind of face you lose. Chapter 134 The Origin of the Sea Train in the City of Seven Waters. Lin Mo and AI Nilu sailed on the Great Route for nearly half a month, passing 2 unnamed islands along the way. After selling half of the treasures looted from Perona and buying almost all the supplies from the 2 islands, Lin Mo's system with a huge space is almost full. Of course, Lin Mo didn't take Analu with him when he was shopping. Even if Analu is now his crew member, he didn't intend to let this guy know too much. Page 165. When the spaceship passed a sea area where a section of train tracks floated under the water, Lin Mo knew that the capital of the Seven Waters was approaching. What's that? Analu suddenly found a big frog swimming in a loincloth covered in scars on the sea not far away. Lin Mo glanced at the frog and said casually, It's just a sumo frog that challenges the sea train every day. Sea train? What is that? AI Nilu was stunned, completely unaware of what Lin Mo was talking about. But there is one thing he admires very much. Lin Mo looks young, not only strong, but also knows a lot. The so-called sea train is a kind of train that travels on the sea. The sea railway track laid between the capital of Seven Waters and other surrounding islands was built by the shipbuilder Tom of the 7 Islands of Water and his 2 apprentices for 10 years. The sea train will make a sound that is annoying to sea kings. The rails can float on the sea without being affected by storms or waves. Therefore, people who take the sea train do not have to worry about being attacked by sea kings, even if it is windy and rainy. In weather, sea trains can also travel normally. Shipwright Tom is a good friend of the former One Piece Roger. He once used the treasure tree atom as wood to build a pirate ship for Roger. But after Roger's execution, Tom was brought into the judicial ship for trial because of the crime of building a ship for One Piece. During the trial, he explained the design and concept of the sea train to the presiding judge, so that the judge changed the trial and postponed the sentence. Give him time to build the sea train. After 14 years of construction, Tom has finally put the sea train's Smoky Tom on the tracks. Because of the opening of the sea train, Tom's merits outweigh his demerits. When he was about to be pardoned from the death penalty, he was framed by the commander at the time and was eventually taken to a place called Judicial Island and sentenced to death. Judging from the current point of time, Tom died 2 or 3 years ago, and his 2 apprentices, one continued to stay in the capital of Seven Waters, and the other stopped the carrying man because he could not accept Tom's death penalty. Tom was seriously injured when he went to the water train on Jufa Island. He should be treating and reforming himself on other islands. And this big frog who comes to challenge to hit the sea train every day is called Yokozuna. It was originally Tom's pet, because he couldn't accept the death of Tom and Frankie. Tsunade thought he was dead. That's why he came to hit the sea train every day, and thus bruised himself all over, with shocking scars all over his body. Lin Mo didn't want to answer Ainalu's question, because it was difficult to explain clearly in a few words, so he didn't say anything. Facing Lin Mo's indifference, AI Nilu had already gotten used to it during the time he came down from the empty island, so he didn't ask any more questions. Because he knew that if he annoyed Lin Maoan, he would be beaten up. That frog is here, huh? What is it going to do? Enelu had just finished speaking. Yokozuna had already rushed towards the spaceship, and it looked like he was about to hit the ship. Before Lin Mo said anything, Enelu had already received an electric shock. Yokozuna was instantly incapacitated by the electric shock and fell into the sea. Oomph. How dare you come crash into my spaceship? You can't control yourself, die. Enelu snorted coldly. Lin Mo. However, the Yokozuna had already built up his muscles after crashing into the water train for so many years, and his body strength was still acceptable, and Enelu's electric shock was not enough to kill it. Mainly, Enelu's blow was only a few million volts. It's still alive. Heh, the physique of the blue sea creature is unexpectedly good, Enelu said disdainfully. If you are lucky enough to fall into the sea, next time, it won't be as simple as a corona. Lin Mo was too lazy to listen to Enelu talking to himself, and said speechlessly, let's go. Okay. Enelu responded, and immediately controlled the spaceship to continue flying forward. Soon, in the direction of the sea track, two white solid fields floating on the sea surface appeared. On the two white solid fields, two ascending stairs connected to a small overpass were installed on each of the two white solid fields. A smaller solid field there is a street light on it, and a house on another, slightly larger piece of land. Someone actually lives here, Enelu said strangely. When their spaceship was about to fly under the small flyover, a bloated figure, wearing a uniform, wearing a high hat, a yellow-green afro with two braids, and holding a bottle of wine, named Kokoro the woman walked out drunkenly. Huh? Are you train robbers? Hee. Kukeluo said drunkenly. He did not forget to take another sip of wine after asking. Humph, robber? Are you kidding me? Enelu said disdainfully. You're not robbers, so who are you? Kukeluo continued to ask. Who? Enelu recalled that he heard other people chatting on several unnamed islands along the way. They were all about the One Piece King and the One Piece King. He couldn't help pointing at Lin Mo, and said, but the man who wants to be the king of travel. Lin Mo almost couldn't hold back to beat Enelu. When did this guy become so easy to strike up a conversation with others? Travel King. Kukeluo was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Ha ha. You guys are really interesting. Then where are you going to go next? Food Town Butch, Carnival Town Sinfelt, or Seven Waters All? On the way, Lin Mo told AI Nilu where he was going. So AI Nilu had an impression, so he asked, do you know the capital of Seven Waters? Yes. Kukeluo took another sip of wine and continued. That's a good place. It's a city with a very developed shipbuilding industry. The shipbuilding technology is the best in the world. Almost all the ships built are for the world's dignitaries. It's special, it's amazing. That's where the world's strongest ship repairers and shipbuilders gather. It sounds pretty good. Enelu looked at Lin Mo, even looking forward to it. Then let's go there and fix the boat first, and then find a good boat builder to board the boat. Huh? Is your ship broken? Then I will recommend someone to you. As he spoke, Kukeluo entered the room, took out a piece of paper and handed it over. Give it to a man named Bing Shan. Tell him to help you repair the boat. The capital of the Seven Waters is very big. Don't get lost. Chapter 135. The city of Seven Waters coincidentally meets the Whitebeard pirates. Enelu immediately elementalized into a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Kokoro in an instant. Kokoro is also a person who has seen the world. When she was young, she was Tom's secretary and had dealings with Roger and his group. Therefore, although she was surprised by Enelu's ability, she was still very calm. Young man, are you a devil fruit capable user? Kokoro hiccuped and asked with a smile. I am the god of thunder. Enelu took the paper from Kokoro's hand. What an interesting person. Kokoro said while drinking. This is a simple map and letter of introduction. Don't lose it. You'd better not play us. Enelu took the paper Kokoro gave and returned to the spaceship. Lin Mo said calmly, let's go. Enelu nodded, immediately controlled the ship, and continued to fly forward. Spaceship, it's really powerful. Kokoro looked at the shadow of the boat carrying Lin Mo and Enelu away, and said with a smile, it seems that interesting things are going to happen in Seven Waters, and I will go back in a few days. Let's go. Ha. Lin Mo here. Enelu opened the paper given by Kakaro and saw the simple map that was not even as good as a child's drawing. Enelu burned the simple map into ashes with thunder and electricity with a dull expression. Nilu directly threw a lightning strike towards Kakaro's small house. But Kakaro had already entered the house, and there was a lightning protection device on the roof, and Enelo's lightning strike was blocked. It didn't work. Enelo didn't know what a lightning protection device was, and was a little angry for a while, and was about to let another tens of millions of lightning strikes pass. Lin Mo said speechlessly, "Will you go?" Childish. Because of Enelu's distraction, the spaceship stopped. Enelu stopped the lightning strike that was about to be thrown away, and was called naive by a guy who was 10 years younger than himself. Anyone else would have been electrocuted to death by him. Page 166. It can be said that his person is Lin Mo. No matter how dissatisfied he is, he can only hold back. There is no way, he can't beat him. It's her fate. Enelu snorted coldly, continued to generate power for the spacecraft, and flew away in the direction of the capital of Seven Waters. Soon, there was a super large fountain on the top, and the water gushing from the fountain poured into the sea from several tanks on all sides. Around the tanks, a large sea city with many buildings and houses appeared in Lin Mo and Annie. In front of the road. Is this the capital of Seven Waters? Enelu had never seen a city of such a scale, and was somewhat shocked for a while. As for Lin Mo, he looked indifferent. He has long known the prosperity of the capital of Seven Waters. After all, it is a city that cooperates with the world government. It still needs such a scale and prosperity. The spaceship carrying Lin Mo and AI Nilu sailed from a waterway next to the capital of Seven Waters into the inner city of the capital of Seven Waters. Like a water town in the south of the Yangtze River, the waterways are interspersed in the streets and alleys of the capital of Seven Waters. All buildings are connected to the sea. This is a city built on foundations sunk in the sea. All houses are on raised stone pillars. It's such a beautiful place. When Enelo thought that someone would be boarding the boat soon, he couldn't be happier. Ah, I always feel that something good will happen today. Lin Mo. Yes, it's just a feeling. A flying ship like Enelo is not common in the Blue Sea, and many people have never seen it. Therefore, when Lin Mo and AI Nilu entered the capital of Seven Waters, they naturally attracted the attention of many locals. Wow, flying ship. So handsome. It's the first time I've seen a flying ship. How did it do it? Is it through the propeller at the back? But even if the propeller is installed, it doesn't necessarily mean that it can fly, right? I'm so envious. I want a boat that can fly too. Hey, buddies on the boat. What is the principle of your boat? Why can it fly? The people around cast envious glances at Lin Mo and AI Nilu. What a bunch of ignorant mortals. Enelo really enjoyed this feeling of being like the moon surrounded by stars. If only relying on the propeller, naturally there is no way to make the ship fly. So it took a long time for Enelo to transform this ship. Hey, you too. Are you here for tourism in the Seven Waters? At this moment, an ant who was playing with vegetables on the shore called out to Lin Mo and AI Nilu. Enelo asked bluntly, "Where is the best place to repair the ship here?" "Ship repair? Is your ship broken?" The ant thought for a while, and immediately pointed to the direction of the no-dock. "Ordinary ships can't pass here, but if your ship can fly, it should be fine. It's in the middle of the fountain. You just fly over there." Generally, to go from the lower waters to the middle area of the capital of Seven Waters, you need to go up through a waterway elevator and go up from a large building. Since Lin Mo's boat can fly, there is no need to take a detour to take the water elevator. She didn't lie to us, did she? Enelo looked at Lin Mo, because he was fooled by Kakaro without malice just now. Enelo asked a little uncertainly. "Go." Lin Mo nodded. For Lin Mo's judgment, AI Nilu still firmly believes. After all, Lin Mo has never led him on a wrong path. As a result, Enelu took control of the boat, and under the envious eyes of everyone around him, he slowly soared into the sky. When the boat flew into the air, it was about to enter the middle-level area of the capital of Seven Waters. Out of the corner of Lin Mo's eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a large pirate ship with a special shape and a whale head parked on the coast behind the capital of Seven Waters. Is this Moby Dick? Lin Mo took a look at the pirate flag flying on the pirate ship. The back of the skull is composed of two bones forming a cross, and there is a crescent-shaped upward beard. It really is the Whitebeard pirates. And judging by the size of this ship, it should be the main ship. That is to say, Whitebeard is now in the capital of 7 waters. Lin Mo. Suddenly, I remembered the Phoenix Marco I met in the sea restaurant Bilotti 4 years ago. At that time, he also got Whitebeard's appreciation because of Marco's phone call out of thin air, thus completing a sign-in progress task. In fact, Lin Mo had long expected to meet Whitebeard, but he never expected that he would meet them in the capital of 7 waters. Is it a coincidence? He wasn't sure. Although I don't know what Whitebeard and the others are going to do at 7 waters this time. Maybe the sign-in progress task this time will be related to Whitebeard. In short, if it comes, it will be safe, and the ship on its own side will be settled first. Without thinking anymore, Lin Mo looked away. At the same time, on the Moby Dick. Hey, come and see, there is a boat flying over the fountain. I don't know who shouted. Half of the members of the Whitebeard pirates ran to the deck railing and looked towards the largest fountain in the center of the capital of 7 waters. Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Ah, I saw it too. You're blind. It's right there. Did you see it? Oh, I saw it too. I'll go. There really is a flying ship. Look at all of you who haven't seen the world. Marco also came to the guardrail and looked towards the spaceship carrying Lin Mo and AI Nilu. I'm so surprised at this level, huh? Wait, that is... Marco squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Mo standing on the deck of the spaceship. Why does that kid look familiar? Chapter 136 in the capital of 7 waters. When Enelo meets Brother Ma, the spaceships of Lin Mo and AI Nilu soon arrived at the central street, water channel, of the capital of 7 waters, which is located in the middle of the fountain. Just like the situation when they first entered the capital of 7 waters, the residents here saw that the boat could fly, their eyes lit up, and they cast countless envious and jealous gazes. Enelu raised his head and laughed loudly. Ah, this is my proud work. You blue sea people can't build such a boat, and even if you can, you can't fly it. The people around heard Enelu's words and looked at each other with different expressions on their faces. Blue sea people? What is it? Us. Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Although it's true that the boat can fly, our shipbuilder in the capital of 7 waters is also very good. That's right, what are you proud of? You're just an outsider. Page 167 Enel. How dare you laugh at me? Enelu narrowed his eyes, looking as if he was going to electrocute all those who talked about him. Lin Mo was speechless. Enel, this guy is too impatient. The capital of 7 waters is full of water. If it is really discharged, it will probably cause a lot of trouble. Seeing that AI Nilu was already accumulating power, Lin Mo stepped forward and punched him. Stop. Enelu almost fell down, and a big bump grew on his head. Obviously, they were the ones who talked about me first. Enelu said dissatisfiedly. I am Thor. Who dares to disobey me? Lin Mo said indifferently. This is not an empty island. Keep a low profile. Enelu felt wronged, but he couldn't say it out. Just when the spaceship was about to fly into the no-dock, a figure wrapped in blue flames and a pair of blue wings formed from his back flashed across the air and appeared where Lin Mo and AI Nilu were in the blink of an eye. On the spaceship, it was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates who came, Marco the Phoenix, who had a relationship with Lin Mo once. Marco squatted on the railing of the spaceship deck, with the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, staring at Lin Mo, who was less than 1 meter away from him, and very close at hand, and said briskly, Hey, young boy, have we met somewhere before? Lin Mo. This guy doesn't know me anymore. Exactly. Lin Mo lowered the brim of his hat, and said calmly, I haven't seen it before. Huh. Marco stroked his chin and thought for a while, and suddenly he was shocked. Oh, I remembered. Your attitude is the same as that kid. You are Lin Mo. Do you remember me? Lin Mo. Lin Mo said speechlessly, I don't remember. Huh. Marco disappointed. How long have we not seen each other? Maybe 3 or 4 years. Have you forgotten me so quickly? I'm Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates, remember? Lin Mo. This guy is so annoying. What the hell are you doing here? Enelo looked at Lin Mo and then at Marco in silence, and suddenly sneered. Captain Linimo, is this guy an enemy? Look, I'll just say you're Linimo. Marco grinned. But I didn't expect that you actually recruited a crew. I thought you were going to travel alone all the time. Linimo had a speechless face. Enilo's expression is also very rich at the moment. Linimo looked at AI Nilu speechlessly. AI Nilu knew that he had said something wrong, and in order to make amends, he volunteered, I'll deal with this guy. As he said that, several frightening lightning bolts flashed between Anilu's hands immediately. Oh, Linimo, your crew is too fierce, Marco said calmly. Anilu threw two 500 million volt lightning strikes directly at Marco. A devil fruit capable user? Marco immediately evaded by fanning his green flames. Enel's two blows flew past Marco, and he was about to fall into the spaceship, suddenly realizing something. Marco reacted extremely quickly and immediately chased after the lightning strike, and when it fell into the water, he used his body to grab it down. In fact, Marco can use his own moves to deal with the lightning strike of Enelo, but the waterway is full of residents of the capital of Seven Waters. Once he really uses his moves to fight back, the impact will definitely shock the ordinary residents nearby. Was injured by the shock. When thunder meets water, it will conduct electricity. If Enelo's lightning strike really falls into the water, it is estimated that a wider range of people will be affected. Therefore, Marco decisively used the most foolish way to use his own body to prevent a series of tragedies that may occur when the lightning strikes and falls into the water. Looking at Marco, who was hit by lightning and was already injured, Enelo couldn't help but sneered and said, "It's really stupid to pick it up after avoiding it." Marco reluctantly flew back to the spaceship with a heavy face. Enelo was about to knock him down with another blow, and Marco was ready to teach this arrogant guy directly on the boat without showing any weakness. Linimo appeared behind AI Nilu again, and he punched without hesitation, adding another small bag to the bag that hadn't disappeared on his head. "Hey, we're on the same boat. Why are you beating me?" Enelo couldn't help but shouted. Linimo said speechlessly, "He saved you." "What saved me? Obviously, I almost won just now." Enelo didn't believe this evil anymore. Marco said speechlessly, "I haven't played seriously yet. How do you know you will win? Do you know that you almost made a big mistake just now? If the residents here are affected by your lightning, you and Linimo will be killed. People from the government will arrest him and question him. Don't cause trouble for Linimo, you big guy who plays thunder." AI Nilu knew that Lin Imo hated trouble the most, but he didn't expect that just setting off a thunderbolt would have such consequences. He was obviously on another island before, and Lin Imo didn't notice when he set off the thunderstorm. How to deal with him? Marco looked at Lin Imo. Where did you find such an idiot crew member without common sense? Before Lin Imo said anything, AI Nilu's body was filled with a thin layer of electric light, and he said angrily, "Hey, I'm Thor. You dare to say that I'm an idiot crew member who has no common sense and try. It's too young to be so impatient after just a few words." Marco waved his hand. Obviously, he is only a few years older than Enelo. However, there is one thing Lin Imo said is correct. Marco glanced at Lin Imo and continued, Maybe I saved your life indirectly. When I just flew over, I saw the Navy, although I don't know who is here. Once you cause trouble here, the Navy will definitely come to catch you immediately." Navy? Enelu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he had just come down from the empty island and was punched unconscious by a vice admiral. A few drops of cold sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. He had a psychological shadow on the Navy. However, the pirates and the Navy should be rivals. Why isn't this guy leaving? "Hey, you are a pirate," Enel said angrily. "Aren't you going to run when the Navy comes?" Hearing this, Marco couldn't help laughing and said, "Ha! What are you talking about? Why am I running? I'm not afraid of the Navy at all." Chapter 137. No dash. City of Seven Waters. What an arrogant pirate. Enelo was very upset with Marco, but it didn't matter if he was unhappy, but he discovered something that surprised him. The parts of Marco's body that were injured by his lightning strikes have all healed. Page 168. This guy? Who the hell is he? Devil fruit power? It can heal itself. In short, since the Navy is here, it's better to keep a low profile. I know, Linimo, you should pay more attention to the big guy who plays thunder. Marco pointed to Enelo and said. The corner of Anelu's mouth twitched slightly, My name is Anilu. Thank you. Oh, Anilu. Marco responded casually, then looked at Lin Mo and continued. Lin Mo, Dad wants to see you. Do you have time to come with me? The Moby Dick is at outside. The father that Marco is talking about here is the head of the Whitebeard Pirates, the 4 emperors of the New World, and is recognized as the strongest man in the world today. Lin Mo. Can I refuse? Seeing Lin Mo's reluctance, Marco couldn't help but muttered, Hey, you can promise me. You nodded at the sea restaurant on the East China Sea back then. Lin Mo. Indeed. At that time, Marco said that if he encountered the Moby Dick on the Great Route, he would go to see Whitebeard. Lin Mo did nod, but at that time, he just nodded casually. Sure enough, I was careless. Okay. Lin Mo said, I'll find you guys later. Hearing this, Marco's mood suddenly improved. Then it's settled. You can't go back on your word. Lin Mo said speechlessly, I always keep what I say. Okay, I believe you. Marco nodded and asked again, Then when do you plan to see Dad? Lin Mo thought for a while and replied, Tonight. Marco asked strangely, It's still early. Are you planning to wander around the capital of 7 waters? Lin Mo nodded lightly. At this time, the spaceship had arrived at its destination, the No-Dock in the capital of the 7 waters, which was the most powerful in ship repairing, a place with a huge gate marked with the number 1. On both sides of this gate is a wooden fence that separates the inner dock from the outside, which is about half the height of a person. If others want to go in, they don't need to go through this door at all, just jump in from the fence next to it. Therefore, the function of this door standing here is probably to let others know that this is Dock No-Dash. The above is Lin Mo's own conjecture. You'd better not fly the boat in directly. Marco reminded. Although I have only been to the capital of 7 waters a few times, I still know a little about the rules of the No-Dock here. Generally, outsiders are not allowed to go in directly. Humph. Anilu snorted coldly. It's ridiculous to be a pirate, but to obey other people's rules. Marco smiled lightly. There are many kinds of pirates. You can't kill them all with one shot. Lin Mo ignored the 2 of them and jumped off the boat directly. He also knows the rules here. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is not impossible to follow them a little bit. The moment his feet landed on the ground, a system notification sounded in his mind. Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the check-in location 7 water capital. The check-in progress is 10, the current total progress is 10, and the new skill entry-level water escape and water dragon bullet will be rewarded. Immediately afterwards, information about the technique of water escape and water dragon bullet appeared in Lin Mo's mind. This is a kind of water escape ninjutsu in Naruto, and there are 2 ways to activate it. Point 1 is to spit out a water dragon from the mouth to attack the enemy, and the other is to use the water in the water environment to condense into the form of a dragon and then attack the enemy. In terms of power, it's not bad. Lin Mo didn't feel too surprised. After all, the capital of 7 waters is full of water, and it's normal to be able to acquire water skills. Look, your captain has disembarked. Marco pointed at Lin Mo, looked at Anilu, and smiled. I saw it. You don't need to remind me. Anilu parked the spaceship in the waterway in front of the No-Dock angrily, and then got off the ship. Marco put away his Qingyan wings a long time ago, and was not in a hurry to return to the Moby Dick, but decided to act with Lin Mo and the others. Seeing that Marco was also coming, Anilu said speechlessly, Hey, what are you doing here? Marco said indifferently, The reason why you come to the shipyard is to repair or renovate the ship, right? I know the boss here, so I can introduce you. Hey, wait, you are outsiders. If you have something to say outside, outsiders are not allowed to enter the factory. At this moment, a boatman in overalls stopped in front of Lin Mo and the others. Oh, we are here to find the iceberg, Marco said. The boatman was stunned for a moment. Mr. Bingshan? He went out in the morning and hasn't come back yet. Do you want to repair or buy a boat? Or are you looking for Mr. Bingshan for personal matters? Marco pointed to the spaceship and continued, Probably repairing the ship. The boatman glanced at the strange-looking ship parked in front of the dock. Ship repair? Is there any problem? Can I take a look first? Marco looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Marco made a light gesture. The boatman trotted to the spaceship immediately and first made a general inspection. Lin Mo looked around casually, from the low fence on both sides of the gate that marked number dash to the inside of the factory, but there was no familiar face that he remembered would appear here. At this point in time, by calculating the time, it is almost time for the CP9 people to come to the capital of Seven Waters as an undercover agent at this point in time. CP9 is a secret espionage agency directly under the world government. It is a spy organization trained by the world government, specializing in various secret activities. As for the reason why CP9's people sneaked into the capital of Seven Waters, and even stayed undercover for several years, was to gain the trust of Bingshan, who held the design blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluto, and thus obtained this blueprint. In the future, CP9's undercover agents in the capital of Seven Waters will be perfect until they meet Luffy and his gang. Soon, the boatman got off the spaceship, wiped his sweat, and ran back. It's not a big problem, just a hole in the deck of the cabin. Just fix it, but you have to wait for 2 days. The factory has been a little busy these days, but come on. There are too few skilled shipwrights, so you have to come first come first, and repair the holes in the cabin for you when the boats in front of you are repaired. By the way, the structure of your boat is quite special. With so many gears, won't it affect the speed when sailing? Humph, stupid, Enel said arrogantly. Can ordinary sailing match my majestic Thor? Flying is king. Page 169. Lin Mo. Marco laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, Lin Mo. It's interesting that you are an arrogant crew member. The boatman was confused. Fly? Can this boat fly? Enel said with an ugly face. Of course, don't compare my high-end goods with other low-level goods that can only sail in water. The boatman was speechless. It seems to be true. This big tall man, is his brain okay? Marco couldn't help but burst out laughing. Enelo was very angry, but Lin Mo was here, so he could only hold back. Ah, Mr. Bingshan is back. The boatman suddenly shouted. Not far away, a man wearing an orange-brown vertical striped top, with short dark blue hair, tall and slender, although not as tall as Enel, with black lips, walked towards the dock alone. Huh? Is it the man with the white beard? Bingshan saw Marco at a glance, and recognized him at the first sight. After all, Marco's appearance is also very special. Just the pineapple hairstyle is very eye-catching. Chapter 138. Enel Road. The capital of Seven Waters, is aggrieved, but does not say. Seeing Bingshan came back, Marco naturally waved to him and said hello. Long time no see, Mr. Bingshan. It's only been more than 2 years. Bingshan came to Lin Mo's place, glanced at Lin Mo and Ai Nilu, and asked, Are they 2 people with white beards? Why don't I have the impression? Marco waved his hand and said, It's normal if you don't have an impression. The 2 of them are not on our ship yet, but we won't be able to tell later. After finishing speaking, Marco looked at Lin Mo meaningfully. He can't say Lin Mo, but it doesn't mean that the father can't. In Marco's view, Whitebeard is the most influential person in the world, and no one can refuse the invitation of Papa Whitebeard. Lin Mo knew what Marco was thinking, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. On the contrary, Enelu stared at the iceberg and said, Here, you have the final say? Bingshan looked at Enelo and scratched his head. It's sort of. The boatman complained. Our Carrera company was founded by Mr. Bingshan. Mr. Bingshan is still the market of the Seven Waters capital. Let alone this factory, Mr. Bingshan has the final say on the entire Seven Waters capital. Yo, you can. Marco smiled. You actually became the mayor. Bingshan waved his hands and said, It's just that everyone loves me too much. By the way, you guys are not here just to chat, right? What's the matter? Marco pointed to Lin Mo's spaceship and said, The 2 of them have a hole in their ship and want to repair it. Oh, it's not a big problem. Bingshan looked at the boatman and said, Make arrangements for them. The boatman said helplessly, Mr. Bingshan, the factory has a lot of orders right now, and we are seriously short of manpower. Although the problem on their ship is not serious, they can't jump in line, right? Bingshan stroked his chin and thought for a while. Yes, let's arrange according to the order of the order first. The shortage of personnel is indeed a big problem. In this way, I will put up a job recruitment notice in the past few days and recruit some people. That's really great. The boatman said excitedly. Finally, you can join the new job. By the way, I also need to hire a secretary. There are more and more jobs recently. and I can hardly arrange them myself. Speaking of work, Bingshan couldn't help but sighed softly. Lin Mo. Good guy, it seems to be catching up. As far as Lin Mo knows, the woman who will become the secretary of Bingshan in the future and the shipbuilding technicians with first-class craftsmanship in number 9 dock are all undercover agents of CP-. This wave of recruitment probably brought them in. So, does this imply that he is recruiting workers in front of him? Lin Mo was speechless for a while. Think about it or forget it. The progress tasks of the system are not what he deliberately thinks of to do, and he can get it right. Once it comes, it will be settled. According to the urine nature of the system, the progress tasks are almost arranged according to his direction of action. In other words, the so-called progress tasks are not fixed. Therefore, there is no need for him to make trouble for himself. He can do whatever he wants. Thinking of this, Lin Mo said, in addition to patching the hole in the cabin, the external shape of the cabin has also been changed. Enelo? External form? Bingshan was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the spaceship again. I think this form is okay, very special. It is not a ship for ordinary people at first glance. For you have vision. AI Nilu was very sure of Bingshan's words, then looked at Lin Mo, puzzled. I think the appearance of the ship is fine. There is no need to change it? Lin Mo said speechlessly. I don't need to be special, just change it to a normal style. Enel was very aggrieved. Marco grinned. Bingshan looked at Lin Mo and then at AI Nilu, and asked, Then who has the final say between the two of you? To change or not? Lin Mo said indifferently. Change. Anilu wanted to get it in exchange, but he couldn't make the decision at all. Change, let's change. Enelo said with extreme reluctance. Haha, okay, let's make arrangements. Bingshan looked at the boatman and asked, When will it be their turn to repair their boat? It will be the day after tomorrow. The boatman thought for a while and replied, It will take some time to change the appearance. Moreover, the internal structure of their ship is very strange. The gears inside cannot be moved, right? Of course not. Enelo insisted. As long as there is a component in the structure that is not where it should be, the ship will not be able to fly. Okay. The boatman said helplessly. I see. Fly. Bingshan asked strangely. Can your ship fly? The boatman rushed to answer. How can the boat fly? It must be bragging. No. Marco grinned. Their ship can really fly. Bingshan said in amazement. Huh? Really? Lin Mo asked speechlessly. So, how many days can we get the boat? Bingshan stroked his chin and estimated. Now the factory is short of manpower, and it is estimated that only 3 or 4 people can be spared to make changes. It will take about 2 or 3 days. You can pick up the ship in 5 days. Okay. Lin Mo nodded lightly. Without saying anything else, he walked along the water bank to the bustling street on the water bank. Page 170. Enelo followed immediately. This guy, his unreasonable temper really hasn't changed at all. Marco couldn't help but smiled and shook his head, looked at Bingshan, and said, That kid has this personality. Don't be surprised. Then, we will go first. This ship will trouble you. Bingshan nodded and said, Haha, it's good to be young. Go ahead. If you need something, you can come to me at any time. Okay, goodbye then. Marco waved at Bingshan, then turned around and chased after Lin Mo and AI Nilu. Watch them go away. The boatman couldn't help muttering, What a group of weird people. How could the boat fly? Mr. Bingshan, don't be fooled by them. No. Bingshan shook his head and said, Marco is not a person who can make such jokes. When the ship is improved and they leave, you will know whether this ship can fly or not. On Lin Mo's side, he walked around the water bank for a while, past 2 arch bridges connecting the water bank, and finally found a tavern that had just opened for a few days. Seeing that Lin Mo was about to enter the tavern, Marco couldn't help but rubbed his chin and muttered, You're really an out-and-out alcoholic. Your drinking capacity is probably comparable to that of your father. You have always belonged to your father. Is it your own father? Enelu asked speechlessly. Marco smiled and said, Not my own father, but better than my own father. Dad is the most tolerant, generous, manly, and strongest person in the world. Lin Mo was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and went straight into the tavern. Because it was close to noon, there were quite a few guests in the tavern. There were still a few empty seats at the bar. Lin Mo went directly to the bar and sat down, and glanced at the tavern owner who was wiping glasses in front of him. He was a big man in black clothes, a little shorter than Enelu, about -meters, with two horn-like hairstyles on his head and a dull expression. This special appearance made Lin Mo recognize the identity of this person at a glance. It seems that people from CP9 have already entered the capital of Seven Waters. Chapter 139, the capital of Seven Waters. So who is stronger? The owner of this tavern, which has just opened for a short time, is called Bruno. He is a member of the secret service organization CP9 and is a Superman with the door fruit ability. The door fruit is an ability that can open doors almost anywhere, even in the air and on the human body. The essence of the fruit ability lies in the ability to move freely in space. As long as a door is opened in the atmosphere, a green different space can be created. People other than capable people can also enter this different space to move in space. The space itself, it can also be used as a place for emergency evacuation. When the created door is closed, the part that was opened will return to its original state, leaving no trace. In short, if this ability is used for fighting, it is still a bit unsatisfactory, but it is quite good for taking refuge. Seeing a guest coming, Bruno said dully, "Welcome." Although Lin Mo knows the identity of this guy, but CP9 has no grievances or enmity with him, so there is no need to expose the other party's identity here. Anyway, he came to the tavern just to drink. "Have a bottle of the best wine here." Lin Mo put the wine money on the bar. Bruno nodded dully, accepted the money, took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet behind him, and put it in front of Lin Mo. At this time, Anilo and Marco also came in and sat down on the left and right sides of Lin Mo. "Boss, bring me a bottle of the same wine as this kid," Marco said lightly. Anilu remained the same. "I want a glass of apple juice." Uffed. Marco almost laughed. Anilu looked unhappily at Marco, who was separated by Lin Mo. "Bastard, why are you laughing?" "No, no." Marco waved his hand. "I'm just a little surprised. You're such a big guy. Don't you drink?" "Humph, I just like apple juice, can't I? There's nothing wrong with it." Marco waved his hand and said, "Just as long as you like it. Don't be so angry. Learn more from Lin Mo and see how calm he is." Lin Mo. These two are really noisy. Lin Mo took a sip of the wine in his hand and then said, "Go to the Moby Dick first." "Why? Are you going to drive me away?" Marco smiled. "I'm not here to spy on you, and Dad gave us a day of free time to wander around the capital of Seven Waters. Maybe we and meet people from other ships." Lin Mo. AI Nilu sneered and said, "It seems that you still don't know Lin Mo well enough. What he means is that he thinks you are annoying here and asks you to stay away from him." "Oh, really?" Marco didn't care at all. He just said that you are not you, so he wants you to sail the Moby Dick with me. Enel. "Really, Lin Mo?" Marco smiled and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo continued to drink, and if he didn't speak, it meant he acquiesced. "I'm not going on that number," Annalise said casually. "If you don't look at me, aren't you afraid that I will run away?" In the second half of the sentence, AI Nilu said it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo said indifferently, "Yes, you can run as you like." Annalise was speechless. Is this guy serious? "Huh," Marco laughed. "Big guy who plays thunder. If Lin Mo doesn't want you, our Whitebeard pirates welcome you to join." "Humph, that's a good idea," Enelu said angrily. "It's impossible for me to join you." Bruno brought over Marco's wine and a narrow cider. Marco opened the bottle and took a sip, wiped the corner of his mouth, and continued, "Who knows what will happen in the future? Ha! It seems that Lin Mo wants to be alone. That big guy who plays thunder, we just to get acquainted. You and I go to the Moby Dick first. Your ability is very special. Maybe the old man will be interested." Anila drank the apple juice in his hand silently. Daddy, you said, is it really strong? Stronger than a vice admiral?" "Vice admiral?" Marco was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. "Ha! Are you here to be funny? Dad's strength can even kill the admiral of the Navy. What is a mere vice admiral?" Anilu was shocked. "What? You're not lying to me, are you?" "Why are you lying to me?" Marco waved his hand and said, "Daddy is the strongest man in the world." "Umph, what is the strongest? What are you kidding?" Anilu pointed at Lin Mo. "This kid is the strongest in the world." Page 171. If it weren't for Lin Mo's strength, Enelo wouldn't have followed him all the time. Lin Mo is indeed very strong. Regarding Lin Mo's strength, Marco also recognized it. But when he said that Lin Mo was the strongest, Marco disagreed. But he is still a child after all, still growing. I fully believe that, sooner or later, he will become the #1 in the world, but not now. He, really ignorant. Enelo doesn't care so much. Anyway, what he believes is absolutely right. He is so righteous, so arrogant. You don't know the horror of Lin Mo at all. It's really ignorant experience. Marco. To be called ignorant by this ignorant idiot? Marco's mood at the moment is both angry and funny. Caught in the middle, listening to the two of them discussing who was stronger, Lin Mo was the most speechless. He wanted to throw both of them out. Really? Marco smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Let's stop this topic here. I think Lin Mo is going crazy, ha. Lin Mo. Cut. Enelu snorted unhappily. Marco picked up the unfinished wine bottle, got up, and jokingly said, "Then I will take this big guy to the Moby Dick first. If you don't come at night, don't blame us for tearing up the tickets on the spot." This guy. Lin Mo chuckled and said, "You can try." What? Marco shrugged. Isn't this a crew member who cares about you? Haha, I will prepare fine wine for you in advance, so please invite this bottle of wine. Lin Mo raised his left hand and shook it, signaling him to leave quickly. Marco smiled and looked at Enelo. "Let's go, the big guy who plays Ray." Enelo glanced at Lin Mo, didn't say anything more, and really cooperated with Marco to go out. "Big guy, do you need me to take you for a ride?" Marco released his Chinyan wings. Enelu snorted coldly. "No need. Haha, you're really arrogant." Marco flew into the air, but he received the surprised eyes of the crowd around him. But he didn't care at all. "Then I will lead the way, and you follow me." Enel nodded. Marco immediately flew towards the coast where the Moby Dick was parked. Enelu turned into lightning and followed. "Not bad. It seems that your ability is quite smooth," Marco said while flying. Enel proudly said, "I am the god of thunder. Thunder is me, and I am thunder." "Oh, it seems that you are very confident in your ability." Of course. Enel's face was full of pride. "So," Marco changed the subject and asked with a smile, "although I'm surprised that Lin Mo would accept the crew, he defeated you. So he let you board the ship willingly, right?" As soon as this was mentioned, Enelu's pride just now faded a little. In fact, he was forced to board the ship. Originally, he could become the only god who ruled the Sky Island, enjoying a life of aloofness, and no one dared to disobey him, until he met Lin Mo, the guy who is completely immune to lightning and can easily knock him down. Although at first he was quite reluctant to travel with Lin Mo Humph. So what? Enelo didn't feel aggrieved at all by Lin Mo's defeat. Being able to follow someone who doesn't even look down on such a strong admiral will always have more advantages than disadvantages. Chapter 140 Enel. The death in the capital of Seven Waters. Regarding the fact that Lin Mo broke up Huang Yuan's warship with one blow and made the opponent lose his temper at all, Enelu defaulted that the admiral was afraid of Lin Mo, so he didn't fight back. Therefore, Lin Mo's strength, in the eyes of AI Nilu, is the strongest. Not long after, Marco brought Enelo to the Moby Dick. This is a very large ship. Compared with the Moby Dick spaceship, Lin Mo and AI Nilu's spaceship is not even 1/20th of its size. This ship looks pretty good. Enelu was surprised by the scale of the Moby Dick from a long distance. On a big chair, surrounded by a group of beautiful nurses, with many infusion tubes inserted in their arms, a very huge and muscular man with a crescent-shaped white beard on his face is holding a huge wine bottle. Jug is drinking. This is Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the father of all members of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, and is known as the strongest man in the world today. "Father, I'm back." Marco greeted Whitebeard as soon as he landed. Some crew members on the ship who hadn't gone to the inner city of the Seven Waters all laughed and asked, "The captain is back. We are about to go to the capital of Seven Waters. Who is this? Could it be the genius kid you mentioned called Lin Mo? Hey, she's really tall, and her skin is so white. How do you take care of it?" "Hurrah!" Whitebeard put down the jug in his hand, turned his gaze to Enelu, and grinned. "He is Lin Mo? He doesn't look like he is only 14 or 15 years old. His name is Enelu, and he is Lin Mo's crew." Marco introduced. He is a guy who plays thunder. This is the white-bearded father you said. Enelo stared at the white-bearded man who was several times his size with disdain. Marco had a headache and said, "Hey, what kind of eyes are you? Be polite on other people's boats." "Humph, what is the strongest? But it's just a sick old man." "Are you mistaken? He can be stronger than my Captain Linimo." Enelo asked suspiciously. His words strongly aroused the dissatisfaction of everyone on board. This guy is too arrogant. He dares to question Dad. Unforgivable. Dad's strength is the strongest. I don't allow anyone to slander Dad. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more irritable I get. Old man, can we teach this ignorant guy a lesson? Whitebeard stared at Enelu lightly, not paying attention to him at all. It's just an ignorant brat with a runny nose. Enel. Ignorant brat? Page 172. This guy really dares to say it. Enelu immediately turned into an element, turned into a bolt of lightning, suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard, and threw a -million-volt electric shock at Whitebeard. Whitebeard sneered, grabbed Enelu's neck so easily, and then smashed it without hesitation under his surprised gaze. Enelu knocked a long crack on the deck. Marco looked at Enelu, who got up from the pile of sawdust on the deck not far away, and said helplessly, "I told you a long time ago, Dad is the strongest. Don't do useless work." Damn it. Enelu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He can't believe it. As a result, he immediately transformed into a huge image of Thor. Seeing this, Marco couldn't help but raised his hand to cover his forehead and said with a headache, "This guy really doesn't listen to persuasion." And the other crew members on board were all giggling, not worried about Whitebeard at all. This guy is finished. How dare you provoke Dad like this? I think he is really tired of living. Hey, young man who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, it's time for the old man to teach him how to behave in the world. Enel heard what they said. So, he was angry, very angry. He decided to let everyone in this boat see how powerful he is. Everyone, please accept my thunder and heaven punishment. Ah ha 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 ha. Enelu laughed, and suddenly, with him as the center, the sky above his head began to flash and thunder. 200 million volts. Thunder God joins in. After finishing speaking, a powerful lightning strike fell from the sky. It's not a second now. Marco glanced at the abnormality in the sky. Whitebeard snorted coldly, picked up his big long knife, and Tsung Yunxia, one of the 12 craftsmen of the supreme great fast knife, didn't even get up and slashed at AI Nilu. A sword energy with terrifying power swept towards Enelo. Oops, Dad is angry. Marco knew that Whitebeard hated others hurting his sons the most. Obviously, Inaru's attack was a group attack. This guy wanted to make the entire Moby Dick. Everyone on the ship was struck by lightning, which is why Whitebeard was angered. I'm Thor, your attack is useless to me, ha ha ha. Enel laughed, completely unaware of what he would encounter next. It's too late. Marco didn't know if Enelo would die, but once Enelo did die, it would be very troublesome. After all, this guy was the crew of that boy Linimo. On Linmo's side, he drank a few more bottles of wine in the tavern, filled his wine gourd, and left the tavern. He was going to wander around the capital of Seven Waters, but before walking a few steps, he found the direction of the Whitebeard pirates, and the sky was covered by a small thundercloud. He thought of it when he blocked it. It was a good thing that Enela did. That guy is really brave enough, even dare to provoke Whitebeard. That is a more terrifying figure than the Admiral. However, judging by the size of the thundercloud, the idiot Enelo probably wants to bomb Whitebeard's Moby Dick, right? Based on Lin Mo's understanding of Whitebeard, Enelu has committed a big taboo. This idiot. Lin Mo rolled his eyes speechlessly, without saying a word, immediately ran towards the direction of the Moby Dick with Shuanpa, and used Moonstep to walk where there was no land. At the moment when Whitebeard's terrifying sword energy was about to hit Enelo in the blink of an eye, Lin Mo appeared in front of Enelo like a magic trick under everyone's shocking sight, and immediately put Lake Toya. He pulled it out, held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and resisted directly. Enelu didn't expect Lin Mo to come. Bybeard didn't show mercy in this blow. Lin Mo was forced to move back nearly 2 meters because of the sword energy, but he managed to carry it down. Originally resisting Whitebeard's slash, Lin Mo had to suffer internal injuries to some extent. Fortunately, he knew Whitebeard's strength, so he used the healing injury that he thought would be useless to heal himself in advance. That's why he no injuries at all. At the same time, Enilo's lightning strike also fell. Lin Mo put away Lake Toya and decisively pulled out the 3 generations of ghosts and directed the -million lightning strikes to himself. In an instant, there was a burst of lightning, and the flashing white light blinded almost everyone on board. When the white glow dissipated, the sky cleared up, and Lin Mo, who was at the center of the lightning strike, appeared in front of everyone safe and sound, calmly sheathing the 3 generations of ghosts. Chapter 141 Lin Mo, capital of 7 waters, be my son? Am I blind? That brat. When did he come? He was able to take Dad's sword and still be safe? Who is this guy? It's too powerful. The lightning strike just now looked quite scary. I just took my father's sword and immediately attracted the lightning to myself. After it was over, nothing happened, and this kid looked like a teenager. Is it still human? On the Moby Dick, there were exclamations of surprise. Even in Baybeard's eyes, there was a flash of astonishment. Marco smiled and introduced. He is the boy I told you about, named Lin Mo. However, didn't you say that you only came at night? Marco looked at Lin Mo and asked. Lin Mo glanced at AI Nilu, who was covered in circles, and said, If I don't come, he will be disabled. Enilu was stunned. Are you underestimating me? Lin Mo's judgment is correct. Marco waved his hand and said, Dad's blow just now was quite serious. Even if you are in an elemental state, Dad can still cut you. So thank you very much, Captain. Bar. Enilu asked with an ugly face. Is this sick old man really so powerful? Lin Mo said speechlessly. He is the strongest of the 4 emperors. 4 for emperors? Enilu was shocked, remembering that Garp said that random 4 emperors could easily kill him, and his forehead began to sweat profusely. What the hell did he do just now? Humph. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Trying to hurt my family. Are you planning to let it go like this? Lin Mo said, Apologize. He was talking to Enilu. Enilu woke up suddenly, took a deep breath, and said with an ugly face, I'm sorry. Just as Enilu finished speaking, a belated system prompt sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Page 173 DD, fighting against Whitebeard. The sign-in progress is 20, the current total progress is 30, and the reward is the domineering level of the Overlord Color 1, and the current level of the Overlord Color is LV5. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his body. Lin Mo was quite speechless in his heart. This is troublesome. When the level of domineering is raised, the domineering will be exposed for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to bring disaster to those who were not strong enough around. In an instant, everyone on the Moby Dick fell down except Whitebeard, Marco, Enilu, and Lin Mo himself. Because Whitebeard gave everyone a day off, more than half of the people on the boat have already disembarked to play in the capital of 7 waters, including the other captains. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Marco's forehead. Lin Mo, you are going too far. Although AI Nilu was also shocked by Lin Mo's domineering, it was more of a spiritual shock. This guy Lin Mo doesn't seem to care about him at all, as if he is just a dispensable person. But in fact, that guy is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, quite protective of his weaknesses. That guy came here early to save him. He said he wanted to apologize, but he used his power to make the whole boat fall down. Isn't this a preference? Enilu was completely moved in his heart. As for Lin Mo himself, he still maintained his aloof appearance. Now that something irresistible has happened, he can only face it calmly. Brat, you have a lot of guts. Whitebeard directly tore off the infusion tube connected to his body, got up from his seat, took Song Yunxia, and slashed at Lin Mo. With a sullen face, Lin Mo pulled out Lake Toya again, and without a word, he greeted him with a knife. In an instant, a more powerful shock wave spread violently from the point where the 2 knives collided. There was only a cracking sound, and all the guardrails of the Moby Dick were shattered. Except for the deck, everything standing on the deck, including the cabin and the mast, was shattered into countless dense spider web cracks. The reason why the deck was not affected was that Whitebeard did it deliberately. Lin Mo frowned slightly and stared at the tall Whitebeard. As expected of the strongest person, he can even control this spreading power. At least the current Lin Mo can't do that. Soon, Lin Mo's feet were suppressed by Whitebeard's powerful force and sank into the thick deck. A little cold sweat broke out on his forehead, which was rare. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was still very relaxed. Why? Can't you take it anymore? Whitebeard sneered. Arrogant boy, I'm not someone you can touch whenever you want. Analu's whole body flashed with lightning, and he wanted to help Lin Mo. Marco was about to stop. Lin Mo spoke first. Don't come here. Analu paused, wanting to say something, but swallowed back the words. You still have some backbone. As he spoke, Whitebeard increased the strength in his hand. A stronger sword energy directly penetrated Lin Mo's body through the colliding two swords. Even if he had treated him with Inu Wan Mia in advance, he would have resisted half of the damage. After 10 seconds of persistence, Lin Mo's throat felt hot, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he was injured in One Piece world. Lin Mo. Enelu was shocked. Marco was also shocked. Father, it's okay, he's just a child. Seeing that Lin Mo vomited blood, Whitebeard put away Tsong Yunxia, with a look of appreciation in his eyes. Gulalala. Yes, it seems that Marco is right. He can take my knife, you can persist for such a long time, and your strength can be regarded as one of the best in this great route. But if you want to go to the new world, you still have to practice for a few more years. Lin Mo put away Lake Toya and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Enelu immediately came to him and asked, Are you okay? Lin Mo shook his head and pulled out the foot that was stuck in the deck. In a pure swordsmanship competition, he lost to Whitebeard, and he surrendered. Lin Mo. Whitebeard grinned. Be my son. Lin Mo. I refuse. Lin Mo said directly. Gula la la la. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Marco told me that you have a weird temper. I heard that you want to be a traveler. Lin Mo nodded lightly. Whitebeard grinned and said, My pirate group is different from other pirate groups. To me, my crew members are my most precious family members. I will do my best to protect you. Lin Mo, you are still young, and there is still a lot of room for growth. There are many people who are stronger than you in this world, especially in the new world. As my son, as long as I am here, no one will touch you. It doesn't matter if you have a boat. With me, you are absolutely free. No need. Lin Mo still had the same attitude. I don't intend to be anyone's son, and I don't need anyone to protect me. I appreciate your kindness. Chapter 142 Whitebeard's Requirements in the City of Seven Waters. Lin Mo decisively rejected Whitebeard's enthusiastic invitation to accept his son. Originally, he thought that this wave of operations would trigger the completion of the sign-in-progress task. As a result, after waiting for a long time, the sound of the system did not sound. Whitebeard wasn't angry at Lin Mo's refusal at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. Gula la la la. You really are a kid with personality. Lin Mo, Marco said suddenly. Not everyone will be personally invited to board the ship. You have to think about it. Just the name Whitebeard Pirates can be your umbrella. Lin Mo said speechlessly. I don't need an umbrella. Ha ha ha. You are still so difficult to speak. Marco laughed. Compared with 4 years ago, this temper really hasn't changed at all. Whitebeard returned to his seat and sat down, his eyes still on Lin Mo. Little devil, come and drink. Lin Mo walked over very cooperatively, and he didn't feel any grudges at all because he was injured in the sword fight with Whitebeard. He was the one who stunned Whitebeard with his domineering color first. Besides, Whitebeard didn't do anything just now. The deadly attack was obviously to test him. If Whitebeard really wanted him to die, I am afraid that the fight between the two would really become a fierce battle. Even if Lin Mo used all his skills, escaped it is definitely no problem, but it is still a bit difficult to defeat Whitebeard. Page 174. In addition to powerful strength, Whitebeard is also a Superman with the ability to shake the fruit. The person with the ability to shake the fruit can cause the atmosphere and the ocean to vibrate at will, and has extremely strong physical destructive power. It is even called the power to destroy the world by Admiral Sengoku. The destructive power and attack range are the best among all devil fruits. It is a very powerful one, even known as the strongest superhuman. In the competition just now, Whitebeard used pure strength, and did not use fruit ability at all. Once he uses the fruit ability, the destructive power is no joke. Lin Mo came to the deck not far from Whitebeard and sat down, and took off the wine gourd hanging from his waist. Whitebeard grinned and raised his big flagon. Lin Mo also picked up his wine gourd. The two didn't say anything, but with just one look, they knew what the other was thinking. They bumped each other's jugs in tacit understanding, and drank their respective wines together. Goo la 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 la. I heard that you drink well. Come to compare? Whitebeard said with a big smile. Marco said helplessly, Father, you should drink less alcohol with your body. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard said indifferently. It's just a little wine, it won't affect my body. Come on, Lin Mo, keep drinking. Whitebeard was in a good mood and pushed his flagon forward again. Lin Mo also took his wine gourd and collided with Whitebeard's wine jug. Whitebeard laughed and continued to drink. Lin Mo continued to drink indifferently. Marco had a headache and said, Lin Mo, aren't you injured? Is it okay to drink so much? Lin Mo said while drinking, No problem. Really? Marco said helplessly, You two are really annoying. Forget it, I don't care about you. Marco then looked at Enel and said, Is it Enel? If you're okay, come with me to the capital of Seven Waters. The two of them really don't matter. Let's go to Dock now. And find a boatman to come and take a look at the boat. Should I go too? Enelu's mouth twitched slightly. Marco smiled. Otherwise, what are you doing here? Do you want to join Dad and Linmo's drinking game? This. Anela glanced at Zhenghuan's white beard and Lin Mo, who were drinking. No, he doesn't want to join. Enel looked at the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates who were stumbling around and asked, What about them? Marco said lightly, It's okay. I was shocked by the Overlord's color, and I woke up after fainting for a while. It's not a big problem. Overlord color? It was the first time for Enelo to hear this word, and it was a bit novel. Let's go. Marco immediately released his Qingyan wings and flew directly in the direction of the No-Dock. AI Nilu looked at Lin Mo again, thought for a while, and said, Then I'll go with this guy first. Lin Mo responded lightly, Okay. After getting the response, Enelo immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and went after Marco. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Little Lin Mo, are you 16 years old? For Lin Mo said lightly, 14. Goo la 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 la. You can take my sword at the age of 14. Your talent is really amazing. Whitebeard took a big sip of wine and continued. I heard that Carp once invited you to join the Navy? Yeah. Lin Mo nodded lightly, took a sip of wine, and continued. I refused. Oh, why? That guy Carp is not someone who gives up easily. There must be a reason for him to give up recruiting you. I'm not interested in the Navy. Lin Mo said indifferently. I'm not interested in pirates and the Revolutionary Army either. I just want to be a traveler without any constraints, that's all. Whitebeard stared at Lin Mo, grinned, and said, So, you promised him that you would not join the pirates or the Revolutionary Army, so he gave up. Even if I don't agree, I won't join. Lin Mo said casually. You want to be free and unrestrained. Is there any conflict between this and being a pirate? Pirates are the freest people in this sea. If you worry that the Navy will trouble you in the future, with me, they will not dare to move you. Lin Mo raised his head and stared into Whitebeard's eyes without fear. I know what I'm doing, and I'm not afraid of who will be my enemy. Being a traveler is my own choice. The person who can do what he wants is the most free person. Whitebeard's face darkened slightly. So, you refuse to be my son no matter what. Lin Mo didn't panic at all, and said calmly in his heart, You are not someone who will force others to do things they don't want to do. Brat, don't try to figure out my thoughts. I didn't figure it out. Lin Mo picked up the wine gourd and said relaxedly, I'm just seeking truth from facts. If I have wine today, I will be drunk today. Come on, continue drinking. As he said that, Lin Mo rarely took the initiative to raise his wine gourd. The Whitebeard stared at Lin Mo in silence, and after a few seconds, he picked up his flagon and laughed again. Gula la la la. It's good to have wine today and get drunk today. I like it. Go la 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 la. You really won my heart. Well, since you don't want to be my son, I won't force you. But there is one thing you must promise me. Whenever you see the Moby Dick in the future, you will come to accompany me. I'm drinking. Don't hide or run away. Chapter 143 The Capital of Seven Waters begins to act CP9. Whitebeard probably understood why Garp gave up inviting Lin Mo to be in Navy. The boy's eyes were quite determined, and he looked like the type who would never regret what he decided to do. It is basically impossible to convince Lin Mo. Whitebeard is not a person who likes to be difficult by others. Since the other party is really unwilling to stay, he has no choice but to let go. But Lin Mo's wine taste hit it off with him. That's why Whitebeard made such a request to Lin Mo. If it's just drinking, it's not a big deal, especially with someone as bold as Whitebeard. Lin Mo replied without hesitation. Okay, I promise you. Whitebeard had no doubt that Lin Mo would lie to him, and his mood was even better. Goo la 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 la. Good. Come on, keep drinking. Nodding his head lightly, when Lin Mo drank the last drop of wine in the wine gourd, the system's notification sounded again in his mind. Didi, obtain the friendship of Whitebeard, sign in progress 10, and the current total progress is 40. Heard. Lin Mo didn't have much reaction. Page 175 triggering 2 sign-in progress on Whitebeard's side was already in his expectation, so it's not surprising. What? Are you out of wine? Whitebeard asked strangely, seeing that Lin Mo was not drinking. Lin Mo nodded. The Whitebeard laughed and said, Gulalalala, it's okay. The most important thing I need here is wine. There is a wine cellar in the cabin. You can choose what you like to drink and take whatever you want. Lin Mo stood up unceremoniously and actually walked over to the cabin. When he entered a large wine cellar below the deck, while selecting wine, he quickly healed his internal injuries with the palm fairy technique, and then dragged 2 large jugs of wine out, each with Whitebeard, and continued to drink happily. Later, when Marco and Enelo came back, they brought 2 boatmen from the No-Dock to check the damage of the Moby Dick. As for Lin Mo, when he was almost drunk with Whitebeard, he took Enelo to leave. Whitebeard didn't stop them either. After seeing them walking away, Marco asked, Father, have you really given up inviting Lin Mo to join us? That child has his own ideas. Whitebeard also looked at Lin Mo's receding back and smiled. This era needs someone like him to appear. Sooner or later, he will become the one who changes the world. People. Oh, Daddy thinks so highly of him. Marco smiled. To be praised so much by Daddy. It seems that Lin Mo really has 2 brushes. While the two were talking, an anxious voice suddenly came. How did the Moby Dick become like this? Did it encounter an enemy attack? Dad, are you all right? A tall, muscular, dark-skinned man with a curvy black beard, a dark blue top hat, and earrings, wearing an open dark blue shirt, white gloves, light blue trousers, and a western sword hanging on each side of the belt. A man named Vista, with a group of younger brothers, immediately ran to the boat deck. Seeing that Whitebeard was still fine, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But when he saw the crew lying on the deck, his face changed again. What's wrong with everyone? It's okay. I'm just dizzy. It'll be fine later. Marco waved his hand. Vista walked up to Marco quickly and asked with a serious face, What happened on the boat? Marco had an innocent face. Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, Gulalalala. Vista, don't worry, everyone is fine. It's just that an interesting kid came here just now. Vista was stunned for a moment, with a dazed expression on his face. Interesting kid? Who is it? Lin Mo and AI Nilu returned to the central city of the capital of Seven Waters. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. He drank a little too much with Whitebeard, but Lin Mo was a little sleepy, so he found a hotel for accommodation and booked 2 rooms first, because the spaceship was scheduled to be repaired, and it would take 5 days to pick it up. So, they paid the rent for 5 days first. I can't sleep yet. Inalu stopped Lin Mo before he went back to the guest room to sleep. I promise not to cause trouble. Can I go out by myself? Lin Mo waved his hand indifferently, expressing that it was up to him. After thinking about it, he took out a bag of Baileys from the system space and threw it to him, then went back to his room and went to sleep. Lin Mo didn't know where Analu went or what he did afterwards. When he woke up, it was already past 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Because I went to bed early, I woke up early. Really no longer sleepy, Lin Mo got up, ready to go out to buy some supper. The capital of Seven Waters can also be regarded as a relatively prosperous city, and it is more cooperative with the government, so the night market is quite lively. when Lin Mo passed an arch bridge connecting the water banks on both sides, heading towards the brightly lit and busiest night market. Not far away, under a row of unlit eaves, several people of different shapes hurried past, although I didn't see who it was. But the shadow of a man with a long nose made him pay more attention. Lin Mo. Could it be someone from CP9? He remembered that among the few people who went undercover at Doc No Dash, there was a man with a long nose. Forget it. It doesn't matter if he is from CP9 or not. Without thinking anymore, Lin Mo took a step forward and continued walking towards the night market. After a full meal, Lin Mo quickly came to the outer coast of the capital of Seven Waters, took out a fishing rod from the system space, and started fishing at night. This is a hobby that he developed by accident on his journey from Ghost Island to the capital of Seven Waters, which can pass the time and sharpen his mind. Until dawn, in more than 3 hours, Lin Mo caught a total of 5 fish, including 3 small fish that were only half the size of a palm. Lin Mo didn't care at all whether he harvested more or less. Originally, his purpose of fishing was not to catch fish. Putting all the fish in the bucket back into the sea, Lin Mo put the fishing rod and bucket back into the system space and was going back to have breakfast. When Lin Mo returned to the central city of the capital of Seven Waters and passed a water bank, on the other side of the water channel, there was a man wearing a black round hat with a pigeon on his shoulder and another man wearing a black suit. A young man with a square long nose and a peaked cap walked past him. With just one glance, Lin Mo immediately recognized the identities of the two. The one with a pigeon on his shoulder is called Lu Qi, and the one with the long nose is called Kaku. The two of them are the members of CP9 who will be lurking undercover in Dock Number 9. The most important thing is that they are the two most powerful people in CP-. Looks like CP9 is on the move. Chapter 144 Enel. Hope of the city of Seven Waters disappeared. It's really better to come early than to come by coincidence. And he met all of this. At first, Lin Mo thought that the people from CP9 would come a few months later. It seems that the warship that entered the capital of Seven Waters yesterday had something to do with CP9. Have you heard? Doc No Dash is recruiting workers. I'm going to have a look at it later. Isn't Mr. Bingshan still negotiating with a shipbuilding company in the West to merge the company? Sure enough, there is still a shortage of manpower. It's quite a face-saving thing to work in Mr. Bingshan's company. If it wasn't for the fact that there is a shop at home, I would also apply for the job. Along the way, Lin Mo met many people who were discussing the recruitment of workers at Dock No Dash. Although whether people recruit workers or not has nothing to do with him. But there are too many coincidences, so it's not a coincidence. He was sure that Kaku and Lu Qi were the ones he saw last night. I saw him twice just now, and there were so many people discussing on the road. Could it be implying that he also went to Dock No Dash to join in the fun? Page 176 Lin Mo. Forget it. Eat first. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo went directly to a breakfast shop, ordered some breakfast at random, and was eating when suddenly, a cold voice sounded from outside the breakfast shop. Huh, isn't this Marco's friend? Why are you eating breakfast here alone? The iceberg came in from outside. When the people in the breakfast shop saw him, they greeted him warmly. Mr. Bingshan is here. Do you want something to eat? I have all kinds of breakfast. Mr. Bingshan, how are you doing? Are you still so busy? I heard that Doc No Dash is recruiting boatmen. Will you go over there to supervise them? Bingshan waved his hand at them and said with a smile, recruiting workers at the shipyard is a big deal. Of course I'm going. I've already had breakfast. You don't have to worry about me. Just do what you should do. After finishing speaking, he sat down in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo continued to eat his breakfast in silence. Bingshan kept staring at Lin Mo until the other party had almost eaten before asking, what's your name? Lin Mo said speechlessly, Lin Mo. Bingshan asked again, are you still an adult? Lin Mo nodded lightly. Hee. Bingshan smiled. It's the first time I've seen someone bring wine and eat breakfast, and you're only a teenager. Lin Mo. So what? You came here to say this. Bingshan continued. Since we met, it means that we are related. I am going to the No-Dock. Seeing that you have nothing to do you want to join in the fun with me? Lin Mo. Joining in the fun is not something Lin Mo would do. He was just about to refuse. Enelu actually found it. His eyes were full of excitement. Okay, of course we are going. Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly and his eyes signaled, "What are you messing around with?" Enelu grinned and said, "Aren't we going to take a boatman on board? Just go and see if there is any suitable one." Enelo's inner OS. As long as more than one person boards the boat, then I am not the lowest status person. Ha! Finally, there are people who can work. Lin Mo. When did I promise you to accept someone? It doesn't matter if you don't want to go. Enelu didn't care. I can find one myself. No. Lin Mo said directly. I didn't say to take people on board. AI Nilu was stunned. Didn't you promise to take the boatman on board? Lin Mo asked speechlessly. When did I promise? Just when you left Ghost Island. You said it yourself. We'll see it later. The more Ainalu said, the more he lost his confidence, and Lin Mo's sentence did not clearly express that he would accept the boatman on board. Bingshan looked at the two of them and suddenly laughed. Ha ha, there are many excellent shipwrights in the capital of Seven Waters. If you really want to recruit a boat, you can discuss with them yourself. As long as someone is willing, it won't stop. Enelum muttered. Look, even the boss of the No-Dock agreed to let him go. Recruit a shipbuilder to board the ship, and if there are any problems encountered by the ship in the future, they can be solved directly, can't they? The current appearance of Enelo is completely not the same as that arrogant Thor. If it weren't for this face, Lin Mo almost thought he had admitted the wrong person. In short, he is not ready to take people on board now. No matter how pitiful Ainalu is, Lin Mo will not waver. No. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo picked up the flagon and took another big gulp of wine. Enel looked depressed. Bingshan looked at the two of them with a smile, then stood up and said, whether you want a shipwright or not, today is the day for recruiting workers at the No-Dock. You really don't want to go and see it? Maybe there will be some surprises. Enelu was no longer in the mood to join in the fun. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Lin Mo was inexplicably concerned about this surprise that Bingshan casually said. After thinking about it, he said, Okay, let's go and have a look. Enelo? Bingshan smiled and said, Then you all come with me. Afterwards, Bingshan left the breakfast shop. Lin Mo hung the wine gourd back on his belt and then left. Although AI Nilu wondered why Lin Mo went to Dock No-Dash, since he didn't accept people, he followed them together. There is no way, who calls Lin Mo the captain, what the captain wants to do. As a crew member, he can only obey unconditionally. These days, it is not easy to find such a reliable captain. The three of them soon arrived at Dock No-Dash. After dozens of people worked hard and pushed open the seemingly decorative door marked with the number 1, Bingshan led Lin Mo and AI Nilu into the inner factory. AI Nilu said speechlessly, The fence next to it is so short that you can step in directly. Why do you have to push the door so hard to get in? Bingshan smiled and said, Outsiders are not allowed to enter from the side. Only those inside the factory are allowed, and other people who come here must enter through this door. Entering through the main entrance is the greatest respect for guests, isn't it? AI Nilu couldn't help but sneered. It's really unnecessary. This door is very heavy, and it usually takes dozens of people to open it. In the future, after Lu Qi and Kaku are hired, it will be very simple for him to open the door twice. Mr. Bingshan is here. Mr. Bingshan, good morning. We have screened out a group of suitable boatmen. Mr. Bingshan, do you want to check again? Page 177. All the boatmen were very enthusiastic when they saw the iceberg coming. Bingshan waved his hands to say no, then looked at the 10 people who were screened out, nodded and said, Since you are all kept by the foreman here, you should work hard. Ship repairing and shipbuilding are delicate jobs, which need to be polished slowly. Sooner or later one day, you'll all be superb shipwrights. Good. Everyone was very excited. Lin Mo immediately noticed Kaku and Lu Qi, two distinctive people. Sure enough, here, Bingshan also noticed them and walked straight to Lu Qi, staring at the pigeon standing on his shoulder. This is your pet? Bingshan asked, staring at the pigeon. Lu Qi was silent and didn't speak, but the pigeon suddenly said, My name is Roblo. No, I'm Pigeon Hidoli. Then the pigeon pointed at Lu Qi with its wings and continued, This is Rob Lu Qi. Please give me more advice. Hey. Bingshan was startled. Pigeons can talk. Hadori flapped his wings and continued, I'm just an ordinary pigeon, so don't make such a fuss. I see. It's ventriloquism. It's amazing. Bingshan suddenly realized. Hidoli and Lu Qi shook their hands at the same time. And then it was Hidoli who spoke there. Don't do this. It's not a big deal. Chapter 145 City of Seven Waters Unexpected and unexpected. Since Lu Qi was undercover at Doc No Dash, he rarely spoke, and basically relied on the pigeon standing on his shoulder to convey his meaning. Therefore, almost everyone here thinks that he is a weirdo who doesn't like to talk to people normally. In Lin Mo's view, Lu Qi just didn't bother talking to them. Lu Qi is a dark justice. He is known as the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon in the history of CP9. He is known as CP9 of Judicial Island, the strongest person in 800 years. In his eyes, being weak is a sin. No matter how long he stays undercover in the capital of Seven Waters, he can't change the dark justice that he thinks that weak people have no survival value. As for Kaku, who was undercover at Doc No Dash with Lu Qi and has a square long nose, he is much more humane than Lu Qi, who has a dark heart. Kaku is the youngest among CP9. According to the current point of time, he should be only 17 or 18 years old. As the youngest Kaku whose strength is second only to Lu Qi in CP9, his talent can be regarded as quite terrifying. The main reason is that he is not a devil fruit-capable person. With his physical skills, he became the second person in CP9. His learning ability and talent are not comparable to that of ordinary people. Haha, it's really interesting. Bingshan smiled. Okay. You all follow the foreman to learn the basics first. Bingshan waved his hand, and the 10 selected people, under the leadership of an elderly shipwright foreman, were assigned to other working craftsmen and began to learn basic repair techniques. Lin Mo looked more at Lu Qi and Kaku. If he hadn't known the details of these two people for a long time, their acting skills might have become movie kings. Inalu paid attention to the busy people in the factory. Although he knew it was impossible, he couldn't help asking, is it true that the boatman is not accepted on board? Lin Mo came back to his senses and said directly, no. Enel sighed in disappointment. Bingshan smiled and said, with more manpower, your ship should be repaired in advance. Lin Mo nodded lightly. At this time, the phone bug in Bingshan's pocket rang. Taking out the answer, the expression on Bingshan's face is quite rich. What? Such an important person is here. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you tell me? Why don't I remember? Okay. I right away. After hanging up the phone, Bingshan looked at Lin Mo and AI Nilu and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I suddenly have some business to leave first, and you two can wander around the factory at will. After finishing speaking, he turned around and trotted out. Anila didn't have the slightest intention of staying here. Anyway, I won't hire a boatman, so what are you doing here? Lin Mo said indifferently. If you want to go, feel free. AI Nilu glanced at Lin Mo. Then I'm really leaving? It is good. AI Nilu stared at Lin Mo silently, seeing that he really ignored him and just kept going and really wanted to visit this boring factory. AI Nilu was very angry. You bastard, are you really ignoring me? Okay, then I'm really going. Anilu turned around dissatisfied and ran in the opposite direction to Lin Mo. Before he had walked a few steps, Lin Mo's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Come back before the spaceship is repaired. AI Nilu was stunned for a while and looked back at Lin Mo, who didn't look back at him. After thinking about it, he still responded, Understood, Captain. After AI Nilu left, Lin Mo wandered around the huge factory alone. Turning around, he turned to the place where Enilo's special-shaped spaceship was placed. No one has been scheduled to repair the ship yet, so there is no one around the spacecraft. Is that your boat? At this time, a middle-aged boatman saw Lin Mo passing by with two novices and asked by the way. Lin Mo responded lightly. The middle-aged boatman joked. I heard that this boat can fly, is it true? Lin Mo glanced back at him and noticed Kaku, one of the two newcomers, following behind the middle-aged boatman. Kaku originally wanted to keep a low profile, but when he heard that the ship could fly, he became interested. A ship that can fly? Can this ship really fly? Lin Mo nodded calmly. The middle-aged boatman laughed and said, Ha ha, the cost of bragging is too low these days. How can there be any boat that can fly? I have never seen it in my life. Lin Mo was too lazy to explain to such ignorant people. Kaku asked very interestedly. Can the old man go to that boat and have a look? Hey, you're only 17 years old. Calling yourself like that makes me feel like an old man. The newcomers with Kaku couldn't help complaining. Kaku smiled and said, Ha ha ha, just get used to it. So, can I go and have a look? Just take a look. This. The middle-aged boatman rubbed his nose and felt a little embarrassed. Although this ship is scheduled to be repaired, it doesn't seem good to just go up and look at it before it's time. If the original owner of the ship agrees, it's not impossible. Page 178. Lin Mo. Whatever. Lin Mo didn't care, since there was nothing valuable on board anyway. Great, then I'll go. Kaku looked excited and immediately jumped onto the deck of the spaceship. They are more than 200 meters away from the spaceship. 200 meters, jumping over in one step. The middle-aged boatman and another newcomer were startled with protruding eyeballs and long mouths. Huh? Is that guy still human? How did he jump so far? I'll go. No matter how long the legs are, it's impossible to jump so far, right? This is completely beyond the limit of the human body. The two were surprised. Linamo still looked calm. He couldn't be more clear about Kaku's ability. This guy's jumping ability and responsiveness are quite astonishing. Jumping hundreds of meters in one step is really not difficult for him. Kaku came to the spaceship and looked around. When he entered the cabin, he saw a hole in the deck of the cabin. When he looked down, the bottom was full of interlaced gears of various sizes. He was shocked. This is... Kaku checked carefully. Almost every gear went through before leaving the cabin, and took another look at the propellers on the sides and stern of the ship, and then took another step, jumping back to Lin Mo, and the middle-aged boatman touched the back of his head wearing a hat, and said with a smile, Ha! Maybe this boat can really fly. The middle-aged boatman said speechlessly, Stop joking, no boat can fly. Really? Kaku said seriously. I did some research on some small parts when I was a child. As long as the combination is reasonable and some power conditions are added, things that were impossible to take off can indeed fly. Gears. With the 3 propellers on the ship, it is not impossible to fly under certain power conditions. What Kaku said made Lin Mo couldn't help but look at him more. Chapter 146. The result of the failed provocation of the capital of 7 waters. However, apart from Lin Mo, the other two couldn't help laughing. It's just some gears and propellers installed, so it can fly? If it's really that easy, wouldn't there be flying spaceships everywhere in the world? That's right, it's not that easy to make a ship fly. I don't believe this ship can fly. Kaku scratched his nose, then smiled and said, Ha ha ha, the old man just expressed his personal opinion. As for whether this ship can fly, we will know after it is repaired. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. The middle-aged boatman couldn't listen anymore, and said, Let's go. You still have a lot to learn, and you can help the factory reduce the pressure by leaving the teacher early. As he said that, the middle-aged boatman looked at Lin Mo and continued, Then let's go first. Lin Mo nodded. The middle-aged boatman took Kaku and another newcomer away. After they left, Lin Mo wandered around the factory casually, watching the shipwrights at work. There was even a shipbuilder jokingly asking him if he wanted to learn some ship repairing skills, but Lin Mo refused. With this time, it is better to go to a pub to drink. So, he really left dock number 9, came to the tavern opened by CP-S undercover Bruno, and began to drink alone. Lin Mo just drank a bottle of wine, and the door of the tavern was opened from the outside. A man with short purple hair, a leather cover on half of his face, a black uniform, and an elephant's sword on his waist walked in from outside. Behind him were 2 sailors in white uniforms. When he came to the bar and sat down, the man in black uniform ignored Lin Mo next to him and said directly, Bruno, have a glass of wine. Bruno nodded dully, poured a glass of wine for the man in a calm manner, and sent it over. And those 2 sailors stood behind the purple-haired man, protecting him. Lin Mo opened the second bottle of wine, took a sip, and glanced at the person next to him out of the corner of his eye. Exactly the same as in his impression. This is the top law enforcement officer of CP9 who is apparently in power, Spandam. The reason why it is said on the surface is that this guy climbed to the position of CP9 chief by relying on his father's reputation. In fact, this guy's strength is so good that any soldier can kill him. Therefore, the other members of CP9 seem to listen to him on the surface, but none of them actually obey him. Everyone in CP9 basically agreed that Lu Chi, who is the strongest, is the most essential captain of CP9. Moreover, Spandam is also the chief culprit of framing Tom. Tom is the one who proposed and made the sea train, and is also the master of Frankie, the crew of Luffy in the future, and Bingshan, the current market and owner of Carrera in the capital of Seven Waters. That's right, Bingshan is Tom's second apprentice, the person who holds the design of Hades that CP9 wants to get. Pluto is one of the 3 ancient weapons with the name of God, the worst warship in the history of shipbuilding. Its power can even destroy an island with one shot. Lin Mo is not interested in Pluto's design at all. As long as it doesn't hinder him from completing the task of signing in, he has nothing to do with how CP9 people want to play. No matter how bad the character and behavior of Spandam sitting next to him at the moment is, as long as he doesn't offend him, Lin Machuan will never see this person. But some people just like to die, so there is no way. Spandam took a sip of the glass of wine that Bruno brought over, and his eyes turned to Lin Mo inexplicably. He thought Lin Mo was from the capital of Seven Waters, so he laughed triumphantly and asked, "Little devil, do you know who I am?" Lin Mo, "I know, but I just don't want to talk to you." Spandam continued, "Wow, ha 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 ha. I am a navy with great power, sir. Are you scared when you see me? Don't worry, I won't hurt you, ha 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 ha." Lin Mo stood up indifferently and was about to leave the tavern with more than half a bottle of wine in his hand. When Spandam saw that Lin Mo had just left without understanding, his expression dropped, and he slammed the table, which shocked all the drinking guests in the tavern. "Bastard, I'm talking to you. Are you dumb?" Spandam called Lin Mo angrily. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him and continued walking outside. How could Spandam have been so angry, especially when he saw other guests in the tavern? Some of them were covering their mouths and giggling, and even trembling with anger. He couldn't help getting up, drew his elephant sword, and quickly walked towards Lin Mo, who was about to go out, chased after him. "Stop!" Spandam pressed the blade of the elephant sword against Lin Mo's neck. Lin Mo really stopped. Spandam thought that Lin Mo was afraid, so he smiled lightly and said, "I'm Chief Spandam. You remember it. Now, if you apologize to me, I can consider letting you go this time." Page 179, however, Lin Mo replied indifferently, "Take the sword away." Spandam narrowed his eyes slightly. "Stinky boy, I'm the Navy, sir." "So what?" Lin Mo turned his head and stared at him blankly. Spandam was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen a kid with such a terrifying look in his eyes. "But with so many people around watching, if I don't let this little devil be subdued today, I'm afraid I will lose face. How can I show off my power in the future?" Taking a deep breath, Spandam stared back and said in an unhappy tone, "Seeing that you are still a brat, I don't have to argue with you. Don't forget where this is. This is the capital of Seven Waters. I am the Navy that defends here. Be nice to me." "Defend?" Lin Mo almost laughed. "Just you? Just forget it." Lin Mo still ignored Spandam, turned his head away, and continued walking outside. Spandam was full of anger and immediately chased him out again. The 2 sailors who followed him immediately stopped and said, "Sir, he is still a child, so don't bother with him." Spandam said angrily, "It's a child who can be lawless? Humph. Even if I don't teach him a lesson, someone will teach him a lesson sooner or later. In that case, it's better to let him all teach him how to behave in the world." After finishing speaking, Spandam pushed away the 2 sailors who were trying to stop him, chased him out of the tavern, walked quickly to Lin Mo, and forced him to stop. "Stinky boy, if you don't apologize to me today, don't think about leaving," Spandam said viciously. Lin Mo stared at him speechlessly. "It's really ugly." "Eh." Spandam was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Lin Mo to say that. Lin Mo walked past Spandam calmly, and when he was about to pass by the other party, Spandam was so angry that he immediately swung his elephant sword and slashed at Lin Mo viciously. Lin Mo easily dodged sideways, leaving the opponent with nothing. "Bastard!" Spandam attacked again. Lin Mo took a leap forward, dodged Spandam's attack, held down Spandam's head, and slammed it to the ground. Hearing a bang, Spandam's forehead was smashed into a big bag, his eyes turned white, and he fell to the ground and passed out. "Sir, are you all right?" Seeing this, The two sailors who came out from behind immediately went to check on Spandam's injuries. Seeing that Spandam just passed out and his life was not in danger, he was relieved. The two looked at Linmo's back, who continued to walk forward with his back turned to them at the same time, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. This kid is really good at it? This is terrible. Yeah. Hey, the character of Chief Spandam will definitely not let it go. Chapter 147. The City of Seven Waters comes from Diamond Josie's doubt. Lin Mo could hear the conversation between the two sailors clearly. Lin Mo knew very well that Spandam was so important. Even if this rookie really wanted to take revenge on him, he had to have this ability. It was still early in the sky, and there were gradually more pedestrians on the streets along the water in the capital of Seven Waters. Lin Mo didn't stay here any longer, and immediately stepped on Shuanpa and Uebu to the coast where he was fishing last night. With a fishing rod, he leisurely caught fish. After only 2 hours of fishing, seeing a fish that was about to take the bait, Lin Mo was staring at it intently when a lazy voice suddenly came from not far away. Hey, Lin Mo, it's quite leisurely, and you're actually fishing here. Marco and a burly man who is more than 5 meters tall, with a big armor on each shoulder, were walking towards Lin Mo past. It was Marco's words. The fish that was supposed to be hooked ran away. Lin Mo turned his head to look at him speechlessly. His eyes were full of the meaning of "you go." Marco pretended not to understand and continued to walk towards him with a smile. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Jaws, the captain of the third team under Dad. Lin Mo glanced at Josie speechlessly. Of course he knew Diamond Jaws. As early as more than 10 years ago, Jaws had been loyal to Whitebeard. He was a veteran-level crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates and a Superman with the ability to shine fruit. The ability of shining fruit is to turn one's body into a diamond. It has super hardness and can even block the slash of Hawkeye, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman. It can destroy all objects whose hardness is lower than diamond. Hawkeye, that is, my Hawk, is a friend of the red hair, and is also recognized as a great swordsman in the world today. His sword skills can be said to be quite high. Although he hasn't met yet, Lin Mo estimates that if he uses his current LV8 swordsmanship to fight Hawkeye, the probability of winning is not high. After all, even if he received Whitebeard's sword, he would have to suffer some internal injuries now. Marco continued to introduce. Jaws, that fishing boy is the guy I told you about, named Lin Mo. Hee, doesn't he look like a brat? Xiaozi laughed and said, Hee, can he really take a knife from Dad? Did Dad let go of the water? Come on. Marco waved his hand. If the old man is merciful, can the guardrail of the Moby Dick be broken like that? Xiaozi scratched his head and said with a smile, Haha, that's right. This kid is really a formidable guy who can take a stab from Dad. I want to fight him, haha. You forget it. Marco smiled. He is still a 14-year-old kid. Let him go. Lin Mo. So, are you two planning to leave? Lin Mo retracted his gaze and originally wanted to continue fishing. Marco and Josie actually sat down on the shore on both sides of him. Lin Mo. Haha. We're tired from walking. We'll take a break. Leave us alone. You continue. Marco held his face sideways with one hand, tilted his head slightly, stared at the sparkling sea, and said. Lin Mo was speechless for a while. He just wants to fish quietly by himself. It's such a simple matter. These two people are here to make trouble on purpose. While he was speechless, the fishing line in the water suddenly moved. Lin Mo immediately came back to his senses. His eyes were fixed on the movement of the fishing line, and within a few seconds, he immediately pulled up the line, and a sea fish more than 30 centimeters long was caught. Oh, yes, it seems that you are also a seasoned fisherman, Marco said briskly. Lin Mo pulled out the hook caught in the fish's mouth, and threw the fish he just caught back into the sea in front of Marco and Jaws. Page 180, huh? Xiaozi asked strangely. Why did you put the fish back after finally catching it? Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, took the fishing rod back, and was about to withdraw. Huh? Don't you want to go fishing? Marco asked casually as he watched Lin Mo finish his shot and was about to leave. Lin Mo responded faintly with an then took the fishing rod and walked towards the town of the capital of Seven Waters. Anyway, it was still early, so he used the 11th road to walk back leisurely, just to pass the time. And Marco, Looking at Lin Mayuan's back, couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. This guy really doesn't like dealing with others. Jaws wondered. So, why did he throw the big fish he caught back into the sea? He is still struggling with this problem. Marco stood up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, looked at the vast sea, and said with a slight curl of his mouth, "This is probably the reason why he can deal with it calmly no matter what situation he encounters." Jaws? Question mark. Haha, let's go find Vista and the others. Marco patted Josie's back while still sitting on the ground. Lin Mo hadn't walked for long when he saw a small shop called Blue Rental House at the entrance of the capital of Seven Waters. This is a company that rents and sells a kind of bullfish called blue that resembles a seahorse, which is used as a means of water transportation. After all, there are waterways everywhere in the capital of Seven Waters, and it is very convenient to sail on the water with the vehicle carried by Bruce. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo stepped into the Blue Rental House. A middle-aged man wearing a pair of small round glasses saw someone coming in, immediately put down the newspaper in his hand, and asked with a smile, "Welcome. Do you want to rent brew?" Lin Mo nodded. The owner of the brew shop got up from the wooden chair with the backrest he was sitting on and asked again, "What kind do you want to rent?" "There are Yagura, Rabuka, and Kingu. Are you the only one?" Lin Mo nodded again. The owner of the blue shop turned around and brought Lin Mo to the water bank that entered the urban street, and continued, "For one person, one swordfish is enough." Speaking of which, the owner of the blue shop pulled Lin Mo a small boat with front and rear double seats. "You can sit in the front, and the back seat can put your shopping. Boy, are you not a local?" Lin Mo responded lightly, "Yes." The owner of the brew shop pointed to the waterway, and almost everyone had a small boat carried by Brew, and continued, "The one who pulls the boat over there is Brew, Yagura Brew. They are everywhere on the street. There are many people in this area. Yagura Blue, who sticks his head out of the water and swims. Because it is the capital of water, there are more water routes than land routes. For residents, Brew is indispensable for daily life." Said the same. The owner of the blue shop put the boat prepared for Lin Mo in the water, turned his head to look at him, and continued, "There is a fish pond over there. It only costs Baileys to rent this kind of Yagura Blue." Lin Mo came to the pond surrounded by iron railings, and there were more than a dozen blues swimming around. One of the flesh-pink blues saw him and swam towards him. To lick him, Lin Mo immediately took half a step back, perfectly avoiding being licked by Bruce. "Haha." The owner of the blue shop laughed. "It seems that the little guy likes you very much, so choose him." Lin Mo responded indifferently, "Okay." The owner of the brew shop immediately opened the small iron gate of the iron fence, and the flesh-pink brew was able to swim out of it obediently and dived into the water consciously. Lin Mo's prepared seat boat came up. After Lin Mo gave the money to the owner of Bulu's shop, he jumped onto the front seat of the small wooden boat carried on Bulu's back, pulled the rein hanging on Bulu's mouth, and just swung it lightly. A pink flesh blue carried him and began to swim forward. The owner of the blue shop waved his hand from behind and said loudly, "Thank you for your patronage. Be careful all the way." Lin Mo raised a hand and waved it casually. After taking Bruce around the towns outside the capital of Seven Waters, when Lin Mo was in front of the waterway elevator, in front of the gate of a large cylindrical building, he was waiting for the next wave to ride the rising water inside the cylindrical building when going to the mid-level central city. A man on a bicycle suddenly stopped beside him, and he seemed to be waiting for the waterway elevator. Chapter 148. Lin Mo, who was fooled in the capital of Seven Waters, sensing the person next to him exuding cold air, Lin Mo turned his head to look. The person next to him almost turned his head to look at him, and their eyes met. That's right. The one who likes to ride a bicycle on the sea, and has the ability to ride a bicycle on the sea without sinking, is the one with the frozen fruit ability, Admiral Akiji. Lin Mo. Why is this guy in the capital of Seven Waters? Qingji stared at Lin Mo quietly, then raised his hand and scratched his head suddenly, and asked, Did we meet somewhere?" Lin Mo said directly, "No, I don't know you." "Oh, then I may have misremembered." Qingji stroked his chin and continued to look at Lin Mo. The more he looked, the more familiar he looked. The wine gourd, who is still familiar with Yin, suddenly came to his senses. I remember. You are Lin Mo? Hey, why do you pretend not to know each other when you know each other? Is it troublesome? Lin Mo. That's right, it's just annoying. Lin Mo didn't answer Qingji's words. Originally, he was driving blue alone. He was simple, ordinary, without any special features, and was easily overlooked. But as soon as Qingji appeared next to him, he immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone around him. After all, it is a rare thing for them that someone can ride a bicycle on the sea. Akiji can use the ability of the fruit to leave a frozen trail wherever he rides on the sea, which is why he can ride on the sea. Wow, it's amazing. That tall guy can ride a bicycle on water? Look, there is ice under the wheels of his bicycle. He was riding on ice. How did he do it? Hey, buddy over there. Hello? You shouldn't be from the capital of 7 waters, right? Where did you come from? Are you a devil fruit ability user? Qingji beckoned to the enthusiastic crowd around and lazily said, how are you? I'm really not from here. Don't worry about me. You are busy with your work. At this time, the closed waterway elevator door slowly opened, and all the people waiting outside immediately drove their blue into it. Lin Mo also followed in. Akiji followed him on a bicycle. After everyone entered the cylindrical building, the gate was closed again. Soon, the water level inside the cylindrical building began to rise slowly, and the locals in the capital of 7 waters did not respond much because they had long been used to it. Generally speaking, people who come from other places and take the waterway elevator for the first time will be shocked. Page 181, but Lin Mo was extremely calm. The same is true for the green pheasant. Have you been to the capital of 7 waters before? Akiji suddenly asked. Lin Mo replied indifferently. No. Akiji turned to look at him. Well, forget it. Lin Mo. Hee, I forgot what to say. Qingji rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Lin Mo didn't want to know what he wanted to say at first, so it's best to forget. When the water level of the waterway elevator reaches a certain height, the gate connecting the middle city of the capital of 7 waters will automatically open. Lin Mo touched the berth in his hand, letting his blue swim forward. Akiji followed beside him, riding a bicycle, just like a bodyguard. When Qingji had been with Lin Mo for 10 minutes, before they were about to separate, Lin Mo couldn't help but asked silently, What do you want? Akiji said while riding the bicycle. You disappeared for nearly 4 years. Where did you go? Lin Mo. Is Akiji a nosy character? Isn't this guy as lazy as he can be? Why is it so wide now? However, his asking made Lin Mo know something from the side. He met Carp once when he came back from the empty island, but Carp did not disclose it. It seems that the old guy Garp is still very reliable sometimes. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't speak, Qingji continued. Do you know about Chiquan and Garp? About Akainu and Garp? Was Garp telling him that because of him, and then the two of them quarreled? Before Lin Mo answered, Qingji caught Lin Mo's momentary hesitation and almost understood. Okay, I got it. Akiji returned to his previous lazy state, changed the topic, and asked, I remember an old tavern in Chishui City that has been open for decades, and there are good old taverns in it. Decades of wine. I will take you to taste it. Lin Mo. Follow. Qingji led the way. He knew that Lin Mo was someone who could only live up to him with good wine. Lin Mo was quite speechless in his heart. But the temptation of this wine is really great. Wine is something that becomes more mellow the longer it is stored, and the average alcoholic cannot refuse it. Besides, Akiji is not the kind of guy who will trouble people, so he shouldn't do him any harm. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo drove Brew, followed Akiji, and started to shuttle around in the intricate waterways of the capital of 7 waters. Soon, they came to a rice shop selling rice. Lin Mo. Akiji. Lin Mo asked speechlessly. Is this the old tavern you mentioned? Akiji scratched his head and said strangely. I remember this is here. You too. Do you want to buy some rice? The owner of the rice shop, a middle-aged man with a wide body and a fat body, asked with a smile. Qingji asked, I may have misremembered. Is there an old tavern nearby? Old tavern. The owner of the rice shop smiled. You mean the old Wang's tavern? He closed down a year ago, and then I sold his shop and transformed it into a rice shop. Qingji looked at Lin Mo with an expression of, Look, I remember correctly. This is here. I didn't lie to you. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he pulled Bruce, turned around, and left. Akiji reluctantly rode a bicycle and followed. Although I'm a little embarrassed, it seems that there is a new tavern here. I invite you to go to that tavern for a drink. No need. Lin Mo refused. Don't follow me. I'm on my way. Lin Mo? ? Qingji pointed to the direction Lin Mo was going to, and there was a tall building not far away, and said, I'm going there. Lin Mo looked at the place where Qingji was going. Isn't that the building where Bingshan works and lives? It seems that the call Bingshan received in the morning, the person he wants to see, is very likely to be Akiji. Although I don't know what Qingji is looking for Bingshan. Anyway, it's fine, just don't bother him. Thinking of this, Lin Mo turned around and ran in the opposite direction to Qingji. Qingji glanced at Lin Mo's back and couldn't help but chuckled. The temper really hasn't changed at all. After speaking, he rode his bicycle and continued to ride towards Bingshan's office building. Lin Mo wandered around the central city of the capital of Seven Waters. Seeing that the time was almost up, he found a restaurant at random to solve the problem of lunch. After eating and drinking, I found a sunny spot, took out my exclusive recliner, and lay down on it to take a nap. However, he had only slept for a few minutes when an extremely angry voice came from the alley where he was. Bastard, I found you. It was Spandam, the guy who was knocked unconscious by Lin Mo's slap on the ground in the morning. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, turned over, and continued to sleep. Bastard, you dare to ignore me. You're just a brat. Why are you so arrogant? Spandam said to the subordinates behind him. Get rid of that kid. Because the place Lin Mo chose for his nap was a relatively remote alley, there was very little traffic here, and now there was no one passing by, so Spandam dared to give the order to kill Lin Mo. Page 182, but sir, he's just a child. We attack a citizen who has no criminal record. If the people above know about it, they will be expelled. Sir, Tong Yin Wuji, why don't you bypass him? The sea soldiers brought by Spandam were very hesitant, and none of them dared to step forward. There was only one tall, thin man with a pair of scars on his forehead, a scar on his left eye, and 2 long beards. He said viciously, You useless things, are you trying to disobey the command of the commander? Humph, since you dare not do it, then I will. As he spoke, the man immediately transformed into a ferocious werewolf, and without a word, he rushed towards Lin Mo with his sharp claws and teeth, without hesitation. Chapter 149 Thunder God, capital of 7 waters, is also Tsundere. This man with 2 long beards is called Gabra, one of the members of CP9, a dog fruit wolf form ability. In terms of strength, in CP9, he is the 3rd person behind Lu Qi and Kaku. Lin Mo didn't expect this guy not to stay in CFA Island, but to follow Spandam to the capital of 7 waters. But what if it comes? Lin Mo didn't take this guy seriously at all. There was a bloodthirsty smirk on the corner of Gabra's mouth. He wanted to tear Lin Mo to pieces. However, just as he was approaching Lin Mo, suddenly, a lazy voice came from the wall next to the alley. A person who can be recognized by my thunder god is someone like you who can be bullied? That's right, it was Enilu who came. Gabra didn't care about Enilu, and still went to attack Lin Mo on his own. Enilu lazily picked out his ears, and raised an index finger with the other hand, and the fingertips flickered with lightning. You asked for this. Don't blame me, Thor, for not giving you a chance. Then, a lightning strike of 100 million volts shot from Enel's fingertips towards Gabra. Gabra sensed the threat and reacted very quickly to dodge. The lightning struck the stone floor beside him, leaving a black mark that was still smoking. Who is this guy? Spandam was confused. Only then did Gabra stop, and looked up at Enel, who was standing high above the wall at the moment. His eyes rolled around, thinking about how to deal with Enel. Enelu suddenly turned into an element, and appeared in front of Gabra in an instant. When he couldn't dodge, he raised his hand and tapped Gabra's forehead, and said in a flat tone, The physique of the blue sea people is strong. Outrageous, just a few hundred volts, should not hurt you. In this case, 2,000 million volts, please use slowly. Gabra's eyes widened, and he wanted to use the 6th form to escape, but it was too late. A burst of blinding light, accompanied by Gabra's screams, soon, a body that was scorched by electric shocks fell straight on the ground. There is a strong smell of barbecue in the air. Analu complained dissatisfiedly. Tsh, I overestimated you. Lin Mo is a person who hates trouble, so he will not kill people when it is not necessary or when he is in a good mood. After all, he is not someone who likes blood and kills. But Inalu is different. Killing people is not a big deal to him. The faces of Spandam and the Navy behind him were full of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Spandam's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Gabra, are you dead? Enalu looked back at him, and the corner of his mouth suddenly evoked a sly smile that made his heart palpitate. Spandam was taken aback and reflexively took a few steps back. Are you the boss of this guy? Enelo asked, pointing to the familiar Gabra. Spandam swallowed uneasily, shook his head, and then pushed forward the group of sailors behind him. You, stand in front of him. I will withdraw first. Huh? Commander, how could you leave us behind? Hey, Chief Spandam, don't run. Wait for us. Damn it, who is it? How did such a person become an officer? Stop complaining. Let's run too. All the sea soldiers were frightened by the fact that Gabra was electrocuted to death by Inelo's blow, and no one dared to step forward. They weren't from CP9 at all, but their leader ordered them to follow and protect Spandam, and they had no choice but to follow. Through Spandam's various behaviors in the past few days, they are actually very dissatisfied with this person who relied on his father to climb up to the position of CP9 chief, who can only show off his power and is useless at all. What's more, it was Spandam who ordered Lin Mo to be dealt with first. Now the people from CP9 are killed by the people who are obviously in the same group as Lin Mo. It can only be said that Spandam asked for trouble. They don't want to lose because of protecting someone they don't even want to protect. Killed. Therefore, when Spandam ran away, the group of sailors withdrew without hesitation. Sir, do you leave Gabra alone? He is your subordinate anyway. Even if he is dead, don't we need to take his body back? The sailors chasing after Spandam couldn't help asking. Spandam said angrily, I don't need such weak people under my command. I just die. Spandam is a despicable person with a sinister heart. In his eyes, only those who are of value. If they are not strong enough to be beaten to death, it is Gabra's own problem. At worst, CP9 will recruit again. It is very simple for someone to fill Gabra's position. This guy is really cruel. He doesn't care about the life and death of his subordinates. Okay, don't talk about it. If he hears it, we'll all have to go back and forth. Spandam suddenly stopped in his tracks. The sailors who were whispering not far behind him also stopped, their faces not looking very good. The inner OS of the sea soldiers, this insidious guy, he must not have heard their conversation. Spandam turned around and looked at a group of panting sailors running behind him. Seeing that Inelo hadn't chased him, he suddenly asked, Did General Akiji also come to the capital of Seven Waters? All the sea soldiers looked dazed and nodded blankly. Spandam suddenly sneered. As expected, God still favors me. That bastard and his accomplices will be finished today. Lin Mo here. When Analu hit Gabra, there was a lot of noise, and Lin Mo lost sleep all of a sudden. Page 183, especially the smell of barbecue in the air made him suddenly want to eat barbecue. Seeing Lin Mo get up from the recliner, Analu couldn't help waving his hands and said, I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Mo glanced at Gabra, who was dying on the ground, and said, Forget it, let's go. With that said, Lin Mo folded his recliner. Analo is still here. Lin Mo was thinking about whether to take back the system space directly. After thinking about it, he still decided to let Analo carry it first, and the tool man must make the best use of it. Seeing Lin Mo handing over his recliner, Analu twitched the corners of his mouth and asked speechlessly, What are you doing? Lin Mo said lightly, Carry it. Enel. I'm Thor, Enel said arrogantly. You actually treat me as a free coolie? Lin Mo. However, even though Analu said so, he still took his hand. Humph. I am unlucky to follow an impersonal captain like you. Lin Mo. This guy? Lin Mo didn't say anything more, and just walked forward. Analu followed behind him, asking as he walked, Where are you going next? A tavern? Or find a place to continue taking a nap? Or go fishing? Lin Mo said calmly, Go to the barbecue shop. Analu looked confused. What? A barbecue restaurant? Chapter 150 The eccentric Akiji in the city of Seven Waters in the capital of Seven Waters, inside a barbecue shop. Lin Mo ordered a table full of barbecue, several jugs of spirits, and a bottle of apple juice, and he and Anilu ate happily. Although he had just had lunch half an hour ago, who told people that now is the time to grow their bodies, and their appetites are quite good. Just when the two of them were about to eat, a familiar voice sounded again at the door of the barbecue shop. Spandam appeared again, and came to the table where Lin Mo and AI Nilu were with full confidence, pointed his nostrils at Lin Mo, and said proudly, "Bastard boy, whoever dares to touch my CP9, you just wait. Go to jail." Lin Mo. AI Nilu said speechlessly, "You can find all these. The dog's nose is really good." Spandam was stunned for a moment, realizing that Enilu was talking about his dog, and trembling with anger. "Very well. This is the first time I've seen you two guys who don't know how to flatter you. Bark, whatever you like, what do you call it? Anyway, the happy days of the two of you are coming to an end soon." At this time, outside the barbecue restaurant, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. "Who is looking for me?" Qingji appeared at the door of the barbecue shop, saw Lin Mo here, and didn't say much. Spandam quickly came to Akiji, pointed at Lin Mo and Ainalu, and said indignantly, "General Akiji, they just killed my subordinates." Qingji scratched his head and asked strangely, "Who are you?" The corner of Spandam's mouth twitched slightly, and he immediately said excitedly, "I am Spandam, the chief of CP9, and my father is Spandine." Speaking of Spandine, Akiji remembered that more than 10 years ago, he activated the golden phone bug to activate the demon-slaying order and destroyed an island full of historians. "Oh, Spandine, what does that have to do with me?" The Demon Slaughter Order was established by the Navy headquarters authorized by the world government to carry out indiscriminate and destructive attacks on the areas that sent out the signal, and to completely eliminate the things and people in an area that threatened the world government's rule. Spandam was stunned for a moment. "The people from CP9 were killed. Don't you care?" Akiji scratched his head and said with disgust, "I don't care about CP9. Besides, I'm on vacation now. If you have any questions, go directly to your father." "Why are you looking for me?" The corner of Spandam's mouth twitched even more. AI Nilu couldn't help laughing. "Yeah, ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard. What is this guy who is afraid of death doing here? Did he sing for us?" Lin Mo smiled lightly. Even the few sailors who were forced to protect Spandam couldn't help covering their mouths and snickering. Spandam was trembling with anger. His face was green and red, and now he wanted to dig a hole and get in right away. "Damn it." Spandam clenched his fists and said unwillingly, "General Akiji, you are a general. Even if you are on vacation, if you meet your own people and are attacked, don't you want to help?" Akiji glanced at the sailors following Spandam and asked strangely, "It's really strange. No one seems to have been attacked here. It's from my CP9. Qingji doesn't want to care about this mess. Not to mention that this matter has something to do with Lin Mo. Lin Mo is not a person who will mess around after being guaranteed by Carp. He also had contact with Lin Mo once, so naturally knowing Lin Mo's nature, it seems absurd to him that Lin Mo would kill someone out of nowhere. However, since this guy insists on saying that Lin Mo killed someone, let's look at the corpse first. "Where are your people?" Seeing that Akiji seemed to be moved by him, Spandam said excitedly, "It's in that small alley." "Oh, then go and bring someone over." After saying that, Qingji sat down at the table where Lin Mo and AI Nilu were. "Spandam, I'll give you 15 minutes. Spandam nodded immediately and sternly said to the sailors around him, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find someone." "Yes, sir." "Hey, well, let's find someone." All the sailors responded with extreme reluctance. After they went out, AI Nilu looked at Lin Mo and asked, "That coward just now called this man general. So is he an admiral of the Navy?" Lin Mo nodded lightly. Enilu's originally relaxed face froze. "The last time I met the yellow ape is still vivid in my memory. Coupled with Garp's psychological shadow, it has caused Enilu to feel a little hypocritical whenever he meets the admiral." Qingji held his side face with one hand, glanced at Enilu, then at Lin Mo, and finally turned his gaze on Lin Mo and asked lazily, "Is this guy your crew?" Lin Mo nodded in response. "Yes." "Oh, I thought you would travel alone all the time. Qingji still looked lazy, and Lin Mo had little to do with whether he accepted the crew or not. Page 184. Hey, don't you really want to help that counselor deal with Lin Mo and me? Enelo stared nervously at Akiji and asked directly. Akiji waved his other hand and said with some reluctance, I don't want to work overtime either. This Spandam is as annoying as his father. You two really killed CP9. Enelo was silent and didn't speak. Lin Mo continued to eat the barbecue and said while eating, Kill. So what? AI Nilu looked at Lin Mo with an indifferent expression in surprise. Even Akiji's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly returned to his original state. Hey, this is going to be troublesome. CP9 is a secret spy agency directly under the world government. You killed their people, then I have to fight with you. Hey, really? Can't you just kill the remaining lives? What kind of deep hatred must be murdered? Enel. Lin Mo finished eating the barbecue in his hand, took a sip of wine, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said disapprovingly, I won't offend people if they don't. Enelo. Next sentence. AI Nilu was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Mo to cue him suddenly, hesitated, and said with some uncertainty, If someone offends me, I will kill him? Almost. Lin Mo looked at Qingji indifferently. I'm like you. There's no need to fight. I'm too lazy to fight. Of course, if the other party really wants to do something, Lin Mo is not afraid of him. Qingji didn't want to do anything. Although he came to Chishui City this time on a business trip, if he really got into a fight with Lin Mo and let Garp know, he would probably be scolded. Otherwise, I'll just leave like this. Qingji suddenly thought of a crooked idea. Let them solve the CP9 matter by themselves. Lin Mo. Enel said speechlessly. As an admiral, is it appropriate to say such a thing? Akiji said indifferently. Originally, CP9 is not under my control. Otherwise, who the hell? Spandam brought the corpses of his subordinates here. Lin Mo, you pretend to fight me, and then I pretend to fight, but you guys, how about you take the opportunity to escape? Lin Mo. If he didn't know Qingji's character, Lin Mo would have complained about him. Enel's mood at the moment is that he wants to laugh, but can't laugh. As soon as Akiji finished speaking, Spandam returned, empty-handed. Seeing his dejected look, Akiji asked blankly, Where's the corpse? Spandam said with an ugly face, I don't know. It should be in that alley, but the body is missing. Suddenly thought of something, Spandam immediately pointed to Lin Mo and said with great certainty, They must have disposed of the corpse when I left the alley. General Qingji, you can't let them go lightly. Enelu snorted speechlessly. Joke, we didn't. Before Enelu finished speaking, Akiji suddenly raised his hand to tell him not to speak, then stared at Spandam, and continued. So, there is no corpse? Spandam nodded with an ugly face. There is no reason for Akiji to be worried, and now there is. Without a corpse, it can't prove that they killed your men. Akiji looked at the group of sailors behind Spandam, and asked again, You saw Spandam's men killed by Lin Mo and the others. Several of the sea soldiers were stunned, and 2 of them nodded. Akiji tilted his head and stared at them. They were so scared that they immediately shook their heads again. Spandam looked back at them, saw that they were shaking their heads, and was angry. Bastard! Didn't you all watch Gabra be killed by that big man with lightning? How dare you open your eyes in front of the general? Talk nonsense. Hey, Spandam, don't be so strict with them. Akiji waved his hand. Anyway, without a corpse, it can't prove that Lin Mo and his crew really killed someone. So let's leave it at that. I should go take a nap. Spandam. Spandam couldn't help being angry and said, Why are you taking a nap? You are an admiral. I am the chief of CP9. Why do you believe they don't believe me? Chapter 151 7 Water Capital Undercover Team of 4 arrives. It's not that Qingji doesn't want to trust Spandam. He just doesn't want to work overtime, fight with Lin Mo, and just wants to take an early nap. That's it. Akiji didn't bother to talk nonsense with Spandam, got up and prepared to leave the barbecue shop, and went out to find a place where the sun could bask and there were few people to sleep. Spandam wanted to stop him, but the other party was an admiral at any rate. Although he was the chief of CP9, he knew how much he was, and he was not stupid enough to fight with a powerful admiral. Go against it. Therefore, Spandam had no choice but to hold his breath and made way for Akiji. After Qingji went out, he glared at the sea soldiers behind him and said viciously, "You all wait for me." Then, Spandam glared at Lin Mo and AI Nilu again and said, "Don't be complacent. You too. I can't do anything about you now, but it doesn't mean I can't do anything in the future. Sooner or later, I will let you know. Spandam is not to be trifled with." Lin Mo. Enel is gearing up. "Captain, can I do it?" This time, he learned how to behave and asked Lin Mo before doing anything. Lin Mo thought for a while, nodded and said, "Take a breath." The corner of Enel's mouth curled up slightly. Spandam was stunned instantly. I was just joking just now, heh. He kept backing away, and when he was approaching the door, he immediately spread his legs and rushed out. It's a pity that this guy's strength is so poor that he can't even match an ordinary sailor. Even if he runs with all his might, he still can't run as fast as Enelo's lightning strike. In an instant, he was completely shocked and screamed, which attracted the attention of many people inside and outside the store. Spandam fell to the ground with smoke all over his body, and he really only had one breath left, dying. After Lin Mo finished eating the last piece of barbecue, he got up and was about to leave. Anilu picked up the recliner that was left beside him and followed behind Lin Mo. None of the sailors around the door dared to stop them. It wasn't until Lin Mo and AI Nilu left that they started whispering. "Spandam is the chief of CP9 after all. If he is injured like this, will we be implicated? You can't blame us, can you? He provoked those two monsters by himself. But he said, let us wait. This guy will definitely take revenge on us." Page 185. Anyway, we are not this guy's subordinates. It's not certain whether he remembers our faces. After taking this guy back, we will withdraw. Okay, just do it. After the opinions of the sailors reached a consensus, they immediately lifted Spandam, who was still breathing, and rushed to the location of Spandam's warship. Next, Lin Mo asked Anilu to send his exclusive recliner back to the hotel first. As for himself, he drove his blue parked by the water and continued to wander around the central city. Turned back to the no-dock. Looking at the door marked with the number 1 in front of him, Lin Mo's face was speechless. It seems that he and this no-dock are really destined. Is it Lin Mo? Bingshan walked towards Lin Mo from not far away with a slender woman. Lin Mo. It's really no coincidence. As the mayor of the capital of Seven Waters and the big boss of Carrera Company, Bingshan shouldn't be busy at ordinary times? Why can he meet this guy several times a day? Lin Mo was quite puzzled. I often meet him, at least trigger a sign in progress for him. However, Lin Mo recognized the woman who was following Bingshan at a glance. It's Khalifa, who is also the undercover person sent by CP9 to the capital of Seven Waters. The recruitment of the boatman and the secretary was completed in one day, and Bingshan's efficiency is quite high. Lin Mo, let me introduce you. This is Miss Khalifa, who is now my secretary. Bingshan smiled and introduced. Khalifa is only 19 years old, and her professional ability is quite powerful, and she will definitely be a secretary in the future. No one. Mr. Bingshan, don't say that. Khalifa supported the glasses on the bridge of her nose with her hands, and said with a blank expression, "It is my honor to be your secretary." Bingshan approached Lin Mo and whispered, "Look, isn't it very good, ha ha ha." Lin Mo was speechless. Those who didn't know thought you were an LSP. "Mr. Bingshan, you're here." At this moment, a boatman with a mustache walked over from the direction of no-dock with a smile. When he saw Khalifa, especially when he saw that she was wearing a miniskirt, the white thighs were exposed, and the eyes were sharp. Wow, what a stunner in the world. Khalifa kicked over directly, kicking the bearded boatman to the ground, then touched the frame of her eyes with her hands, and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I lost my mind accidentally." The mustache boatman got up from the ground, not only didn't blame Khalifa, but put a smile on his face. It's okay. If you want to kick me, you can kick me at any time." Bingshan was stunned for a moment, then turned to Lin Mo and whispered, "Look, Khalifa is so cute." Lin Mo. You call that likable? In front of the low fence next to the gate of the no-dock, several young boatmen surrounded them and all of them cast envious glances at the mustached boatman. Ah, is that Mr. Bingshan's new secretary? It's so spicy. Give me that leg. I can play for a year. Ah, Miss Khalifa, I want to be kicked by you too. The eyes of the young boatman were full of admiration for Khalifa. Khalifa turned her head away and said shyly, "What a group of unreasonable guys. You are sexual harassment." Ah, Khalifa, I love you. Khalifa, kick me. Miss Khalifa is so cute. I like it so much. Ha ha ha. Bingshan couldn't help laughing and said, "You really deserve to be my chosen secretary." Lin Mo. Something is wrong with this group of people. Although Khalifa looks, it is not bad, but it is not enough to make others fascinated at first sight. Lin Mo was about to leave, but the cries of this group of people were insulting to his ears. At this time, behind the group of screaming young boatmen, a slightly majestic voice rang out. "You guys, what are your names? Have you finished all the work in hand? If you are all done, go and catch up. Orders, everyone is so busy. Do you still have time to watch women here?" The one who spoke was the oldest boatman in Dock No Dash. The young boatman surrounded by the low fence had no choice but to complain reluctantly, turned back to the factory, and continued to work. And the old boatman with the most qualifications came to the fence, glanced at Khalifa, then turned his gaze to Bingshan, and said, "Of the 10 newcomers who came this morning, 2 of them have quite good qualifications. The first time I learned to be a boatman, I studied for a few hours, and the work I did was better than those who worked for a month. Maybe those 2 people will soon become the pillars of the Carrera company, and I can finally retire. Before that, I handed over the factory to those young people with peace of mind." Bingshan stared at the old boatman and asked, "Which 2 are you talking about?" The old boatman continued, "It's Lu Chi with a pigeon on his shoulder, and Kaku with a long nose, especially Kaku, whose learning ability is beyond my expectation. When I hand over my skills to them, yes. When you are free, come and guide them. With your guidance, their skills should be able to improve even more. It is no exaggeration to say that their qualifications are the best I have encountered in the past few years. The best besides you and that brat." Bingshan nodded. "Okay, I understand. Then you can go to work." The old boatman also nodded, and before going back, he turned his gaze to Khalifa again and asked calmly, "Your name is Khalifa?" Khalifa responded softly, "Yes." The old boatman said without changing his face, "When I get off work, let's have a drink together. I'll treat you." Chapter 152. Weak people in the capital of 7 Waters are not worthy of sympathy. Facing the old boatman's invitation, Khalifa still looked the same as before, and once again gently pushed the glasses hanging on the bridge of his nose, and said indifferently, "Sorry, I just became Mr. Bingshan's secretary, and I still have a lot to learn. I'm afraid there isn't much time to spare." The old boatman said a little unhappy, "If you don't want to go, you don't want to go. You still make so many excuses. Who are you prevaricating?" Khalifa immediately said, "Okay, that's right, I just don't want to go." Huh. The corners of the old boatman's mouth twitched slightly, and he completely lost his serious look just now. "You speak too straight." "You said it, don't put it off. I just said what I wanted to say." Khalifa turned her head away, with a shy face. "If you were 30 years younger, maybe I would agree." As if a knife had been stabbed in his heart, the old boatman almost vomited blood. "Sure enough, I still think I'm old." Page 186, ha ha. Bingshan smiled, and then whispered to Lin Mo, "Is my secretary very interesting?" Lin Mo, "Yeah, it's very interesting. Lin Mo no longer wants to stay in this shipyard full of injustice." "I'll go first." Lin Mo said goodbye to Bingshan, and was about to leave. Bingshan stopped him immediately. "Wait a minute, I happen to have time now. Do you want to have a drink together?" Lin Mo, question mark. Bingshan smiled and said, "A few friends who are not friends came to me today and gave some special drinks. If you are interested, I can share some with you." Lin Mo, what does this guy want to do? Lin Mo asked speechlessly. "Why?" "There is no reason." Bingshan shrugged. "Is there a reason for inviting people to eat and drink? You don't get rewarded for nothing." Although Bingshan is usually very kind to the residents of the 7 Waters, but it's not good enough to invite an outsider who has only met twice to drink a good bar? And many more. Bingshan knew Marco. Could it be that Marco told him something? No, Marco is not such a big-mouthed person. If not Marco, then who else? Suddenly, a person riding a bicycle appeared in his mind. Lin Mo. Is it the green pheasant? But Akiji's character is as lazy as he can be, and he is a person who absolutely does not want to cause trouble for his upper body unless it is absolutely necessary. So the possibility of being Akiji is not high. Lin Mo looked at Bingshan and suddenly had an idea. Maybe this guy had a whim. How are you going? Bingshan asked again. At this time, Khalifa came to him, opened his notebook, and said with a blank expression, Mr. Bingshan, you have a meeting in an hour, and after the meeting, you have to go to West Street Elementary School speech. Iceberg. Bingshan turned his head with a proud face. I won't go. Okay, then it's all cancelled. Khalifa immediately marked off the 2 itineraries recorded in the notebook. Bingshan looked at Lin Mo again. So, are you going or not? Lin Mo. This guy invited 3 times. Okay. Lin Mo nodded lightly. He saw that Bingshan had sincerely invited him 3 times before going there, not because he wanted to drink that super delicious wine, and maybe it was a good wine that he had never drunk before. Manuel funny the corner of Bingshan's mouth twitched, and he turned to Khalifa and said, You go back first, Lin Mo, and I will walk by water. After finishing speaking, he unceremoniously jumped into the seat boat driven by Lin Mo and carried by Bruce, and sat down in the empty seat behind Lin Mo. Khalifa was alone in the wind on the waterbank. Lin Mo. This guy actually left Khalifa alone. Let's go. Like a child, Bingshan clenched his fists and said, I live very close to here, and I can get there quickly by water. Let's go. Lin Mo silently tugged on the reins of Bruce. Bruce immediately pulled them to swim forward. Khalifa stood on the shore and looked at the backs of Lin Mo and Bingshan going away. The glasses she was wearing reflected light. When she was about to go back, the small phone bug hidden in her chest suddenly vibrated. Khalifa took the phone bug out of it, and as soon as it was connected, an urgent voice came from the phone bug. Is it Khalifa? It's me, Khalifa said while walking indifferently. It's not good. Commander Spandam was beaten. Although he is still breathing heavily, he still hasn't woken up. Oh, Khalifa responded calmly. The person on the other side of the phone was silent for a few seconds, and then he said angrily, Sir, you are being beaten up? Khalifa said indifferently. What he gave me was to put aside the identity of CP9 for the time being and concentrate on being an undercover agent in the capital of Seven Waters to gain Bingshan's trust. It is best not to contact me until I get the Pluto. Well, the task is very important, but the life of the officer is at least more important than the task, right? The task is greater than human life. This is what Spandam's chief said personally. He must get the design of Pluto at all costs. Besides, isn't he still alive? Don't look for me if he is not dead, and don't contact me casually in the future. That's it. Khalifa was about to hang up Bug. The voice from the phone Bug quickly said, One more thing, Gabra is dead. That's your companion. Does it matter if he dies? Hearing this, Khalifa's eyes flashed with surprise. She knows Gabra's strength. Although she is not the strongest among CP9, she is not that easy to deal with. Actually dead? Seeing that Khalifa didn't speak, the person on the other end of the phone continued. The person who knocked out Chief Spandam and the person who killed Gabra are the same person, and I just found out the name of that guy. His name is Inalu, but he is just a thug, and there is a person who gives orders by his side, named Lin Mo. Although the task is very important, but now we are facing people who are against CP9. If we don't solve them, I'm afraid it will have a more serious impact on CP9 in the future. Khalifa did not directly respond to the man's words, but instead asked, I have said so much. I seem to have never heard your voice. Who are you? I'm a newcomer to CP9, and I was just assigned to protect Chief Spandam. And this kind of thing happened to me. Oh, newcomer. The corner of Khalifa's mouth hooked slightly. It seems that you don't know CP9 yet. Page 187. What does this mean? Oh, I don't need to explain so much to a vegetable soldier like you. When your chief wakes up, you can ask him yourself. After finishing speaking, Khalifa hung up the phone directly. Coincidentally, Lu Chi was walking by carrying a large piece of wood on the side of the short fence next to him. After thinking about it, Khalifa saw that there was no one around. So she walked over naturally and said softly through the fence, Gabra was killed. Lu Chi didn't stop because of Khalifa's words, and he didn't even have any ups and downs in his heart. Khalifa held her glasses and said with a chuckle, "It's really indifferent." Lu Chi still didn't speak, and he didn't stop. The pigeon Hidoli standing on his shoulder replied, "The weak are the weak. They have no right to live, and they don't deserve to be sympathized with." Chapter 153. The City of Seven Waters slaps the face like a tornado. Lin Mo rode Brew, carrying the iceberg, and became the focus of countless people along the way. All the people who saw Bingshan greeted him enthusiastically, and Bingshan himself responded to them enthusiastically. As for Lin Mo, he remained silent the whole time. If it wasn't for Bingshan's 3 invitations, it would be impossible for him to agree to Bingshan's request, and it would be impossible for him to let this guy sit in his blue. Soon, the two came to the building where Bingshan lived and worked. "You sit down first. I'll ask someone to bring over drinks and snacks." Bingshan walked into his office and said, pointing to the sofa near the window. Lin Mo nodded, walked over unceremoniously, and sat down directly. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Iceberg opens the door. A young boy in uniform and a red round cap said anxiously, "Mr. Bingshan, it's bad." "I'm fine." Bingshan cut off the man's words and continued, "Wu Chi, you came just in time. Go and get all the drinks sent by the people from the government today, and some snacks." The boy named Wu Chi was stunned and said with an embarrassed face, "Mr. Bingshan, now is not the time for afternoon tea. Chief Spandam has been assassinated." "Spandam?" Bingshan paused for a moment. A cold look flashed in his eyes, but he quickly recovered and waved his hand. "What does it matter to me that he was assassinated?" "But he was assassinated in the capital of Seven Waters." "What?" Bingshan frowned slightly. "When did he come to the capital of Seven Waters?" "Why didn't I know? He came with the government's warship. He didn't take his own warship." "Then find out who killed him." Bingshan was very nervous on the surface, but he was actually happy in his heart. Well, he's actually not dead yet. Iceberg. It was done by outsiders." Wu Chi continued. "Someone saw that a tall, very white man knocked down Chief Spandam with lightning." Tall, very white. Bingshan's first thought was Lin Mo's crew. Looking back at Lin Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, basking in the sunlight coming in from the window, who seemed very comfortable, Bingshan thought about it and asked a question. "Lin Mo, do you know that Spandam was killed by someone? Did it happen?" Lin Mo looked at him indifferently and shook his head. "I don't know." By the way, Wu Chi suddenly thought of something and added, "I heard that there was a young boy with the tall man who made the shot. General Akiji was also there at that time. It seems that they and Akiji General Pheasant still knows him, but after General Akiji left, that tall man made a move." Lin Mo. Bingshan touched his chin and thought for a while. "Okay, I see. I will go over to Spandam when I have time in the afternoon, and you go and get the things I want you to prepare first." Wu Chi nodded awkwardly and immediately went to prepare drinks and snacks. Bingshan closed the door, turned to Lin Mo, waved his hands helplessly, and said, "There is a devil fruit that will be auctioned in the capital of Seven Waters in 3 days. The news was released yesterday morning, so the Navy sent a general to watch over it. I didn't expect Spandam to come here too. Could it be that he is eyeing the devil fruit too?" Lin Mo. "Why is there another devil fruit to be auctioned?" He really caught up with everything. The capital of Seven Waters is very close to Jufa Island, and it is a city that directly cooperates with the government. It is unlikely that ordinary pirates will come here to make trouble, and there are still Akiji. Lin Mo asked speechlessly, "Isn't the Navy going to shoot devil fruit?" Bingshan shook his head and said, "Here is the news of the devil fruit auction, which was released by the Navy. So, why are you telling me such confidential things?" Bingshan shrugged and said, "I don't think there is anything unspeakable about this. The residents of the Seven Waters city know it all." At this time, the door behind Bingshan was knocked again. Wu Chi's efficiency is quite high, Bingshan said as he opened the door. However, standing outside the door was a man with a green eye patch on his forehead, a little taller than Inalo. Seeing the person coming, Bingshan couldn't help being stunned again. "General Qingji, why are you here?" Akiji lazily said, "I was urged to come here. The headquarters called and insisted that I discuss the devil fruit with you now." Qingji turned his gaze and found Lin Mo. Lin Mo? Why are you here? Where's the guy who played thunder with you? He doesn't seem to be here." Lin Mo. Thank you. Ah. Bingshan looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Lin Mo turned his head away, picked up his flagon, uncorked the cork calmly, and drank expressionlessly. Forget it. As long as you two don't make trouble. Akiji couldn't stand the sleepy bug's attack, and said casually, Espagu, you can deal with the devil fruit matter, and if the headquarters calls, just say I have already looked for you and discussed with you. What was discussed? You make it up yourself. I am going to catch up on sleep, and I will go to the auction in 3 days. Nothing to do, don't come to me. Espagu is the real name of iceberg. Suddenly thought of something again, Qingji asked Lin Mo. Do you want to go together? Lin Mo, question mark. What is this guy talking about? Together with what? Page 188 Bingshan asked for Lin Mo. What are you going to do together? Sleep. Qingji didn't feel anything wrong at all, and continued. That kid also likes to take a nap. We have slept together a few times before. Huh. Bingshan was shocked. Lin Mo choked on the wine he just drank. Ahem. Lin Mo looked at Qingji in disbelief. Do you know what you're talking about? God damn it, slept with you. Such words can easily cause misunderstandings, okay? Akiji didn't know why and asked, Is there any problem? Bingshan asked awkwardly. Can I ask, what is the relationship between you two? Akiji thought for a while and replied, It doesn't matter. It's just a shared interest. Forget it. I won't talk nonsense with you. I'll leave first. Qingji didn't bother to say anything more. This time he really left. Bingshan looked at Lin Mo in embarrassment. Although Lin Mo didn't want to explain, this kind of misunderstanding would make him feel very ashamed. It's just that when I was in Rog Town, I met a few times by chance and took a nap in the same place. Lin Mo still explained. Ha ha ha. Bingshan laughed. Actually, I guessed it too. Lin Mo. So, my explanation is for nothing? Bingshan came to sit on the sofa opposite Lin Mo in a good mood. However, there is one thing. I still want to thank you. You don't have to ask me why. I won't tell you the reason. Chapter 154 The shocking system of the capital of Seven Waters has been upgraded. Lin Mo stared at the iceberg in silence. Even if the other party didn't say anything, he could guess what was going on. After all, Bingshan is also Tom's apprentice. Tom was framed to death by Spandam's design, and Bingshan can't let it go easily. But his current status does not allow him to take revenge at all. He has too many burdens on his body. That's why he thanked Lin Mo for helping him beat Spandam. Lin Mo was silent and did not speak, and indeed he had nothing to say. Soon, Bingshan's subordinates, together with 2 female interns, brought over the drinks and snacks that Bingshan had ordered him to prepare. Bingshan poured himself a glass of red wine and pushed a bottle of juice in front of Lin Mo. You're welcome. Lin Mo. Lin Mo pushed the juice aside and opened the other 3 bottles of wine that Wu Qi sent by himself. He drank all the wine in his wine gourd in front of the iceberg, and then poured the 3 bottles of wine into it. Huh? So you like drinking? Bingshan asked in surprise. Lin Mo would give him an expression of otherwise. Bingshan smiled awkwardly and became a little embarrassed. It's careless, but it doesn't matter. I also have some wines that have been reserved for some years. If you don't mind, I can give you some. Lin Mo said directly. I don't dislike it. Iceberg. This kid is really rude. Lin Mo's gaze scanned the juices on the table and collected some bottles of apple juice. Bingshan watched his movements and asked strangely, So you still like apple juice? Lin Mo did not answer his question, but asked back with another question. Give me the wine you have reserved. Is that okay? Bingshan was stunned. You want it now? Have you got it? Lin Mo nodded lightly. Take it early and leave early. He doesn't want to stay here for too long. Bingshan said helplessly. There are several boxes, and you will definitely not be able to take them by yourself. How about this? You write me where you live now, and I will have someone deliver them to you later. Lin Mo thought for a while, nodded and said, Okay. Then, Bingshan brought a pen and paper. Lin Mo cooperated and wrote him the hotel and room number he was currently staying in. Bingshan folded the paper with Lin Mo's handwriting and put it away. Lin Mo took the apple juice he picked out just now in his hand, stood up, and said, Thanks for the wine and juice. I'm leaving first. Huh? Are you leaving now? Bingshan said with a little disappointment. I still want to chat with you. Lin Mo. I have nothing to talk to you about. Lin Mo walked straight to the door without looking back and waved goodbye with one hand. Bingshan smiled and shook his head. Before Lin Mo went out, he said again, "Anyway, it will take about 3 days to get your boat. Are you interested in going to the auction? I can give you an admission. Qualifications. Not interested." After Lin Mo finished speaking, he left Bingshan's office. What a cold boy. Bingshan leaned on the sofa and stretched. Not long after, Khalifa came back. Bingshan handed the paper with Lin Mo's address to Khalifa. "Divide half of the wine I have hidden and send it to this address at night." Khalifa took the paper from Bingshan, pushed her glasses, glanced at the words on it, then put the paper into her notebook, nodded and said, "Okay, I see, Mr. Bingshan." After Lin Mo went out from the iceberg, not long after he left, the system's notification sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Drop. The system is automatically upgraded successfully, and the new progress task can be selected to view the function. Every time the host arrives at a new check-in location, he can choose to query a check-in progress task details. There are currently 6 check-in progress tasks in the capital of 7 Waters where the host is currently signing in. The host has completed 3 progress tasks of landing on the island, fighting with Whitebeard, and gaining Whitebeard's friendship. The total progress of the current check-in is 40, and the remaining 3 progress tasks each account for 20 of the proportion. Since the proportions are the same, does the host need to randomly select one to view the details now? Page 189. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but stop. Can this system be upgraded? Just upgrade. Just add the function of viewing the details of a progress task? Can't be more generous. Can you check everything? Lin Mo said blankly. Check it out. Didi. During the random draw, if the draw is successful, the host will get 20 of the sign-in progress if he wins the superhuman devil fruit and the fruit of silence that will be auctioned in the capital of 7 Waters 3 days later. Silent fruit ability users have the ability to create a soundproof wall that is invisible to the naked eye to isolate all external sounds, so that people inside the soundproof wall cannot hear any external sounds, and the outside cannot hear internal sounds. Similarly, the silent fruit ability user can also make their actions completely silent, and can even directly eliminate any sound made by the ability user itself or the actions of people and things it encounters, even if it is enough to destroy the surrounding objects. It will make a sound, which can be used to lurk without being discovered by the opponent, and can also sneak attack the enemy in the dark. It can be said that although people who eat the fruit of silence will not have a great increase in combat power, it can make the capable person avoid the knowledgeable inspection. Lin Mo! Exclamation point. Silent fruit? Isn't this the fruit of Corazon? Corazon is the younger brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo. He is also Luo's benefactor who Lin Mo met on Magnetic Drum Island the most. Corazon was killed by Doflamingo years earlier. His fruit of silence has been silent for so long. Why does it appear in the capital of 7 Waters now? When I think of Akiji coming here, I just stare at the auction of silent fruit. Sure enough, this fruit is a bait brought out by the Navy. Is it to lure someone out? Lin Mo had a headache. He doesn't want to participate in the auction. Looking back at the building where the iceberg was not far away, Lin Mo sighed helplessly. A devil fruit, even the lowest one, must be worth more than -million Baileys. Moreover, the existence of the fruit of silence is equivalent to the nemesis of the color of knowledge, and its value is definitely not low. Isn't it good to spend so much money on wine and stockpiles? After a moment of silence, Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, seemed to have figured out something, and continued walking forward. Anyway, the task of the system is to let him win the silent fruit, but it didn't clearly say that he must spend money to win it at the auction. Therefore, he has already decided that when the time comes, he will stay there like Akiji to see who takes the picture of the silent fruit, and then find a chance to snatch it for him. Of course, robbing a devil fruit is no small matter, and it can't be too high profile. Otherwise it will be very troublesome, and the Navy must not let him find out that he is going to grab the fruit. So when the time comes, he has to pretend. Chapter 155 The Gift of Enelo, the capital of 7 Waters. So, here comes the problem. On the day of the auction, Akiji will definitely stare at the silent fruit the whole time. Maybe the person who took the photo of the silent fruit will be arrested by Akiji before he leaves the auction. So how will Lin Mo not be recognized under the eyes of Akiji? come out and successfully snatch the silent fruit. Simple disguise is definitely not enough. Although it is not impossible to grab it directly, but once it is done, I am afraid that the Navy will definitely not let him go, especially Akainu, who will most likely use this as an opportunity to issue a reward order for him. It is quite troublesome to be hanged with a reward order. There are many bounty hunters in this world who are looking at the bounty of the bounty. Even if their strength is weak, they are not afraid of death one by one, and with the Navy staring at them, it is annoying to think about it. That's why Lin Mo wanted to snatch the fruit of silence without the green pheasant noticing it. Akiji has already met Enel and knows Enel's ability, so he must not let Enel on the road. As for Lin Mo himself, what kind of dress do you have to dress up with this height and figure so that you won't be discovered? Suddenly thinking of something, a gloomy look flashed across Lin Mo's face. No, he never dresses up as a woman. Thinking of this, Lin Mo opened his personal attribute panel, glanced at the skill column, and his eyes were immediately attracted by one of the abilities. He was really stunned. He actually forgot that he still has a shadow clone. System, is there a time limit for shadow avatar summoning? Lin Mo asked directly. The system responded quickly. DD, the host can summon once a day, and each summoned shadow clone will randomly obtain a skill that the host already possesses in addition to its own physical strength and reaction force, and the shadow clone will be automatically recalled to the system every morning. So it can only be summoned once a day. Now Lin Mo hopes that on the day of the auction, the system can be more powerful and give his shadow avatar a stronger skill, such as Thundercut, Overlord Color, Swordsmanship, and so on. The so-called soldiers come to block the water and cover them with soil. With a solution, Lin Mo feels a lot easier. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Mo boarded Baloo and was going back to the hotel to sleep. Afternoon nap. Once it becomes a habit, you will feel uncomfortable if you don't sleep any day. I understand everything I understand. After all, I couldn't sleep because I was disturbed today. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it's safer to go back to the hotel. That night, Khalifa brought a few people over to deliver the wine that Bingshan promised to give to Lin Mo. Lin Mo accepted them all without hesitation. In the next 3 days, Lin Mo almost visited the entire capital of Seven Waters and enjoyed everything he should eat and drink. And AI Nilu disappeared for 3 days, and when Lin Mo was going to the auction, he appeared again. Ahahaha, Lin Mo, do you know what I've been doing these 3 days? Guess it. When AI Nilu saw Lin Mo, he was in a great mood. Lin Mo, what did you do to me? Ahahaha, you would never have imagined that I got a good thing. Enel laughed and took out a square wooden box wrapped in an ordinary tablecloth. Page 190. Lin Mo stared at the square box wrapped in a tablecloth in Analu's hand. Could it be? Lin Mo looked at AI Nilu and asked speechlessly, what is this? Analu grinned and suddenly whispered, devil fruit. Lin Mo! Exclamation point. Analu handed the box containing the devil fruit to Lin Mo. I am already a capable person. I can no longer eat devil fruit. This one is for you. Lin Mo. Could this be the silent fruit? Lin Mo reached out to catch the box that Analu handed over. But the system's notification tone has never sounded. Therefore, the fruit obtained by Enelo is dash, not the fruit of silence. Thinking of going to grab the silent fruit in a while, Lin Mo felt a little funny for no reason. What is this? Buy one get one free? I'm going to rob. No, I'm going to get the travel reserve fund these days. Enelu said with a look of disdain. I killed 2 pirate groups and took all the gold and silver treasures on their ships. It's useless. Those pirates are weaker than each other. I died just because of the electricity, but the captain of one of the ships was wise and exchanged his life with a hidden devil fruit. By the way, this fruit seems to be some time and space fruit. Lin Mo! Exclamation point. Time and space fruit. The time-space fruit ability user can send himself or the designated object through time and space to achieve the effect of time travel, but it is limited to traveling through the future and cannot go back to the past. But just being able to travel to the future is amazing. Lin Mo didn't expect that a young guy like AI Nilu could get such a good fruit. If you take it out and sell it, the fruit of time and space will definitely sell for a good price. In short, let's put it away first. Put it together with Xiao Xiao fruit as a spare reserve. See Enelu begging for praise. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then said lightly, "Good job." Enelu bared his teeth and said with a smile, "Ah, this seems to be the first time you have officially praised me." Lin Mo, is it? Enelu continued to ask. The boat seems to have been repaired. Are we going to the next tourist destination? Lin Mo shook his head and said, "I still have things to do. You go to dock no dash and wait for me first." Enelu, question mark. It's so mysterious. Enel said boringly, "What can you do? It's not yet noon. It can't be looking for a place to take a nap, and there are no big sea beasts nearby for you to hunt, and it can't be hunting, going to a tavern, or it's fishing. I can't go." Lin Mo, this guy deserves a beating. Lin Mo directly clenched his fist and punched Enelu. Enelu had already noticed it with his knowledge and immediately avoided the position where Lin Mo's fist would hit, and proudly said, "I am no longer what I used to be. It is not so easy to hit me with just fists." What? Before Enelu finished speaking, Lin Mo punched his head into a big bag. Lin Mo told Enelu directly with his actions, and he predicted Anelu's prediction. "Wait for me on the boat." After saying that, Lin Mo took the fruit of time and space and left. Enelu stared at Lin Mo's back with displeasure, clenched his fists, and said, "Damn it, is this guy a human?" When Lin Mo passed a deserted alley, he put the fruit of time and space into the system space. And by the way, he summoned his shadow clone. Looking at the opposite shadow clone who looked exactly the same as himself in terms of clothing, appearance, and temperament, Lin Mo asked, "Do you know what I summoned you to do?" The corners of Lin Mo's shadow avatar curled up slightly and said briskly, "I know." Lin Mo continued, "What ability did you get this time?" Turtle School Qigong. Lin Mo. Chapter 156, The Capital of Seven Waters. This shadow avatar is a bit skinny, Kamapai Qigong. Lin Mo didn't know what words to use to express his feelings at this moment. His shadow clone shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. Although the Kamihi Qigong is only 2 levels, the power may not be that strong, and it may not work for others. But don't forget, I am your shadow clone. I am not inferior to you. Strong attack is not enough. We can still come to outsmart. Lin Mo. Although Akiji is very lazy, it is not luck that he can achieve the position of general. Based on Kamapai Qigong alone, Lin Mo doesn't think that his shadow clone can escape Qingji's pursuit. Now, though, he seems to have no choice. "Hey, leave it to me, I'm fine." The shadow clone raised his hand and patted Lin Mo's shoulder, and said with the corner of his mouth hooked, "Lin Mo, question mark. Is this guy so active?" Although the opponent is his shadow clone, Lin Mo still patted the shadow clone's hand off his shoulder. "Okay, since it's out, let's go." The smile on the corner of the shadow clone's mouth was even more intense, and he suddenly stretched out his hand towards Lin Mo. Page 191. Lin Mo, question mark. "Give me the money." The shadow clone was not polite to Lin Mo at all. "If I go like this, I will be recognized immediately, so the necessary change of clothes is still necessary, right?" Lin Mo still recognized this reason. Therefore, without hesitation, he directly took out 2 money bags full of Bailey and threw them to the shadow clone. The shadow clone caught it with agility. "Okay, then I will withdraw first, and I will find a way to get in at the auction. The fruit of silence. I am bound to get it. Don't worry." Lin Mo. For some reason, Lin Mo suddenly had a bad feeling. "What do you want to dress up as?" Before the shadow clone left, Lin Mo couldn't help asking. The shadow clone smiled and made individual speaking gestures. "Secret. You will know when the time comes." Lin Mo. "Let's go, goodbye." The shadow clone didn't say anything more and ran away with a swish. "This guy?" Lin Mo looked at the direction in which the shadow clone ran away speechlessly. Forget it. It's his avatar after all. Although his personality is different from his, even if he wants to cheat others, at least he won't come to cheat him. Thinking of this, Lin Mo stopped thinking about it, turned around, and walked directly to the direction of the auction. In the past few days, when he was in the tavern, he often heard people talking about the auction, so he knew where it was. The silent fruit auction is at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's only past 12 o'clock, and it's time to enter. Because he was not qualified to enter, Lin Mo deliberately slowed down and purposely had a chance encounter with Bingshan. "Lin Mo, why are you here?" Bing Shan asked in surprise when he saw Lin Mo. Lin Mo said indifferently, "Just take a walk." Bing Shan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, that's a coincidence. The auction will start in less than an hour. Since you've already come, would you like to go in with me to have a look?" "Okay," Lin Mo said without hesitation. Iceberg, forehead, what's the situation? Agreeing so readily? Didn't he refuse before? Bing Shan said with a dry smile. "Then you can come with me." Lin Mo nodded and followed beside him. Khalifa rolled her eyes and looked at Lin Mo one more time. Sensing Khalifa's gaze, Lin Mo also turned to look at her. Khalifa immediately looked away and said to Bing Shan expressionlessly, "Mr. Bing Shan, after the auction is over, you must go back immediately to deal with the business affairs that have piled up for 2 days, and there is a business dinner in the evening." "No." Bing Shan turned his head away. "I still have afternoon tea with Lin Mo in the afternoon. There is nothing more important than strengthening my friendship with Lin Mo." "Lin Mo, when did I promise to have afternoon tea with you?" Khalifa pushed down her glasses silently and immediately crossed out the itinerary written in the small notebook. "Okay, the business dinner is cancelled, but the business must be done today, so let's do it tonight." "Let's talk about tonight." Bing Shan looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile, "Today's auction may not be able to end smoothly. I don't know who the Navy wants to arrest, but it seems that the person they want to arrest has not come for 7 days. The capital of water. Lin Mo, question mark, didn't come to the capital of 7 waters. The silent fruit is no longer for sale?" Seeing Lin Mo's doubts, Bing Shan continued, "If that person hasn't come by the end of the auction of silent fruit may be cancelled." "That person? Who? Who else in this world would be obsessed with silent fruit?" The first thing Lin Mo thought of was Trafalgar Luo, the man saved by Corazon, the original owner of the Fruit of Silence. But in his impression, Luo Ku had never obtained the Fruit of Silence, and he had never been caught by the Navy when he was a teenager. If Akiji's squatting person this time is really Luo, as soon as Luo appears, he won't be able to escape. Who does Qingji want to catch? Lin Mo thought for a while before asking. Bing Shan looked at Lin Mo and said, "Does the Heart Pirates know?" "Heard." Lin Mo nodded lightly. "It really is Ro. The Navy actually sent a general to catch Luo? Could it be for the fruit of the surgery on Luo?" "Haha. As expected of a traveler, I still know a lot." Bing Shan said with a smile, "The Heart Pirates were originally a pirate group in the North Sea. It's normal, but I'm also quite surprised why the Navy sent a general to catch it in person. Do you know why?" Lin Mo, how could I know? Does this have anything to do with him? The purpose of his coming here is to get the Fruit of Silence and complete the task of signing in. "I don't know," Lin Mo said directly. Bing Shan said helplessly, "It seems that the Navy's secrecy measures are quite good. Okay, let's enter." Bing Shan took Lin Mo and Khalifa into an open-air auction house dedicated to auctioning items. Page 192 at this time. There were already many people sitting on the seats for guests around the large round table auction table. Although the age groups of men, women, and children are different, most of them are new faces. Lin Mo knew at a glance that there were quite a few Navy undercover agents here. What a big fight. Catch a Luo as for it. Akiji alone is enough. Lin Mo is here too. At this time, Akiji's voice came from a certain corner. Lin Mo didn't even want to talk to this immoral guy, so he just found an empty seat nearby and sat down. Bing Shan smiled and said nothing and sat next to Lin Mo, and Khalifa sat next to Bing Shan. Akiji, who was sitting in the corner, scratched his head, wondering, why is this kid ignoring me? The next step is to wait for the auction to start, although he probably guessed that Luo would not appear here, and prepared for the worst. If the silent fruit really canceled the auction, he would have to find another way to grab it. At this time, a figure walked by the aisle next to Lin Mo. It was a girl wearing a black top hat, a fox mask, a black and red tutu skirt, and shoulder-length black hair. Although I didn't see the appearance of this person. But why? There will be a sense of familiarity that makes him very uncomfortable. Chapter 157. Who in the capital of 7 waters is not an acting school. Lin Mo was extremely sure that the girl who walked past him just now was his shadow clone. Staring at the shadow clone who was already seated in the front row, Lin Mo now had the urge to beat that guy up. Having been in the pirate world for so long, he seldom really wants to hit someone. It's not time for the mass carnival yet. Why is that girl wearing a mask? Bingshan also noticed Lin Mo's avatar. The Mask Carnival is a special festival in the capital of Seven Waters. During this festival, most of the residents of the capital of Seven Waters will wear masks or dress up in exotic costumes. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, thinking about how to deal with it. Khalifa pushed her eyes and said calmly, "That's Lin Mo's girlfriend." Lin Mo, ? Girlfriend. How do I not know when I have a girlfriend? A look of surprise flashed in Bingshan's eyes, and he said in surprise, "Huh? Is it true? Lin Mo, you look young, and you have a girlfriend so soon? It's amazing." Lin Mo. No, I don't know him. Lin Mo said with a gloomy face. Although he didn't wear women's clothing himself, the shadow clone was exactly the same as him. When that guy wore it, it was as if he was wearing it. Since you want to dress up in disguise, you should dress more ordinary. But that guy is good, wearing a dark lowly costume. Is it because he is afraid that others will not notice him? Thinking of this, Lin Mo glanced in the direction of Akiji, and sure enough, Akiji also noticed the shadow clone. "Isn't it your girlfriend?" At this moment, Khalifa's voice sounded again. "On the way here with Mr. Bingshan, I clearly saw Lin Mo enter a women's clothing store and quickly chose the exact same dress as that girl's. Could it be that I misunderstood or read it wrong?" Huh? Lin Mo has been to a women's clothing store. Bingshan shifted his gaze to Lin Mo as if he had discovered a new world. Lin Mo. Lin Mo said with a gloomy expression, "It's not me. Oh, maybe I was really wrong." Khalifa rolled his eyes again and continued, "That person doesn't have a sword, so it shouldn't be you." Hey. Bingshan looked disappointed. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and turned his gaze to his shadow clone again. It can be said that most of the people who came to the meeting had already noticed that flamboyant guy. Someone even went to strike up a conversation. What the hell is that guy trying to do? That's really strange. Qingji suddenly appeared on the side of the aisle where Lin Mo was sitting, stood there looking at Lin Mo's shadow clone, and said lazily, "How can I get from that strange girl? Can you feel your breath?" Qingji said this to Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Qingji looked at Lin Mo, pointed at the shadow clone, and asked directly, "Do you know that person?" "I don't know." Lin Mo replied blankly. Qingji scratched the back of his head, looked at the shadow clone again, and said strangely, "Could it really be my illusion?" Soon, the auction will begin. Akiji also returned to the corner where he had been. According to the usual process of the auction, the host in charge of selling, after all kinds of nonsense greetings, the auction officially started. The ones that came out in front were all jewelry and antiques. Although there were many Navy undercover agents at the venue, there were also quite a few guests who really came to spend money. Therefore, the previous items were all bought under the rounds of price increases. Seeing that the common items were almost sold out, Bingshan couldn't help but said, "It seems that the people the Navy is waiting for won't show up. Is it not normal?" Lin Mo didn't remember that Luo Hui was arrested in the capital of Seven Waters. Now, what he is most concerned about is whether the Fruit of Silence will be auctioned normally. Everyone, I'm sorry. The auction host apologized to the guests who came to the meeting after an ordinary-looking person came to the stage and whispered a few words to him. Due to some irresistible reasons, the last item in this auction will be canceled. For the inconvenience caused to everyone, I am here to apologize to you. And then, we will continue the auction. There was a sigh of dissatisfaction from below. Page 193. Lin Mo. It is as expected. The most troublesome situation happened. The Fruit of Silence will be returned to the Navy after the auction is over, and if you want to get it at that time, you must pass the level of Akiji. At this time, the shadow clone suddenly turned back to look at Lin Mo, and even blinked. Lin Mo! Exclamation point. What is this guy going to do again? The corner of the shadow clone's mouth was slightly hooked, and he pushed a greasy uncle next to him with his elbow, deliberately lowered his voice, and asked softly, "Little brother, do you know where the toilet is in the venue?" Little brother?" The greasy uncle pointed at himself, with a wretched smile on his face. "Are you calling me?" The shadow clone playfully patted him. "Otherwise? I hated do you know it, ha ha ha." The greasy uncle's eyes narrowed with a smile. "Of course I know. How about I take you there?" The shadow clone shyly said. "Okay." Then, greasy uncle walked out from the back door of the auction hall with his shadow clone smiling. Lin Mo heard the conversation between Shadow Clone and Greasy Uncle with his knowledge. His face was so dark that it couldn't be darker, and there was an invisible chill all over his body. Bingshan sitting next to him shivered abruptly. What's going on? It seems to have suddenly become cold. Uncle Greasy really brought the Shadow Clone to the toilet door. Little cutie, I'll wait for you here. You'll come out later. Brother, I'll take you to a good place. Really? You are too straightforward. The Shadow Clone suddenly pointed behind the Greasy Uncle and exclaimed, Huh? Look, what is that? The Greasy Uncle looked back. The Shadow Clone directly jumped up and held the Greasy Uncle's head and smashed it hard on the ground, knocking him out. Umph. Clapping his hands, the Shadow Clone said disdainfully, Trash. The Shadow Clone grabbed Uncle Greasy's ankle, dragged it to the side utility room, and threw it in. Then he deliberately messed up his clothes, pretended to be shocked, and ran to the storage room where the auction items were guarded by two plainclothes sailors. Help me! Shadow Clone ran to the front of the two navies hoarsely and deliberately fell on the ground. Little brother, help me! Someone is chasing me. Are you okay? One of the Navy immediately helped the Shadow Clone up. Who is chasing you? Now this venue is full of sea. Cough, cough. Now there is an auction here. Everyone is in the auction venue. Why? Someone is chasing you. Really? The Shadow Clone pointed his finger in the direction he came from and said pitifully, He is over there, and he will chase after him in a while. You have to protect me. Chapter 158. The Seven Water City show ended perfectly. The two navies looked at each other. It's not that they don't believe the words of the Shadow Clone. It's just that they are arranged here and have a mission, and they cannot leave their duties without authorization. Then you stay here. If someone is really chasing you, we will not let the other party hurt you. One of the tall Navy men vowed. The Shadow Clone nodded gratefully. Okay. Thank you, brothers in the Navy. It doesn't matter. As a Navy, it is our duty to protect the vulnerable. Another Navy smiled. Huh. Wait. The tall Navy man suddenly realized something was wrong. How do you know we belong to the Navy? The Shadow Clone didn't panic at all and said with a smile. I guessed it. Do you believe it? This. The two navies looked at each other, and they both saw doubts in each other's eyes. No. Our mission is very hidden. Only a very few people know who you are. The tall Navy immediately became vigilant. The other Navy also realized the seriousness of this matter, and without hesitation took out the phone bug that could directly contact Akiji. Seeing this, the Shadow Clone dodges, snatches the phone worm extremely quickly, and explodes it with his bare hands in front of the two Marines. Navy. The Shadow Clone lifted the bangs of the wig he was wearing and said in a frivolous tone, Since you have discovered it, there is nothing you can do. Only the dead can keep secrets forever, so I will give you a ride as hard as I can. Damn it. Run and find General Akiji. The tall Haijun shouted at his companion. The Shadow Clone didn't intend to let anyone run away, and directly used Kamapai Qigong to form a calyx shape with both hands, put the calyx hands on the waist, and quickly gathered a ball of light in the palms of both hands. The tall Navy immediately picked up his gun. The Shadow Clone directly hit Kamihi Qigong. A light bullet with a trail of light swished, like a meteor, and hit the tall Navy before he could fire the bullet. A scream. The tall Marine fell, dying, with one breath left. The other Navy ran away in fright. The Shadow Clone chased after it, stepped on the ground with one foot. A bloodthirsty smile was drawn on the corner of the mouth under the mask. What are you running? Little brother, asshole. General Akiji is here. If he knows, he will never spare you. Although the trampled Navy was afraid, it did not succumb to it. The Shadow Clone rubbed his chin and thought about it. Akiji, wow. It's so scary. The general is so scary, poof. Do you think I would say that? Heh. I said so much before I knew it. I want to be a quiet and beautiful boy. Oh no, a quiet and beautiful girl. Forget it. It's better to get rid of you as soon as possible. The stepped-on Haijun's face was extremely ugly, and he immediately yelled loudly. Ching! He just uttered a single word, and was shot in the head by a Kamapai Qigong at close range by the Shadow Clone. Unlike Lin Mo, who is too lazy to do anything, the Shadow Clone has no kindness or evil at all. Whether it is a good person or a bad person, anyone who stands in his way will die. TSK, TSK, TSK. The shadow clone looked at his bloodstained skirt and said in disgust, "This skill really can attack the opponent at close range, and my little skirt is dirty." The shadow clone's gaze turned to another dying person who had fainted a long time ago, walked over indifferently, picked up the gun of that person, and shot him dead without hesitation. There is a lot of movement here, and it is estimated that someone will come over soon. The shadow clone immediately flashed into the room where the auction items were stored, quickly found the box containing the fruit of silence, and took the fruit out of it. After that, he went back to the utility room where the greasy uncle was, tore off the hem of the blood-stained skirt, and slapped the shadow clone on the man's face. Uncle Greasy woke up suddenly, with a mask on his face. "Ah, what happened?" The shadow clone immediately pretended to be pitiful, and sobbed. "Bastard, you dare to treat me like this. I will not forgive you." Whoa. Page 194, huh? Uncle Greasy didn't know what was going on for a while, and quickly said, "What did I do to you?" "Don't cry." Asking the question knowingly. The shadow clone said, grabbing his ridiculous skirt that had been torn, and ran out. The greasy uncle paused, and immediately chased after him. "Hey, don't run away. If I really did something to you, I will be responsible." The shadow clone was too lazy to take care of this guy. He chose this time to come out, but it happened to be the time when Akiji brought people over from the venue. Your clothes." Akiji stopped when he saw the shadow clone. The shadow clone immediately sobbed again, with a pitiful look that hesitated to speak, although wearing a mask. At this time, Uncle Greasy chased after him. "Don't run away, wait for me." Then, the shadow clone immediately hid behind Akiji, seeming very scared. Akiji looked at the situation and roughly guessed what was going on. "No way, this man is a beast in clothes. How dare you bully girls in this kind of place? What a bastard." "General Akiji, you can't let that man go. Little girl, don't be afraid. With us here, no one dares to bully you." The sailors around Akiji became more and more resentful. The shadow clone nodded weakly. Although Akiji always felt that something was wrong, after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of anything, so he didn't bother to think about it, and said directly, "Well, let's go." "Well, thank you." The shadow clone responded softly, and the face under the mask had long since smiled, and slipped away under the cover of many marines. And the greasy uncle was surrounded by the navy with his face covered. The shadow clone left the venue smoothly with the help of the navy. When passing by an alley on the way back to Lin Mo's hotel, a solemn and indifferent voice came from it. "Beautiful job." The shadow clone paused, and immediately ran towards Lin Mo, who was waiting for him with a smile on his face. "I said it a long time ago. The fruit of silence. I am bound to get it." As he spoke, he lifted the inner lining of his skirt, revealing the devil fruit tied to his thigh. This is the reason why the shadow clone chose the tutu skirt. After all, he is not the main body and has no system space. The tutu skirt is a good thing to hide the devil fruit. Lin Mo. For some reason, looking at that devil fruit, Lin Mo suddenly had an unpleasant feeling. The shadow clone took the devil fruit and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, but still took it. The moment he caught the devil fruit, a system notification sounded in his mind. "Didi, obtain the fruit of silence. Sign in progress 20. The current total progress is 60, and reward a giraffe-shaped ox fruit." Hearing this, Lin Mo fell silent. Good guy, one more. Chapter 159, The City of Seven Waters. I will beat myself up when I become fierce. Devil fruits are quite rare in this world. And Lin Mo now has 4. They are the burning fruit, the time-space fruit, the silent fruit, and the giraffe-shaped cow fruit given by the system. It's really interesting. If I get a few more in the future, can I open a fruit shop? Lin Mo calmly put the fruit of silence brought back by the shadow clone into the system space. Now, it's time to settle accounts with this guy. The shadow clone took off the mask he was wearing, and his face was full of complacency. "I don't need to say compliments, I understand." Looking at the shadow clone in front of him with a wig, wearing women's clothes, and having the same face as him, Lin Mo punched it directly. The shadow clone dodged Lin Mo's blow very quickly. "Hey, my own people, don't do it. You have something to say?" Ingfen said while running. He actually knew why Lin Mo did it, but there was no regret in his tone. With a sullen face, Lin Mo easily caught up with the shadow clone stepping on Xuanbu. In fact, he can directly release the shadow clone, making him disappear now. But doing so could hardly relieve the discomfort in his heart. Therefore, he will not easily release the shadow clone until he is satisfied with the guy who needs to be beaten. Boss, I'm your shadow avatar. Don't you really want to hit me? The shadow avatar can't move in a blink of an eye. Seeing Lin Mo chasing him with murderous aura, he immediately put his hands together. Pointing her cheeks with her index finger, she tilted her head and acted cute. Look, I'm so cute. Why do you have the heart to hit me? It would be better if you didn't. Now, Lin Mo had no patience at all, and he punched the shadow clone in the face without hesitation. Knowing Lin Mo's movements, the shadow clone immediately took a few steps back, but the speed was not as fast as Lin Mo's, and he was still beaten. Shadow clone covered his bleeding nose, with an aggrieved expression on his face. Boss, you really can even hit yourself. Let's see if you dare in the future. Lin Mo punched him again. The shadow clone quickly evaded the defense. I promise I will dare next time. No, I dare not dare. Lin Mo. What a person says subconsciously is often the truth. So this guy definitely dares. This Lin Mo couldn't take it anymore, punched him, and after being blocked by the shadow clone, Lin Mo directly kicked the shadow clone's waist and kicked it from the alley to the water bank outside. After rolling twice on the ground, the shadow clone immediately jumped up from the ground. Apart from anything else, running is the best policy. Lin Mo chased after him directly. Without Xuanpa's shadow clone, no matter how fast he ran, it was like a turtle crawling to Lin Mo. In an instant, he was blocked in front of the shadow clone. Oh, it's over. The shadow clone teased himself. Then, Lin Mo began to beat the shadow clone violently, especially that face, which was almost turned into a pig's head by Lin Mo. Page 195. The shadow clone also fought back several times, but all failed. What's going on? There are two people fighting over there. What kind of grudge? What kind of grievance? The beating is too hard. That young man is too ungentlemanly. He can hit girls so hard. Who is going to persuade the fight? If this fight continues, that girl will die. The dry fight between Lin Mo and the shadow clone soon attracted many surrounding residents. Although they couldn't stand it, none of them really stepped forward to persuade the fight. Lin Mo's fight was so fierce that they were all frightened. Boss, listen to the voices of the masses. Shadow clone said weakly. Get lost. Lin Mo used Yi Kai as the final blow without hesitation and kicked the wounded shadow clone far away in a beautiful parabola. The surrounding residents began to point fingers at Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't care at all. It's just a clone. Even if he dies now, the next day, he can summon that shameless guy alive again. When Lin Mo was about to leave, a familiar voice sounded not far behind him. Lin Mo, wait. The fight between Lin Mo and the shadow clone just now was seen by Qingji. Qingji walked towards Lin Mo with a group of sea soldiers. The person you kicked away just now, do you know her? I don't know. Lin Mo said indifferently. Qingji scratched his head and said strangely, I've never seen you beat someone like this before. He stole your things. Lin Mo nodded lightly. His eyes and self-esteem were insulted. At this time, the experience of the shadow clone buying women's clothing and the auction venue flashed through Lin Mo's mind like a revolving lantern. After the shadow clone is released or killed, the memory of the clone will be passed on to the main body, as if the main body has personally experienced the experience of the clone again. Lin Mo shuddered. His whole body was covered with goosebumps. He regretted it. He should have beaten that guy a little bit more before sending him on his way. Seeing Lin Mo's vicious look, Qingji was a little unsure about the relationship between Lin Mo and that strange girl. But now, he believed that Lin Mo really had a grudge against that person. The sailors behind Akiji couldn't help worrying. Sure enough, we were deceived. The girl looked very weak before, so she was just pretending. The fruit must have been stolen by her. What if the headquarters blames it? All the sea soldiers looked at Akiji one after another. Qingji looked at the direction where Lin Mo kicked Feng's avatar and said very unwillingly, I'm going to chase that guy. You go back first. After finishing speaking, Akiji turned into an element. Half of his body turned into ice and chased in a straight line in the direction where the shadow clone was kicked away. Everywhere he walked was frozen into an icy road. Lin Mo didn't care about Hi and the others, turned around, and continued walking. There is still 40.00 progress left. According to the system, he still has 2 progress tasks to complete. Lin Mo can at least be sure that one of these 2 tasks must be related to CP9 or iceberg. Was thinking. The sound of the iceberg suddenly came from the other side of the waterway. Hey, Lin Mo, you haven't gone back yet. Bingshan waved at Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at him, ignored him, and continued walking forward. The iceberg is on the other side of the waterway, following Lin Mo's direction, and said as he walked, I just received the news that your boat has been repaired and its appearance has been changed. Are you leaving? Before leaving, would you please have a meal? Mr. Bingshan, you still have work arrangements tonight. Khalifa chased after her. Bingshan said with disgust, No. Lin Mo is leaving soon, and I don't know when he will come to the capital of 7 Waters next time. Before he leaves, treating him to dinner is more important than anything else. Khalifa was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, Okay, the work for that night will be cancelled. Lin Mo. In order not to work, you are also very hard. Chapter 160 The impossible target of 7 Waters. Seeing that Bingshan is a good person and also gave him several boxes of wine, Lin Mo cooperated and agreed to his dinner appointment. However, before that, he had to go to Dock No Dash to see how the spaceship had been transformed. When he came to the No Dash dock, he saw that it was parked on the water bank. There was a chicken head decoration on the bow, and there were 2 extra wings on both sides of the boat. The original propellers on both sides of the boat were transferred to the back of the wings, and the hull was still normal. Boat. Lin Mo fell silent. How's it going? Is this ship rebuilt pretty well? The old boatman in charge of remodeling the ship said with a smile on the shore. Enel walked out of the cabin of the spaceship with a displeased face. Damn it. You changed the ship to its previous appearance right now. Otherwise, I will let you taste the punishment of God. Huh? Are you dissatisfied? The old boatman rubbed the back of his head and muttered, I thought young people nowadays like this type of boat. AI Nilu noticed Lin Mo, and immediately turned into a thunder and lightning, appeared in front of Lin Mo, pointed at the childlike boat, and said, Look, can this be tolerated? Lin Mo turned his gaze to the old boatman, and asked indifferently, How long will it take to remake it? The old boatman made some guesses and replied, I can change it now, and it will be finished tomorrow. The ship is not big, so it's not difficult to change the appearance. Change, Lin Mo said directly. All the gaudy things are gone, just change it to a normal style. Then, all right, the old boatman said helplessly. He turned his eyes and saw 2 people passing by carrying wood in the dock, and immediately stopped them. Harry, Kaku, you 2 come here down. Afterwards, the 2 people who were stopped put down the wood in their hands and jumped out from the short fence next to them. What's wrong? The middle-aged man named Harry asked strangely. The old boatman pointed to Lin Mo's boat and said, The appearance of this boat needs to be changed again and changed to a normal style. You and Kaku will stop the work today and give them priority. Harry nodded. Page 196 Kaku looked at Lin Mo, smiled, and waved to him as a greeting. Lin Mo glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention. Enelo looked at Harry and Kaku and said with disdain, Just the 2 of them? Can the transformation be completed in one day? I remember this guy with a long nose. He is a newcomer here. Don't worry. The old boatman smiled. Harry is a veteran boatman with 10 years of experience. Although Kaku is a newcomer, he has a strong learning ability. In just a few days, he has mastered the basic boatman's work. I have already learned it, and what the 2 of them say is fine. AI Nilu looked at Lin Mo and asked him to make a decision. Lin Mo didn't care and said casually, Okay, let's get the boat tomorrow morning. After finishing speaking, he turned around and walked back. Analu followed immediately and still asked a little unwillingly, Are we really not here to recruit a boat builder? Lin Mo said decisively, No. Analu was extremely depressed, and he remained silent and did not speak again. That night, Lin Mo took Inalu to Bingshan for dinner. On the way back to the hotel, a fire suddenly lit up not far away. That seems to be the direction of Dock No Dash. No, I have to go and see. Inalu looked in the direction of the fire, frowned slightly, and immediately turned into lightning and rushed over. If something happened to the spaceship, he would not be able to make a second ship that could fly. When he was in Sky Island, it took him a long time to build this ship. Lin Mo watched AI Nilu go away, thought for a while, and followed. When he arrived at Dock No Dash, everyone inside the dock was busy putting out the fire. Damn, there are always pirates coming to make trouble recently, and they almost burned the factory down. It's a good thing that Lu Chi and Kaku are here, otherwise the dock would be finished. I didn't expect that the two of them are so good at it. Yeah, thanks to them. Well, stop talking, let's put out the fire. The shipwright workers in the dock quickly accelerated the speed of water delivery. Fortunately, the most indispensable thing in the capital of Seven Waters is water. The firefighting work went smoothly, and the fire was extinguished in a short time. Lin Mo directly found where the spaceship was. Because of the fire, the spacecraft was also affected, and a little half was burned. Kaku is working on the burnt part. Sensing Lin Mo's aura, Kaku looked back and said with a smile, "Ha, it's okay. All the burnt boards are replaceable planks, which didn't affect the keel at the bottom of the ship. It will be repaired quickly, but it may take the ship will be delivered at noon tomorrow." Lin Mo looked at him silently and asked, "Where's Enelo?" "That tall man. He went after the pirates who burned the dock, saying that he wanted to kill those who burned the ship." Kaku continued to work on the work in hand and said while repairing, "Your ship, the internal structure, it's really fine. The old man was shocked when he checked carefully today, but there are a few working gears that are loose, which may affect the ship in the future, so the old man strengthened all the gears." Lin Mo stared at Kaku silently. Although he knew that Kaku had a strong learning ability, he didn't expect that this guy actually had research and understanding of such delicate things as gears. "Ha ha ha, you shouldn't blame the old man, right?" Kaku asked with a big smile. Lin Mo said lightly, "No." At this time, Enel came back. Although he easily killed the pirates who set fire to the ship, he was still angry. "Damn it, it's too cheap for those ignorant idiots," Enel said angrily. Lin Mo glanced at him and said indifferently, "Let's go." Anila glanced at Kaku, who was repairing the ship, and couldn't help complaining to Lin Mo. "Look, the ship is burned like this. What if there are similar situations in the future? You and I don't know for ship repairs. I still think it would be better to hire a shipwright on board." Lin Mo. This guy has been nagging. Is it annoying? It must be a shipwright, right? Okay, it's up to you. Lin Mo pointed to Kaku, who was busy, and said, "Before noon tomorrow, if you can make him willingly go with us, I will leave him as a boat builder." Huh. Anilo was shocked. "You really agreed to the boatman?" Lin Mo nodded silently. Anila glanced at Kaku and said a little dissatisfied, "Can't you accept someone with better craftsmanship? He is still a newcomer who just entered the factory. It's just him." Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with Anilud and left by himself. Kaku was sent by CP9 to the capital of Seven Waters to be an undercover agent. It is not so easy to pry him, or in other words, it is basically impossible. Anyway, Lin Mo doesn't really believe that Enelo can set up a card library. Since Enelo insists on a shipbuilder, well, then give him an impossible goal. Chapter 161, the capital of Seven Waters. Shanfeng Kaku embarkation. AI Nilu stared blankly at Lin Mo walking away, and then looked back at Kaku, who was skillfully repairing the boat by himself. After a moment of silence, Enel still walked towards him. No matter, for the sake of his status on the ship, this long nose must get on the ship. "What's your name?" Enelu came to Kaku's side and asked calmly. Kaku turned his head and glanced at him, and said with a smile, "Ha ha, my old man's name is Kaku." Enelu frowned slightly. "Old man? How old are you?" Kaku turned his gaze back to the spaceship, continued to work, and said as he started, "In 2 months, the old man will die. How dare you pretend to be so young in front of his majestic Thor? I really don't know what to do." Enilu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and said simply and directly, "From now on, you are the shipbuilder on this spaceship, and you have no right to choose." Hearing this, Kaku stopped the movements in his hands, turned his head again, and set his gaze on Enilu, who was faintly flashing with lightning in the night. This guy is a devil fruit ability user? Page 197. Kaku froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "Ha ha. This old man is just a newbie ship repairer, so it's not suitable to be a ship repairer on your ship, right? It's really long-winded." Enelu swung the golden stick in his hand. I said, "You don't have the right to choose." No. Kaku put away his ship repairing tools, got up and patted the ashes on his body, and refused. This old man just wants to learn his skills in the no-dock, and never thought about which ship to be a ship. Craftsman, since you want to recruit shipwrights, there are so many experienced masters in dock no-dash. Why do you have to find the old man? Oh, so, are you rejecting God's invitation? Enelu narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand a little, and a lightning strike of hundreds of thousands of volts slammed towards Kaku. Since this guy doesn't want to get on the boat, let's fight until he wants to get on the boat. Enelu has always been deeply puzzled by the physique of the Blue Sea people. He doesn't know how much Kaku can bear, so the initial attack will not be too heavy. After all, Linimo said that as long as Kaku is a boat builder, if he accidentally kills this guy, no boat builder will be able to board the ship. Kaku felt very helpless when he saw that Enelu did not agree with each other. The moment the lightning strike appeared, he reacted very quickly to dodge it. Kaku's jumping ability and reaction speed are quite powerful. Although his current attack power is still far below that of Enel, but as long as his speed and reaction are fast enough, Enel can't hit him. That is no good. Enelu continued to release lightning strikes on Kaku, but Kaku can get stuck and dodge every time. Seeing that he couldn't hit him all the time, AI Nilu became a little impatient. Boy, don't make a mistake. I am the god of thunder. The attack just now was just a starter. I will give you one last chance. You can't get on the boat. Sorry, the old man has no intention of boarding the boat. Kaku's face sank. Although Anelu's attack just now didn't hit him, but likewise, he had no chance to get close to Anelu's body to fight back. It's very passive. Stupid. Enelu hit the thunder drum on his right shoulder with the golden stick. In an instant, a thunderbird in the form of a phoenix roared out of it and flew towards Kaku at high speed. Kaku was startled and immediately dodged with the fastest speed. But the thunderbird seemed to have known where his next move would go. The moment Kaku stamped his feet, the thunderbird hit him directly. There was a scream, followed by a burst of dazzling lightning and flint. Kaku appeared in front of Enelu with a scorched black body, staggered, and fell to the ground. AI Nilu stared at him aloofly, with a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. Sometimes, the thunderbird that hit me with 3,000 million volts was still alive. No wonder that guy Lin Mo fell in love with you. This old man will not get on your boat. Kaku was trembling all over, trying to get up from the ground. Enelu sneered and walked towards him. It's not up to you. It's your honor to be the shipwright on the divine ship. The old man said, he won't get on the boat. Kaku suddenly hooked the corner of his mouth, grabbed Anelu's ankle, and pulled it violently. Enelu didn't react for a while. He leaned and almost fell down. At the same time, Kaku jumped up from the ground, and when Enelu couldn't dodge in time, he punched the opponent in the stomach. At the moment Enelu retreated, Kaku kicked out with Lan's foot, a sharp punch vacuum kicking and cutting, like sword energy, slashed towards Enelu menacingly. But the vacuum kick passed through Anelu's elemental body, causing him no substantial damage. Sure enough, only the armed color works. Kaku said with a serious face. Without any further hesitation, he immediately dragged his scarred body and ran outside the no-dock. Even with the injury, his speed and leaping ability are still amazing. Damn it, what's going on in this blue ocean? How can anyone hit me? Boy, you're done. Enelu was so angry that he immediately turned into lightning and started chasing Kaku. Kaku kept jumping forward on the roof of the town in the capital of Seven Waters. Who the hell is this guy? Could it be that the old man is CP9's undercover agent? Just when he was wondering, the phone bug hidden in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Kaku took out the phone bug and answered it while running. Spandam's voice came from it. Hello, Kaku? Where's Lu Chi? Why didn't he answer my call? Kaku said with a gloomy face, I don't know what Lu Chi is doing, but I'm in a bit of trouble right now. I'll talk about what's going on later. Trouble? What's going on? I don't know. There is a lightning-type devil fruit ability user who insists on pulling me on board to be their shipwright. Thunder-type devil fruit ability user? Spandam was stunned for a while, and then excitedly said, Is it the tall and white guy with 4 drums hanging on his back, named Enelu? Kaku said strangely, Yes, it's him. Do you know him? I know, of course I know. Spandam was trembling with anger. You said he was going to pull you aboard? Really? Kaku nodded and said, That's right. Okay, you promise him. Isn't the old man's mission to be an undercover agent in the capital of Seven Waters? As long as there are Lu Chi and the others in the capital of the Seven Waters. Spandam's eyes showed a fierce light. I will rearrange the mission for you now. You don't have to worry about the affairs of the capital of the Seven Waters. Go to Amy Lu and Lin Mo, our undercover agents on the boat. I want you to gain their trust in the shortest possible time. Kaku was speechless. Although he doesn't know what happened between Spandam and Lin Mo, why does he always have the feeling that this incompetent chief is avenging his personal revenge? Hey, I'm the chief of CP9. Are you going to disobey my order? Kaku stopped on the roof of a tall building and said helplessly, Okay, I got it. At this time, Enela chased after him and struck the thunder drum behind him again, and a thunder dragon with 6,000 million volts of lightning flashed out from it. Seeing this, Kaku quickly made a stop gesture to him and said, The old man promised to be the shipwright on your ship. Stop beating. At the same time, Lin Mo, who had already returned to the hotel and was about to fall asleep, just lay down when the system's notification sounded in his mind. DD, Sohua Xinchanyan, Chandao Jingdu 20, Dongchan, 80, Jianglu Qin Ta Lin, 1, Dongchan LV2 Chapter 162 Inel Road, capital of Seven Waters, shocked listening to the system's notification tone. Lin Mo fell silent again. At this moment, his mood is a bit complicated. Everyone in CP9 has experienced hell-like devil training beyond the limits of the human body. Almost everyone has mastered the 6 styles, and since they can remember, they have been indoctrinated with the idea of dying for the government. It can be said that the CP9 people are equivalent to a group of loyal killers raised by the government. It is not so easy to make people from CP9 defect. Page 198. Lin Mo originally thought that even if Kaku died, he would not agree to Enelo's request to board the ship. But now, that guy actually agreed. He didn't believe that Enelo really had such a great charm that he could persuade Kaku. Therefore, there is only one situation left. Kaku agreed to board the ship with a mission in mind. As for the content of the task, Lin Mo can roughly guess it. Never mind. Lin Mo didn't bother to think about it anymore. Since he promised Enelo, he would not break his promise. Since Kaku is going on board, make the best use of everything. There is at least one thing about the CP9 people. Lin Mo is quite satisfied. That is, during their undercover period, they will not be sloppy in what they should do for the study. Otherwise, Lu Chi and Kaku in the future will not become famous in the city of Seven Waters, a well-known shipbuilder with superb craftsmanship. It's just that now he slightly changed the fate of Kaku, who was supposed to be the leader of the No-Dock. Anil rode here. After Kaku said he was willing to board the ship, Anilo took the Thunder Dragon back in time. You are wise. If you dare to lie to me, I will let you taste the punishment of God. Enilu said angrily. Kaku waved his hand and said, Since the old man agreed, he will naturally not break his promise. By the way, when are you planning to leave the capital of Seven Waters? Tomorrow at the soonest. When to leave, Anilu can't be sure. It depends on Lin Mo's mood. Kaku didn't know much about the origins of Lin Mo and Anilu, so he asked, So, your identities, shouldn't you be pirates? Oh, Enelrode sneered. It's ridiculous. What are mere pirates? Lin Mo is the man who wants to become the king of travel. Kaku, travel king, what is this? Okay. Kaku nodded with a smile. I'll see you at noon tomorrow. I'll go back and clean it up, then fix the spaceship as soon as possible. Long-nosed boy, you'd better not play any tricks. Ha ha. Don't worry. The old man has already figured it out, and he won't run away anymore. It's a good thing to travel with someone as strong as you. Kaku laughed boldly. After that, Anilu went back to the hotel. As for Kaku, he found Lu Chi and explained to him that he had changed his mission. Lu Chi didn't care. Even if Kaku left, and he was the only one undercover here, he was confident that he could complete the task. The next day, Lin Mo woke up early, returned the rented brew to the brew rental house, and then started fishing leisurely on the outer coast of the capital of Seven Waters. Lin Mo, I succeeded. Enelo appeared next to Lin Mo in an instant and said in a good mood. Lin Mo responded with an "oh" lightly. Seeing that he didn't seem to care at all, Enelo couldn't help but said depressedly, "Aren't you surprised?" Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. "What's so surprising about this?" "Forget it." Enelo shrugged his shoulders, feeling better again. "Ah, now my status is not the lowest on the ship." Lin Mo, "That's all you can do. Then when are we leaving?" "Will we leave when the boat is repaired today?" Enelo asked. Lin Mo shook his head. "Wait a little longer." Enelo, question mark. By the way, suddenly thought of something. Enelo suddenly became serious again. "You people in the blue sea are too scary. Besides you and the Navy, that guy with a long nose can actually touch me? Are you guys? How did you do it?" Lin Mo said lightly. "Armed color." "Armed color?" Enelu was stunned for a moment. "What is that?" "I remember that lieutenant general named Carp also said, 'What kind of knowledge color is my heart?'" Lin Mo. "This guy talks a lot." Lin Mo said speechlessly. "Ask Kaku." The corner of Enel's mouth twitched slightly. "That guy knows this?" Lin Mo nodded slightly. Enelu was silent for a moment, didn't ask any more questions, and went to the no-dock to find Kaku. Now, Lin Mo has discovered another benefit of Kaku being on the boat. In the future, if Enelo has any questions, let him ask Kaku. Dock 1. In a flash, Enelo appeared on a similar spaceship that had been remodeled and repaired. The original chicken head and wings are gone, and the style of the boat has been changed to a non-distinctive, ordinary model. If it is not flying, but sailing in the sea, those who don't know it will think it is an ordinary fisherman's family boat. Seeing Enelu coming, Kaku jumped onto the spaceship deck with a stack of books in his arms and said with a smile, "Why are you here alone? Where's Lin Mo? Don't worry about him." Enelu glanced at the book in Kaku's hand. "This is your luggage?" Kaku said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. Of course not. These books are what the old man asked the old shipwrights in the dock. Since the old man decided to be the shipwright on your ship, naturally the craftsmanship cannot be left behind. These books are for self-study." Oh, Enelu responded casually, and then brought the topic back on track. "You were able to hit me yesterday. Did you use your weapon?" You don't know the color of the weapon?" Kaku asked a little strangely. Enel nodded. Kaku put the book into the cabin first, then touched his nose, and continued. "Then do you know the color of knowledge and color of overlord?" Enelu looked confused. "I've heard about the color of knowledge. The old man Carp said that my heart net is the color of knowledge. What is the color of a king?" Page 199. Kaku stared at Enelu with some surprise. "Do you know Lieutenant General Carp?" AI Nilu said casually. "I only saw it once. Linimo seems to know the old man Kapu." Kaku was silent for a while, then quickly returned to his original state and said with a smile, "Ha ha, Lieutenant General Carp is a big shot. I didn't expect you to know each other." "Big man." Enela looked puzzled. Kaku said with a smile, "That's right, Lieutenant General Garp is a naval hero. His strength can be regarded as a top-level figure in the Navy. I heard that he has rejected several opportunities to be promoted to general." "What?" Enelo was shocked. "The old man has the strength of a general?" Kaku said strangely, "Yes, it can be said that even if you let him fight with the current general of the Navy, he will never be at a disadvantage. Maybe even better." "Wait." Enel suddenly realized a serious problem. What about the other hundreds of vice admirals in this world? Are they all as strong as Carp? Kaku froze for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, you are so interesting. How can there be so many lieutenant generals in this world? There are only a few dozen generals in the headquarters plus places." The old man also said just now, "Carp the lieutenant general is a special case. His strength has already surpassed the lieutenant general by several levels." Enel. Chapter 163. The final progress of the City of Seven Waters. Enelo suddenly felt cheated. No, he was just cheated. "That old guy, you lied to me." Enelo's mood was so simple at the moment. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and the expression on his face was quite rich. "What is just a little vice admiral? I actually believed it. Damn it." Enelo became more and more angry. He also knew in his heart that it would be useless even if he got angry again. No matter who told him that his skills were not as good as others, he couldn't beat Garp at all. Now he can only hold back his sulking. Seeing Enelu's look of grief and indignation, Kaku couldn't help asking, "Are you okay?" When he came back to his senses, Enelo asked with a sullen face, "So, did the old man Kapu hit me with his weapon?" Kaku touched his long nose, nodded and said, "It should be. Armed color, can I learn it?" "Of course." Kaku continued, "Armed color can be learned through practice." "Okay, you teach me." "Huh." Kaku was stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Why is this old man?" "The old man's armor is not very strong. You should find someone with stronger strength to learn from, so that you can make greater progress." "A stronger person?" "Linimo? That guy usually sleeps, drinks, or fishes. He can count on his hands in a day. Let that guy teach. It's fine if you don't hit him." Analu insisted. "You just need to teach me the method, and I will figure out the rest by myself." Kaku now regrets talking to Enelo about the armed color. "What?" Seeing that Kaku seemed reluctant, Enelo said in a displeased tone, "You don't want to?" Kaku laughed dryly. "Ha! How come? Since you want to learn and believe in this old man will naturally teach you well." "Humph. By the way, what's the matter with the domineering look and knowledgeable look you mentioned just now?" Knowledge color, armed color, and domineering color collectively refer to domineering. After that, Kaku reluctantly introduced domineering to Ainalu briefly, the outer coast of the capital of Seven Waters. Linimo was fishing quietly. Seeing that he was about to take the bait, a voice suddenly came from midair. "Hey, Linimo, are you fishing here again?" Marco landed on the shore with a smile and put away Qingyin's wings. At the same time as his words fell, the fish that should have been hooked ran away. Linimo glanced at him speechlessly. Marco beckoned and said, "Hee hee, I didn't bother you, did I?" "Yes, you interrupted." Linimo said indifferently. "Uft." Marco laughed. "Ha ha ha. You either don't talk, it's fun to talk." Linimo. "Ha ha ha. Okay, I won't quarrel with you." Marco said briskly, "The Moby Dick has been repaired, and we are going to leave. Before leaving, Dad asked me to say goodbye to you, and pass in a word. Dad is looking forward to your future performance in the new world." Linimo. "This one, looking forward to his performance in the new world. Show what?" "Okay, I've finished what I should pass on, so I'm leaving." Marco waved at Lin Imo. Lin Imo thought for a while, and raised his hand in response. Not long after Marco left, in the direction of the Moby Dick, a slightly tired figure walked towards Lin Imo from far to near. "Huh?" Lin Imo. Bingshan held a toolbox for repairing the ship, and looked at Lin Imo, who was fishing strangely. "You actually like fishing?" Lin Imo responded lightly, "Yes." Bingshan smiled and walked to Lin Mo's side, sat directly on the stone ground beside him, looked at the endless sea in front of him, and said with emotion, "Whether it's a pirate, a navy, or a traveler like you, sometimes I really envy you. You can gallop freely on this sea. If you can, I really want to abandon everything and run to the sea for freedom." Lin Mo's gaze was still fixed on his own fishing line, and he said in a calm tone, "Just do whatever you want. There's no need to be so twitchy." Bingshan shook his head with a dry smile. "I wanted to, but I can't. The capital of the Seven Waters needs me, and the No-Dock also needs me. I can't let them go. You are still young, and you don't understand many things. Someday you will. If you want to protect something desperately, you will understand what I said today." "Haha, I have said too much. I still have a lot of things to do, so I will go first, and you can continue fishing." After finishing speaking, Bingshan stood up, patted the dust on his body, put a smile on his face again, and walked towards the town of the capital of Seven Waters, seemingly in high spirits. Linimo looked back at Bingshan. Before I had time to think about it, the system's notification sounded in my mind. "Didi, listen to the voice of Bingshan S. Bagu, and sign in progress 20. Didi, Chi Sijerdu, Chen Dao, Nanu Wanchong, Gongshi Suju, Su, Chen Tao Live, Fendi 1, Dongchen Lives for Diwi, Shang LV, 5 Tit LV, 3 LV, 3 Lundak LV, 3 Druhui LV, 3. Hearing this, Linimo was silent and started to finish his shot. In my heart, I was inexplicably concerned about what Bingshan said just now. Page 200. In the future, will he have something he wants to protect with all his might? Doc 1. When Linimo came back, Analu was happily pestering Kaku to teach him how to use weapons. Noticing Linmo's return, AI Nilu appeared in front of him and asked excitedly, "When I was in Sky Island, did you restrict my actions with your domineering look?" Lin Mo did not answer Enelu directly, but glanced at Kaku on the deck of the spaceship. Kaku rubbed the back of his head embarrassedly and smiled. Lin Mo retracted his gaze and nodded silently. Enel couldn't help laughing. "Ah, I knew that to be the captain of my god of thunder, Enel's ship is definitely the chosen one. Sure enough, I didn't follow the wrong person. Lin Mo. That guy Kaku, what did he tell Enelo? Forget it, whatever they want." Lin Mo was too lazy to argue with them and said, Let's go to the next stop." "Okay." Enelu grinned and returned to the spaceship in a flash. Lin Mo stepped onto the deck of the spaceship on moon steps. When Kaku saw this, a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Enelu turned the golden stick in his hand and started to discharge. The propellers on the boat began to spin. When the spaceship slowly rose into the sky, the shipwrights in the entire No-Dock were shocked from ear to ear. "No, isn't it? This ship can actually fly. Am I blind? I'm going. I always thought they were talking big, but it's true. A ship that can fly is too awesome." Spaceship deck railing. Kaku put his hands on the guardrail, blowing the wind, excitedly said, "It really can fly. This feels great." Enelu smiled triumphantly. "This is the divine ship I brought down from the Sky Island. How could it be possible for you stupid blue sea people to build it?" "Sky Island." Kaku's eyes lit up. He looked at Enelo and asked, "Is Sky Island an island that exists in the sky?" Enel proudly said, "Of course. Is there really an island in the sky? It's amazing. Ahahaha. I forgive your ignorance." As he said that, Enelo looked at Lin Mo, who had set up a special deck chair on the deck, and asked, "Where shall we go next?" Lin Mo glanced at his personal attributes and said lightly, "Chambord Islands." Chapter 164 set sail from the helplessness of Kaku half an hour after leaving the capital of Seven Waters. Inside the spaceship galley, Kaku stood in front of the refrigerator full of fruits and drinks, lost in thought. Enelu walked over naturally, took out an apple, wiped it casually, took a bite, and walked out while eating. Seeing that Enelu was about to go out, Kaku immediately stopped him. "Wait a minute, don't tell the old man. You usually eat these things." "What?" Enelu looked indifferent. "Can't you eat these?" "It's not that you can't. It doesn't matter if you eat occasionally." Kaku scratched the bridge of his long nose and said helplessly, "Forget it. Lin Mo is still growing, right? Eating these unnutritious things every day will hurt you. Not tall. What do you mean I'll forget it? You're courting death." A horrifying lightning flashed over Enelu's body again. Kaku said speechlessly, "Don't get excited. The old man is just talking casually. There is no malice. Don't you usually cook for yourself?" Kaku couldn't help asking. The lightning on Enelu's body gradually dissipated. "I am Thor. You let Thor cook? Are you kidding me?" Suddenly thought of something, AI Nilu said directly, "That guy Lin Mo doesn't know how to cook. Since you are here, I will leave the cooking to you in the future." But this old man doesn't know how to do it either." Kaku's forehead dripped with cold sweat. He seemed to have dug a hole for himself. Enel didn't care. "Since you want to teach yourself how to repair a ship, what's the problem with teaching yourself how to cook?" Kaku, what a way. That fellow Spandam really found him a troublesome task. Originally, repairing the ship was enough for him to learn for a while. But now he also needs to learn how to cook? By the way, Enelu added by the way when he left the kitchen, "If you have nothing to do, just clean up. Lin Mo is a bit of a clean freak, so don't make the boat dirty. Also, Lin Mo didn't get up, don't bother him before he wakes up, otherwise you deserve the beating." Kaku, so what on earth was he on this ship for? Worked as a shipwright, as a cook, and as a cleaner. Are feelings at the mercy of his current person? Kaku clenched his fists, watched Enelu leave, and just took out the phone bug that could contact Spandam. On the deck, Enelu's voice suddenly sounded again. "I didn't buy anything in the capital of Seven Waters. There is a small island with more than 300 people in front. Do you want to replenish some supplies?" "Whatever," Lin Mo said calmly. Kaku was stunned for a moment, put the phone bug in his pocket again, walked out of the cabin, looked at the small island some distance away from the bow of the ship, and asked strangely, "How many people can you feel on that island?" Enelu hooked his lips and smiled. "I am Thor. As long as I want to, I can't hear anyone's voice, ha ha. Lin and Mo took a sip of the wine with the wine gourd, and then gave him a knife. Is it strange to know? The corners of Enel's mouth twitched slightly, and he said unhappily, Don't think I can't beat you. You can do whatever you want.